A generation's heartthrob, the Sea King Luo Fancheng, traverses into a new realm, only to be intercepted back to his village by his enchanting demoness wife. He awakens two extraordinary and mysterious martial souls, encountering both celestial beings and demonic entities, with endless twists and turns. In a world where social stratification is rigid, imperial families monopolize the most potent bloodlines, and the offspring of commoners are destined to remain ordinary. A top-tier expert dismisses Luo Fancheng as a mundane from a mountain village, claiming he has awakened a worthless martial soul. Yet, am I not awakening the two legendary martial souls of Chinese lore? What does it matter if you lack discernment? Luo Fancheng soon encounters a breathtakingly beautiful pope. Emerging from a village, he defies fate. His martial soul undergoes a frenzied evolution, and his extraordinary comprehension astonishes the world. Class distinctions? In the presence of the divine, an empress is meant to be cherished, and class barriers are destined to be shattered. One fateful day, he suddenly realizes that he possesses more than just dual martial souls. Chapter 1. A unique choice, the nine-tailed empress. Golden thunder descends. In the hospital room, the sound of weeping beauties fills the air. My name is Luo Fancheng, and my body is in a slight predicament. But it's nothing serious, just a little close to death. At such a critical moment, I wonder which scoundrel has called all my girlfriends to check on me, taking advantage of my illness to demand my life. Truly infuriating. Currently, my head rests upon the pristine legs of a striking, bijed girl who weeps like a flower in the rain. Beside the bed, a sultry, curvaceous woman in black stockings kneels, pleading for my survival. I want to live. I'm still young. I don't want to die. Within me, an intense desire to survive ignites. Suddenly, the door swings open. Fancheng, Fancheng. For more beautiful souls rush in, their eyes red from crying. In an instant, the room brightens, yet my heart plunges into darkness. Two I can manage. 6? Oh, never mind. It's better to not live at all. Living is suffering. Let me die. Yama, take me away. Quickly, don't dawdle. Take me to death. Facing the predictable chaos, some may physically endure, but their spirits have already perished. As I close my eyes and kick my legs, consciousness descends into darkness. Oh, esteemed host, do you desire a wife? In this void of darkness, Luo Fancheng hears a peculiar voice. I'm dead, but it seems I'm not fully dead. Is this the legendary system? Luo Fancheng is both shocked and astonished. Indeed, is I. What did you just say? Luo Fancheng inquires. Great host, do you desire a wife? Just give me the word, and I shall deliver one to you. What a bizarre system. Luo Fancheng is no stranger to novels, yet this system appears rather unconventional. Can it really just send me wherever? If it drops me onto my girlfriend's bed, only for her husband to return at that moment, what then? I would die again and possibly take another with me. However, since heaven has granted me this chance to live again, I must make it worthwhile. To feign refusal might indeed lead to my demise. Respected host, may I inquire if you prefer the noble and dignified Pope wife or the alluring and captivating saint wife? Luo Fancheng hesitates. Would you prefer the playful and adorable princess wife or the sultry and enticing noblewoman wife? Stop joking, how can I possibly choose? Would you prefer the icy and aloof dragon lady wife or the enchanting and beguiling nine-tailed demon empress wife? Luo Fancheng chuckles. Is it truly that difficult to choose? Only children make choices, adults go, Alan. To hesitate for even a second would be a sign of disrespect to the system. I want them all, thank you. Luo Fancheng grins. As your supreme and noble host, this modest request should be a trivial matter, no? The system falls silent, utterly perplexed by such audacity, never having encountered someone so unabashed. May I inquire, esteemed host, are you polite? Luo Fancheng quickly apologizes. Forgive me, I was too greedy. Let's settle for 3, shall we? The system. I feel quite offended you were asked to choose, yet you're here exploiting a bug? Luo Fancheng earnestly states. As a mature system, you should learn to help the host navigate these bugs. System. Are you even speaking human language? Due to the host exceeding the selection time. Randomizing target. Target confirmed. The alluring, enchanting, nine-tailed demon empress, Su Jiaoer. Additional reward. Pure celestial body, the unmatched dual martial souls of unparalleled potential. Detected a beast attempting to claim your enchanting demon empress wife. She urgently requires your rescue. Initiating traversal. Destination. Seoul, Marshall Continent. Such a straightforward system. Are you really setting me up for a beastly romance? Boom! Before Luo Fancheng can finish his retort, he transforms into a bolt of golden lightning, vanishing into the void. Seoul, Martial Continent. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying, hideous three-headed demon dragon spews forth its destructive breath. Its purple-black wings unfurl like mountain ranges, exuding a bloodthirsty aura. A graceful figure is swept by the dragon's breath, plummeting toward the ground. Su Jiu'er, obediently become my demon concubine, and I shall spare your life. Dream on. The graceful figure rises, letting out a delicate cry. Before her stands a breathtakingly tall beauty. Her blue eyes resemble ancient glaciers, her white fox fur draping over her voluptuous form. Behind her, 9 snowy tails wave gracefully, her long, flawless legs bare and pristine, her ankles adorned with golden bells. The bowtie's blue eyes exude an air of impenetrable coldness, yet her entire being radiates overwhelming allure, as if one's very soul could be drawn in. Arrogant fool, don't resist, you're no match for me. The grotesque, three-headed demon dragon drools, corrosive saliva sizzling against the ground. Su Jiu'er's face is like ice, blood trickling from her lips as she bites down on her pallid mouth. With a frosty gaze, she observes a beguiling woman standing beside the demon dragon. Anger, disbelief, and profound sadness swirl within her. That woman steps forward. Smirking, Su Jiu'er, my dear sister, don't blame me for poisoning you. I did this for your own good. Isn't it better to serve the demon lord together? Su Jiu'er, infuriated, closes her eyes, trembling, before reopening them to ask, why did you betray me? Betrayal? The alluring woman replies with a smile. The demon lord can assist me in refining my bloodline and overcoming the beastly tribulations. Following the demon lord grants the right to command soul beasts. What do you gain by sticking with me? Merely waiting for thunder to strike you down in this secluded realm? Su Jiu'er could never have anticipated that this intimate sister would betray her, leaving her in such a dire situation. She has no one to blame but herself for placing too much trust in this person. Silent, she offers no curses or accusations. Her silence is heart-wrenching. The demon dragon morphs into a sinister man, and the alluring woman eagerly snuggles into his embrace. My lord, my dear sister won't hold out much longer. She has consumed all the poison wine, leaving her completely unguarded. Excellent, quite despicable, well done. I like it. The three-headed demon dragon laughs triumphantly, gazing hungrily at the coldly beautiful, supremely sexy beauty before him, his anticipation palpable. He has long coveted this enchanting figure, and today he finally has the chance to possess her. Every cell in his body quivers with excitement. With delicate fingers digging in her palm, Su Jiu'er is engulfed by fury, despair, and resentment. Gritting her teeth, she issues a chilling and resolute voice. Neither will I offer myself to you, beast. I, Su Jiu'er, hereby swear to the heavens, should anyone be able to rescue me and slay these 2 wretched souls, I shall willingly become a servant to the woman and dedicate my life to the man, forever and always, never to part. Swear? Utterly ridiculous, you are far too naive, dear sister. The enchanting woman mocked with a biting sneer. The three-headed demon dragon cackled with delight. Go on, scream your heart out, it will avail you nothing. Today, no one can save you, I decree. I shall relish every moment, allowing you to experience the utmost ecstasy of this world. Su Jiu'er was acutely aware that oaths were but ephemeral illusions. She feared she had been foolish. Summoning the remnants of her soul's power, she resolved that even in self-destruction, she would not grant her foes the slightest advantage. She would rather be shattered than remain whole. Blood trickled from the corner of her lips, a poignant and sorrowful sight. Boom! A thunderclap echoed through the clear sky, abruptly shattering the tranquility. The 3 figures looked up. A golden lightning bolt, majestic and formidable, descended from the heavens, enveloping them in radiant light. Chapter 2. The Demon Emperor's Adoption. To call her wife? No. No. The demon dragon's expression was one of terror as the terrifying thunder loomed overhead, ready to strike. With a fierce snarl, he hurled the beautiful maiden into the sky and attempted to dodge to the side, but it was too late. The lightning descended like a 5-clawed golden dragon, radiating an overwhelming and blinding divine power that was utterly unstoppable. Boom! Why did this happen? The maiden struggled, her form disintegrating beneath the golden lightning. while the demon dragon let out a heart-wrenching roar as it too was obliterated. Su Jiu'er widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief, staring at the scene before her. As the dazzling golden light faded, only a deep pit remained on the ground. The power of the thunder left Su Jiu'er in trepidation. As a transformed soul beast, she feared the heavenly tribulation above all else. Cautiously, she approached the pit, her pupils contracting sharply. Inside lay two crystalline miniatures of bones, a purple-black skull and a white jade leg bone, along with two ethereal halos, one crimson and the other orange. These were the unique treasures formed from the death of the three-headed demon dragon and the maiden, treasures so exquisite that they could incite fierce battles among human warriors. Su Jiu'er was not surprised by this. What truly caused her to cover her lips in shock was the sight of an infant lying at the bottom of the pit, staring up at her with wide eyes. Gradually, Su Jiu'er's expression turned serious. After a prolonged silence, she gazed skyward and murmured, "Is this the will of heaven?" She cradled the infant in her arms and looked down. "A boy, huh? Very well." Su Jiu'er's cold demeanor suddenly blossomed into a radiant smile as she gently tapped the infant's forehead with her delicate finger. "Little one, from now on, you shall be my husband, Su Jiu'er, fallen from the heavens and into the mundane world. Your name shall be Luo Fancheng. I wonder if you will like this name." "Oh dear, how foolish of me. How could an infant understand my words?" Su Jiu'er shook her head, her adorable beast ears twitching, her long hair cascading around her. Luo Fancheng, feeling melancholic as an infant, was taken aback by the stunning beauty before him. He had encountered countless women in his lifetime, yet never one as cold, yet alluring as this celestial maiden. His heart skipped a beat. Su Jiu'er, could this truly be my demon emperor wife? Humans and soul beasts. Perhaps it's not entirely impossible. "Ah, my esteemed host, you weren't saying this earlier." Su Jiu'er extended her slender hand, collecting the two special halos into two precious orbs while also stowing away the crystalline bones. "Those two creatures deserve their fate. But these are exquisite treasures of the human world, meant for you, my husband. Rest assured, I shall raise you to adulthood." Before Luo Fancheng could react, he was suddenly embraced tightly, overwhelmed by her fierce aura. A bewildered voice then whispered in his ear, "I wonder what kind of person my husband will grow to be. Only a peerless powerhouse would not disgrace me." Su Jiu'er, this was not mere pride. Across the entire soul martial continent, countless peak powerhouses admired her, both human and soul beast alike, yet none had ever captured her eye. Just as Luo Fancheng felt he might suffocate, he was finally released. "Ah!" Su Jiu'er sighed deeply, gazing at Luo Fancheng with utmost seriousness. "The moment you appeared, all my humiliation and resentment vanished. I shall never forget the feeling of that moment. No matter your stature or wealth in the future, even if you are but an ordinary man, I, Su Jiu'er, will always be your wife, bound to you. I only hope you grow up happy and safe. That is enough." Upon hearing this, Luo Fancheng sighed inwardly. What a wonderful woman. In his past life, he had been a master of understanding women's psychology, which explained why so many beautiful women had come to him in tears. He could see that Su Jiu'er had experienced a profound journey of hesitation and confusion before finally establishing her resolute faith. Logically speaking, Su Jiu'er could have eliminated him without anyone knowing, yet she chose not to. It was entirely normal for such a powerful and extraordinary demon emperor to desire a hero, yet she still chose him. Luo Fancheng silently made a vow in his heart. "Though I may be a scoundrel, I will never betray you. Nobility and power are merely titles. I, Luo Fancheng, shall make my mark on the soul martial continent." At the height of his excitement, he inadvertently lost control. Su Jiu'er suddenly felt a chill in her chest. Looking down, her blue eyes were initially puzzled, but upon noticing the wetness, she gasped. "Hey, how could you urinate anywhere?" Slap. Su Jiu'er smacked her little husband's bottom in exasperation. How embarrassing. Luo Fancheng's little soul rolled around in awkwardness. Time flew by, and 16 years later, in the Songlong Empire, Dajuan Province, Yunsuan, "And Su, I'm back." A tall, handsome young man in simple attire returned to the quaint courtyard, carrying a brown wild boar on his shoulder. Inside the yard, a curvaceous and alluring woman was bending over the wooden table, preparing meals, 4 dishes and a soup, all nutritious and complete. With a well-rounded figure, a slender waist, and an enchanting demeanor, she turned to greet him with a bright smile upon hearing his voice. Fancheng, hurry and wash up. Today's menu features a new dish. Let us see if it suits your taste. Luo Fancheng's mouth twitched. He was certain he was about to be poisoned again. The once mighty empress would never have cooked for anyone. No one was worthy of such an honor. Do you have any idea how I've survived these 16 years? Seated at the dining table, gazing at the stunning beauty before him, Luo Fancheng marveled at how she had concealed much of her beauty, yet remained captivating, truly a disaster-level 9-tailed fox. What are you staring at? Su Jiuer playfully chided. Aunt, you're truly beautiful. Su Jiuer raised her chopsticks and tapped Luo Fancheng's forehead, her expression turning serious. I've told you countless times, call me aunt in front of others. But when we're alone, call me wife. It's inappropriate to call me aunt. Isn't aunt more pleasant to hear? Luo Fancheng responded with a smile, unfazed by her stern demeanor, well aware that his fox wife was cold on the outside, yet warm within. Remember your place. You are my child bride. Su Yue Glaret. Others would jump at the chance to call me that, and if anyone dares, I shall deal with them. Luo Fancheng snorted. Su Jiuer's lips curled into a smile. You little tyrant, you'd better work hard. Otherwise, you won't be able to protect me in the future. Many women will seek to take me from you. I will become a sole master and the strongest in this world. Luo Fancheng replied calmly, yet his eyes sparkled with ambition. 16 years ago, Su Jiuer believed it best for the infant to grow up in the human realm, so she had brought Luo Fancheng to this village, concealing much of her appearance. Even so, countless young and old men in the village harbored secret affections for Su Jiuer. As for those who were openly infatuated, their legs had already been broken. What Su Jiuer had not anticipated was that Luo Fancheng's maturity surpassed that of the average human. Not only had he retained his good looks, but he had also grown taller and more handsome with each passing day. This child bride was truly a delightful surprise. Stop boasting and eat. Your wife only wishes for your safety and happiness. Su Jiuer placed a piece of meat into his bowl. As Luo Fancheng ate, he pondered. Over the past 16 years, he had gained a preliminary understanding of the sole martial continent, a world governed by the law of the jungle, where the strong were revered. Only those who awakened powerful martial souls could be considered as stepping onto the path of strength. There were various types of martial souls, such as scythes, hammers, and lizards. However, most soul masters awakened beast martial souls, weapon martial souls, or plant martial souls. Special martial souls included flames and meteors. Before awakening a martial soul, one must first undergo body tempering, which took place until the age of 16, after which the martial soul awakening ceremony would occur. Tomorrow, the temple will come to the village to awaken your martial soul. What do you think you will awaken? Su Jiuer asked, adding more dishes to his bowl. Luo Fancheng shook his head. How could I possibly guess? We'll know tomorrow. The system had not appeared for 16 years. All body tempering had been taught to him by Su Jiuer. Now he had reached the pinnacle of body tempering, capable of single-handedly taking down a giant wild boar, something even beginner soul masters could not accomplish. Even Su Jiuer marveled at his extraordinary talent, having never heard of anyone achieving such strength before awakening their martial soul. Luo Fancheng found nothing surprising. He recalled the system had mentioned rewarding him with a pure celestial body and the strongest twin martial soul. The celestial body had been realized, but he was eager to discover what the martial soul would be. Ding! The heavens are vigorous. A gentleman strives ceaselessly. Startled, he was taken aback. The system that had lain dormant for 16 years had suddenly awakened. The host has diligently trained day and night, reaching the pinnacle of body refinement, and has activated a hidden special reward. Hard work is rewarded by the heavens. Please claim your reward. Chapter 3. Fortune's Golden Dragon. Answer prize. And the Pope's attention, what rewards await? With a thought, a transparent panel appeared before Luo Fancheng. Reward 1. Supreme Insight. Apologies, but photographic memory? Merely a basic skill. Reward 2. Innate Fortune. Have you ever experienced plummeting into a valley only to find treasures, or casually aiding a beggar to become an extraordinary master? Reward 3. Maximum charisma. Do you know what a walking screaming chicken is? You may be calm, but others will forever be the ones to scream. Reward 4. Celestial beauty and divine countenance. Your visage is intoxicating, ensnaring all living beings and enchanting both fairies and witches alike. After reviewing the rewards, Luo Fancheng's eyes sparkled with intensity. How ruthless! What does the system imply? Is it hinting that he should become a debauched man with a flashy car? Bah! Would he be someone who, relying on a bit of luck and charm, would act with impunity? No, the mischievous system cannot lead astray its virtuous master. While Luo Fancheng could see the panel, Su Jiu'er across the table could not. Her heart raced as she noticed the fervent excitement in his gaze. It was said that human men, upon reaching a certain age, began to have such thoughts. Thoughts of women. Su Jiu'er, feeling flustered, instinctively closed her legs and straightened her posture, exuding an air of maturity. Fancheng, listen to your aunt. You are still young, your body is not yet fully developed, and some matters are still premature. Luo Fancheng had been so focused on the system that he almost forgot the beauty seated before him. Su Jiu'er narrowed her eyes, adopting a tone of authority typical of an elder. I saw that wild excitement in your eyes, like a wolf cub spotting meat. You are still too weak. It won't do. This. Luo Fancheng was speechless. This was a misunderstanding. He could not explain the system's affairs, so he merely stated, I can catch wild boars with one hand. Am I still weak? Su Jiu'er's cheeks flushed. Was that a suggestion of her own strength? She retorted, little rascal. Can't you just say what you mean? Why go in circles? If you want something, your aunt can surely grant it, but not now. You'll understand in the future. Women are far more formidable than wild boars, especially when your aunt is a Fox Clan empress. 30 like a wolf, 40 like a tiger, 50 able to devour the earth. Luo Fancheng instinctively recalled a saying from his past life, shaking his head at the absurdity. The enchanting woman was leading him astray. He decided not to explain further. The more he did, the more tangled it became. Quickly, he finished his meal and excused himself to his room. Su Jiu'er remained in her spot, bewildered. Had she upset the little man by uncovering his thoughts? It seemed unfair to let him see but not touch. Perhaps a little sweetness was in order to soothe him. The alluring matron recalled a unique item she had purchased in town days prior. A delicate blush crept across her cheeks as she bit her lip. This would do. She glanced toward his room and muttered softly, Consider yourself lucky, you rascal. After all, you're my childhood husband. In the tranquil wooden house, Luo Fancheng sat at the edge of his bed. He and Su Jiu'er had always slept in separate rooms. She feared he would lose control. After all, that captivating beauty, her fiery figure, and the inherent allure of a celestial fox were more than any mere mortal could withstand. No, it seemed no one could resist, be they human or beast. Luo Fancheng sighed, lamenting his lack of strength. Even with such temptations before him, he could not indulge. Fortunately, tomorrow would bring the awakening of his martial soul, a chance to rapidly enhance his power. System claimed rewards. Earlier, he had refrained, fearing too much noise. A golden dragon shadow, grand and ethereal, soared from the heavens, diving toward the earth, penetrating the roof, and merging into Luo Fancheng's crown. Boom! As the fortune's golden dragon infused his being, a radiant aura enveloped him. His bones resonated, and he grew taller, his features becoming even more striking, akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm with an astonishing charm. Oh, fear what you anticipate. The dragon's roar, imperceptible to mortals, was felt by powerful soul masters within 1,000 miles. In a dense forest 100 miles from Yun village, a resplendent noblewoman clad in palace attire was training with a youthful maiden. Suddenly, she sensed something and gazed into the distance. What is it, teacher Pope? The young maiden inquired. The noblewoman furrowed her brow. I felt a surge of extraordinary power, but it vanished quickly. Should we investigate? The maiden's curious excitement shone through. Her teacher, a woman of great authority, surely had a reason for concern. You, a saintess, only think of play, the noblewoman scolded coldly. All right, The young maiden pouted, retreating slightly. The noblewoman strode forward, her graceful figure moving as her golden gown swayed, revealing glimpses of her alabaster legs, adorned with golden boots. Are you not following? Help me find a fourth spirit ring, and then you may have a look. Yay, you're the best, teacher Pope. The young maiden smiled brightly, bounding after her. Supreme insight, innate fortune, maximum charisma. What a thrill! After claiming his rewards, Luo Fancheng felt invigorated, even if his cultivation had not increased. Bang! The door burst open, and an enchanting figure rushed in. Little man, are you all right? I was fine a moment ago. Now I feel like I might perish. Luo Fancheng gazed at the alluring scene before him, nearly losing control. The breathtaking beauty wore only a camisole. One leg was encased in sheer, delicate stockings, while the other was still bare, the wrinkled fabric trailing on the ground. Her porcelain toes, adorned in red polish, peeked from beneath black stilettos. What a deadly enchantress! Since his arrival in this world, Luo Fancheng had suspected it was rife with lecherous individuals. After all, despite the ancient, less developed surroundings, how could short skirts, stockings, high heels, and hotels flourish so extravagantly? Seemingly unaware of her state, Su Jiu'er pressed on. What was that noise in your room? Are you truly unscathed? Luo Fancheng shook his head. Aunt Su, perhaps you misinterpreted. Everything in here is perfectly well. Su Jiu'er surveyed the room, finding no abnormalities. Could it have truly been an illusion? She regarded Luo Fancheng suspiciously, feeling an unusual charm radiating from him, pulling her gaze deeper into his. Her breath quickened, and her lips parted slightly. You? What about me? Luo Fancheng was puzzled. Why did it seem as if this little man had become even more handsome? Su Jiu'er felt her heart race inexplicably, her cheeks flushing. Though she held her tongue, she hesitated to voice her thoughts. How could her little man be so captivating? For a moment, Su Jiu'er was astonished, unable to discern whether she was the enchantress or he was. Aunt, perhaps you should put on your stockings, Luo Fancheng suggested, pointing. You rogue. Su Jiu'er looked down in shock, her face turning crimson as she quickly dashed out, her bare feet pattering against the floor. Wait, don't go. Luo Fancheng's heart raced, and he hurried after her. Chapter 4. The Enchantress Provokes. The awakening turmoil the following morning. Knock, knock, knock. Su Jiu'er called from outside. Breakfast is ready. My little husband. Luo Fancheng emerged yawning, greeted by a steaming bowl of rice porridge, a plate of fried eggs, and 2 dishes of pickles laid out on the table. A warm sense of happiness flowed through him. He slurped a spoonful of hot porridge. Ah, how comforting! The dignified empress prepared breakfast for herself, a luxury that even the rulers of the Zonglong Empire would scarcely dare to imagine. With a playful chuckle, Su Jiu'er rested her elbow on the table, supporting her chin with her delicate hand, and teasingly remarked, Little man, what is up with those panda eyes of yours? Isn't it all your fault? Luo Fancheng replied with a look of deep grievance. Last night, when he pursued her, he was met with a cold shoulder. If I had opened the door, you would have pounced on me and devoured me whole. Wouldn't you? Su Jiu'er pouted. Biting into a fragrant fried egg, Luo Fancheng savored the taste. As if I am that kind of person. Su Jiu'er playfully extended her long, slender leg from beneath her skirt, teasing him with its allure. Would you like to touch? Luo Fancheng instinctively nodded. See, don't deny it. You are indeed that kind of person. Su Jiu'er swiftly withdrew her leg with a playful huff. You are just fishing for a reaction, Luo Fancheng protested. What reaction? Silence enveloped them as he focused on his meal. Hey, little man, you're not upset, are you? Su Jiu'er poked his shoulder with her finger. No response. With a playful bite of her lip, Su Jiu'er slipped her delicate foot out of her slipper, her red-painted toes skillfully brushing against his pants leg, teasingly caressing his calf. I bet you still have no reaction to this, she thought smugly, only to find him unyielding. I'm finished, Luo Fancheng announced as he stood up, appearing calm while internally feeling like a metal detector signaling alarm. Su Jiu'er's expression shifted slightly as a fragrant breeze wafted by. Suddenly, she wrapped her soft body around his waist, her arms slipping under his armpits, her hands embracing his chest. Her delicate fingers seemed to exude a faint fragrance, especially as he felt the sensation of her presence. "Darling, did I err?" came her sultry whisper, imbued with a hint of moisture. "I intended to wear the new flesh-colored stockings to encourage you last night, but I was far too shy. Would you forgive me?" Luo Fancheng felt a tickle in his ear as her finger traced circles on his chest. How could his mere years of experience in romance compete with her timeless allure? "What made you suddenly want to buy stockings?" he inquired. "I saw them all purchasing flesh-colored stockings for you and thought our little lecher might appreciate them. So I bought more, black, and even pink." "So you affiliated." Unable to contain himself, Luo Fancheng turned around and embraced her slender waist, their exquisitely beautiful faces mere inches apart. "Andy, it has been long since I beheld your full beauty. Let me show you," Su Jiwa replied with a bewitching smile. In an instant, her captivating beauty intensified. Her small white beast ears, blue eyes, and fox fur cloak enhancing her allure, while the 9 snow-white tails swayed gently against Luo Fancheng's arm. "My husband, do I still meet your approval?" Luo Fancheng was instantly captivated, unable to resist leaning in for a kiss. However, he ended up kissing air instead as Su Jiwa transformed back in her graceful, dignified form, her previous seductiveness replaced by a composed demeanor. "It seems my husband is no longer angry," she stated matter-of-factly. "Ugh, not this again," Luo Fancheng scoffed. Su Jiwa wrapped her arms around his, offering comfort. "Little man, one day, I will belong to you. Our Fox clan possesses an abundance of energy, which can naturally escape during special contact, complementing powerful beings. However, for you, it is akin to poison. I understand. Once I reach a certain level of cultivation, I shall deal with you, this enchantress," Luo Fancheng vowed through clenched teeth. "I'll look forward to it. I'll be waiting for your teasing." Su Jiwa winked provocatively. Luo Fancheng's heart raced as he impulsively pinched her, eliciting a surprised gasp from her. Consider this interest. In truth, Su Jiwa's cultivation couldn't evade his grasp. She was merely playing along with her little man. "All right, it's getting late. We should head to the village entrance for the awakening ceremony," Su Jiwa softly urged. "Husband, do well. Tonight, I'll reward you with black stockings." "Can I withdraw my reward early?" Luo Fancheng laughed. "Now is the time for black stockings, but would you prefer not to have others see your wife in them?" Su Jiwa teased with a wink. "Then let us save it for tonight." "Unbelievable. What is wrong with your village? Is it acceptable to be late for the awakening of martial souls?" At the village square, the temple steward, Long Tao, reprimanded the village chief, Lu Ren. Surrounding villagers remained silent, while a group of young men and women stood nervously at the front. The elderly Lu Ren hunched over, drenched in cold sweat, afraid to speak further. Although there was still half an hour until the appointed time, the temple's authority was beyond his challenge, leaving him with no choice but to apologize repeatedly. "My apologies, Lord Long. It was my oversight. However, the child who is absent possesses extraordinary talent. I believe the awakened martial soul will not disappoint you." While Lu Ren apologized, he couldn't help but speak well of Luo Fancheng, who was highly regarded in the village. After each hunting trip, he would share his catch with impoverished families and elderly individuals, occasionally helping widows with their farm work. "Huh," Long Tao scoffed. "The extraordinary talent you speak of is nothing in the eyes of the powerful. It is merely laughable. A lad without a sense of time surely has a lackluster martial soul. I see no need to acknowledge it. I, as the steward, do not care, nor does the temple. Let the awakening begin." Despite it not being the appointed time, Lu Ren dared not argue, knowing he was destined to be treated as inferior. With a roar, a spectral image of a unicorn lizard appeared behind Long Tao, and in an instant his physique expanded, his body covered in green scales. Observing the fearful and envious gazes of the villagers and young participants, a smirk crept upon Long Tao's lips. His unicorn lizard, possessing the faintest trace of dragon blood, far surpassed ordinary beast martial souls. He believed his position would soon rise, and traveling to various villages to conduct awakenings was beneath him. Having already visited 4 villages and awakened over 100 individuals, the best result had been a mere second-tier martial soul, a hammer. His patience had worn thin. Inwardly scoffing at the impoverished terrain, he thought, what potential could possibly exist here? It's simply a waste of my time. If it weren't for the temple's regulations, Long Tao would have been disinclined to conduct the awakenings at all. In the center of the square, he arranged black obsidian stones into a hexagram formation and set up a 3-meter-tall bronze pillar beside it. As the first girl entered the formation, her eyes were red with anxiety, yet she showed no reaction, only to return home and face wrath. You ungrateful child, after all these years of support, you cannot even awaken a useless martial soul? You're a waste. Amidst the scolding of a fierce woman, a dark-skinned young man, encouraged by his family, stepped forward to awaken. Within the hexagram formation, the obsidian emitted a faint golden glow, and a green shadow appeared above him. Wheat? Long Tao seethed, gritting his teeth. Useless. Next, the young man, somewhat reluctant, weakly inquired, My lord, wasn't he the bronze pillar meant to be tested? Test what? Long Tao snapped, gesturing towards the awakening formation. The established rule is that the higher the quality of the martial soul, the more intense the golden glow emitted during awakening. A golden glow of 1 zhong signifies the weakest first-tier martial soul, while 9 zhong indicates the legendary, strongest 9th-tier divine martial soul. The bronze pillar shines from 1 to 9 colors, meant to gauge martial soul quality. Your golden glow is barely 3 inches. Why would we even bother testing? The dark-skinned youth departed in dismay, ridiculed by the steward on stage. He dreaded the scolding from his family, feeling an overwhelming sense of inferiority and uncertainty. To his surprise, his usually stern father gently patted his shoulder with his rough hand, saying, Tiger, it's no big deal. If you can't become a spirit master, then come help me in the fields. We can be self-sufficient. There's no shame in that. Father, I'm sorry. I am useless. Do not speak of yourself that way. I am the one who sired you. My words hold weight. As Dragon Tao witnessed the awakening of several children, his face grew increasingly grim, reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption. Useless. All of you are useless. The ability to attract promising talents would significantly impact his career advancement. The best outcome would be the awakening of a saber-toothed tiger spirit, with the golden light soaring to 9 feet, causing the bronze pillar to radiate in dual colors. Barely reaching the 2nd rank, the family who had just awakened was still embracing each other, overwhelmed with joy. This wretched village, as expected, could hardly produce any remarkable spirits. Dragon Tao's spirits plummeted. He cursed the village chief and the villagers before preparing to leave. Wait! Luo Fancheng ran from a distance, leaping onto the square, with Su Jiuer trailing behind. Have you started the tests early? You're late, kid. It's finished. Wait until next year, Dragon Tao replied. Luo Fancheng's expression turned cold. The commoners feared the spirit masters, but he was not afraid. I haven't tested yet, and you want to leave? Surely the temple staff wouldn't be so unruly. His words stunned the villagers into silence, and the old village chief was so shocked that he nearly rushed over to cover his mouth. Dragon Tao was also taken aback. Accustomed to bullying others both inside and outside the village, he had never been challenged before. How dare you? Who gave you such audacity? Luo Fancheng replied resolutely. I'm not late. If you refuse to test me, that is your problem. I will file a complaint with the temple branch in the city. Seeing the boy's unwavering confidence and ethereal demeanor, Dragon Tao felt a twinge of fear. This lad did not resemble a simple village peasant. Perhaps he was a descendant of a hidden master. He decided to observe what spirit he would awaken before determining how to handle him. Very well. Let us begin your awakening. We've been waiting for you. The villagers exchanged glances, bewildered by the sudden benevolence of the steward. Su Jiuer offered Luo Fancheng an encouraging glance, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he stepped onto the hexagram formation, closing his eyes. Chapter 5, Astonishment. Golden light reaches 9 feet, unprecedented. A heart stirs. Ah, who knows about talent? But he certainly carries himself with flair. Dragon Tao shook his head repeatedly, casting a sidelong glance at Luo Fancheng within the formation. He then looked at the village chief and the villagers, sneering disdainfully. Let me share a harsh truth with you. Every common child who has not awakened believes themselves to be exceptional, filled with hope, unaware that their ancestors were weak and their bloodline insufficient. No matter how hard they strive, they cannot awaken a powerful spirit. Meanwhile, for the Empire's nobles and disciples of great sects. Even the most useless among them can awaken spirits of the third rank or higher. If it were not for the supreme high priestess of the temple's benevolence, you commoners would likely never have the chance to awaken a spirit, living your lives as mere slaves. The children and parents who faced failure felt as if struck by a heavy blow, gasping for breath, overwhelmed by an innate sense of humility and despair. Dragon Tao's emotions became inexplicably agitated. "Do I look down upon you because you are not honest and simple?" he shouted. "No, it is because you are weak. Weakness deserves my scorn, and that is the bloody reality." The villagers were deeply wounded by his words, fists clenched, yet their heads hung low in shame. At that moment, a young voice interrupted, coldly mocking. "Oh, is that so? Then may I ask, esteemed steward, from which noble family do you hail?" Dragon Tao turned around to see Luo Fancheng with his eyes open, and as the formation remained still for so long, his disdain quickly returned. "It seems you are just another worthless fool who cannot awaken a spirit. I was ready to curry favor with you, thinking you were a descendant of a hidden master." Dragon Tao candidly admitted, "Yes, I'm a commoner. I do not know the suffering of others, nor can I advise them to be kind. You have no idea how much I have suffered due to my commoner status. If it were not for the noble bloodline contained within my lizard dragon spirit, I would never have risen." He despised his past as a commoner, harboring hatred for all common folk. The former commoner Dragon Tao was dead. Now, all must address him as Lord Dragon Tao. A strong sense of superiority mixed with madness appeared on his face. "You say I cannot awaken a spirit? Watch closely." As his words fell, it seemed to resonate. The entire hexagram awakening formation emitted a low hum. The obsidian stones began to illuminate in rapid succession. 1, 2, 6 stones. All the obsidian stones activated, golden light shimmering and surging on their surfaces. What? Dragon Tao's pupils constricted. He had dismissed this boy as a failure, thus spoke without restraint. But now the awakening-esque commotion. The surrounding villagers held their breath, sensing an unusual aura. During the awakening of everyone prior, having even 2 obsidian stones light up was considered impressive. Boom! A brilliant golden light erupted from the surface of the obsidian stones, soaring high. 1 foot 3 feet, 5 feet. In an instant, it reached 6 feet without any hindrance and continued to ascend. Oh my! 7 feet of golden light. The dispirited villagers gasped in disbelief. "No, it's more than that," Su Jiuer affirmed softly. The man chosen by her 9-tailed demon emperor would not disappoint. 8 feet. Dragon Tao was left agape. He had exerted all his effort to achieve merely 5 feet of golden light, enough for a complete turnaround in his life. What kind of person is this? He doubted his own consciousness, biting his tongue to awaken. In that moment, the golden light enveloping Luo Fancheng surged onward, striking 9 feet. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Dragon Tao was horrified, his mind echoing with thunderous disbelief. How can a mere villager reach 9 feet? Even royal nobles and clan prodigies achieving such heights are mere legends. The villagers, witnessing Dragon Tao's loss of composure, began to realize that Luo Fancheng's spirit might be far more terrifying than they had imagined. The previously disheartened and timid emotions began to dissipate, replaced by exhilaration. The villagers cheered, their fists raised as if receiving a powerful shot of adrenaline. Who says we commoners are destined to be at the bottom? Our village also has a genius. Good lad, Fancheng. Grandpa Lu knew you could do it. The village chief smiled warmly, reminiscent of a grandfather's pride. Luo Fancheng bathed in golden light, resembling a celestial being descended to earth, his deep black eyes locking onto the astonished Dragon Tao. His expression was not one of the anticipated ecstatic joy, but rather solemn and dignified. "Dragon Tao, how does my awakening compare to yours?" I. Dragon Tao was rendered speechless, unsure how to respond. The confrontation left him genuinely without retort. Compared to Luo Fancheng's talent, he felt insignificant. 9 feet at the limit. This is the legendary gift of a deity. Who would have thought it would manifest in such a crude village? As if a true dragon emerged from the mire. Who could have foreseen it? Speak. Answer me. Luo Fancheng gazed intently, speaking calmly. Dragon Tao felt flustered. Despite the absence of overwhelming spirit energy, he felt an oppressive sensation, akin to a subject before sovereign. The golden light has reached its zenith. Why is your spirit yet to appear? This defies all logic. The villagers were perplexed. Even Su Jiuer began to wonder. Spirit beasts do not require awakening. Yet she knew 9 feet represented the pinnacle of human potential. They were all curious about what spirit Luo Fancheng would possess. The limit? Luo Fancheng shook his head and spoke lightly. Who told you that this is my limit? What did you say? Long Tao's heart surged with tumultuous waves. A mere 9 zhong could easily be surpassed. As Luo Fancheng's voice fell, the golden light at 9 zhong unexpectedly surged upward once more. 9 zhong 1. A peculiar wave emanated from within Luo Fancheng, revealing his martial soul and soul power. It was the resonance of martial soul and soul power. 9 zhong 5. A shadowy figure gradually took shape behind Luo Fancheng. 9 zhong 8. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, the silhouette grew ever larger. It hasn't stopped yet. It still won't stop? Long Tao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared intently at Luo Fancheng, while the villagers looked on in shock. Even Su Jiuer gasped in awe, pondering the immense potential of her small man. The awakening radiance continued to ascend. The pinnacle of earthly brilliance reached 9 zhong 9 cun. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar reverberated, shaking the hearts of all. As the silhouette behind Luo Fancheng expanded to several dozen meters, manifesting as a true dragon. While the others were merely astonished, Long Tao felt his bloodline tremble. His lizard dragon martial soul collapsing under the weight of the dragon's roar, trembling uncontrollably. A dragon. How could it possibly be a dragon martial soul? Long Tao's scalp tingled, his words tumbling forth. To what height must this martial soul be ranked to instill such fear in my lizard dragon martial soul? Su Jiuer's heart raced, her mouth slightly agape. While she had anticipated her man's strength, she had not expected his martial soul to exert such pressure even on her, the Empress. A suppression of bloodlines. My heavens, could it be that her little man's martial soul could naturally exert dominance over soul beasts? Isu Ju et couvre nos lips. Her long lashes trembling. Huzi murmured, it can't be over yet. You ignorant mountain villager. Long Tao erupted. Even if the ancestors of the empire were resurrected, or the old pope of the temple rose from his coffin, they could never surpass 9 zhong 9. Impossible. Swish. The golden light surged incessantly, striving to climb higher. It seemed that 9 zhong 9 cun truly marked the limit of the earthly realm, as if an invisible barrier lay above. Boom! The golden light relentlessly pressed upward, and Long Tao's expression transformed dramatically, while Su Jiuer and the villagers remained fixated. Would a miracle occur? Thunder rumbled as dark clouds gathered in the sky, a force of nature pressing down upon them. Su Jiuer felt her heart race. A heavenly tribulation? Not good. She immediately shouted ahead. Fancheng, stop! You've touched the forbidden realm, the taboo martial soul talent that heaven cannot tolerate. Everyone gasped, their breaths quickening, fear surging within them. Long Tao felt a chill run down his spine. What a terrifying martial soul talent this was, that it could provoke the jealousy of heaven. So much so that even the heavens could not bear witness. Luo Fancheng groaned in pain, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, staining his collar. Within him, 2 unique powers were awakening, seeking to manifest in the world. Yet the force of nature sought to thwart their emergence. Kid, give up. 9 zhong talent is already invincible. The forces of heaven are formidable. Do not fight against them. Long Tao implored, desperate to prevent such a prodigious talent from perishing before his eyes. Stop. You will die. Luo Fancheng gazed upward, his expression frigid. Though he might indulge in playful banter with women and friends in everyday life, he harbored his own principles during critical moments. The cacophony of warnings echoed in his ears, his pupils reflecting the terrifying gathering of tribulation. A wicked smile curved his lips as he questioned. I merely wish to awaken my own martial soul talent. Why must you hinder me? Luo Fancheng, a man from Huaxia, with the spirit of a leader, would not cower before the fate of a foreign realm. The ancestors of Chinese mythology were fundamentally different from Western deities. They fought against heaven and earth, never yielding to so-called destiny. I am not one to defy heaven. Yet if heaven insists on obstructing my path of cultivation, what harm is there in opposing its will? In that moment, Long Tao and the villagers felt their hairs stand on end, their hearts trembling. Those who had submitted to fate and been tamed by noble powers had never before heard such blasphemous words. Su Jiu, covering her agape mouth, was filled with astonishment. She never imagined her man would utter such earth-shattering declarations. To defy heaven and serve no gods, what audacity! Her heart fluttered. If her previous affections had been vastly overshadowed by gratitude, now she felt a genuine admiration, even infatuation, for Luo Fancheng. Su Jiu began to gather her strength, prepared to act at any moment, her gaze resolute. If her little man possessed such courage, she would follow him to the ends of the earth, even if it cost her life. Swish! Dark clouds loomed overhead, thunder rolling ominously. In the village engulfed in darkness, only the dazzling golden light continued to surge against its limits, as the dragon shadow behind Luo Fancheng emitted a defiant and furious roar. Crack! Crack! The surface of the obsidian began to develop web-like fissures, trembling. Boom! The sky turned white as several bolts of lightning struck down, blasting the ground around Luo Fancheng into charred ruin, causing everyone to retreat in terror, save for one graceful figure that advanced. With a splatter, Luo Fancheng coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes revealing a steadfast and resolute gleam, pouring all his strength into the effort. Behind him, the extraordinary image multiplied. When the waters are exhausted, I shall watch the clouds rise, break for me. In an instant, all the obsidian shattered into countless particles. As the insurmountable golden light surged upward, the carp leaped over the dragon gate, the sea vast and the sky high. The golden light reached Tianzhong, unprecedented in history. Luo Fancheng looked down at Long Tao, his gaze profound, calmly stating, "Humans are not born to endure fate. Understand?" In that moment, the true dragon's silhouette fully materialized, grand and colossal, exuding overwhelming dragon aura, roaring toward the heavens. Thud! The lizard dragon martial soul behind Long Tao knelt first, and the very next moment, its master followed suit. Among the soul beast tribes, and even among beast martial souls, bloodline rank was paramount. A mere trace of dragon lineage from the lizard dragon could not withstand the pressure of a true dragon martial soul. Crack! The heavens raged. As a colossal punishment of destruction, as thick as a barrel, descended from the ninth heaven, forcing all within the village to prostrate themselves on the ground. Dazzling lightning blinding them in an instant. In this dire moment, a gentle voice rang out. "Little man, do not fear. I am here." Every cell in Su Jiu's body screamed in alarm. The terrifying power harbored within the heavenly tribulation was beyond even her capacity to withstand. Yet her delicate form defied instinct, soaring above Luo Fancheng to shield him. She had resolved to pay her debt of gratitude, one life for another. However, the vast heavenly thunder disregarded all of Su Jiu's attempts to intervene, passing through her like a phantom, forcefully striking Luo Fancheng's body. Chapter 6. Mysterious Existence. Continental Tremors, Above the Nine Colors, 10th Rank Martial Soul. As the heavenly thunder entered his body, silver light surged forth. Luo Fancheng groaned in agony, lightning coursing through him. Why can't I replace it? Su Jiu bit her pale lips, channeling pure soul power into Luo Fancheng. Sensing the destructive energy of the thunder coursing through his meridians, Su Jiu's expression shifted dramatically. This heavenly punishment left no chance for survival, clearly intent on bringing him to ruin. After the thunder struck, it seemed to have exhausted all its power, as if heaven or some unknown existence believed that a single heavenly punishment would suffice to render Luo Fancheng utterly crippled. The dark clouds dissipated as if nothing had occurred. Yet the villagers and Long Tao remained prostrated on the ground, their blinded eyes unable to quickly recover their sight. Simultaneously, across the soul martial continent, as Luo Fancheng's true dragon martial soul took form and the golden light broke through the limit of 9 zhong 9, reaching 10 zhong, ordinary soul masters remained oblivious. However, some mysterious, unknown entities were stirred into awakening. In the eastern oasis forest, the largest gathering place for soul beasts on the soul martial continent, all the soul beasts possessing dragon lineage within the forest seemed to sense something in the air. Regardless of whether they had achieved 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 years of cultivation, they all prostrated themselves on the ground, bowing toward the same direction. This directly stirred the 7 soul beast emperors residing in the core region of the forest. Originally, there were 8, but for reasons unknown, 3 dragon heads had been missing for 16 years. Elder brother, what is happening? What is the situation with these dragon-type soul beasts? Suddenly, the ground of the forbidden area in the forest trembled, and a terrifying aura awakened, causing the 7 soul beast emperors, deemed the pinnacle of human strength, to tremble in fear. Is it the master? Has even the master been awakened? A cold, ethereal female voice echoed, laced with unusual emotions. Impossible. How could a presence more pure than that of the dragon god appear on this continent? At all costs, find the source of this aura. We obey. The 7 soul beast emperors knelt in trepidation, their hearts racing as they received the command. In the Songlong Empire, the royal family possessed the most prestigious soul beast martial soul of the soul martial continent, the ancient Songlong. At this moment, during the court assembly, all royal descendants ancient Songlong martial souls automatically manifested, trembling and bowing towards the same direction outside the hall, ignoring the high-standing Songlong emperor. This spectacle startled all the courtiers. The Songlong emperor also sensed the agitation of his bloodline, his martial soul yearning to break free. Enough! A thunderous roar erupted, and 9 powerful halos materialized behind him, pulsating rhythmically. The dragon throne shattered with a resounding crash, and only then did the court regain its composure. Your Majesty, calm your anger. The ministers knelt in fright. The Songlong emperor stepped out of the hall, gazing into the distance, murmuring, "How strange, what could it be?" The aura vanished as suddenly as it appeared. His eyes narrowed. "Come forth." The ministers immediately pursued and knelt. "We are present. Issue a decree. If any dragon treasures are discovered within the realm, whoever finds them and presents them shall be granted 3 wishes with the full might of the empire." In a bustling street, all passers-by covered their noses and circumvented an old beggar huddled in a corner. The old beggar, missing limbs, lay with closed eyes as if deceased, a tattered bowl before him. Suddenly, his eyes opened, gazing into the distance. Clink! 3 copper coins fell into his filthy bowl, drawing his attention back. He looked up gratefully. "Thank you, sir. May you be blessed with many sons." The coin thrower clearly wished to avoid him, hastening away at the sound. The old beggar stared at the coins in his bowl, devoid of light in his eyes, murmuring, "I'm a beggar, merely a beggar, and can only be a beggar." Countless unknown entities were stirred. 100 miles away from Yun village, the female pope leading the saintess to hunt for soul rings sensed this peculiar aura. Within 2 days, the same direction bore the fleeting presence of the aura, truly intriguing. The female pope smirked, glancing at the pristine young woman absorbing a soul ring before the corpse of the moonshadow heavenly wolf. Once Ingyue completes her absorption, it shall be time to investigate. In Yun village, Su Jiuer bit her lip in anxiety, having done all she could, uncertain if Luo Fancheng would endure. "Aunt Su, it is enough." A warm hand suddenly grasped her delicate wrist, her body trembling as she looked up to see the sun-kissed, handsome visage of a celestial being. Are you unscathed?" Su Jiuer found it incredible that Luo Fancheng had indeed survived such a terrifying heavenly punishment. Thankfully, Aunt Su was unharmed, or else she would have been utterly embarrassed. Luo Fancheng chuckled lightly. "Is that what we should focus on?" Su Jiuer broke into a smile, only to quickly turn serious again, her demeanor icy. "You are too reckless. The 9th golden light was already sufficient. Do not be greedy." Indeed, Aunt Su is right. Luo Fancheng dared not argue at that moment. remembering how she had spanked him in his childhood. He planned to exact revenge one day, perhaps with a small whip on her pert backside. However, after the recent ordeal, it was impossible not to feel some trepidation. If such a supreme fortune and pure celestial body could be easily struck down by heavenly punishment, it would be better to consider the system as a counterfeit product returned for a refund. Unbeknownst to Luo Fancheng, the heavenly punishment had inadvertently erased the dragon aura from his martial soul awakening. Otherwise, countless ancient beings would have already flocked to him drawn by the scent. As the aura dissipated, the villagers gradually stood, their gazes returning to normal. When Long Tao saw Luo Fancheng standing there unscathed, his clothes intact, his eyes widened in disbelief. You're still alive?" Luo Fancheng retorted. "Should I be dead?" "No." Long Tao suddenly trembled, charging forward with fierce intent. Su Jiuer stepped aside, ready to protect Luo Fancheng. However, Long Tao performed an unexpected maneuver. Under the blazing sun, he leaped high, smoothly sliding and kneeling before Luo Fancheng. The action was seamless, and with a loud thud, he knocked his head against the ground. "I, Long Tao, have been blind to your greatness. I seek your forgiveness. I truly deserve death." This scene left Su Jiuer utterly bewildered. "I have yet to make a move, and you kneel first?" The villagers gaped, their expressions comical. "What? Is this still the previously arrogant Lord Long Tao?" Luo Fancheng himself was speechless. This fellow was simply ridiculous. As long as one kneels early enough, no one can defeat him before he submits. At this moment, everyone was curious as to how Luo Fancheng would respond. Luo Fancheng spoke. "Rise. For every small character has their means of survival. If you only speak of righteousness and morality, you will not last long in this ruthless world. Yet, one must remember their roots and never forget where they came from." "What? You intend to let me off so easily?" Long Tao's body shook, his eyes wide open, as if pondering how one could offend a great figure and still receive such mercy. He then thudded his head again, bloodied and breathless. "Perhaps you should chop off a hand of mine. Otherwise, if you let me go like this, I shall leave uneasily." "Are you out of your mind?" Luo Fancheng scolded, suddenly realizing this was no longer Earth. It wasn't that the other person was mad, but rather the world he perceived was inherently so, where the strong devour the weak. The villagers, watching from the side, felt a mix of emotions, pain and despair. Indeed, as Long Tao said, they were subservient to the domineering temple steward. Yet when faced with true strength and talent, they felt as lowly as a dog. At that moment, Luo Fancheng resolved to grow stronger. Only the strong possess dignity. Moreover, if within his capabilities, he wished to attempt changing the deeply flawed mindset of this world. With such talent, he must seize opportunities, indulge in pleasures, but still do something worthwhile during his journey in this foreign realm. Long Tao eventually rose, his eyes filled with reverence and inner excitement. Golden light for 10 miles. The martial soul is a true dragon. He realized he had encountered an unparalleled genius, and he too would rise to greatness. "My lord, I have already communicated through special means. Soon, someone from the temple will come to escort you." Long Tao rubbed his hands together in excitement, gesturing for Luo Fancheng to proceed. "Let us now test the specific grade of your martial soul. The golden light may not be precise enough." Luo Fancheng approached the bronze pillar, channeling the soul power awakened within him into it. Whoosh! The bronze pillar shook, radiating brilliant light. Monochrome, tricolor, 5-color, 7-color. Waves of brilliance emerged, and in an instant, the bronze pillar erupted with 9 radiant hues. 9-colored martial soul, born as the 9th rank, the mightiest martial soul. Long Tao's gaze fixed intently, his fists clenched in envy. The crowd was astonished, awaiting something extraordinary. Indeed, a mysterious and noble black golden hue arose from the 9 colors, and the bronze pillar shone with 10 colors, illuminating all around. It was said that the 9th rank was the limit, but the 10th rank. Long Tao was left speechless, unable to fathom the terror of such a martial soul. Su Jiuer also could not have imagined that a small husband would descend from the heavens, possessing such terrifying talent. She had gone from being a dependent to seemingly becoming the one who would be dependent upon. Before long, The space of Yun Village Plaza shattered, revealing a portal through which two figures emerged. Chapter 7. The Offering, Holy Sun, Twin Martial Souls, the Enigmatic Beauty. The villagers were awestruck, unable to utter a word, while Su Jier silently retreated into the crowd. Long Tao excitedly exclaimed to Luo Fancheng, the shattered space, "This is an extraordinary divine ability. Surely a significant figure above level 90 from our temple has come specifically for you." An elderly man in gray attire stepped through the rift, accompanied by a young man clad in splendid garments. The young man bore a cold demeanor, his crimson gold eyes seemingly ablaze, exuding an otherworldly aura. Upon observing the humble surroundings of Yun Village, both figures frowned. "Esteemed officials, this is Long Tao, the steward of the branch temple," Long Tao said, bowing deeply. The young man with red eyes replied, "I am the holy son of the temple, Huang Yin, and this is my master, the fourth offering." Long Tao's mind erupted with disbelief. The holy son Huang Yin. He was legendary, hailed as one of the strongest geniuses in the world, the prospective heir to the future pope. As for the offerings, they were figures of immense strength, worthy of reverence and service, each having once been an elder of the temple, standing atop its hierarchy. Now, they had retreated to the offering hall to focus on their cultivation. The power of the great offering was unfathomable, said to have been near divine after the previous pope's abdication. He was utterly stunned, never imagining that a mere piece of news would summon such formidable beings. However, considering Luo Fancheng's talent, he felt somewhat reassured. Huang Yin stated, "You sent word that a once-in-a-century genius had appeared here. My master and I happened to pass by and decided to take a look." Long Tao nodded vigorously, gesturing towards Luo Fancheng. "This is the extraordinary talent, whose martial soul awakened with an unprecedented phenomenon, unparalleled in history and unlikely to be surpassed." Unparalleled in history? How audacious of you to claim that, Huang Yin scoffed, disdainful of Long Tao's limited perspective. Luo Fancheng observed the disdain in Huang Yin's expression, realizing why Long Tao struggled in the outside world. The Holy Sun was clearly arrogant. Calling him unparalleled was akin to slapping his face. Emotional intelligence is indeed a valuable asset. Long Tao sensed the chill in Huang Yin's voice and felt perplexed. Should he not rejoice at the temple's discovery of a prodigy? He quickly explained, "Respected officials, this young man's martial soul awakened with a brilliant golden light reaching 10 zhang, ranked at the 10th level, a gift from the heavens." Impossible. The fourth offering's half-closed eyes opened wide, revealing a glimmer of brilliance. "Do you dare to take responsibility for such claims?" Long Tao felt immense pressure, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Honorable sirs, I wouldn't dare utter a falsehood." The fourth offering smiled. "Huang, do you believe him?" "Master, I do not," Huang Yin replied, turning his piercing gaze towards Luo Fancheng. "Boy, unleash your martial soul." Luo Fancheng frowned. He was pleased that such powerful figures sought him out, yet he was irked by their tone. Not wanting to cause trouble for Su Jier due to a momentary conflict, he complied. With a thought, his soul power surged, and the roar of a dragon echoed, a brilliant light manifesting in his palm. The dragon's might was overwhelming. The fourth offering and the Holy Sun's pupils constricted as they focused intently, their expressions darkening. Huang Yin pointed at the martial soul and asked Long Tao, "Is this what you call unparalleled talent?" Long Tao was left dumbfounded, his mind blank. Nearby, Su Jier and the villagers rubbed their eyes, questioning their vision. At that moment, there was no true dragon martial soul. Luo Fancheng held merely a small black loach barely half a foot long, emitting a pure dragon aura, yet appeared utterly incongruous and weak. Luo Fancheng himself felt dizzy. Had it not been for the system claiming it was the strongest divine martial soul, he would be questioning his own existence. Oof. A thunderous grunt erupted as the fourth offering's displeasure was palpable. Long Tao, this is what you call 10 zhang of golden light and a 10th level martial soul? Is this all there is? My lord, I do not know. Long Tao's expression turned pale, panic gripping him. Reporting falsehoods was a capital offense. His face drained of color, Long Tao crawled to Luo Fancheng's feet, clutching his trousers in desperation. "Brother, Please help me explain. How could this be? Luo Fancheng shook his head, withdrawing his leg. He himself was uncertain of the situation. Could it be that lightning had damaged it? Nevertheless, it was indeed unjust for Long Tao to suffer such a fate. Actually, I possessed two martial souls. Luo Fancheng extended his left hand, a soft azure light shimmering, accompanied by a fragrant aroma, as a six-petaled azure lotus materialized. Twin martial souls? The legendary twin martial souls. Long Tao rejoiced, feeling as if the dark world around him had suddenly brightened. And there's another martial soul? The Holy Son Huang Yin was taken aback. The fourth offering stepped forward to confirm, exclaiming, I did not expect that such a remote village could produce a bearer of twin martial souls. Indeed, it is rare. However, this is merely the beginning. Were twin martial souls not powerful enough? Long Tao felt a surge of indignation rising within him, wanting to voice his thoughts. Yet he hesitated, not daring to challenge. The fourth offering seemed to read his thoughts, coldly stating, the weakest type of martial soul recognized by the world is that of plants, and this azure lotus is utterly useless, less potent than a vine. If it had healing properties, it could serve as a support soul master. Luo Fancheng maintained his composure, unperturbed by the disparagement, while Su Ge, hidden in the crowd, glared with displeasure. Long Tao could hardly accept the denigration of a useless martial soul, anxiously suggesting, my lords, why not use the bronze pillar for immediate verification? There's no need to waste time, the fourth offering replied, shaking his head. 4 twin martial souls, to be viable, the two must be of similar levels. This loach, despite possessing pure dragon might, is bound to the azure lotus, marking it as a wasted potential, unworthy of resource investment. But Long Tao hesitated, wanting to argue. Enough, Huang Yin barked. Does my master possess such profound knowledge only to deceive you? Boom! A blinding white light radiated outward as a 4-winged angel, wreathed in blazing flames, materialized behind Huang Yin. His crimson eyes sparkled with boundless confidence as he declared, do you see? This is a true top-tier, 9th grade, martial soul. Once more, a golden sun appeared above Huang Yan's head as he spread his arms, proclaiming, the great sun illuminates. Do you see? This is the true pinnacle of twin martial souls. The villagers were left in awe, while Long Tao was equally astonished. Yet, he still felt that while the Holy Sun's martial soul was impressive, it paled in comparison to the earlier commotion caused by Luo Fancheng. Why flaunt gold before beggar? Huang, you are too ostentatious. Let us depart. Though the fourth offering chastised him, his eyes betrayed satisfaction. In contrast to the Holy Sun's grandeur, Luo Fancheng, with a loach in one hand and an azure lotus in the other, appeared quite humble. Yet, he felt little turmoil within, even finding it somewhat amusing. The Holy Sun? His demeanor seemed rather juvenile, a mere child at heart. He had great confidence in his own path to strength. The Holy Sun was not his aspiration. With a wave of his hand, the fourth offering shattered the space, revealing a black hole. As he and Huang Yin stepped through, he tossed an object towards Luo Fancheng. Here, take this dragon's blood. What you make of it is up to you. No need for thanks. Luo Fancheng instinctively caught it, a transparent vial filled with crimson liquid. In an instant, the fourth offering and the Holy Sun vanished. In the shadows of Yun Village, a graceful figure, who had been watching for some time, was about to step forward when a beautifully dressed woman beside her held her back. They're gone? Just like that? Long Tao sighed. What on earth is wrong with your martial soul? Luo Fancheng stored away his martial soul, clutching the vial, and casually remarked, perhaps it was struck by heavenly lightning. Long Tao recalled the terrifying divine punishment and shuddered. Could it be that this unprecedented 10th grade martial soul had been utterly ruined by the heavenly punishment? Had it devolved into a useless martial soul in mere moments? He secretly lamented the pain in his heart, gazing at Luo Fancheng's perpetually calm visage. Long Tao, taken aback, could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, shouldn't the unparalleled divine martial soul be revered rather than reduced to a mere waste? Yet you remain unperturbed? Do you not feel a twinge of sorrow? The villagers shook their heads in pity, and Su Jior bit her lip, worried that her beloved might feel disheartened. Luo Fancheng, however, merely chuckled, his handsome features radiating an indescribable celestial aura as he patted Long Tao's shoulder and strolled towards the square's exit, exuding nonchalance as he declared, "What does it matter if one is born a lowly insect? Never underestimate oneself. Even a life as fragile as paper should harbor an indomitable spirit. Though weak, one must remain steadfast and never relinquish lofty aspirations." His voice was soft yet resonated in the ears of all present, stirring their emotions. Su Jiuer stared in amazement at Luo Fancheng, who despite facing so much adversity, still laughed lightly, causing her heart to flutter anew. Long Tao trembled, feeling the profundity of the words that pierced his soul, reminding him that his humble origins had led him to belittle himself. Did he possess an indomitable spirit and ambition? If he did, he would have already journeyed much farther. The noblewoman in palace attire, who had been observing in the shadows, felt her icy demeanor shift upon hearing his words. Could such wisdom come from a recently disheartened youth? The extraordinary nature of his spirit and strength was truly astonishing. Beside her, a stunningly beautiful young girl watched, her eyes sparkling with intrigue at the celestial youth. To remain unperturbed by honor or disgrace. To smile at the blooming and withering of flowers in the courtyard. The host's will is resolute, comprehending the heart of the strong, triggering hidden special rewards. How can a sparrow understand the aspirations of swan? Please claim your rewards. Chapter 8. The Ancestral Dragon Art. Unmatched Elegance. The female Pope Wei Yang. Upon hearing the announcement, Luo Fancheng's mind stirred, revealing the martial soul information and claiming the rewards. The most powerful beast martial soul of the ages, the Chaos Ancestral Dragon. It is said that this primordial true dragon existed before chaos emerged, the progenitor of the dragon clan and the leader of all beasts. After the true spirit's demise, it fortuitously transformed into the host's martial soul. Upgrade it, and you shall forge an invincible legend. The most powerful weapon martial soul of the ages, the damaged green lotus, a legendary mysterious treasure, having suffered grave injuries and drawn by immense fortune, has become the host's martial soul. Develop it, and you will unveil extraordinary surprises. The host has successfully claimed the rewards. Reward 1. Ancestral Dragon Swallowing Sky Technique. True Dragon 9 transformations, each transformation ascending to a new heaven. After 9 heavens, chaos will re-emerge. Reward 2. A Parchment. The soul martial continent harbors 9 unknown mystical treasures, concealing immense opportunities regarding the host's martial soul. This map points to one of them. Wow, are these 2 martial souls truly so formidable? Luo Fancheng inhaled deeply, exhilarated, for he had not anticipated that a seemingly frail little mudfish and the green lotus root would be so extraordinary, utterly astonishing. A parchment quietly appeared in his attire, and simultaneously he felt as if 10,000 dragons roared within him, swearing fealty to a terrifying phantom. An overwhelming and dominant celestial technique embedding itself in his mind as if it were an innate memory. At that moment, only a few breaths had passed outside. "Please wait." A voice called from behind, belonging to none other than Long Tao, who had been left in a daze since Luo Fancheng spoke. Long Tao rushed forward, blocking Luo Fancheng's path, causing the expressions of the villagers to shift. They wondered if he intended to revert to his mean-spirited ways, seeking revenge now that he believed Fancheng's martial soul was useless. The noblewoman and the beautiful young girl in the shadows observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. "What is your intention?" Luo Fancheng inquired. Long Tao adjusted his attire, then clasped his hands together, bowing respectfully to Luo Fancheng, performing the gesture of a disciple. Everyone was taken aback. This scene was entirely unexpected. Long Tao, pursing his lips, confessed, "I have always despised my humble origins, or rather, I should say, I felt inferior, unable to confront my background. I have been harsh towards the commoners and obsequious towards the powerful, lost in a chaotic world, living as the very person I loathed in my youth, trapped in a cage without realizing it. Your words have struck me profoundly, awakening my true self. Why should a commoner lack dignity? Luo Fancheng regarded the emotionally stirred Long Tao, pondering, your cultivation speed must have significantly slowed compared to the past. Long Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. How did you know? That's incredible. Luo Fancheng chuckled, shaking his head. It is not so mystical, merely a guess. Your thoughts are tangled, and you have lost your true self. How can you concentrate on your cultivation? It is bound to slow. His tone softened as he gazed deeply at Long Tao. You must understand, to curry favor with the powerful is a means of survival, but not the path of a true strongman. As soul masters, we must be resolute. Otherwise, how can we speak of breaking through? His speech once again astonished the surrounding crowd. Su Jiuer struggled to comprehend where her little man had gleaned such wisdom. The noble woman, observing from the shadows, was equally shocked. How could this young man possess such extraordinary insight, articulating the essence of a strong heart? Many who struggled to break through their cultivation barriers were not lacking in talent, but rather faced issues with their mindset. A prodigy at such a young age. This level of comprehension was indeed remarkable. The noblewoman silently acknowledged his potential. Teacher, he is truly impressive, the young girl exclaimed. Indeed, this young man possesses great virtue. The noblewoman nodded. He has yet to cultivate, but has already achieved such enlightenment. His future is limitless. The girl sighed, but his martial soul, as a saintess, do not view matters with such narrow perspective, the noblewoman advised. A martial soul can still rise through fortune, yet such insight and talent are rare. Indeed, one in a million. The girl gasped silently, recognizing the weight of her teacher's words. The female pope, with her immense influence, rarely favored anyone. Even the extraordinarily gifted saint's son had been dismissed as foolish in her eyes. Yet now, she regarded this charming youth from the mountain village with admiration, truly remarkable. With that, Luo Fancheng turned to leave, glancing back at Long Tao, who remained rooted to the spot in astonishment. As he took a few steps forward, he suddenly heard Long Tao's ecstatic voice. Ha ha! I understand now. My long-standing mental block has finally been shattered. Boom! Long Tao let out a jubilant roar as his lizard dragon martial soul materialized, feeling as though the shackles binding him had been broken, his soul power surging. To the astonishment of all present, he achieved a breakthrough right where he stood. Endowed with a 5th-grade martial soul, he had been stuck at level 29 for years, oblivious to the root of his stagnation, growing increasingly despondent and extreme. Now, having broken through to level 30, his joy was unimaginable. Immediately after his breakthrough, Long Tao performed an earnest bow towards Luo Fancheng, overflowing with gratitude. Thank you for your guidance. I shall never forget this great favor. There is no need for such formality. I merely spoke offhandedly. Luo Fancheng chuckled, bemused by how this fellow had achieved a breakthrough so unexpectedly. You are far too humble, Long Tao insisted, shaking his head. Rise, Luo Fancheng replied, his gaze somewhat peculiar. I preferred your previous arrogant demeanor. Coughing lightly, Long Tao's lips twitched. Once standing, he turned to the villagers and bowed. The villagers felt a shiver run down their spines. Having previously spoken rudely, he implored, I apologize for my disrespect. Please, let go. The villagers were flabbergasted, incredulously exclaiming, what just happened? They had only known that Luo Fancheng excelled at hunting. Now, his verbal prowess was equally remarkable. The contrast in Long Tao's demeanor was too stark to comprehend. Fuming, Long Tao declared, my benefactor, even if those for guardians and the saint's son look down on you, I still think you are impressive. If the temple does not want you, then there are surely other places for you. You should try the Soul Master Academy in the Songlong Empire, and one day, you can slap their faces. Who says the temple does not want him? A cold, authoritative female voice rang out, akin to a phoenix's cry. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice, witnessing two tall, graceful figures emerge from a dark portal that rent the air. Every heart present trembled, not from their power, but from the breathtaking beauty of the two women. The noble woman's alluring figure was tightly encased in a golden-hued gown, her cascading wine-red locks flowing down elegantly. Her alabaster neck adorned with a sapphire necklace, and her slender, Jade-like legs were sheathed in high-heeled boots, exuding an indescribable air of opulence, while her phoenix-like eyes radiated the authority that belonged solely to those in power. In contrast, another young maiden sported a chic purple ponytail, her enchanting eyes sparkling with vitality, and her lips resembling rose petals, fresh and inviting. Clad in a short skirt that accentuated her curvaceous form and revealed her fair legs, she stood confidently in black leather boots. In that moment, Luo Fancheng found himself momentarily entranced. Since arriving in the sole martial continent, apart from Suzhou, he had encountered two earthly beauties who could easily outshine any socialite or temptress from his past life. The Pope, Her Holiness the Pope. Upon seeing the ethereal beauty who seemed to have stepped out of a painting, Long Tao was instantly struck with fear, his legs trembling. "Hey, you bad fellow. You actually recognize my teacher?" The maiden chimed with a melodious laugh reminiscent of a songbird. Long Tao, drenched in cold sweat, felt it was only natural not to have encountered the hidden deity, as the temple rarely made public appearances. However, how could he not recognize the formidable figure before him, the decisive, awe-inspiring female Pope, Di Wei Yang? I have had the fortune of gazing upon the Pope's portrait. The female Pope's phoenix eyes turned toward the otherworldly Luo Fancheng, her crimson lips parting to deliver another icy inquiry. "Is it you who claimed the temple dismissed him?" "And no, I wouldn't dare. It was the four guardians and the Holy Sun who said so," Long Tao stammered, his face ashen, trembling as he averted his gaze from her piercing eyes. "Hey, lift your head. Don't be so spineless. Just a moment ago, you claimed to have gained profound enlightenment." Long Tao felt a sudden tap on his shoulder and turned to see the sun-kissed, handsome face of Luo Fancheng. "Don't speak out of turn. Quickly pay your respects to Her Holiness." Long Tao was nearly in tears from fear. How could he not be terrified? There was a saying in the sole martial continent: better to offend the king of hell than to provoke the female pope, highlighting the sheer terror of Di Wei Yang's reputation for guardianism. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in the Pope's eyes as she calmly responded, "How can the remnants of the old era judge the prodigies of the new?" Long Tao was taken aback. He had assumed that his earlier words about Luo Fancheng contending for the position of guardian would surely lead to his demise if overheard by the female pope. Yet, it seemed she was utterly unconcerned, even dismissive of the guardians, and appeared to be quite favorable toward Luo Fancheng. Long Tao's mind raced. No, the implication of that statement was far more than mere favor. Luo Fancheng maintained his composure, meeting the unyielding gaze of the pope, internally astonished. What a magnificent figure she was. Not only was her beauty unparalleled, but her commanding presence was palpable, making even those guardians of at least level 95 seem insignificant in her eyes, reduced to mere remnants of the past. "Hey, aren't you scared of my teacher?" the young maiden with the purple ponytail asked, her curiosity piqued. "Why should I be afraid?" Luo Fancheng countered. The maiden's lips parted slightly, revealing a hint of adorable canines as she pondered his response. Shouldn't she be afraid? After all, many individuals of high status, under the overwhelming aura of the Pope, appeared as timid as mice before a cat, unable to lift their heads. At that moment, it wasn't just the holy maiden who was intrigued. Even the female Pope seemed slightly astonished. Having occupied a high position for many years and possessing terrifying strength, few dared to meet her gaze, making this young man truly remarkable. Furthermore, despite her face blindness, the Pope inexplicably felt that Luo Fancheng possessed an otherworldly charm, strikingly handsome beyond comprehension. With a charming smile gracing his lips, Luo Fancheng stated, "As long as I act with integrity and a clear conscience, what is there to fear?" Even in the presence of the female Pope, the purple-haired holy maiden, captivated by his smile, found herself momentarily entranced, contemplating how such a handsome man could exist. "Are you not afraid that my teacher might take action against you?" Luo Fancheng shrugged, chuckling. "Whether in fear or without, one still faces death, so why fear it? Besides, if the two of you wish to harm me, you need not waste words, just act." Long Tao stood nearby, breaking into a cold sweat, horrified by Luo Fancheng's audacity. "You're out of your mind. Such words are outright disrespectful." Do you not value your life? Hey, you could at least flatter a little. No need to be so bold, or you may lose any goodwill you've garnered. The purple-haired holy maiden turned to the cold, elegant pope beside her, exclaiming, "Teacher, you were right. This fellow is truly special, unlike any other man in the temple." The pope's lips remained sealed, her expression impassive, though her gaze softened with a hint of approval. She had always despised sycophants and those who sought power. Luo Fancheng's steadfast demeanor resonated deeply with her. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. "I, the 13th female pope of the Radiant Temple, Yang, ask if you would become my disciple." Long Tao, who had been tense until now, was struck dumb, as if struck by lightning. What? Did I hear that correctly? She wishes to take him as her disciple? This was not the outcome he had envisioned. Rumor had it that the pope was aloof and particularly disdainful of men. The surrounding villagers exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had been silent, but it did not mean they had not heard what transpired. Could it be that Luo Fancheng was truly so extraordinary? To confront the pope and earn her favor? Why? Luo Fancheng calmly inquired. Long Tao, in disbelief, clutched his hair in agitation, his eyes bloodshot. "Brother, you must be mad. The pope wants you as her disciple. You should be rejoicing, not hesitating. What are you thinking?" Meanwhile, the villagers were utterly astonished, their jaws agape, as they recalled how he had always been bold. Even as a child, he had ventured alone into the mountains to hunt, returning battered, yet triumphant with a wolf's head in hand. Oblivious to the envious stares of those around him, Luo Fancheng, as a transmigrator, remained cautious in this world, believing that nothing came without a price. No one would be kind without reason. The naive had perished long ago. He wanted to understand why she wished to take him as her disciple, especially since, on the surface, his martial spirit appeared to be worthless, with only he knowing its true potential. The purple-haired holy maiden, displaying her small canines, exclaimed, "How infuriating! I feel an urge to bite you. Do you have any idea how many outstanding individuals wish to join my teacheress ranks? They are as numerous as fish in a river." Even the previously arrogant holy son knelt before her for 3 days, yet she wouldn't even glance his way. Though Luo Fancheng was undeniably handsome, she found herself wishing to devour him whole. He had no idea how rare it was for the pope to accept a disciple. The female pope, her demeanor as cold as ice, remained expressionless. "You seek a reason?" "Yes," Luo Fancheng affirmed, standing firm in his conviction. Suddenly, as the sun hung high in the sky, the temperature around them plummeted, sending shivers down everyone's spine. The pope exuded an aura of immense pressure, her eyes locked on Luo Fancheng, devoid of any emotion. "I, Yang, have lived my life without needing to explain myself to anyone." Around them, Long Tao and the villagers felt as though they were pricked by needles. Even though the pope did not direct her ire at them, in the face of her overwhelming presence, they felt a chill. Anxiously, they turned to Luo Fancheng, silently urging him to speak. "Brother, ancestor, please say something." The purple-haired holy maiden felt a pang of anxiety as well, her heart racing. It appeared that the pope was genuinely angry. No one had ever dared to defy her. No one expected that at this moment of irreconcilable tension, Yang would speak again. "However, today I can provide you with a reason. This pope favors you. Is that reason sufficient?" Her cold and domineering words fell, plunging the surroundings into a profound silence. Not only Long Tao and the villagers were rendered speechless, but even the saintess stared in disbelief, her lips agape. How could this be possible? The saintess knew her master well. She was steadfast in her principles and would not offer explanations if she chose not to. What had transpired today? That is sufficient. Luo Fancheng bowed deeply, performing the ritual of apprenticeship. Disciple Luo Fancheng pays respects to the master. Yang nodded, and a fleeting smile graced her lips, causing everything around them to dim in comparison, leaving everyone utterly captivated. Talent may have its deficiencies that can be compensated, but a flawed character is beyond remedy. Luo Fancheng, though the 4 offerings lack discernment, in the eyes of this pope, you are commendable. Luo Fancheng's heart skipped a beat at her words, but the smile vanished almost immediately, replaced by his usual cold demeanor. After the apprenticeship, He let out a silent sigh of relief. Was he truly unafraid of death? Surely, only a fool would be oblivious to danger. Luo Fancheng was no sage, and he valued his life greatly. In the face of death, he could afford to possess a flexible moral compass. In truth, he contemplated every action he took, and it was evident he had made the right gamble. Firstly, he genuinely needed the other party to provide a reason to ascertain their intentions in accepting him as a disciple. Caution was essential for longevity. Secondly, his beloved wife. Su Jiu'er, being the demon emperor, could potentially aid his escape, even if she could not best the adversary. Thirdly, who was he in his past life? A master of psychological manipulation, well-versed in the intricacies of various women's personalities. In dealing with the icy demeanor of the queen, the more submissive and uncertain one appeared, the more disdain she would harbor. Those who dared to evade the queen's gaze were destined to be scorned, for in her eyes, the weak were mere subjects. To conquer the queen, one must be even more assertive and domineering, but not in a foolish, reckless manner. The details were far too numerous to elaborate. Luo Fancheng shook his head. What on earth was he thinking? Perhaps it was the lingering effects of his previous life as a master of seduction. He had no desires to act as a rebellious disciple against his master. His immediate concern was to find his footing in cultivation, to investigate the nature of the two martial souls, and to discern the treasure pointed out by the sheepskin map. Su Jiu'er had not spoken much about soul masters before, and now, awakening his martial soul marked the beginning of a new journey. In this world, the weak were devoid of rights. Lacking strength made survival exceedingly difficult. He had heard whispers of evil soul masters wreaking havoc in the shadows, but fortunately, he had his empress wife and a female pope as his mentor, providing him with a modicum of safety. Senior brother Fancheng, I am by Ingwe. You may call me Ingwe from now on. A girl with long legs clad in black boots approached him, her purple ponytail swaying as she spoke vivaciously. Luo Fancheng twitched his lips. You should be calling me senior sister, shouldn't you? Oh, it's all the same. Being a senior sister is too troublesome. I've always wanted a caring senior brother. Bai Ingwe stuck out her tongue, seemingly recalling something, her breath quickening as she added, by the way, that dragon's blood the 4 offerings gave you. You must dispose of it immediately. Dispose of the dragon's blood? What do you mean? Luo Fancheng was puzzled. Chapter 10. The Curse of the Dragon Poison. Evolution of the Martial Soul? You must be joking. Bai Ingwe glared with beautiful eyes, her voice filled with disdain. That old dog clearly has ill intentions. What he gave you is not a treasure, but a substance that could endanger your life. Luo Fancheng's pupils dilated at her words as he glanced at the small vial in his hand, the crimson liquid swirling within. Was this not dragon's blood? Indeed, it is dragon's blood, but it harbors deadly poison, Bai Ingwe explained. When dragon-type soul beasts are tortured to death, their resentment permeates their blood. Refining this blood infused with resentment yields the dragon poison you hold. If you ingest it, not only will your foundational cultivation be ruined, but your spirit will also be corroded by the resentment. Dragon Tao, overhearing this, felt a chill run down his spine. What a cruel tactic. But why would the 4 offerings wish to harm him? Luo Fancheng turned his inquiring gaze toward Di Weiyang, who nodded slightly. This substance is indeed the dragon poison. With the Pope's confirmation, Luo Fancheng harbored no more doubts. He clenched the vial tightly, a surge of anger swelling within him. Why would they seek to harm him without cause, all while putting on a facade of benevolence? How dare that old dog deceive me so? This debt would not be forgotten. He would not rest until he accounted for this grievance. Suddenly, he exerted too much force, and the vial shattered. Shards of glass cutting into his palm as the crimson liquid splattered out. Blood contact will lead to dire consequences. Bai Ingwe exclaimed, panic overtaking her. Wait, blood contact is also forbidden? Panic ensued among Long Tao and the others as Luo Fancheng grew anxious. He had not anticipated that awakening his martial soul would enhance his strength so significantly. In a moment of carelessness, he had crushed the vial. Now that the dragon poison had already come into contact with his wound, there was no time to discard it. What the predicament? Luo Fancheng found himself both amused and exasperated, wondering if he was destined to meet the most foolish demise of a transmigrator. The Pope and Su Jiu'er. hidden among the crowd, were preparing to intervene when suddenly a surge of soul light erupted from his palm, and his small loach martial soul manifested instinctively. The palm-sized loach opened its mouth, and an unseen force drew in all the dragon poison that had tainted Luo Fancheng's wound. He was taken aback. Wasn't he trying to avoid the poison? Why was it actively consuming it? Sensing the loach's eagerness and excitement, Luo Fancheng hesitated briefly before making a decisive choice. Consume it, absorb it. The mighty chaos ancestral dragon martial soul, the progenitor of all dragons, would surely be capable of handling this mere dragon poison. The crowd gasped in astonishment as Long Tao, the saintess, and the villagers stood aghast. Wasn't it said that this substance was toxic? Why was he so willingly consuming it? In the blink of an eye, the loach not only devoured the dragon poison on Luo Fancheng's palm, but also consumed any that had fallen to the ground. Are you all right? Long Tao asked nervously. Though their interaction had been brief, he had already been captivated by Luo Fancheng's unique charisma. I'm fine. Luo Fancheng pondered for a moment, licking his lips. Strangely enough, I feel a bit exhilarated. How could that be possible? Bai Yingwei gasped, her expression one of disbelief. I once witnessed that cruel saint's son experimenting on prisoners with this dragon poison. Soul masters over level 40 screamed in agony, their faces torn apart. Just then, a miniature blood-red dragon emerged, roaring ferociously. The little loach, provoked, unleashed a burst of unique aura, causing the menacing dragon to wither and be devoured entirely. In an instant, a monochromatic light erupted, and the loach's body rapidly expanded, scales sprouting from its surface. What is happening? What is going on? Long Tao sensed that his fifth-grade lizard dragon martial soul cowered before the loach's extraordinary presence. Could it be the legendary evolution of a martial soul? Bai Yingwei was once again left in shock. What kind of prodigy was he? To consume dragon poison without harm was absurd enough, but now his martial soul was evolving? Di Weiyang's phoenix eyes glimmered with astonishment, clearly not anticipating such a fortunate turn of events. From a distance, Su Jiu'er sighed in relief, her delicate face momentarily brightening with joy before swiftly darkening, her eyes brimming with murderous intent as she quietly withdrew from the crowd, vanishing from sight. At that moment, the loach had expanded to more than 3 times its original size, transforming from a palm-sized creature into something resembling a small serpent, its surface adorned with intricate scales. And the monochromatic glow enveloping it was now deeper and more profound than before. Luo Fancheng smiled. The martial spirit did not disappoint him. It was evidently far more formidable than before, with the diminutive figure rapidly advancing towards a towering stature. Master, my junior brother's martial spirit can actually evolve? Bai Yingwei exclaimed in astonishment. Di Weiyang frowned. What junior brother? He is your junior disciple. Bai Yingwei tugged at the high priestess's arm, pouting, Master. I prefer a junior brother over a junior disciple. Di Weiyang disregarded the saintess's playful antics and remarked, Fancheng, your martial spirit harbors a profound dragon's might and potential, undoubtedly of high rank. If it continues to evolve, it will not be inferior to that Saint Sun's 9th-grade blazing angel and sunlit martial spirits. It remains uncertain whether this martial spirit can only evolve by consuming dragon blood, or if it can assimilate other forms of energy as well. Luo Fancheng nodded attentively. As the high priestess, her keen insight was apparent. The vengeful dragon exuded a palpable malice, yet it posed no resistance against the small creature. A martial spirit that evolves through consumption was unheard of to her, save for this one instance. Although Luo Fancheng's martial spirit appeared weak at present, its potential was undeniably vast, leaving her with heightened anticipation for its ultimate limits. Di Weiyang stated coolly, You should return home today to bid farewell to your family. I will await you here in the square tomorrow morning to take you out for training. Understood, Luo Fancheng replied succinctly. Di Weiyang's countenance softened with satisfaction. Without allowing Bai Yingwei to interject, she took her leave, shattering the void. The villagers finally dared to breathe freely, erupting into fervent discussions. Many gazed at Luo Fancheng with envy, yet devoid of jealousy. Most offered silent blessings. Village Chief Lu Run was immensely excited. Reflecting on the child who had grown up in Yin Village, he felt a swell of emotion, as it seemed Yin Village might truly give rise to a dragon. Long Tao relaxed his tense posture, saying, "Benefactor Fancheng, I shall never forget your enlightening kindness. I serve at the branch temple of the radiant god in Qingsheng. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. By the way, the four priests and the saint's son occupy the pinnacle of power in the Soul Martial Continent. Even if one harbors deep-seated hatred, it is unwise to confront them." Long Tao's sense of helplessness surged within him as he clenched his fists, muttering, "Who could possibly not despise such individuals? Yet circumstances dictate otherwise. If an opportunity arises, it is best to feign ignorance and turn enemies into allies." "You speak true. The grudge of mere poison is inconsequential," Luo Fancheng remarked with a smirk. "I am, by nature, quite amiable. That deceased priest was so cordial to me that I shall certainly express my gratitude to his entire family, even the earthworms and yolks within their eggs." Despite Luo Fancheng's cheerful demeanor and gentle tone, Long Tao could not help but tremble, feeling a chill wash over him as he hurriedly took his leave. "Where is Aunt Sue gone?" Luo Fancheng looked around but found no trace of her, puzzled as to how the beautiful lady had vanished so suddenly. Just then, a resplendent carriage traversed the tranquil mountain path. The four priests and the saint's son Huang Yin occupied it, each resting a hand on a flattery-laden lady's head, their eyes half closed in enjoyment as they admired the scenery. A graceful figure silently appeared in the void above, exuding a fiery allure, gazing coldly down at the moving carriage. Chapter 11. The schemes of the priest and the enchanting empress's fierce protection of her husband master. "I cannot fathom why you bestowed dragon blood upon that boy before departing." Inside the carriage, the saint's son Huang Yin inquired with a furrowed brow, his large hand brazenly pressing down on the head of a sycophantic woman. "Humph." The fourth priest squinted, a satisfied expression on his face. "You know full well that is vengeful dragon poison. Why ask? If that boy dares to consume it, he is doomed to perish. He will blissfully drink the treasure bestowed upon him by this priest, only to explode in agony at the end." Huang Yin dismissed him with disdain. "If master disdains him, it would be simpler to slay him outright. Those commoners are expendable. Why waste a vial of vengeful dragon poison on him? He is unworthy. What do you understand?" The fourth priest shook his head. "Yinner, your talent is unparalleled in this world, but your cunning is sorely lacking. Is he just a useless commoner? If you loathe him, kill him. What of it?" Huang Yin remained unconvinced. "You are mistaken." The fourth priest glared. "Killing one commoner is easy, but what are the others? If we do not eliminate the others, the high priestess may learn of our unauthorized assassination of a soul master with awakened twin martial spirits, and she will undoubtedly pursue the matter. You know how much she values the lives of commoners. If we kill him, the entire village will be implicated, which will surely attract the temple's scrutiny, and the branch temple is aware of our presence here, potentially leading to complications. By granting him dragon blood, we demonstrate our benevolence to the commoners while silently eliminating him. What could be more advantageous?" Huang Yin questioned in confusion. "But that boy is merely an ant with an awakened, useless martial spirit. He cannot achieve greatness. Even if he survives, what difference does it make? Why should you concern yourself?" The fourth priest sneered. "How do you know that today's ant will not become a renowned powerhouse due to an extraordinary opportunity tomorrow? That boy possesses an imposing demeanor, and though his martial spirit appears weak, it exudes an unusual aura. It is wise to deal with such individuals in advance to preclude future troubles. And he dares to think he is worthy?" Huang Yin roared with laughter, wiping away tears of mirth. "Master, you overestimate these rustic villagers, ha. I, Huang Yin, born of noble lineage and unparalleled talent, shall one day be invincible in this world, sweeping away all monsters and demons. A mere villager, how insignificant, devoid of talent or influence. What could he possibly amount to?" The fourth priest shook his head, advising Yinner, "You may deride your enemies verbally, but you must regard all adversaries with due seriousness. That boy could, with sufficient resources, be trained to become my disciple, perhaps even rise against the odds. However, you're not only my disciple, but also my son. Why should I expend resources that should be devoted to you on someone else? Yet I do not wish for him to fall into the hands of others, especially not the faction of the High Priestess. It is best to eliminate him effortlessly with a vial of vengeful dragon poison. Huang Yin shook his head, his pride undiminished. You are growing old and overly cautious. It is a pity that boy has likely already suffered the torment of the vengeful dragon poison, crying out in agony. And if he survives, I will surely crush it with my own hands to prove your caution today was unwarranted. The fourth priest sighed. If you seek the position of high priest, both strength and cunning are indispensable. The high priestess is a ruthless woman, exceptionally talented. She is not to be trifled with. Huang Yan's face revealed a domineering and charming smile. The saintess will soon be mine. The high priestess? She cannot escape. Only a woman of her caliber is worthy of me. Hurry up. I want to be ready, Huang Yin commanded, pressing downward with his hand, subsequently closing his eyes. And the fourth priest followed suit. Just as they were about to indulge in their reverie, a thunderous explosion erupted, startling Huang Yin and causing the fourth priest to tremble violently. In the next instant, a torrent of chaotic energy engulfed the entire carriage, which disintegrated and shattered in an instant. Splinters and gemstones flew in all directions, with a small mushroom cloud rising at the center of the shattered carriage. Boom! The fourth priest emerged from the smoke, his body charred and disheveled, dragging the barely conscious Huang Yin with him, his eyes filled with fury as he searched the surroundings. Who dares to be so audacious? Regrettably, the old dog and his wretched son were not killed. Accompanied by a chilling feminine voice, a fiery and alluring figure materialized in the air, clad in a white fox fur that accentuated her voluptuous form, her long legs adorned with golden bells at her ankles, her bare feet exuding grace, and 9 pristine fox tails trailing behind her. She possessed an innate beauty that radiated danger, her icy blue eyes glinting with lethal intent. You are the Empress of Qingxiu, without any grievances or enmities, daring to provoke the temple's offerings? You seek your own demise. Boom! The 4 offerings, enraged, with flames rising behind them, conjured forth a crimson 12-winged angelic apparition. Beneath the angel's feet, 9 powerful halos of varying colors pulsated rhythmically, exuding a terrifying aura akin to an abyss or a prison. Such a claim of no grievances or enmities. The Empress, cold as frost, radiated murderous intent. She had learned of the poisonous dragon blood and could not swallow the indignation of someone plotting against her beloved man, thus pursuing him relentlessly from 1,000 miles away. Without waiting for the adversary to strike, she could no longer endure and charged forward first. Insolence! The 4 offerings were interrupted at a crucial moment, their disciple and son severely wounded, causing them excruciating pain and fury. Today, I shall slay you, seize your soul ring, and take your soul bone for my son's use. Boom, boom, boom. A great battle was imminent, mountains trembling and the earth quaking, with formidable energies swirling. The holy sun was battered, barely clinging to life, vitality dissipating. 9-tailed Empress, you shall wait for this offering. The 4 offering skulls cracked, blood pouring from their mouths, their rage palpable as they cursed madly, fleeing in panic with the charred holy sun. As the sun set and the moon rose, the village of clouds lay in tranquil silence under the night sky. Luo Fancheng personally prepared a feast, intending to celebrate the successful awakening of the martial soul with his longtime pseudo-aunt and true beloved wife. Yet, from the afternoon until darkness fell, she had not returned, and the dishes had been reheated several times. Luo Fancheng sat on the threshold, gazing outside, lost in thought. Where is Aunt Sue gone? Surely, she is not left without a word, abandoning her useless little husband. Has she? Luo Fancheng shook his head, convinced that Su Jiuer would not act so. Yet a twinge of worry lingered. After 16 years of daily companionship, he had grown accustomed to her presence. In his agitation, he retrieved a parchment, a map acquired that morning. One of the 9 mysterious treasures of the Soul Martial Continent. Hidden within, it was a grand opportunity concerning my martial soul. Luo Fancheng chuckled wryly. The map clearly depicted mountains and rivers, yet he recognized none of it. How to seek it out? An innocent man may be blameless, but possessing treasures brings guilt. He dare not show the map to anyone else aside from Su Jiu'er, as though he had just met the female pope and saintess. The familiarity was still lacking. Suddenly, a rustle in the air heralded a graceful figure landing in the courtyard. Luo Fancheng's expression brightened, and he immediately rose, joy swelling within him, though he could not help but voice his grievances. "Where have you been? Why did you just return?" Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a cough. Cough, cough. Under the moonlight, Su Jiu'er stumbled, revealing a cruel gash on her fair arm. "Little man, were you worried?" Su Jiu'er's blue eyes dimmed as she hurried to explain, but was cut off by another cough. Upon seeing the wound on Jiu'er's arm, Luo Fancheng felt a sudden buzz in his mind. The anxiety of waiting all day evaporated in an instant, and without a thought for blame, he rushed to her side. Supporting her shoulders, Luo Fancheng could hardly fathom who had harmed the Empress herself. Who? Who injured you?" His expression darkened, his voice low. Setting. In this tale, the Empress of Beasts is akin to the leader of every beast clan, with Su Jiu'er's beauty surpassing all in the beast realm. Yet her youth keeps her from ranking among the top 10 in combat prowess, which will improve in due course. The offerings represent the pinnacle of human strength. In due course, there will be a human empress and a female pope, both formidable in their own right. Chapter 12. A heart stirred. One must not bully my man. The secrets of soul beasts. It's all right, don't worry too much. And it's fine. Su Jiu'er's cool lips brushed against Luo Fancheng's chiseled cheek, soothing him softly. "How could you be fine?" Luo Fancheng gritted his teeth. TSK, you little rascal have truly grown. You now care for your aunt. It seems my affection for you over the years has not been in vain. Su Jiu'er laughed like silver bells, her chest trembling. Luo Fancheng shook his head seriously. "I understand you think my strength is lacking, and telling me only adds to my worries. However, if you tell me who harmed you, even if I'm not a match for him today, I will eventually settle the score and make him pay in blood." Su Jiu'er was momentarily taken aback. Her little man was typically gentle towards her, yet today he was unusually solemn. Gazing into his deep, determined black eyes, warmth surged within her heart, and her delicate features broke into a breathtaking smile. "Our little man is growing increasingly manly. My little heart is racing now." Despite being a connoisseur of beauty, Luo Fancheng remained unmoved, his expression stern as he nodded. "It must have been those 4 offerings and that holy sun. I will remember this. Let us not delay your recovery. Return inside to tend to your wounds." "How do you know it was them?" Su Jiu'er was startled, her lips parting in surprise. Luo Fancheng replied, "It is now certain." Su Jiu'er widened her eyes. "Oh, so you little rascal are growing wings now. Trying to pry information from your aunt?" Luo Fancheng remained silent, his gaze heavy, fists clenched tightly. "Hey!" Su Jiu'er playfully poked Luo Fancheng's waist with her delicate finger. "You're making your aunt look foolish. It's quite embarrassing. Rest assured, it's merely a superficial injury, nothing of concern." Luo Fancheng replied, "Aunt, please don't feign cuteness to amuse me. You, as an empress of beasts, are not suited for such antics." "Is it awkward?" Su Jiu'er whispered. Luo Fancheng honestly replied, "A little bit." "Oh, very well." Su Jiu'er seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, and a silence enveloped them as they walked in unison towards the house. Su Jiu'er sat on the bed, unable to suppress her curiosity. "I'm actually afraid of your impulsiveness, worried that once you learn the truth, you might blindly rush out and seek death." Luo Fancheng remained silent. "A mindless fool only brings pain to loved ones and joy to enemies. Do I look like a fool willing to hand over my head? I will train diligently. This vendetta must be avenged." Su Jiu'er, with her profound understanding, could see through Luo Fancheng's calm facade, recognizing the fury that trembled within his clenched fists. "He truly cares for me, deeply." Those 4 offerings were already over 100 years old, retired elders of the temple who had consumed countless resources. It would not be an exaggeration to call them the peak combat power of humanity. If the supreme ruler of the Soul Beast clan, the Qilin Emperor, were to strike, slaying those 4 offerings would be effortless. Yet, Aunt is merely an empress of the fox lineage, limited in resources and training time compared to him, naturally weaker. Meanwhile, that Holy Son possesses boundless potential, with at least a 90% chance of inheriting the temple S dominion. Are you sure you wish to make an enemy of him? Luo Fancheng raised his gaze, locking eyes with Su Jiu'er, and spoke calmly. I may not grasp grand principles, but I abide by one unwavering truth. It's permissible to bully me, as long as it does not go too far, but who dares to bully my woman, even if it is the King of Heaven? I shall annihilate his entire family and eradicate his lineage. If 1 year is insufficient, I shall train for 3. If 3 years do not suffice, I will strive for 30. If I cannot best him, I will resort to poison. If poison fails, I shall scheme. Su Jiu'er's heart raced, her beautiful eyes shimmering with complex emotions. The man before her lacked grandiose declarations or frenzied oaths, yet she felt an unshakable resolve wash over her, crashing against her nerves like a tidal wave, striking a chord within her heart. In that moment, she began to feel a womanly affection for him, distinct from familial love. All right, do not be angry, do not be angry. In truth, I did not suffer any grievances this time. Su Jiu'er felt a pang of compassion. As if fearing Luo Fancheng might doubt her, she pressed a finger to his brow, and he was suddenly engulfed by a thrilling vision of a fierce battle. The 4 offerings had their skulls cracked and bled, their left arms shattered, flesh and blood in disarray. The Holy Son in her embrace lay charred, his fate uncertain. Ultimately, as the 4 offerings howled in rage, Su Jiu'er vanished into the void, escaping. This, Luo Fancheng's eyes regained clarity, followed by a tremor in his heart. His little wife was far more ruthless than he had imagined. He had thought Su Jiu'er was the one at a disadvantage. Upon seeing Luo Fancheng's astonishment, Su Jiu'er raised her chin proudly, exuding the majesty of an empress. You may provoke me, but bullying my little man is unacceptable. I, Su Jiu'er, can no longer endure this injustice. Luo Fancheng grasped her icy, delicate hand and said, A gentleman avenges himself 10 years later. You must not take risks for me again. It is too perilous. Oh, look at you, bold enough to hold your aunt's hand, Su Jiu'er teased. Yet she did not withdraw her hand. Have you heard the latter part of the saying? She inquired. Huh? A little woman seeks revenge day and night. Su Jiu'er narrowed her beautiful eyes. That old dog harbors ill intentions. It is a pity I could not slay him. She then recounted the dialogue between the 4 offerings and Huang Yin in the carriage to Luo Fancheng. Human hearts are treacherous, and those in power regard the common folk as mere weeds, deserving of extermination. Luo Fancheng remarked coldly. Isu dueta shuk hia hit believed. That old dog possesses unfathomable strength and wields a divine artifact from the Temple of Light. Fortunately, I struck him by surprise, and he did not expect me to use my life-threatening secret technique right away. Moreover, he was preoccupied with protecting his son, which led to his significant loss against me. However, had I not fled, and the effects of my secret technique waned, I would have been left vulnerable, and he would have had the divine artifact in hand. How are your injuries? Luo Fancheng asked with concern. Nothing critical, but I will need time to recuperate, Su Jiu'er replied. Now that you have become a disciple of the High Priestess, with her protection, and given that she and the 4 offerings are clearly from different factions, I can leave with peace of mind. What? You are leaving? Luo Fancheng exclaimed. Su Jiu'er sighed. After all, I am a soul beast. The human world is not my true home. The wilderness of Qingqiu will be far more beneficial for my cultivation. All these years, I stayed to ensure your healthy growth in human society, but now you are capable of standing on your own. Moreover, I sense that my impending 500,000-year calamity approaches. It is perilous and necessitates my retreat for cultivation. Calamity? Luo Fancheng was puzzled. Su Jiu'er continued, Now that you have awakened your martial spirit, it is time for me to explain the matters of soul masters to you. Luo Fancheng focused, listening intently. Su Jiu'er elaborated in the soul and martial continent. Humans undergo body tempering before the age of 16 to establish a foundation. At 16, they can awaken their martial spirits. Upon the initial awakening, all souls possess a spirit power level of 1, known as a soul scholar. You are currently a level 1 soul scholar. To advance to the next level, One must cultivate spirit power to level 10 and obtain a soul ring, thus becoming a soul master. What is a soul ring? Luo Fancheng inquired, perplexed. Su Jiu explained. Upon the death of a soul beast, a soul ring can condense within a short time. Special soul beasts may also produce soul bones. A soul master can integrate the soul ring into themselves to achieve a breakthrough. The function of soul bones will become clear to you later. There are many intricacies involved, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Your teacher will certainly instruct you on this tomorrow. As a commoner, it is illogical for you to know too much, as it may expose my existence. Although Luo Fancheng was filled with curiosity, he could only nod. Su Jiu continued. A level 11 soul master can also be referred to as a first-tier powerhouse, with the first tier being level 10. The ranks from first tier to ninth tier are soul master, great soul master, soul sovereign, soul sect, soul king, soul emperor, and soul saint, collectively known as the extraordinary. The Holy Son and Holy Daughter are both fourth-tier soul sovereigns, though it appears that the Holy Daughter has just acquired her fourth soul ring and completed her breakthrough. The four offerings and the High Priestess, however, are ninth-tier extraordinary powerhouses, capable of shattering the void. Yet the power disparity among ninth-tier extraordinary powerhouses is immense. After all, level 91 and level 95 are not the same concept. What level are you? Luo Fancheng pressed. Me? Su Jiu replied. I am roughly equivalent to a human at level 95. Sensing Luo Fancheng's confusion, Su Jiu clarified. The cultivation of soul beasts is measured by their lifespan, not their level. Huh? Luo Fancheng was astonished. Soul beasts are generally classified into categories of 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and 100,000 years. A 100,000-year soul beast is equivalent to a human at level 91, and upon reaching 100,000 years, it faces a significant decision in its beastly life. What decision? Luo Fancheng, realizing that this knowledge was far beyond that of an ordinary person, became particularly intrigued. It must consider whether to continue cultivating as a soul beast or to take the opportunity to transform entirely into a human and start anew. Su Jiu's tone turned grave. Should it choose to cultivate as a soul beast, it will face a calamity every 100,000 years, a life-or-death struggle. Surviving means rebirth. Failing results, incomplete annihilation. That is the path I have chosen. Luo Fancheng listened, heart racing, pondering why the cultivation path of soul beasts was so arduous, fraught with calamities. By the way, Aunt, you just mentioned you're soon to face a 500,000-year calamity. You haven't already lived for 500,000 years, have you? How rude. Su Yue glaat. I suspect you are insulting me, calling me an old hag. Unable to restrain herself, Su Jiu pinched the soft flesh at Luo Fancheng's waist. Ouch! Wicked witch! Are you plotting to murder your husband? Bah! Su Jiu retorted. Let me tell you, the lifespan of a soul beast corresponds to your human level classification, not the years lived. If we were to count years, high-level soul beasts only appear once every several thousand years. Otherwise, they would have long been exterminated by your human soul masters for breakthroughs. I have cultivated under my mother's protection, living in seclusion, and I'm not even certain how many years I have actually spent in training. My cultivation time is likely less than a third of that old hag, the fourth offering. Otherwise, he would surely have perished today. In any case, I'm still very young. Su Jiu emphasized each word, glaring fiercely with her blue eyes. The icy, regal demeanor of the mature woman was utterly adorable, and Luo Fancheng could not help but feel an urge to tease her, though he restrained himself, valuing his life. I have shared most of the essential points with you. Many details will await your priestess teacher to elucidate. Why do you keep mentioning the High Priestess? Luo Fancheng teased. Aunt, are you perhaps jealous of her beauty? Jealous? Su Jiu's eyes flickered, and she snorted. Jealous of whom? Luo Fancheng felt an inexplicable chill in the air. Come, little man, answer me. Who is more beautiful, your aunt or the High Priestess? Su Jiu asked with a playful smile. Two faces suddenly appeared in Luo Fancheng's mind. One, a dangerously enchanting beauty, capable of igniting primal desires with a single glance. The other, a breathtaking figure, exuding unmatched elegance and authority, instilling both awe and irresistible attraction. Wait, snap out of it. You fool. This is not a multiple-choice question. Luo Fancheng, a top student, followed his heart without hesitation and declared, "Is there even a need to ask? Naturally. My aunt is the most beautiful. No matter how lovely the high priestess and the holy daughter may be, even combined, they cannot compare to a fraction of my aunt's allure." Su Jiu'er nodded in satisfaction. Luo Fancheng inwardly scoffed. Women, such creatures of contradiction. You claim not to be jealous? Su Jiu'er's lips curled upward. I'll let this one slide, but next time I shall ask you in front of your priestess teacher. Luo Fancheng's heart skipped a beat. Women truly have the most venomous hearts. If you wish for my demise, just say it outright instead of complicating matters. Su Jiu'er laughed heartily, her charm radiating even without disguise. Luo Fancheng found himself parched, yearning to draw closer. She was simply too beautiful. He cautiously leaned in, expecting to be rebuffed, but to his surprise, Su Jiu'er remained silent, her azure eyes fixed upon him. Luo Fancheng approached carefully once more, and they were mere inches apart. The sound of their breaths mingling. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, intoxicating him. Su Jiu'er closed her eyes, her long lashes fluttering gently, revealing her inner turmoil. The implication was unmistakable. This was the first time in 16 years that Su Jiu'er had permitted him such intimate proximity. Having received such implicit hints, one might wonder about the emotional intelligence of the man who remains unresponsive. Yet, the experiences of Luo Fancheng as a former king of the sea compelled him to make a resolute decision. Su Jiu'er felt a tumult of anxiety within her. Despite being a legendary demon emperor in other respects, she remained a blank slate when it came to matters of love. This was her first kiss, and how could she not be nervous? What on earth was the young man doing? The girl had been so overt in her intentions. Surely he could not be so oblivious to her signals. Chapter 13. The Demon Emperor's Heart Races, a Map to Treasure. With successive breakthroughs, Dogman. What are you waiting for? Su Jiu'er chided playfully, her impatience palpable. When had the once mighty nine-tailed, celestial fox demon emperor ever felt such trepidation? It was almost akin to the fear she had felt 16 years ago when she had been betrayed by three-headed demonic dragons. The silence hung heavy in the air, and she dared to sneak a glance, only to find that the man was not in a state of eager lust. Instead, he gazed at her gently, his eyes clear and untainted by ill intentions, as if he were admiring a work of art, his handsome lips curving into a gentle smile. This unexpected scene left her astonished. Su Jiu'er was naturally alluring. With every frown and smile, she exuded an irresistible charm that drew countless greedy glances whenever she appeared in public. It was this very quality that she detested the most. Yet, she recognized the truth. Who among men could resist their baser instincts when faced with such a celestial beauty? Though she loathed sentimentality, she could not escape it, especially now, as she presented her delicate lips, inviting and seemingly ripe for the picking. There was likely no man in the world who could maintain his composure in such a situation. Yet, the man before her astonishingly managed to do just that. Filled with bewilderment, Su Jiu'er inquired, "What are you doing?" "Auntie, you are too beautiful, flawless as jade. It feels like a monumental sacrilege to even think of kissing you," Luo Fancheng replied earnestly. Thump, thump. Su Jiu'er's heart raced, her gaze faltering as she found herself unable to meet the brilliance of his sincere starry eyes. Yet, there were whispers that labeled her an enchanting temptress, a seductress. "Whoever said that? I shall kill them," Luo Fancheng declared, his striking features hardening with intensity. "They are merely envious of your breathtaking beauty. The words of men are deceitful. You desire my body too. Do not think I am unaware," Su Jiu'er retorted, her tone lacking any real threat, resembling more the playful teasing of a bashful woman. Luo Fancheng raised his hands in mock surrender, saying, "If I had ill intentions, then why did I not kiss you when I had the chance?" Su Jiu'er paused, pondering. "Indeed, why did you not kiss me?" "Humph. Who said I was going to let you kiss me? You shameless young man." "You had your eyes closed," he countered. "I was merely tired and needed a moment's rest," Su Jiu'er insisted defiantly. "All right, All right, Luo Fancheng relented with a smile. If you help me take a look at the great treasure, then I shall grant you your rest. What great treasure? Su Yue asked, only to blush furiously upon realizing her words. With a swift kick, she sent him sprawling beneath the bed, her tinkling laughter ringing in the air. You little scoundrel, learning nothing good at such a young age. Luo Fancheng protested, rubbing his backside. Annie, how am I a scoundrel if all you do is kick me? Su Jiuer glared at him, her eyes wide. After all these years, do you think I don't know your true worth? What treasure could you possibly be hiding? I want you to help me look at this map, Luo Fancheng said, retrieving a parchment from his pocket. Ah, this. Su Yue was momentarily speechless. Though she maintained an exterior of composure, Luo Fancheng noticed her delicate toes curling beneath her luxurious fox fur, gripping the bedspread tightly. Clearing her throat, she demanded, Give it to me, let me see. Recognizing her attempt to divert the topic, Luo Fancheng stifled a laugh, but chose not to expose her ruse. As Su Jiuer took the map, she initially perused it with indifference, not expecting anything remarkable. However, as she scanned it, her posture stiffened in surprise. How do you possess such a detailed map of the sole martial continent? It cannot possibly be the work of an ordinary person. The continent is vast and fraught with peril, and an average individual could never traverse even a single nation in their lifetime. The more she examined it, the more astonished she became. Suddenly, she pointed to a marked location on the map, exclaiming, This isn't a route to my home. Is it? What? To your home? Luo Fancheng echoed, equally astonished. Wasn't this supposed to lead to a treasure? Su Jiuer stared at him in disbelief, as if he were a ghost. Luo Fancheng felt a chill run down his spine as he said, Is it not just pointing to your home? Why are you so shocked? What do you mean just? Su Jiuer exclaimed, Her excitement palpable. Qingqiu is the hidden refuge of my celestial fox clan, a true paradise unknown to anyone but us. This map is marked so clearly. Even the beautiful fox maidens who once betrayed me due to the three-headed dragon's treachery would never dare disclose its location due to their oaths of secrecy. Luo Fancheng instantly grasped the gravity of the revelation. Where did you acquire this map? If I said I found it, would you believe me? He shrugged nonchalantly. Su Jiuer scrutinized him closely, realizing he was unwilling to share more, and chose not to press him further, instead returning her focus to the map. This route not only leads to Qingqiu, but ultimately to our clan's forbidden grounds. Su Jiuer gasped, her heart racing. The forbidden grounds of Qingqiu? Noticing Luo Fancheng's puzzled expression, she steadied her breath and continued, You are one of us. It is permissible to inform you. The forbidden grounds are said to be sealed off, containing a terrifying entity that no Fox clan member is allowed to approach. Has no one ever ventured inside? Luo Fancheng inquired. Isu Due Shukiahit. Our clan places great importance on rules and oaths. Yet, someone must have betrayed that trust, Luo Fancheng muttered under his breath. Are you trying to provoke me? Su Jiuer retorted, raising her leg to kick him, though her foot ultimately landed gently on his chest. Is this map of great significance to you? Luo Fancheng, confident in the reliability of his system, nodded affirmatively. Yes, it is very important. Very well. Once I return to Qingqiu, I shall find a way to investigate further. Do exercise caution. If it proves too dangerous, abandon the idea. Shall I return the map to you? No need. I have memorized it. Su Yue guspit. Why on earth would you memorize a map? Just a fleeting glance is enough to remember it. Luo Fancheng replied casually. You're not just boasting, are you? Su Jiuer asked skeptically. Luo Fancheng then gestured in the air, tracing lines as his extraordinary memory allowed him to commit the details to heart. At that moment, Su Jiuer was truly astounded. While her own spiritual strength enabled her to remember with ease, for Luo Fancheng, who had just awakened his martial soul, to achieve this level of recall was nothing short of miraculous. The quality of a martial soul is merely one aspect: spiritual strength, physical prowess. An innate talent for various martial paths are all intertwined. Luo Fancheng's ability to memorize so effortlessly indicated a spiritual strength that far exceeded his peers. His physical talent was also evident, as he had reached the pinnacle of body refinement with ease, which had initially shocked Su Jiuer. With a martial soul capable of evolution and these remarkable talents, the young man was destined for greatness. Su Jiu'er felt a ripple of admiration. By the way, even though you've memorized the map, you likely still don't know what these locations are, do you? No. Very well. Allow me to briefly explain, so you can proceed with greater ease. Su Jiu'er patiently pointed out features on the map, explaining, the Soul Martial Continent is home to 4 major gathering places for soul beasts: the Eastern Oasis, the Southern Death Desert, the Western Coast, and the Northern Icefield. The Western Coast is a paradise for sea soul beasts, unfathomably deep and rarely visited. The Eastern Oasis is the most prosperous, hosting the greatest variety of soul beasts, which is why soul masters seek their soul rings here. It is also the closest to us. We currently find ourselves in the Songlong Empire, with the Baihu Empire to the west, the Shenhuang Empire to the south, and the Xuanwu Empire to the north, each standing in a delicate balance, embroiled in their own disputes. Each of these 4 factions possesses the most elite beast martial souls of the Soul Martial Continent. 10 sects, each endowed with supreme weapon martial souls, are dispersed across the territories of these 4 empires, while the Divine Temple and other forces exist beyond these borders. Many secrets are too lengthy to recount, but you will learn of them in due time. As Luo Fancheng's eyes glimmered with increasing brightness, it was as if a magnificent and mysterious tapestry unfurled before him. The once unfamiliar world gradually became clearer through Su Jiu'er's explanations, igniting within him a fervent desire to venture forth and explore. Regaining his composure, Luo Fancheng remarked, "It is getting late. I shall not disturb your aunt's rest. Have you forgotten something?" Su Jiu'er teased, a light huff escaping her lips. "No, not at all," he replied hastily, before swiftly exiting the room. Upon closing the door, Su Jiu'er bit her lip in frustration. "You scoundrel! You don't even reciprocate a kiss when I offer." She could not swallow this indignation, her clever eyes darting as a plan began to form. "Humph. Let us see how long you can maintain your pretense." Descending from her bed, Su Jiu'er rummaged through her belongings. Meanwhile, Luo Fancheng returned to his room, thumping his chest in relief. Phew, that was close. If she had shown even a hint of seduction, I might have succumbed to temptation. His restraint from taking Su Jiu'er's first kiss had its reasons. She was likely stirred by the impending separation, wishing to share a kiss. Yet once that moment passed, she would surely revert to her aloof demeanor. Thus, in such moments, it was imperative to exercise restraint and find a way to forge deeper connections. Though he had not managed to kiss her, it was evident that her feelings for him had intensified. Patience is key. One cannot rush into matters of the heart, he mused, a smirk gracing his lips as he imagined Su Jiu'er, likely feeling a twinge of anxiety, might very well come after him. Whether she pursued him or not was of little consequence. He needed to remain composed. He understood the intricacies of a woman's heart. Was he in the wrong? Certainly not. Luo Fancheng believed his actions were merely to expedite the growth of their affection, filled with sincerity, a sentiment he deemed romantic. In contrast, men who deceived women, leaving them in tears, were the true scoundrels. Removing his shoes, Luo Fancheng sat cross-legged on the bed, clearing his mind and emptying his thoughts as he endeavored to practice the ancestral dragon devouring heavens technique. In an instant, he found himself in a trance, as if witnessing an indescribable, majestic dragon soaring through the void, letting out a resounding roar that echoed across the heavens. As it opened its mouth to consume, the sun, moon, and stars were drawn into its depths. Simultaneously, a force emanated from Luo Fancheng's body, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy toward him, which swiftly flowed into his being. The energy traversed intricate pathways through his meridians, ultimately converging in his dantian. A series of resonant sounds echoed within him, and after a time, Luo Fancheng opened his eyes, revealing an expression of astonishment. Previously, there had been only one vortex in his dantian. Now, 4 additional vortices had emerged, leaving him puzzled as to what this signified. However, it seemed to herald good fortune rather than misfortune, as his strength and vigor had evidently multiplied several times over since his practice began. The ancestral dragon devouring heavens technique was indeed profound and unique. A knock at the door interrupted his reverie. "Come in. The door is unlocked," he called out. The moment Su Jiu'er, impeccably adorned, stepped inside, Luo Fancheng was taken aback, nearly losing control. The transformation she had undergone was nothing short of stunning. Gone was her usual cold demeanor, replaced by an alluring charm. With her enchanting fox ears and captivating features, she wore a fiery red skirt that accentuated her curves, revealing her delicate shoulders and long, graceful legs. Clad in gossamer stockings, one leg in black, the other in white. Each step she took in her strapped heels produced a delightful jingle from the bells tied around her ankles. Su Jiu'er's gaze was fixed on Luo Fancheng, her shock palpable. "What exactly did you do in your room?" "Nothing much, just attempting to practice a bit," he replied, puzzled as to why her reaction was more intense than his own. "Just practicing?" Su Jiu'er's voice grew urgent. In a flash, she was before him, gripping his wrist. The proximity was overwhelming, and Luo Fancheng felt dizzy, his throat dry. "Hey, don't be silly," he protested, finding it hard to withstand the temptation. In disbelief, Su Jiu'er repeatedly probed with her spiritual energy before releasing him, her azure eyes filled with intrigue. "What rare treasures have you consumed?" "None." Luo Fancheng shook his head, perplexed. "I merely practiced a little." "Is that such a significant reaction?" "Merely practiced?" Su Jiu'er exclaimed, her voice rising in pitch. "In the span of less than half a stick of incense, you've ascended from a sole scholar of the first rank to the fifth. Such a terrifying rate of advancement, and you call it just a casual practice?" "Ah, I see." Luo Fancheng finally grasped her concern. "You mean the vortices in my dantian? It seems I have indeed gained 4 more. Su Jiu'er's mouth fell agape. "How can you speak of such an incredible feat with such nonchalance? Though advancing through the ranks of soul scholars is relatively easy, it should not occur so rapidly." Luo Fancheng, sensing her disbelief, began to sit cross-legged again. "I can demonstrate if you'd like." "That's not necessary," Su Jiu'er interjected, but she could only watch as he closed his eyes once more. "Is this even a demonstration?" She wondered in astonishment, resting her chin on her hand, sighing in exasperation. "This is reckless. Breakthroughs are not something one can force." Suddenly, the air within the room thickened with energy, coalescing around Luo Fancheng and flowing into him, traveling through his limbs and into his dantian. As he sat in meditation, a 6-petaled azure lotus began to materialize, emanating a singular glow, while a small spirit fish floated above him, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy. Su Jiu'er's eyes widened. Is this the kind of phenomenon a fledgling soul scholar can produce? With a soft sound, Su Jiu'er's pupils dilated as she witnessed Luo Fancheng's soul energy surge once more, completing yet another breakthrough in mere moments. This fellow Su Jiu'er was utterly astounded. Her jaw slack. As Luo Fancheng opened his eyes, the ethereal azure lotus and spirit fish faded away. He shrugged at Su Jiu'er with a sigh and, "Do you finally believe me now?" Su Jiu'er fell silent. "By the way, what were you saying earlier?" "I was too focused on my practice to catch it." Rubbing his head, he added, "What was this about demonstrations being difficult?" Su Jiu'er's cheeks flushed, her embarrassment evident as she nervously fidgeted with her red-painted toenails. "What are you doing?" he asked, chuckling. "Stop that, or you'll rip your stockings." "Ah," she exclaimed, mortified. "Are you intentionally trying to embarrass me? Little rascal. I'll have my revenge." Su Jiu'er's teeth clenched as she lifted a leg to kick at him. "Calm down, dear lady from Qingqiu, please," Luo Fancheng exclaimed, raising his hands in defense, only to catch her leg in his embrace. This Luo Fancheng felt a jolt of exhilaration. Had he grown bold enough to cross such boundaries with his aunt? Su Jiu'er almost executed a standing split, but the demon emperor possessed remarkable flexibility. Dressed in such a manner, venturing into a man's dwelling in the dead of night, was she not inviting? Before Luo Fancheng could finish his mumbled thoughts, Su Jiu'er swiftly spun her long leg, breaking free from his grasp, and delivered a kick. "You little rascal, I shall slay you." Bang! Luo Fancheng took a heavy blow to the chest, staggering back and collapsing onto the bed. "Murdering my husband," he groaned, clutching his chest in agony. "Umph! Do not feign injury," Su Jiu'er scoffed. "I merely use my toes, not my heels, so there's no harm done." "Huh, I knew you couldn't bear to hurt me." Luo Fancheng chuckled as he rose, adding, "So, having an additional cyclone signifies an elevation in soul power? I had no idea until you mentioned it. Does that mean I am now a level 6 soul master?" Upon hearing this, Su Jiuer perked up, noting how the little man seemed completely oblivious, even unaware of the concept of soul power cyclones. She regarded Luo Fancheng with curiosity, pondering the peculiar nature of this individual. Indeed, he was an oddity, having fallen from the heavens. There was no one more extraordinary than him. With this thought, Su Jiuer found herself more accepting of the situation. "Truly, your rate of advancement is something I have never witnessed before," she marveled. Luo Fancheng inquired, "Speaking of which, you are a soul beast, right? How many human soul masters have you encountered?" Su Jiuer shot him a glare. "Who are you looking down upon? Just because I haven't eaten pork doesn't mean I haven't seen a pig run." She had indeed heard tales of some prodigies' training speeds. "I suspect you are insulting me. And I have evidence," Luo Fancheng murmured, envisioning a day when he could reclaim his dignity and rise from the ashes. Suddenly, Su Jiuer burst into laughter, her beauty radiating like a blooming flower, embodying the notion of a femme fatale. Luo Fancheng's throat tightened. "What are you laughing about all of a sudden?" Su Yue, with her lips pursed, replied, "I was imagining the expression on the faces of that female pope and saintess when they see you have advanced to a level 6 soul master overnight. Not necessarily level 6. The night is still young," Luo Fancheng shrugged. Su Jiuer's laughter faded abruptly, and silence enveloped them. Gazing at the ethereal beauty before him, whose talents were beginning to manifest, Su Jiuer couldn't help but reflect on the time she had taken him in, merely hoping he would grow up not too ugly or weak. Little did she expect the multitude of surprises he would bring her, and at times, his actions would make her heart flutter. Could it truly be that heaven had bestowed upon her such a fortunate bond? "Dear, did you miss me, coming over so late?" she teased, only to receive a scoff in return. "How shameless. Stop dreaming. Who would miss you?" Su Jiuer retorted playfully. All right, Luo Fancheng responded, unperturbed, secretly acknowledging her prideful little quirks were nothing new. "Here, take this." Unable to withstand Luo Fancheng's seemingly penetrating gaze, Su Jiuer felt her cheeks flush. With a delicate gesture, she produced a small object from her bosom and tossed it toward him. Chapter 15. Tokens of Affection? A Showdown with the Female Pope. Luo Fancheng instinctively caught it. It was a petite white fox jade pendant, translucent and exquisitely crafted, still warm to the touch and seemingly imbued with a unique fragrance. A token of affection? Luo Fancheng chuckled. "Dream on." Su Jiuer's expression turned serious, adopting an air of aloofness as she retorted, "Do not overthink it. You, little man, are merely a level 6 soul master, while I am the legendary 9-tailed fox demon emperor. Many pursue me." Yes. Luo Fancheng nodded, his simple gesture breaking through the defenses of the proud demon emperor. Bringing the pendant to his nose, he inhaled deeply, delicious. I shall strangle you, you scoundrel." "Are you flirting?" Su Jiuer exclaimed, her pearly teeth clenched as she lunged at him. After a moment of grappling, Su Jiuer sensed something was amiss. Why was he becoming increasingly exhilarated? A glance down revealed her seated atop Luo Fancheng's lap in a rather intimate position, making it seem less like she was attacking and more like they were playfully teasing each other. She dared not apply too much pressure in her grip, otherwise, it would merely grant him the advantage. "Rogue." Su Jiuer quickly stood, delivering a sharp pinch to Luo Fancheng's waist. "Ouch." He winced. "You pinch me, yet you call me a rogue. You are the unreasonable one. I, the demon emperor, am nothing but reason," Su Jiuer declared, tilting her delicate face with pride. "Fine. You are right," Luo Fancheng said earnestly. "Husbands are like birds of a feather. Tomorrow we shall part ways. As a man, I shall be magnanimous tonight and yield to you." At the mention of separation, Su Jiuer's expression darkened, her voice unintentionally lowering a notch. Nevertheless, she stubbornly retorted, "If we part, we part. What of it? I have long been eager to return to my homeland in Qingqiu." Luo Fancheng gazed at her intently, stating, "I do not know your feelings, but I cannot bear to part with you." Su Jiuer trembled slightly, having expected him to respond defiantly, claiming he had long had enough of her. His words stirred memories she had kept buried, recalling the moments they had shared over the years. Initially, she had intended to give him her first kiss to soothe her heart, yet he had unexpectedly retreated to his room, leaving her flustered. Determined, she had dressed and pursued him, not believing he could maintain his aloof demeanor, but their conversation had veered off course. Luo Fancheng grasped her delicate hands, and this time, the typically assertive Su Jiuer did not resist, allowing him to hold her. I understand you need to recuperate and face the heavenly tribulation, so I shall not hold you back or make things difficult for you. I, too, must endure solitary trials to become a true powerhouse, so I can protect those I cherish. Being perpetually shielded by my woman leaves me unsettled. Su Jiuer immediately lifted her gaze, saying, "Do not place too much pressure on yourself. I do not mind your weakness." Luo Fancheng smiled, his deep, dark eyes shimmering with fervor as he looked out the window. "That is incorrect. You are not a burden, but a source of motivation. Moreover, a true man born into this world must strive to be remarkable. Living a life of mediocrity, even for 1,000 years, is devoid of meaning. How you've grown. The little boy of yesteryear has truly matured," Su Jiuer mused, feeling a captivating aura emanating from Luo Fancheng. A beauty does not necessarily belong with a hero, but it must be with a man of great spirit. As the proud demon emperor, she had encountered countless prodigies, yet who could she truly regard? Yet now, her gaze grew increasingly entranced. Fancheng, the starlit sky streamed into the wooden cabin, casting reflections upon the bluestone floor. The enchanting woman whispered softly, her slender body leaning closer, her rose petal-like lips brushing against the man. Luo Fancheng glanced down, his demeanor gentle. In the dark, their first kiss faded away, yet emotions flourished in the shadows. "Do not leave tonight, will you?" Luo Fancheng asked, though his grip on her hand conveyed an undeniable assertiveness. Su Jiuer initially straightened, prepared to retort, but ultimately softened. "All right, I shall stay." Luo Fancheng's gaze ignited with fervor. Su Jiuer gently pressed her hands against her red skirt, her teeth grazing her lips as she murmured, "My legs may be touched. However, nothing beyond that, or you shall find trouble." "I am strong enough to withstand it," Luo Fancheng replied. "That is certainly not acceptable," Su Jiuer, usually fierce, now wore a pleading look in her ice-blue eyes. "Wait until you reach level 70 and become a 7th-tier soul sage. Then it might be permissible." Luo Fancheng whispered, "Level 70? How long might that take? You've already stolen my first kiss. What else isn't yours? With your talent. Reaching level 70 will be swift, perhaps 15 or 20 years at most," Su Jiuer reassured him. "What? That is considered quick?" Luo Fancheng exclaimed, as if doused with a bucket of cold water, suddenly awakened to the reality of the timeline. "Does it really take that long?" Isu Dueholteas, exclaiming, "This is already a remarkable advancement, you know? The breakthrough of soul power becomes increasingly challenging as one progresses. Achieving the rank of a 7th-level soul saint is already a sign of considerable strength. I certainly do not wish to be a eunuch for 20 years." Luo Fancheng, with a pained expression, ran his hand over his black silk attire. Su Jiuer bit her lip in determination. "Aunt, that won't do. But you can always find another woman." "What?" Luo Fancheng was taken aback, staring incredulously at the enchanting beauty before him. "Is that even an option?" Su Jiuer let out a dismissive huff. "Why are you so shocked? Isn't it quite normal on the Soul Martial continent for emperors to have multiple wives? The Soul Beast clan doesn't adhere to monogamy either. Powerful males even possess breeding rights over an entire group. I'm not worried about you finding someone. I'm concerned about your capability to attract anyone." Cough, cough, cough. Luo Fancheng coughed repeatedly, feeling as though his worldview had been thoroughly shaken. However, upon reflection, he realized this was not Earth. Even if it were Earth, best not to dwell on that. Strength must be attained for the advancement of one's martial spirit and enhancement of power. 20 years is far too long. One must seize the day. Clenching his fists, Luo Fancheng once again grasped the harsh reality of this world, with a strong feast while the weak scrounge for scraps. "Get lost, you mischievous one." How can you treat such matters as goals? Su Jiu'er playfully kicked him, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Luo Fancheng, quick as lightning, managed to catch her delicate foot with his bare hands. Left in black silk, right in white silk, he nearly lost control of his senses. Su Jiu'er had initially thought he would continue to fumble around, yet to her astonishment, Luo Fancheng sat upright and resumed his training. She was left dumbfounded. Is he really that diligent? Su Jiu'er pondered, touching her stunningly beautiful face, beginning to doubt her own allure. Little did she know, Luo Fancheng was simply unable to endure the torment of desiring what he could not have. He preferred to focus on his cultivation. Boom! Boom! A night of restless sleep was punctuated by the sounds of breakthroughs. Su Jiu'er widened her mouth in astonishment, then chose to ignore it, crossing her beautiful legs to recover from her injuries. The next morning, before dawn, Luo Fancheng rose, his bones cracking as he stretched. Hurry and wash up. Breakfast is ready. Fancheng, Su Jiu'er, with her slim waist adorned in an apron, donned a chef's attire, and the table was laid out with exquisite small dishes, white porridge and soft, fluffy buns. So early? Luo Fancheng was surprised, for he had awakened much earlier than usual. After all, it was the first day he would officially meet his teacher, and he wanted to be polite, ensuring he wouldn't keep anyone waiting. To his surprise, Su Jiu'er had also risen early and prepared breakfast. At the dining table, Luo Fancheng felt uneasy as he noticed Su Jiu'er's captivating gaze fixed on him. What are you staring at? Indeed, Su Jiu'er rested her chin in her hands, marveling. When you meet the high priestess later, I bet you'll startle her. Oh, I can hardly wait to see their expressions. You are overthinking it. They have certainly encountered many talented prodigies in the temple, Luo Fancheng replied nonchalantly, taking a bite of the white bun. Su Jiu'er shook her head. It seemed this young man was still unaware of how extraordinarily rapid his cultivation speed was compared to others. She had been genuinely startled last night. By the way, Aunt, what is this for? You forgot to tell me yesterday. After finishing his meal, Luo Fancheng retrieved a white fox jade pendant from his pocket and inquired. Try dripping your blood on it, and you'll find out, Su Jiu'er suggested. All right. Luo Fancheng extended his finger. Su Jiu'er widened her eyes. Drip it? What's that for? Just help me bite it. No way. Su Jiu'er pouted, expressing her disgust. That's filthy. I refuse. With a playful jab, Luo Fancheng retorted, truth be told, I find your saliva equally distasteful, but what can I do? Your fox teeth are sharp, and I can't bear to bite myself. Who are you mocking? Enraged, Su Jiu'er seized Luo Fancheng's finger and bit down. The wetness enveloped him. Ouch! It's going to break. Luo Fancheng grimaced in pain, realizing that she had no intention of holding back this time. He thought to himself, no way I'm letting her take advantage. Su Yue smoked triumphantly, wiping the blood from her lips, which only enhanced her already alluring beauty. Luo Fancheng allowed the blood to drip onto the white fox jade pendant. The blood seeped in, quickly vanishing, and the pendant began to emit a faint glow. Luo Fancheng felt a peculiar bond forming between himself and the pendant. He channeled his soul power into it. Swish! Luo Fancheng sensed a unique space within the jade pendant, substantial enough to be likened to a warehouse. Inside lay a single bronze box, the contents of which remained a mystery. With a thought, he caused the bronze box to crash to the floor. What? Luo Fancheng was astonished. This was the legendary storage space, was it not? Su Jiu'er chuckled. You catch on quickly. It seems you grasped it in no time. This is a treasure of my Qingqiu Fox clan, containing a spatial area for storage. Even a 7th-level soul saint would have to fight to possess it. It's an ancient relic, and very few know how to create such items in modern times. So, you must be cautious when using it. Indeed, it is a remarkable item. Luo Fancheng nodded, genuinely liking the pendant. Nevertheless, he returned it, stating, a gentleman does not take what belongs to another. This treasure, I suspect, you possess only one of. I cannot accept it. Su Jiu'er was somewhat taken aback. Most people would immediately claim such a treasure for themselves, rather than returning it. Her lips curled into a smile. Pleased by his response. You are my little lover, so it's my pleasure to gift you something. I know you are currently impoverished, so you may return the favor with a valuable treasure when you are capable. Moreover, Su Jiu'er pointed to the bronze box on the floor. Without a storage space, you cannot take this with you. What is this? Luo Fancheng asked with curiosity. Suyue elaborated. I've sealed within it 2 soul rings and a soul bone using special methods, but their levels are too high for you to absorb now. Wait until you have the ability to break the seal on this box before using them. Luo Fancheng immediately recalled the 3-headed demonic dragon and the heavenly fox beauty he had slain during his descent as Golden Thunder. These must be the legacies of those 2 unfortunate souls. Here, let me put this on you. Su Jiuer plucked several long strands of her azure hair, twisted them together, and threaded them through the pendant's opening, personally draping it around Luo Fancheng's neck. Aunt, Luo Fancheng murmured softly. After spending 16 years in this unfamiliar world, it was Su Jiuer who had been by his side through thick and thin. As they were about to part ways, he felt a pang of reluctance. He had said it countless times. When outside, call her aunt, but at home, she was to be addressed as wife. Su Jiuer fiercely corrected him, but in the end, she bit her lip and fell silent. Just as Luo Fancheng was about to speak, she suddenly rose, her expression cold, and ruthlessly pushed him towards the exit, the bronze box tumbling out behind him. Bang! The door slammed shut. Outside, Luo Fancheng stood in silence, his gaze distant. After a long while, he bent down to retrieve the bronze box and carefully placed the jade pendant into his embrace. Turning, he stepped away, officially entering a harsh world teeming with formidable adversaries. Each step resolute, as if harboring an unspoken determination to reach the pinnacle of strength. He said nothing, yet it felt as though he had said everything. Inside, Su Jiuer covered her face with her delicate hand, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears, watching the silhouette of the man fade into the distance. She opened the door and whispered softly, "You must work hard, my little man." If it weren't for the necessity of recuperating and preparing for the impending heavenly tribulation, Su Jiuer would have been loath to leave. Moreover, regarding her chances of overcoming the cataclysm of ferocious beasts that had persisted for 500,000 years, she held only a 50% certainty, deepening her sense of reluctance. This was something she dared not share with Luo Fancheng, and even if she did, it would only serve to burden him further without offering any assistance. As dawn broke and the sun rose, a beam of morning light illuminated the ethereal youth as he made his way towards the village square. Buzz! The soul light surged, and the 6-petaled blue lotus martial spirit manifested automatically. Luo Fancheng paused, astonished. The blue lotus martial spirit twirled gracefully, releasing a delightful fragrance, and from its petals, a beam of azure light shot forth, landing on his fingertip. To his surprise, he noticed that the finger that had been bitten was visibly healing at an astonishing rate beneath the azure glow. Quickly, his fingers returned to their original state, showing no signs of injury. The healing ability was truly remarkable. Luo Fancheng marveled at it, simultaneously sensing a depletion of his soul power. It appeared that such healing light was not inexhaustible and was related to his own reserves. As he retracted his martial soul and approached the village entrance, he suddenly paused. Along the dirt path, villagers from Yun village were gathered, their familiar, unpretentious faces coming into view. Although not the entire village had turned out, at least 70 to 80% of them were present, clearly having awaited his arrival. "Village chief, what brings you and everyone here?" Luo Fancheng noticed the elderly village chief, Lu Run, stooped in the middle of the road, his weathered hands tightly grasping 2 bundles. "My dear child, you've truly grown." Lu Ren's time-worn face broke into a warm and comforting smile. "Everyone knows you're leaving, and we've come to see you off." Luo Fancheng surveyed the crowd and cupped his hands in gratitude. "I'm grateful for everyone's care over the years." The village chief shook his head. "My dear child, after all these years, you owe nothing to the village. It is we who owe you, for you have always helped the village with your hunting. This is just a small token from us. Please accept it." The village chief insisted, pressing the 2 bundles into Luo Fancheng's hands. The moment his right hand made contact with one of the packages, a tremor of desire coursed through his blue lotus martial soul. "Village chief, what is this?" he inquired. The village chief replied, "The left bundle contains some money we pooled together, A child of our village should not appear too destitute when venturing out into the world. The right bundle holds a piece of black stone I found 30 years ago, impervious to any cut or scratch. I thought you might find it useful. Village chief. You must accept it, Lurin insisted. Otherwise, it would sadden us. We have all benefited from your generosity with your hunting spoils. Luo Fancheng, holding the two bundles, felt a stirring in his heart. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, growing up in a welfare institution, perhaps due to a childhood devoid of love that had drawn many girls to him. Now, in this foreign world, he felt the warmth of care from his elders. The village chief gently patted his shoulder. Work hard. The soaring eagle should strive to rise ever higher, aiming never to return to this barren land. You have potential, and Yun village takes pride in you. Go on. We are too modest to accompany you to the square. We fear we might embarrass you in front of the distinguished. It would not be embarrassing, Luo Fancheng replied earnestly, committing the simple, dark faces of those present to memory. The village chief and villagers adamantly refrained from following, watching as Luo Fancheng exited the village. Upon reaching the square, a rip in space appeared, engulfing him in boundless darkness. The regal figure of the golden-robed female pope stepped forth, followed closely by the radiant saintess, her slender legs clad in black boots, her purple ponytail swaying gracefully. Good morning, handsome junior brother. It seems you have quite the popularity, with so many villagers coming to see you all from afar. How charming. The usually stoic pope offered a slight nod. Talent unaccompanied by arrogance and respect for the weak wins the hearts of the people. This is commendable. Luo Fancheng internally wondered how the two women, having just arrived, seemed to have witnessed the earlier scene at the village entrance. Let us proceed. The pope spoke indifferently. Yet, when her gaze fell upon Luo Fancheng, scrutinizing him closely, she could not suppress a gasp of surprise, abandoning her earlier composure. Is there something wrong, teacher? Is there an issue with junior brother? The saintess, by Ingwe, understood the pope well. It was rare for anything to elicit such astonishment from her. The pope regarded Luo Fancheng in disbelief. You have broken through? Luo Fancheng nodded in affirmation. Your insight is remarkable, teacher. Ingwe chuckled. Well done, junior brother. Achieving a breakthrough in just one night. Not bad. Luo Fancheng humbly smiled. The cold, authoritative aura of the pope made him feel somewhat restrained. But Ingwe's vivacious nature eased his tension considerably. Ingwe looked at the pope with curiosity. Teacher, a breakthrough isn't such a significant matter. Is it worthy of your surprise? The pope shot her a sideways glance, her lips parting as she spoke, her voice melodious as a phoenix's call. It is indeed not a trivial matter, merely advancing 9 levels in a single night. Oh, advancing 9 levels? Ingwe instinctively nodded, then suddenly looked up, her eyes wide in disbelief. That can't be true. You mean junior brother has gone from a 1st-level soul warrior to a 10th-level soul warrior in one night? The pope turned to Luo Fancheng. Release your soul power aura. With a whoosh, Luo Fancheng unleashed his contained soul power. It was not overwhelming, yet it left Ingwe's mouth agape, as if it could fit a banana. How did you grow so quickly? This is absurd. Junior brother, you haven't been taking any illicit substances, have you? Absolutely not. Before Luo Fancheng could respond, the pope interjected confidently. There is no trace of any spirit medicine on him. Wow. Junior brother, you are far more impressive than I was at your age. Ingwe said, with no hint of jealousy, recalling when I awakened. I only broke through 5 realms in one night. If the 4 guardians and the Holy Sun knew of your extraordinary talent, they would surely regret it. Luo Fancheng shook his head, thinking they likely wouldn't regret not taking him as a disciple. They would only lament not having crushed him. Ingwe waved her delicate fist. Junior brother, strive to one day accompany your senior sister in defeating the Holy Sun and those guardians. Luo Fancheng's lips twitched as he realized that the saintess was quite the chatterbox, though not in an annoying way, but rather she was an endearing, charming talker. He couldn't help but ask, if I may be so bold, as a saintess of the divine temple, is it appropriate for you to speak of wanting to defeat the guardians and the Holy Sun? Ingwe huffed. Those 2 scoundrels, one plotting against the teacher, and the other seeking to marry me, neither is virtuous. They think I'm a naive fool, but my eyes are wide open. It seemed the divine temple was not entirely united, Luo Fancheng mused. Of course, in places of power and interest, there will always be struggles. It's exhausting. Bai Yingwe pouted, rolling her eyes playfully, radiating youthful energy. However, junior brother, you dare to practice without guidance. That is truly courageous. Luo Fancheng scratched his head, smiling shyly. I merely inhaled the surrounding spiritual energy and gathered it in my dantian, only to discover, hey, all the absorbed energy seems to have transformed into whirlwinds. I was initially concerned about practicing incorrectly, but now, hearing the teacher and senior sister, I am at ease. It turns out each additional whirlwind signifies a level increase. Bai Yingwe was taken aback. Is cultivation truly that easy? Just inhale, gather, and break through? But upon reflection, it doesn't seem entirely unreasonable. However, while the path may be simple, is it not overly simplistic? Are you certain that inhaling in the wrong place won't lead you astray? Fancheng, there were 2 instances of celestial disturbances nearby the day before yesterday and yesterday. Those should have been caused by you, correct? The Pope suddenly inquired, startling Luo Fancheng. After careful consideration, he admitted, yes, it was because of me. The first time, a beam of golden light descended from the sky and entered my body, but I felt nothing. The second time, while awakening my martial soul, a thunderclap struck me. It was painful at the time, yet afterward, I found no injuries. Interesting, the Pope remarked with a slight smile. Bai Yingwe couldn't help but ask, teacher, with thunder entering his body, could junior brother be harmed? With a gentle swish, the Pope, her long skirt swaying gracefully, approached Luo Fancheng, grasping his wrist, the touch cool and smooth. After sensing him, she shook her head. There are no hidden dangers. Your junior's physical condition is exceptionally good, even surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Not a junior, but a little senior brother. Bai Yingwe pouted in correction, then hesitated. But what is the reason behind his 2 peculiar occurrences? I have never heard of such things. Di Wei Yang shook her head. I do not know either. What? Even you, master, are unaware? Bai Yingwe exclaimed in surprise. The world is vast and filled with wonders. One must not be complacent. Di Wei Yang admonished her disciple before continuing her analysis. As for the first anomaly, I cannot fathom it. The second occurrence, where heavenly lightning descended, suggests that Fancheng's martial soul is extraordinarily exceptional, perhaps even something that should not exist in this world, thus attracting divine punishment. Fortunately, Fancheng's martial soul foundation remains intact, indicating there is still an opportunity for evolution, though it is uncertain to what level it may advance. Bai Yingwe was overwhelmed with curiosity and wished to inquire further about Luo Fancheng, but was halted by the voice of the female pope. Everyone must have their own opportunities and secrets. It is unwise to pry too deeply. After saying this, Di Wei Yang cast a profound glance at Luo Fancheng, not concerning herself with the veracity of his words. Luo Fancheng felt fortunate. It appeared he had encountered a pope and a saintess of undeniable character. It seems I am blessed by fortune, graced by immense blessings. Then all is well. Let us go. Di Wei Yang spoke. Luo Fancheng curiously asked, Master, where are we headed? Di Wei Yang's serene eyes briefly flashed with a hint of helplessness. She had not anticipated Luo Fancheng's exceptional talent, which had disrupted her original plan to first impart fundamental cultivation knowledge before beginning the training. Now, we must first take you to acquire your first soul ring. So soon? Luo Fancheng was taken aback. Otherwise, what do you propose? Di Wei Yang retorted, and Luo Fancheng experienced her decisive and efficient manner for the first time. With a rip, the space tore open, revealing a dark void. Hesitating for a moment, Luo Fancheng refrained from hastily grasping the Pope's hand, fearing a severe consequence, and instead reached out to take Bai Yingwe's hand. Together, the 3 of them entered, and Luo Fancheng felt a golden shield enveloping them as they traversed through the darkness. Bai Yingwe's cheeks flushed, and in a soft, playful tone, she said, There is no need to hold hands. Master can take us directly. What? Luo Fancheng instinctively withdrew his hand, lifting his gaze to meet Di Wei Yang's cold, phoenix-like eyes, feeling awkward as he shuffled his toes on the ground. Then why didn't you avoid it? Bai Ingwe replied, looking aggrieved. I was just afraid that if I dodged, it would be embarrassing for you, and it would damage our sibling bond. Thank you. Luo Fanchen's lips twitched, feeling even more awkward. This is my first time being led by a boy's hand, Bai Ingwe murmured softly. She too was perplexed, feeling an inexplicable attraction to this junior brother, whose charm drew her closer without any resistance. Could it be? I always used to hold hands with my father when I was young, Luo Fancheng said in astonishment. I have never had a father. I am an orphan. Taken in by the teacher, Bai Ingwe shook her head, her ponytail swaying. I see, Luo Fancheng nodded. Doesn't your conscience ache? Look at how miserable I am. And you can't even offer a word of comfort? Well, I'm also an orphan, Luo Fancheng added silently, reflecting on his own past. 2 lifetimes as an orphan. Was that not tragic enough? He pondered whether this was what they referred to as parents sacrificed to the heavens, boundless powers? Bai Ingwe paused, her heart aching. Then you are far more pitiful than I, for I at least have the teacher's affection. In the future, I will take care of you. If anyone bullies you, I will help you fight back. Sanson, Luo Fancheng replié. Bai Ingwe fell silent for a few seconds before puffing up her cheeks and saying, Hey, I am your junior sister, not your senior sister. Junior sisters are meant to be cherished, not used as fighters. All right, I can see that you cannot defeat him, Luo Fancheng admitted honestly. Bai Ingwe turned to Diwei Yang, pointing at Luo Fancheng as if about to explode. Teacher, is it too late for me to strangle him now? He is infuriating. The female pope replied lightly, You chose this junior brother. You must endure through tears. Bai Ingwe gasped as if struck by lightning, clutching her chest, feeling deeply hurt. Luo Fancheng, too, was taken aback. He had not expected the pope to possess such a sense of dry humor. We have arrived. The space tore open once more, and Diwei Yang led the handsome young man and beautiful young woman out of the darkness. In Chapter 18, the Soul Beast Oasis. Once again in shock, a breaking limit genius? Luo Fancheng gasped in astonishment. The surroundings were utterly empty, devoid of anything. Look below, junior brother. Bai Ingwe chimed in cheerily. Luo Fancheng looked down, his heart racing. He found himself suspended 1,000 meters in the air, supported by an unseen force, with a sea of greenery beneath him. An endless expanse of primordial forest lay at his feet. Junior brother, this is the Eastern Oasis, the largest gathering place for soul beasts in the entire soul martial continent. Just a few days ago, I acquired my 4th soul ring here, and now it is your turn. Luo Fancheng took a deep breath, his eyes shimmering with shock. Could such a vast jungle truly be called an oasis? The sheer area seemed even larger than an entire nation from his previous life. With a swoosh, Diwei Yang led the 2 of them downward. The teacher intends to take us to the outskirts of the oasis for hunting. Is there a distinction between the inner and outer areas? Luo Fancheng inquired with interest. Bai Ingwe patiently explained, the outer circle is inhabited by weaker soul beasts. The deeper you go, the more abundant the spiritual energy becomes, and the stronger the soul beasts are. The outer areas primarily consist of soul beasts that are hundreds to 1,000 years old, while the weakest in the inner areas are at least 10,000 years old. The very center, known as the core region, is a complete human forbidden zone. Bai Ingwe paused, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of trepidation. For there reside the 8 great soul beast emperors, each one an unparalleled ferocious beast surpassing 100,000 years. What emperors are there? Luo Fancheng curiously asked. Bai Ingwe chuckled lightly. Such powerful beings are far beyond our current reach. It is best not to dwell on them. Luo Fancheng silently mused, is it really so distant? We have already kissed. We are almost at the point of being inseparable. However, my own demon emperor beauty is not from this oasis, though I imagine her strength is comparable. Diwei Yang suddenly interjected. Currently, there should be 7 great soul beast emperors. The 8th, the demon emperor, has been missing for over a decade and is suspected to have perished. Bai Ingwe's lips parted in shock. I recall that the 3-headed demon dragon was a ferocious beast of 400,000 years, who possesses such ability to silently slay the demon emperor. Their cultivation must be extraordinary. A strange glint flickered in Luo Fancheng's eyes as he thought. Could it be? Was it that unfortunate creature I crushed back then? If so, the extraordinary expert you refer to is indeed me. Diwei yang furoet herbros, grafili stating. The death of the demon emperor has left behind soul bones and soul rings of 40,000 years, which are top-tier treasures. If absorbed by a level 90 soul master, it would undoubtedly create a formidable 9th-level transcendent with boundless potential. However, if an evil soul master were to absorb this treasure, it would bring calamity to the world. Buying Yue's radiant smile instantly vanished, her expression turning serious. Luo Fancheng's countenance shifted as well. Through the reactions of the female pope and saintess, he realized that the soul ring and soul bone resting in his pendant were far more precious than he had initially imagined. He had no doubt that if he were to take out the demon emperor's soul bone from the pendant now, it would likely shock the two women. Yet, such actions were better left as mere thoughts. If he truly revealed it, it would not be showing off, but rather a foolish act, more ludicrous than the unfortunate creature he had vanquished. Bai Yingwen naturally noticed the change in Luo Fancheng's expression, but did not think too much of it. The level of the demon emperor is exceedingly high. My senior brother has only just emerged from a desolate village and knows little of any extraordinary news. Little junior brother, you may not yet grasp the concept of soul rings and soul bones. Allow me to elucidate. Towering ancient trees obscure the sky. Luo Fancheng followed Di Wei Yang along the periphery of the soul beast oasis, stepping through the rustling underbrush. After buying Yue's earlier explanation, he no longer had a tenuous understanding of soul rings and soul bones. Soul masters must absorb a soul ring after reaching every 10th level in their cultivation to achieve a breakthrough. When a soul beast perishes, a soul ring invariably appears. A soul ring from a beast that has lived for a century is yellow. For a millennium, it is purple. For 10 millennia, it is black. And for 100 millennia, it is red. Beyond 100 millennia, the color remains uncertain due to its rarity. Bai Yingwen did not mention it, perhaps considering it too distant a concept for Luo Fancheng. However, he surmised it to be orange-red, for the demon emperor's soul ring was indeed orange-red. It seemed the Tianhu beauty was likely a soul beast of 100 millennia, possessing a red soul ring. Yet, as Bai Yingwen remarked, the absorption of a soul ring also correlates with one's strength and constitution. Different ranks of soul masters can endure varying ages of soul rings. Only those of the 9th level or above can withstand soul rings exceeding 100 millennia. An impulsive attempt by a lower-ranked soul master to absorb such a ring would result in one fate: explosion. At that moment, Luo Fancheng comprehended Su Jiuer's good intentions in sealing the demon emperor's soul bones and soul rings, besides aiding soul masters in their breakthroughs. Soul rings also offer a significant advantage. They bestow a usable skill upon the soul master, enhancing their combat prowess. However, this skill is not random. It is linked to the innate abilities of the soul beast during its life. Therefore, soul masters must be particularly cautious when selecting soul rings, striving to hunt soul beasts that align with their own martial soul attributes. Moreover, the age of the ring must not be too great, as the body may not endure it. Conversely, if it is too low, the acquired skill may be too weak, wasting potential. Currently, Di Wei Yang led him through the forest in search of a suitable soul beast to hunt. Earlier, when Bai Yingwen mentioned soul bones, her beautiful eyes sparkled. To call soul bones the supreme treasure of the soul martial continent would not be an exaggeration. They could be absorbed by soul masters, merging with their own skeletal structure. This significantly enhances physical strength and soul power, and a soul bone also comes with a soul skill for the soul master to utilize. However, unlike soul rings, soul bones are produced randomly. The probability of a soul bone being produced by a century or millennium soul beast is nearly zero, a rarity among thousands. The odds improve slightly with 10,000-year beasts, yet remain exceedingly low. For those over 50,000 years, the chances diminish even further. Uniquely, a soul beast of 100 millennia will invariably yield a soul bone, and such bones are far superior to those from ordinary soul beasts. Luo Fancheng understood that the rarity of soul bones stems from the difficulty in slaying formidable soul beasts and the low drop rates of weaker ones, necessitating a stroke of luck. Speaking of luck, Luo Fancheng's expression turned somewhat awkward. If luck was the topic, he could hardly feel sleepy. Wasn't the Duck King merely a professional match for the famed rooster? At that moment, a fortunate soul could not help but reveal a charming smile. A sudden howl startled Luo Fancheng from his thoughts. A shadow darted from the underbrush. Ironback Howler? Buying Yue's voice came from the side as Luo Fancheng focused his gaze. Before him stood a ferocious wolf blocking the path, its green eyes glimmering with a ghostly light, drool dripping from its sharp teeth onto the ground. Its body covered in gray, fur resembling steel needles, with its back particularly unique, exuding a solid black sheen. The malevolent wolf, long deprived of the taste of human flesh, detected the soul power emanating from the three seemingly weak humans and immediately pursued them. Fancheng, you go, die Weiyang instructet. All right, Luo Fancheng replied too readily, without a hint of trepidation, surprising both Di Weiyang and Bai Yingwe. Bai Yingwe could not help but ask, little junior brother, this ironback howler exudes an aura equivalent to 200 years of cultivation, akin to a peak soul master. Are you not afraid? Luo Fancheng set down the 2 bundles given to him by the village chief, rolled up his sleeves, and laughed as he advanced. The Pope instructed me to engage. So there must be a reason. Besides, I am accustomed to hunting in the mountains since my days in the village. Bai Yingwe was momentarily taken aback, realizing her little junior brother had been so wild from a young age. She quickly urged, do not be careless. This is not like the ordinary beasts in the village. This is a 200-year soul beast that has cultivated soul power. With a swift motion, Luo Fancheng dashed forward. The ironback howler, taken aback by the apparent frailty of the human who neither fled nor cowered, roared in retaliation. Bai Yingwe exclaimed, Teacher, is it too hasty to let little junior brother confront a 200-year soul beast right away? Moreover, he seems too reckless. He is bound to suffer. Di Weiyang's phoenix eyes regarded her coolly. It is not about winning. It is merely to test his foundation and discern his limits. I am present. Will anything happen to him? Her words implied a subtle lesson, prompting Bai Yingwe to stick out her tongue and focus on the battlefield. The moment she glanced back, her eyes widened in shock. The howler leapt high, aiming for Luo Fancheng's throat. His gaze sharpened, and with a sliding maneuver, he positioned himself beneath the ironback howler, delivering a powerful uppercut that struck its soft underbelly. Bang! The howler let out a mournful cry as it crashed to the ground. Luo Fancheng pursued, pushing up the howler's jaw with one hand while delivering a fierce strike to its neck with the other. Teacher, this is too extraordinary. In the distance, Bai Yingwe covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Slaying a 200-year soul beast would be a trivial feat for her. But for a novice who had only awakened his martial soul a day prior, it was nothing short of a fantasy. Yet, Luo Fancheng proved her wrong, showcasing what true skill looked like. His movements, though crude and lacking in finesse, were swift, fierce, precise, and undeniably practical. No, it was not merely a matter of strength. Bai Yingwe realized that her little junior brother possessed a keen insight, deliberately avoiding the howler's most resilient parts, the head and back, opting instead for its softer underbelly. She glanced at her teacher, noting a fleeting pause in the usually cold gaze of the female pope, clearly taken aback and surprised. Soon, Luo Fancheng returned, dragging one of the ironback howler's legs, the once ferocious beast now barely clinging to life. All done, teacher. The junior sister was right. This creature is indeed more formidable than the ordinary wild beasts of the village. Observing Luo Fancheng's demeanor of disappointment, Bai Yingwe felt a surge of frustration. Brother, we just awakened our martial souls and are already capable of defeating a 200-year soul beast. How can you still be unsatisfied? Unable to hold back, she retorted. Is this what you call challenging? You didn't even sustain a scratch. Luo Fancheng shook his head. In the past, I would have killed them in an instant. Now, it feels far more strenuous. Bai Yingwe's eyes widened, realizing that his notion of difficulty merely referred to not being able to achieve a one-hit kill. What sort of bizarre logic was this? Wei Yang's phoenix eyes flickered as she spoke. Your foundation is remarkably solid. You have accumulated considerable battle experience. If it were not for your lack of combat techniques, I might even suspect you had been specially trained by a strong individual. Many neglect the physical refinement prior to awakening their martial souls, believing soul power reigns supreme, yet you have evidently reached the pinnacle of physical refinement. This is commendable. In the future, you will understand the benefits of continuous physical training. Luo Fancheng was taken aback. The esteemed female pope's insight was indeed astute and precise. He even suspected she refrained from probing deeper into his secrets out of a broad-mindedness. Wei Yang continued. Ingwe did not explain sufficiently before. The first soul ring a soul master acquires has an absorption limit of 400 years. Exceeding this limit poses a risk of explosion. How do we determine this limit? Luo Fancheng inquired. Wei Yang elaborated. Through combat, without the aid of external objects. The strength of the soul beast you can defeat will indicate the strength of the soul ring you can absorb. I intended to use this howler to gauge your foundation. If it were not solid, you would need to spend time refining it before attempting a breakthrough. My disciple, the first soul ring must be at least 400 years old to establish the strongest foundation. Luo Fancheng tentatively inquired. Is it possible for the first soul ring to exceed 400 years? Indeed, the Pope nodded. The world is not devoid of prodigies with extraordinary opportunities. Such individuals often transcend limits. Historically, the highest recorded age of a first soul ring has surpassed 600 years. Only 200 years more. That isn't a significant difference. Luo Fancheng muttered instinctively. The Pope's expression remained unchanged, while by Ingwe, beside him, exclaimed in indignation. Do you realize what you're saying? 200 years is quite a lot. That's an increase of 50%. Just as enduring an extra breath beyond one's limits can be excruciating. Surpassing the soul ring's maximum by a year imposes a similar burden on the human body. Luo Fancheng suddenly comprehended the crux of the matter. This was merely the first soul ring, yet it exceeded the standard by 50%. If each subsequent soul ring were to surpass the limits by the same margin, the overall increase in strength would be formidable. After all, later soul rings could easily span thousands or even tens of thousands of years, making the advantage of being ahead by 50% truly staggering. Ah, you're quick to catch on, by Ingwe nodded. For instance, at level 90, possessing 9 soul rings. The earlier rings serve merely as support. The true reliance lies with the 9th soul ring. If you have a 10,000-year ring, while he possesses a 15,000-year ring, the difference in power is overwhelming. Luo Fancheng realized. So, if the earlier absorbed soul rings are of too low an age, they could indeed affect the age of the later absorbed rings? Exactly, by Ingwe confirmed. There exist 10-year soul beasts with white soul rings. If the first soul ring is white, you'll never break through to level 20 in your lifetime. Luo Fancheng pondered. Then if I spend extra time at level 10 focusing on refining my physique to defeat soul beasts of 700 or 800 years, wouldn't I be able to absorb a superior soul ring? This question left by Ingwe momentarily speechless. She had followed her teacher's instructions without such inquiries. Wei Yang interjected. A bottle filled with water can hold no more. The human body is like a bottle. One must either gain special opportunities to expand it or break through to the next level. The capacity of the bottle won't increase merely through effort. Thus, when it is time to break through, one must do so. Those endowed with talent possess larger bottles by nature. A 300-year first soul ring is considered a genius among top-tier forces, while 400 years places one at the level of a saintess like Ingwe. Observing your cultivation speed and the strength exhibited in battle, I believe you can challenge the limits. Achieving 500 years is indeed remarkable, while 600 years would be unprecedented in history. 700 or 800 years. The Pope shook her head, her meaning clear. Luo Fancheng received high praise from the Pope, and by Ingwe concurred, feeling that this handsome young master from a humble village consistently surprised and impressed others. By Ingwe remarked, Little Master, you may feel that some things are trivial because you have encountered me and the teacher at this pinnacle level. Once you meet other soul masters outside, You will understand how exceptional you truly are. In many soul master academies, a first soul ring over 200 years is highly sought after. Even my teacher and I are astonished by your talent. Once you truly step into the world, you will surely make a name for yourself and astonish many. Am I really so extraordinary? Luo Fancheng contemplated. He wasn't trying to show off, but simply had limited exposure to soul masters, lacking a clear concept of strength and talent. Surrounded by figures like the demon emperor, offerings, and the pope, he felt rather weak. He had begun to anticipate the day he would venture into the world. Suddenly, a pale yellow soul ring materialized around the ironback wolf's body. The two women and the man had deliberated for too long, and the old wolf ultimately breathed its last. "Let us go," Diwei Yang said. Luo Fancheng nodded and bent down to pick up the package from the ground when his two martial souls suddenly stirred almost simultaneously, radiating excitement. The little mudfish martial soul manifested itself. Having previously absorbed the venom of the vengeful dragon, it had grown from the size of a palm to that of a forearm. Its surface now adorned with scales, resembling a small snake. It swiftly darted toward the deceased ironback wolf, generating a pulling force as it opened its mouth. The wolf's corpse trembled, crimson blood surged forth, and along with the yellow soul ring, it was drawn into the little mudfish's maw. Chapter 19. The martial soul evolves again. Remarkable achievements. The Qinglians stir this. Luo Fancheng found the scene before him eerily familiar. He recalled the last time the little mudfish had behaved this way. The Pope's saintess was taken aback, prepared to leave. Yet she did not expect Luo Fancheng's martial soul to suddenly react. Upon seeing the little mudfish swallow the soul ring, Bai Yingwei exclaimed, "This is bad. Little master, you must control your martial soul. If you add this 200-year soul ring, your talent will be wasted." "There's no time," Diwei Yang sighed. The little mudfish was consuming too quickly for even her to react. It seemed Luo Fancheng could only add a 200-year soul ring. In a flash, the little mudfish emitted a monochromatic glow. The radiance intensified, growing deeper, while its size rapidly expanded, scales proliferating on its surface as its rank ascended. Bai Yingwei marveled, This isn't the commotion of merely adding a soul ring." Diwei Yang gazed intently. Boom! The little mudfish's size doubled from its previous forearm length, now exceeding a meter. Its appearance was significantly more imposing. It was no longer a small mudfish, but a green-scaled little snake, radiating a dual-colored brilliance. Unlike its previous monochrome form, Luo Fancheng could distinctly sense the joy emanating from the green-scaled little snake, and an understanding blossomed within him. It had grown longer and stronger. However, this little brother of mine is rather selfish. It devours everything without sharing with its master. Bai Yingwei exclaimed in astonishment, "Little master, this martial soul can truly continue to evolve, and its evolution speed is astonishing." "How intriguing," Diwei Yang remarked with a smile. "There exists such a martial soul in the world. I wonder where its evolution will ultimately lead." "Sister, what did you just say?" Luo Fancheng had been focused on the little mudfish's advancement. "Oh no." Bai Yingwei's face displayed a look of regret. "It's such a pity that your martial soul can continuously evolve, and adding only a 200-year soul ring seems like a waste." Luo Fancheng sensed and shook his head. "No, I don't sense the soul ring you mentioned. How is that possible?" Bai Yingwei stamped her beautifully clad leg, demonstrating as a purple cold moon rose behind her, exuding a chilling aura that caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. Luo Fancheng's hands and feet grew cold. He realized this martial soul was extraordinary. Bai Yingwei had clearly restrained her aura, yet he could still feel the chill. With a swish, 4 rings of yellow and purple emerged from within the purple moon, pulsating rhythmically. Bai Yingwei explained, "Look, this is my top-tier martial soul, Tien Yuing, which has already added 4 soul rings." Luo Fancheng followed suit, channeling his soul power as the green-scaled little snake glided through the air, but no soul rings appeared. He stated definitively, "There are indeed none. That soul ring must have been digested by my martial soul as nourishment." Bai Yingwei gasped, "How is that possible?" It is universally acknowledged that soul rings can only be added to martial souls and cannot be absorbed as personal power. Diwei Yang interjected. Luo Fancheng's martial soul indeed has not yet added a soul ring. There are no traces of the Ironback Wolf's soul ring within it. Did it really consume the soul ring as nourishment? Bai Yue's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Many prodigies are born to defy common sense. You are a saintess and should maintain composure. Wei Yang couldn't help but shake her head, thinking this girl was too lively, hardly fitting the image of a saintess. However, Bai Yue turned her head to see Luo Fancheng standing there as steady as a rock, and she felt an overwhelming urge to go insane. She longed to grab his collar and roar, "Hey, do you even realize how monstrous your martial soul is? If word gets out, it would terrify everyone," while others, upon attaching their soul rings, found it futile to hunt down more soul beasts, helplessly watching as their soul rings faded into the ether. Luo Fancheng's martial soul wasted no resources at all. It voraciously absorbed everything, growing stronger at a visible pace. Moreover, it seemed that this was not the end of it. With her saintly vision, Bai Yue easily deduced that Luo Fancheng's martial soul required energy for evolution. If his martial soul were to evolve to its ultimate form, could it then channel the absorbed power back to him, accelerating his cultivation? Other powerful beings could only absorb spiritual energy for cultivation, their method singular. Yet Luo Fancheng could absorb both spiritual energy and soul rings through his martial soul. As this realization struck her, Bai Yue gasped, staring at her handsome junior brother as if he were a monster. This was truly remarkable. Luo Fancheng, meanwhile, was not contemplating such matters. He retracted his martial soul and picked up the 2 packages from the ground. The Qinglian martial soul was still in motion, displaying no interest in the iron-backed songlong that the little mudfish adored, but it was ravenous for the contents of the packages. Nevertheless, he decided to hold off on opening them for the time being, lest an unforeseen circumstance arise that he could not explain. When he raised his head, he noticed that Bai Yue and Wei Yang remained silent, frowning as they gazed in the same direction. Following their line of sight, Luo Fancheng's pupils constricted. The once formidable ironback songlong now lay lifeless, resembling a desiccated corpse, as if all its blood had been drained away. This realization sent a chill through Luo Fancheng's heart. Was the female pope truly going to eliminate him in his infancy? Even if the script of fate played out this way, standing in a bystander's shoes, it was enough to send shivers down his spine and provoke a desire for self-destruction. Cautiously, he glanced at the 2 women, observing their expressions. The saintly junior sister, her beautiful legs swaying, hopped over and sweetly said, "Junior brother, almost forgot. Your martial soul can not only absorb soul rings for evolution, but also absorb blood energy." Indeed, Luo Fancheng nodded, feeling his tension ease slightly. He had feared that his junior sister might proclaim, "In the name of the moon, I shall punish you." However, his keen senses detected a fleeting unnaturalness in her beautiful gaze. "Let us go," Wei Yang said, her expression as unyielding as an ancient glacier, showing no signs of emotion as she moved deeper into the forest. "Come on, junior brother," Bai Yue waved her hand. Luo Fancheng was genuinely taken aback. Even in such circumstances, the female pope did not ask a single question, showing him ample trust. Russell, in the depths of the jungle, Luo Fancheng found himself facing a mantis that stood half his height. He had never imagined a mantis could grow so large. Its forelimbs, resembling scythes, shimmered with a diamond-like brilliance, beautiful yet brimming with lethal intent. From a distance, Bai Yue expressed her concern. "Teacher, is it too much to have junior brother fight a 400-year-old diamond mantis? You never taught me this way before." Wei Yang replied calmly. An inferior teacher's haphazard methods lead to the ruin of their students. Ordinary teachers adhere to rigid teaching styles, only cultivating mediocrity. I teach according to individual talents. Great potential can be nurtured. Your talents differ vastly. Thus your paths of cultivation must also diverge. Bai Yue nodded, though the worry on her face did not dissipate. She understood the reasoning, but asking someone who had just awakened their martial soul a day prior to battle a 400-year-old soul beast was indeed asking too much, especially since she had yet to impart the special combat techniques of soul masters to Luo Fancheng. She suspected that her teacher hadn't forgotten this detail, but had deliberately chosen to omit it, though she was unsure of the motive behind it. Whoosh! Luo Fancheng evaded an attack, darting aside, gritting his teeth. That hurts! This beast was fierce, leaving multiple gashes across his body, but fortunately, he had avoided any critical hits. He had no doubt that had the iron-backed Songlong come here, it would have been cleaved in two by this diamond mantis. Previously, when attempting to control the little mudfish martial soul to attack, he found it couldn't absorb living beings and faced a critical flaw. His distraction in controlling the little mudfish slowed his own movements, nearly leading to a fatal blow from the mantis. As the diamond mantis charged again, Luo Fancheng gritted his teeth and met it head-on, simultaneously summoning the Qinglian martial soul. The six-petal Qinglian spun, releasing a fragrant aroma, and a green light enveloped Luo Fancheng, rapidly healing his wounds. Boom! As he witnessed the remarkable effects of the healing, Luo Fancheng adopted a reckless strategy of trading injury for injury, striking fiercely at the mantis's abdomen and head. From a distance, Bai Yingyue watched as the mantis's aura weakened, and Luo Fancheng grew increasingly fierce in his assaults, her delicate lips parting in disbelief. Could he really defeat a 400-year-old diamond mantis? And he hasn't even mastered the true combat techniques of controlling his martial soul yet. Moreover, the healing ability of his Qinglian martial soul seemed excessively formidable. Shouldn't that be a trait of top-tier support soul masters? Crash! A loud noise erupted as Luo Fancheng drove his fist into the mantis's head, burying it into the ground, ensuring its demise with repeated strikes, as if fearing it might resurrect. Bai Yingyue pressed her lips together, no longer daring to mention the term support. Despite his handsome appearance, this fellow was as violent as a beast in human form, entirely unlike those frail support types who hid at the back lines. Panting heavily, Luo Fancheng stood up, his clothes tattered and stained with blood, yet he bore no wounds. The price for activating the Qinglian martial soul had drained most of his soul power. Whoosh! A bright yellow soul ring emerged from the corpse of the diamond mantis. The little mudfish darted up, opening its mouth to absorb the yellow soul ring, drawing in the spiritual energy rapidly. Luo Fancheng chuckled, half-jokingly scolding. You can't be relied on in a fight, but you sure rush to collect heads. Boom! The little mudfish expanded in size, evolving once more. Its length grew from 1 meter to 1 meter 3, its girth now as thick as a fist, its azure scales shimmering with a mysterious light, exuding a deeper, dual-colored glow. Luo Fancheng observed closely. Logically, absorbing a 400-year-old soul beast should yield a greater increase than a 200-year one. However, this did not seem to be the case. It appeared that growth became more challenging as one progressed. Nevertheless, the speed of evolution was still commendable. Ultimately, the mantis's corpse shriveled, its once glimmering diamond forelimbs dulling like stone. Whoosh! Just as the little mudfish settled, the Qinglian martial soul soared into the air, hovering above one of the packages, spinning in circles. What was happening? Bai Yingyue was astonished, recognizing that her junior brother's little mudfish martial soul was peculiar. But what was this Qinglian martial soul doing? Di Weiyang's cold demeanor also revealed a hint of surprise. Luo Fancheng was speechless. These two unruly disciples, neither of whom gave him a moment's peace. He knew they were hungry, but couldn't they just hold on a little longer until they reach a more secluded spot? Never mind. Luo Fancheng sensed that his martial soul was merely instinctively reacting in a manner beneficial to its host, lacking any sentience. Thus he could not blame it. He approached, no longer hiding, and opened the package that the Qinglian martial soul so eagerly desired. Chapter 20. Source Stone? Transformation of the martial soul. The saintess's heart quakes as the package opened. It revealed a jet-black stone, the size of a fist. Luo Fancheng scrutinized it closely, pondering whether this was the indestructible stone the village chief had mentioned. A source stone? Bai Yingyue, standing beside him, appeared surprised, clearly recognizing the origin of the strange stone. Before Luo Fancheng could inquire, the six-petal Qinglian martial soul swiftly descended, its base attaching to the stone. Whoosh! The Qinglian martial soul radiated a gentle light, filling the air with a refreshing fragrance. As the stone's inky color rapidly faded, waves of rich spiritual energy surged into the Qinglian martial soul. The female pope, the saintess, and Luo Fancheng all widened their eyes in astonishment, witnessing an incredible scene unfold. The azure lotus martial spirit originally possessed merely 6 petals. However, as it basked in the nurturing essence of spiritual energy, new petals began to sprout between the gaps of the 6 existing ones. The 7th and 8th petals emerged. As it grew to the 9th petal, the rate of growth noticeably slowed, for the once deep black surface of the strange stone had faded significantly. Bai Yingwei, astonished, exclaimed, "How extraordinary! Isn't a martial spirit an inanimate object? Yet this azure lotus seems to grow like a living plant. Behold the 10th petal." With a crack, the base of the azure lotus transformed from gray to white, eventually splitting apart. With a swift gesture, Luo Fancheng summoned the azure lotus martial spirit, which rapidly shrank and settled into his palm, spinning gracefully. The original 6 petals remained a vibrant azure, brimming with vitality, while the newly formed 4 petals displayed a faint hint of red, subtly emanating warmth. How peculiar! What changes have occurred? Bai Yingwei, with childlike curiosity, leaned closer, her large eyes sparkling. "Let me try." Luo Fancheng activated the azure lotus martial spirit, and the 6 azure petals emitted a healing light. Yet the newly appeared 4 petals remained unresponsive. "Strange, I cannot manipulate these new petals," Luo Fancheng pondered. "How can that be?" Bai Yingwei echoed his confusion. Observing closely, Di Weiyang interjected. "The newly formed 4 petals evidently harbor a power distinct from the first 6. Perhaps they have not fully developed, rendering them unmanageable." Bai Yingwei's eyes lit up. "Are you suggesting that the first 6 petals possess healing abilities, while the latter 4 do not? Must they fully mature before they can be utilized?" Di Weiyang nodded. "Perhaps, but this is merely my conjecture." Bai Yingwei could not help but marvel. "Your martial spirit is truly one of a kind, defying all conventions. So extraordinary." Luo Fancheng, deep in thought, recognized a sense of incompleteness within the azure lotus martial spirit. Previously, the 6 petals enabled the healing ability. Could it be that 6 more new petals were required to unlock further powers? This notion indeed seemed plausible, as the system had indicated that the azure lotus was incomplete and needed restoration. If so, he merely needed to devise a way for the azure lotus to grow 2 additional petals to validate his hypothesis. And the stone that triggered the azure lotus's transformation was the key. Luo Fancheng directed his gaze to the ground, where the once indestructible black stone had crumbled into mere fragments, evidently drained of its essence. He inquired, "Sister, do you recognize this stone?" Bai Yingwei nodded and patiently explained. "This is a source stone containing concentrated spiritual energy from heaven and earth, which can aid soul masters in their cultivation. Where can one acquire this stone in abundance?" Luo Fancheng pressed, knowing that while the little mudfish could absorb blood energy and soul rings, the azure lotus martial spirit evidently required a significant amount of source stones to advance. "In abundance?" Bai Yingwei rolled her eyes, scoffing. "Don't even mention abundance. The appearance of just 1 or 2 pieces at major auctions would incite fierce competition." "Really?" Luo Fancheng was taken aback. Bai Yingwei remarked, "Do you genuinely believe this stone is as common as iron ore?" To this day, no one has figured out how it is formed or where it originates. Whenever a fortunate soul master comes across one, they absorb it immediately, offering no opportunity for others. Do you know how much cultivation a regular soul master could gain from that single source stone? Bai Yingwei continued. Luo Fancheng shook his head. At least a 25-level increase in soul power, and not just the lowly soul power of a soul apprentice, she replied. Such a significant amount? Luo Fancheng was instantly stunned, followed by a wave of regret. The azure lotus martial spirit seemed extravagantly demanding, entirely unlike the little mudfish, which was easy to sustain and not picky. Yet, in its own way, it, too, proved to be an ungrateful offspring, consuming so much without leaving anything for its father. "Sister, Is your village chief simply ignorant of its value or excessively generous to bestow such a treasure upon you? Bai Ingwe exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Fancheng's body trembled. His mind stirred. He did not naively believe that the village chief was unaware of its worth. If he truly was ignorant, then why had he concealed it for 30 years, bestowing it only upon him? Perhaps the village chief did not know it was called a source stone, but something that could not be marked by blade or chisel was undoubtedly rare. Ultimately, he had freely given it to him as a parting gift. Luo Fancheng gazed distantly into the horizon, his thoughts lingering. This kindness would not be forgotten, nor could it be forgotten. He, Luo Fancheng, would repay any debt of gratitude and settle any score. He would also seize the opportunity to inquire with the village chief about the origins of this source stone. Unbeknownst to him, the village chief willingly gifted it to him not only because he had a fondness for this charming young man, but also because he had no children of his own. Over the years, Luo Fancheng had helped him with hunting and farming. Human hearts, after all, are tender. The old man, Lu Renjin, had not contemplated talent or repayment, only hoping to see Luo Fancheng soar higher. Luo Fancheng picked up the cloth that had wrapped the stone, refusing to discard it. Bai Ingwe inquired, "Brother, with the source stone gone, why do you still keep this tattered cloth?" Luo Fancheng shook his head, folding the fabric neatly. "The source stone has value, but friendship is priceless." Bai Ingwe was momentarily taken aback, gazing at her handsome brother in admiration. She realized that this man, upon closer acquaintance, was far more captivating than she had imagined. He was not only strikingly handsome and exceptionally gifted, but also cherished friendships deeply. Such a man, if he were to emerge from the mountains, would surely enchant countless women. A sudden flutter of her heart surprised her. Di Weiyang's countenance, eternally beautiful and frosty, showed no change, yet a flicker of approval glinted in her phoenix-like eyes. She spoke, "Fancheng, before sunset today, defeat a 500-year-old soul beast." Luo Fancheng was taken aback. "What? Isn't this progress too rapid? I almost perished battling a 400-year-old diamond mantis. Now, a 500-year-old soul beast. Is this not an unreasonable task?" Bai Ingwe chuckled, noticing his hesitance. "I thought after teacher's announcement, you would rush off with your blade in search of the 500-year-old soul beast. It seems you're not as reckless as I presumed." Luo Fancheng shot her a glance. "What gave you the impression that I am reckless? I am steadfast, not foolish. Clearly, I will not engage in self-destructive endeavors." Di Weiyang interjected coldly, "Enough, Ingwe. Do not tease your brother. Explain to him the true method of manipulating martial spirits in battle. The genuine method of controlling martial spirits in combat." Luo Fancheng exclaimed, his face alight with curiosity. "Yes." Bai Ingwe, shifting to a serious demeanor, continued. "Martial spirits require precise manipulation techniques to unleash their true power. You must have experienced this during your earlier battle." Luo Fancheng nodded. Indeed, while using the healing abilities of the Azure Lotus martial spirit was manageable, coordinating the little mudfish to attack simultaneously proved to be a distraction, making it feel unhelpful. Bai Ingwe explained, "Your Azure Lotus is classified as a weapon spirit. It can be directed with a mere thought. In contrast, the little mudfish is a beast spirit, and attempting to focus on two tasks during battle naturally prevents it from demonstrating its full potential." "The Azure Lotus is a weapon spirit?" Luo Fancheng queried in surprise. "Shouldn't it be classified as a plant spirit?" Bai Ingwe patiently clarified, "Grass, wood, vines, and lotuses are indeed categorized as plant spirits. Celestial bodies, such as the sun, moon, lightning, and thunder belong to atmospheric spirits. The myriad of martial spirits in the world is truly astonishing, and within their subdivisions, the types are numerous and complex. However, fundamentally, there are only two categories of martial spirits." "And what are those two?" Luo Fancheng inquired further. Bai Ingwe responded, "Beast spirits and weapon spirits. Those that can achieve harmony with their soul masters are beast spirits. Those that cannot are weapon spirits." "How does that distinction sound?" "Quite simple, isn't it?" Bai Ingwe, sensing she may have been overly stern, shyly stuck out her delicate tongue. Brother, don't be frightened. I tend to be serious when discussing important matters." "Hee hee. Not a problem. Please continue," Luo Fancheng said, shaking his head, showing no concern for the matter at hand. The knowledge possessed by the holy maiden of the temple must undoubtedly be the invaluable experiences distilled by countless powerful predecessors. Standing on the shoulders of giants certainly expedites the enhancement of one's strength far more than aimlessly pondering alone. When the topic of the unity of human and soul arose, a flicker of understanding ignited within him. As if he were on the brink of unlocking the door to a new world, just one final push was needed. Bai Yingwei regained her solemn demeanor and continued. In simple terms, the unity of human and soul involves drawing the soul into the body, allowing your beast martial spirit to possess you, merging with your physical form. This significantly amplifies your strength. With a swift motion, a purple moon rose behind Bai Yingwei, and she let out a soft cry. Martial spirit, possess. The purple moon instantly expanded to a height equal to hers, overlapping and merging with her delicate form. A resounding boom echoed as purple light enveloped her body. A crescent moon appearing on her forehead, frost forming on her eyelashes, and her fair skin emanating an aura of bone-chilling cold. Her already stunning beauty was further enhanced, exuding an enchanting and ethereal charm that was utterly irresistible. The Holy Maiden's teachings struck Luo Fancheng like a bolt of lightning piercing through the fog of confusion, making him instantly comprehend that the unity of human and soul was indeed the correct path. How foolish he had been to blame the little mudfish for his failures. It was his own improper handling that had led to his misguided approach, akin to unleashing a dog to bite. Observing the beautiful yet chilling figure of the Holy Maiden, he pondered aloud. Since the martial spirit's possession enhances the host's strength, do different types of martial spirit possess the host in varying ways? Bai Yingwei appeared surprised, seemingly not expecting Luo Fancheng to grasp the concept so quickly. She nodded affirmatively, indeed. After my tying, Yuying martial spirit possesses me. It greatly enhances my resistance to water and ice attribute attacks, as well as strengthening my control over water, ice, and moonlight. As for the aspect of enhancement for you, that will have to wait until you experience possession yourself. Luo Fancheng was taken aback. So, you mean to say that in environments dominated by ice, water, or moonlight, your combat effectiveness would be significantly increased? Exactly, Bai Yingwei confirmed, and Luo Fancheng could not help but marvel at the extraordinary nature of her martial spirit. Wherever the night falls, there is bound to be moonlight. Suddenly, a thought struck him. It seemed that the insufferable holy sun possessed a martial spirit known as the Great Sun Candlelight. Wasn't he that an infinite enhancement of combat power under the blazing sun? This was merely one of his martial spirits. No wonder he walked around with an air of arrogance. He had the qualifications to be proud. Luo Fancheng mused to himself about the unfortunate waste of such a magnificent martial spirit on that fellow. It would have paired splendidly with Bai Yingwei's moonlight. What was he thinking? Shaking his head, he realized that it was impossible for someone else's martial spirit to become his own. However, he could strive to cultivate diligently and surpass his opponents. Clenching his fists, he felt an even greater urgency to enhance his strength. In the following moments, the figure of the Pope, Diwei was nowhere to be seen. Leaving Luo Fancheng and Bai Yingwei seated across from each other in the lush green grass, as she imparted her knowledge on how to draw the soul into the body and achieve unity. Now that you are familiar with the details, while it's not particularly difficult, mastering the nuances would require at least half a day, Bai Yingwei said, stretching languidly. Her demeanor relaxed, her ample bosom almost spilling forth. It was difficult for Luo Fancheng not to notice, and he marveled at how this seemingly innocent girl had matured to such an extent. Is it beautiful? A soft voice rang in his ears, causing Luo Fancheng's heart to skip a beat. However, he remained composed, lifting his gaze to meet her inscrutable expression. Junior sister, your natural beauty and fair skin are indeed captivating. Bai Yingwei chuckled lightly. Little senior brother, you mustn't lie. It seemed you were not merely gazing at my face just now. I was contemplating the details of martial spirit possession, Luo Fancheng replied, maintaining eye contact with the Holy Maiden, his composure unshaken. After all, he was the Sea King in his past life and would never show weakness before this girl. To speak honestly, senior brother, Ingwe wouldn't mind. After all, they are meant to be admired. It's just that Ingwe doesn't appreciate others looking at them. If senior brother enjoys looking, I wouldn't mind. But if you wish to touch. Buying Yue's expression became suggestive, her words dripping with allure. Luo Fancheng instinctively felt the urge to concede, but upon noticing a glint of mischief in her beautiful eyes, he was jolted back to reality. That was close. I almost fell into her trap. He recalled a piece of advice from his past when interacting with women. The most crucial rule is not to let the rhythm fall into their hands. One must steer the emotions of the other, not be led by them. A weak man has no diplomacy. Women often gravitate towards those who can evoke their emotions. Luo Fancheng's principle was to be sincere in his interactions with women, but never too honest. Ingwe, Luo Fancheng said, adopting a serious demeanor, causing by Ingwe, who had thought her scheme was about to succeed, to be momentarily taken aback. She had intended to use Luo Fancheng's admission as leverage, thinking, if you don't behave, I'll tell the teacher you were teasing me. With no ill intentions. She merely wished to tease someone she was fond of, akin to how boys in school would tug at the braids of girls in front rows. Call me senior brother, and I shall call you junior sister. Our relationship is clear and pure, but how can you tempt your senior brother now? Who? Who is trying to tempt you? Buying Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. Luo Fancheng feigned innocence. Senior brother is solely focused on cultivation and has no interest in trivial matters. Yet you insist on drawing my attention. Trivial matters? Ingwe felt as if she had been struck by lightning. How had the tables turned on her? Just moments ago, he had been staring intensely, and now he wore the guise of a saint. Ingwe was infuriated. You wretched man, how shameless. Just as she was about to retaliate, Luo Fancheng interrupted. Junior sister, you wouldn't want this matter to reach Master S' ears, would you? Let us not dwell on it. Senior brother is a paragon of virtue. Isn't that precisely what she aimed for? Ingwe felt a surge of confusion. Her carefully constructed plan had been thwarted. I'm going to attempt the unity of human and soul now. Luo Fancheng declared with righteous fervor, rising to leave. The dynamic between them having shifted dramatically in mere moments. Ingwe watched his retreating figure, her teeth clenched in frustration as she angrily yanked a blade of grass, snapping it in two. A hypocritical man. You may fool others, but I refuse to believe you are not a lecher. Just wait, I will expose your true colors. Ingwe pouted, her expression filled with defiance. Practice away. I'll exhaust you, false senior brother. In less than 2 hours, don't expect to have accomplished anything. Ingwe's words were not baseless. She herself had spent 4 hours mastering the technique, and even the extraordinary Holy Son, Huang Yin, had taken over 2 hours to fully grasp the martial spirit possession. Boom! A distant sound interrupted her thoughts, and Ingwe turned her gaze, her mouth agape in astonishment, her tongue frozen in place. Chapter 22. Junior sister, is this speed normal? A meteoric rise in strength. From the depths of the forest, Luo Fancheng's aura surged dramatically. His handsome, masculine features now imbued with an otherworldly nobility. His charm intensified as the skin exposed to the air was covered in a layer of shimmering azure scales. His blood vitality soaring. His presence now more than double that of before. Could it be? How is this possible? Ingwe exclaimed, nearly biting her own tongue in disbelief. This was clearly a sign of successful martial spirit possession. But could it be happening so fast? She had only just finished explaining the key points, and he had already completed the process. Hadn't she said it would take at least 2 hours? In an instant, Ingwe found herself in a state of bewilderment. As the revered saintess of the temple, she ought to maintain her composure, exhibiting wisdom befitting her esteemed status. Yet, this individual is nothing short of an extraordinary enigma, consistently defying expectations and leaving one astounded. Boom! In the moment when Ingwe was lost in thought, her beautiful eyes reflected the figure of Luo Fancheng, who suddenly charged toward her like a cannonball, crashing into the grass and pinning her down. Brother, what are you doing? A flush of crimson spread across Ingwe's face as she bit her silver teeth and shouted, her internal soul power surging. Junior sister, don't misunderstand. It was unintentional. Luo Fancheng hurriedly clarified. You've knocked me down. How can that be unintentional? Bai Yingwei glared at Luo Fancheng, who was atop her, her breath trembling with indignation. Although she harbored a fondness for her handsome senior brother, this rapid progression felt overwhelmingly sudden. Listen to my defense. No, hear my explanation. Luo Fancheng stammered, equally bewildered. He had merely intended to leap over and demonstrate whether his martial soul manifestation had any issues. However, the moment he pushed off the ground, his body surged forward uncontrollably. As he attempted to rise, his hand inadvertently brushed against Bai Yingwei's long, elegant legs clad in black leather boots. A sense of dread filled his heart. It was over. Now, there was no way to clarify the situation. Is it not enough to pin me down? You must also touch? Bai Yingwei's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at his alluring yet regal face, seemingly questioning how her senior brother, who appeared so virtuous, could be so unrestrained. Get up. The teacher might return at any moment. Enraged, Bai Yingwei contemplated unleashing her soul power to blast Luo Fancheng away, but ultimately softened, her tone shifting to one of urgent reproach. I'm here. A cool, authoritative voice interjected from nearby. Both Luo Fancheng and Bai Yingwei trembled, their expressions freezing instantly. Thud! Thud! Like wooden puppets, they turned their heads in the direction of the voice. Perched on the thick branches, the high priestess Di Weiyang crossed her arms, gazing down at the entwined duo, her eyes betraying no hint of how long she had been observing. Luo Fancheng felt mortified. Surely, their master couldn't think of him as a beast. Bai Yingwei felt a chill. Her teacher wouldn't assume she was welcoming his advances, would she? No witties. Continue as you were, the high priestess remarked, exacerbating the embarrassment felt by both. Like lightning, they sprang apart, with Bai Yingwei, her fair legs dusted with grass. Blushing as she exclaimed, Teacher, it was my brother. He was the one who charged at me. Right, I did charge, Luo Fancheng nodded, then shook his head. But it was unintentional. Understood. No need for explanations, the high priestess replied calmly. It is entirely normal for Fancheng to struggle with control during his first martial soul manifestation. Bai Yingwei, realizing her oversight, felt a wave of relief, nearly thinking her brother had succumbed to the primal instincts of his martial soul. Luo Fancheng nearly shed tears of gratitude for the high priestess's fair words. Otherwise, his reputation would have been irreparably damaged. Yet, a sudden realization struck him. The high priestess was cunning, perhaps having returned long ago to enjoy the spectacle. Teacher, is there any issue with my soul merging? What issue could there be? Bai Yingwei scoffed, though she understood Luo Fancheng's earlier actions. Being touched on the thigh still irked her. This is unacceptable. I must find a way to retaliate. Luo Fancheng hesitated. The junior sister mentioned it would take at least half a day to master soul merging. I only tried once and achieved this. I'm concerned there might be some defect in this hasty progress. Bai Yingwei gasped. Are you not aware of how to speak without being infuriating? There is no need to berate someone like that. The high priestess shook her head, affirming, there are no defects. Your comprehension is remarkably swift. She understood talent, but not his unique abilities. Bai Yingwei pouted, her beautiful eyes filled with longing. Dear teacher, there is truly no need for such disparagement. Have I fallen from grace? Luo Fancheng finally took the time to appreciate the changes brought about by the martial soul manifestation, feeling an overwhelming surge of power. His strength had increased manifold, at least 3 to 4 times more than usual. His fingers softly tapped the crystalline blue scales that covered his skin, feeling the diamond-like hardness. A clear enhancement in defense. The soul power accumulating within his dantian was being consumed, but at a manageable rate, indicating that the martial soul manifestation could be sustained for quite a while. Bai Yingwei bounced over, her curiosity piqued as she surveyed Luo Fancheng. Ah, little brother, I've seen other snake-type soul masters' manifestations. They turn grotesque and ghastly, resembling ghosts. But you're different. Like a dead ghost? Luo Fancheng rolled his eyes. No. Bai Yingwei shook her head, her smile radiant. You look incredibly handsome. Truly very handsome. Luo Fancheng felt a newfound admiration for Bai Yingwei, who had shifted from despondence to exuberance in an instant, embodying youthful vitality. Your transformation resembles that of a dragon. There's no trace of snake-like essence. The high priestess interjected, Fancheng, your martial soul has yet to fully evolve. It remains in its initial stage. Hence the limited physical transformation. As your martial soul strengthens, the extent of your dragon-like metamorphosis will increase, and so too will your power. Understood, teacher, Luo Fancheng nodded. Then curiously asked, did you leave earlier too? The high priestess's eyes flickered. It's coming. Huh? Luo Fancheng was puzzled until the sounds of rustling emerged from the foliage, followed by 3 beastly figures bursting forth. They were 3 half-human height diamond mantises, comparable in size to the 400-year-old diamond mantis he had previously battled. Screech, screech. The diamond mantises shrieked, their small eyes glowing crimson. Luo Fancheng realized that the high priestess had been preoccupied with summoning these creatures for him. Combat is the best way to test your breakthroughs. Go forth, Fancheng. The high priestess encouraged. With a swift motion, Luo Fancheng leaped into action. The 3 diamond mantises swung their scythes in a triangular formation, intent on dispatching the bothersome human before turning their attention to the 2 females. Come at me. Luo Fancheng smirked, feeling invigorated after mastering the soul merging. He had pent-up energy to release. Boom! He leaped forward, striking with his fists. Clang, clang, clang. The mantis's scythe scraped against his scaled skin, igniting sparks. As he countered with a blow, obliterating one of the mantis's heads. Exhilaration surged within him. The battle was a refreshing contrast to the earlier struggle. Bai Wei, observing from beside the high priestess, remarked, Little brother, your adaptation to this new combat style is astonishingly rapid. The high priestess shot her a glance, inquiring, Are you not yet accustomed? Bai Wei opened her mouth to respond, realizing the absurdity of such a notion. She too was a rare talent, yet she had never encountered someone so extraordinary. I thought you would have adapted by now, the high priestess added, nearly breaking Bai Yue's composure. She silently sighed, already in the process of adjusting. Bang, bang, bang. As the battle concluded, Luo Fancheng emerged victorious, having vanquished all 3 mantises, burying them in the moist earth. 3 bright yellow soul rings materialized. Phew, Luo Fancheng exhaled, feeling euphoric. In such a short time, less than half a day, he could now effortlessly defeat 3 diamond mantises that had previously required all his strength to overcome. His progress was nothing short of remarkable. As the martial soul manifestation dissipated, the little eel rushed toward the spoils with enthusiasm. Whoosh, whoosh. As it consumed them, its size increased from 1.30 meters to a robust 1.80 meters, thickening to the girth of a small tree, the azure scales expanding and becoming more dragon-like in appearance. The dual-colored sheen intensified. Observing the returning little eel, Luo Fancheng could hardly recall its initial diminutive form, now a majestic creature. He keenly observed that the enhancement provided by soul beasts of the same level to the little mudfish was diminishing. Let's go, the high priestess remarked, as the sun began its descent. Luo Fancheng recalled the task assigned by his teacher, to slay a 500-year-old soul beast before sunset. Initially, he considered it impossible, but now he brimmed with confidence. Unbeknownst to him, Di Weiyang and Bai Yue exchanged grave glances towards the 3 desiccated mantis corpses, their expressions betraying a flicker of unease. Moo! The jungle trembled, and a soul beast roared. A slender figure of a young man was engaged in combat with a ferocious bull. The bull exuded an aura of menace, its massive form accentuated by a pair of golden horns shimmering in the sunset, resembling pure gold. A 500-year soul beast. The golden bull, unmatched in strength at its level. With its eyes bloodshot, the bull charged, hooves pounding the ground. Huh! Luo Fancheng called out, his blood surging as he thrust his hands, covered in azure scales, forward, seizing the bull's horns. Boom! The impact of the golden bull was staggering. Luo Fancheng's feet dug into the earth, sliding back several meters before he could stabilize himself, caught in a stalemate. Moo! The golden bull bellowed, seemingly mocking the audacity of the diminutive human daring to contest with it in a battle of strength, its specialty. Has my junior brother become overconfident? Bai Yingwen mused, her body tense as she prepared to intervene. taken aback by Luo Fancheng's reckless approach, confronting the beast head-on without any finesse. The high priestess, with her calm phoenix gaze, watched with keen interest, showing no inclination to assist. Swish! Both parties remained locked in combat. Luo Fancheng's starry eyes sparkled as he felt a vortex form in his palms, gripping the golden horns, drawing in energy. The bull's strength waned while it surged. The bull, no longer smug, let a terrified roar, desperately shaking its head to break free, only to realize it was too late. Yield to me. Luo Fancheng tightened his grip. Crouching low, and with sheer will, he lifted the bull, slamming it down with a thunderous crash. The ground trembled beneath them. The last rays of the sun faded over the western horizon, casting a resolute light upon his chiseled profile. Night fell. The 500-year-old golden bull perished. Bai Yingyue shook her head, momentarily entranced by the spectacle. How could a saintess be so easily swayed by mortal affairs? This man was undoubtedly captivating. Releasing his martial soul, the little mudfish darted towards the bull's carcass, ready to consume. What was that technique you just employed, junior brother? Bai Yingyue recalled the moment she saw the vortex in Luo Fancheng's hands. I discovered that I can also utilize the mudfish's devouring ability while my martial soul is manifested. Luo Fancheng explained. By absorbing the opponent's life force, I can convert it into my own, a reciprocal exchange. Luo Fancheng, possessing a unique physique, could see in the dark. He noticed Bai Yingyue's reaction to his remarkable skill. Rather than joy, she appeared alarmed, her complexion paling as she cautiously glanced at the high priestess. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Junior brother, look at your martial soul. Bai Yingyue exclaimed, pointing towards the bull's remains. Chapter 23. Turning misfortune into fortune. The saintess feels jealous. Is something amiss? Luo Fancheng wondered at Bai Yingyue's outburst, turning to investigate. His pupils contracted in shock. The little mudfish, once a slender figure of 1.80 m, now grotesquely inflated, resembling an overinflated balloon on the verge of bursting. Its dual-colored soul light flickered erratically, its aura in chaos. Luo Fancheng felt a chill run down his spine. Brother, you're not trying to evolve. Are you contemplating an explosion? Do you intend to take me with you? A grave voice from Di Weiyang echoed behind him. This is troublesome. Your martial soul has absorbed too much life force and soul rings, and it cannot digest it all. Luo Fancheng glanced at the large, desiccated bull on the ground, his mouth twitching. Even if he was tempted, he couldn't possibly consume such a hefty feast. It was akin to a snake attempting to swallow an elephant, sheer folly. However, he quickly realized that the little mudfish lacked intelligence, incapable of self-regulation, necessitating his conscious control as its master, a lapse on his part. Teacher, what should my brother do in this situation? Bai Yingyue anxiously bit her lip, seeking guidance. Di Weiyang remained composed, assessing the situation. His martial soul cannot be aided by outsiders. He must handle this himself. The only solution is for his physical body to assist the martial soul in relieving the absorption pressure, albeit the associated risks will also transfer to him. Without a willingness to sacrifice, he must allow the martial soul to face its own fate. Understanding dawned upon Luo Fancheng. Nodding, he dashed forward, determination gleaming in his eyes. Placing his palm on the little mudfish, which was on the verge of bursting. The little mudfish was his potential, his martial soul. He could not abandon it. A torrent of tumultuous blood, energy, and soul power surged through his palm into his body. The mudfish's inflated form began to deflate, the threat of explosion dissipating. But Luo Fancheng's own physique swelled, his soul power in disarray. Coughing, he grimaced as blood seeped from the corners of his mouth. Foreign life force coursing chaotically through his veins, excess soul power surging within. Bai Yingyue clasped her hands tightly, worriedly asking, Teacher, can my brother withstand this? Di Weiyang lips parted confidently. Fear not, for I am here. Bai Yingyue felt reassured. If the teacher said there was no cause for concern, there truly was none. Yet, she hesitated. But, teacher, didn't you just say that outsiders cannot assist? Di Weiyang shot her a sidelong glance, her tone cool. You seem to be quite talkative. Bai Yingyue dared not protest further, pouting slightly in annoyance. Noticing the admiration in Di Weiyang's gaze towards Luo Fancheng, she understood. The teacher was clearly using this opportunity to test her brother. Di Weiyang spoke. In times of crisis, remain composed and decisive. Yingwe, you should learn your brother's steadiness and courage. Bai Yingwe pouted, defensively retorting like a petulant child. As Luo Fancheng approached his limit, on the brink of collapse, Di Weiyang prepared to intervene. Buzz. The blue lotus martial soul quietly manifested, instinctively protecting its master. Waves of fragrant, healing light enveloped Luo Fancheng. His strained muscles and veins rapidly began to mend. The blood energy, wreaking havoc on his body, was also integrating into it, strengthening his physique through repeated cycles of damage and repair. The soul power surging through his meridians experienced a similar transformation, under the blue lotus's extraordinary healing properties. The soul power not only failed to rupture his meridians, but actually expanded them. The tide turned, and the crisis was averted. This scene elicited a smile from Bai Yingwe. Di Weiyang was astonished. She had prepared to assist Luo Fancheng in mitigating the chaotic life force and soul power, yet he managed to navigate the ordeal on his own, earning her newfound respect. For an ordinary person, such a vast influx of energy could lead to dire consequences. It was not easily assimilated. Boom! The little mudfish's aura intensified, its serpentine body expanding from 1.80 meters to 2 meters, ascending further in rank. Its surface radiated a tricolored luminescence, now more majestic than before. Bai Yingwe discerned the implications, exclaiming, "Teacher, could my brother's martial soul be on the verge of transforming into a dragon?" Indeed, Di Weiyang nodded. His martial soul emanates a distinctly pure dragon aura. It likely signifies more than mere transformation into a dragon. What could it be? A true dragon? How could that be? Bai Yingwe shook her head in disbelief. There are countless dragon martial souls in the world. Yet true dragon martial souls are typically exclusive to the royal lineage of the Songlong Empire, the ancient Songlong itself. My brother lacks royal blood. Where would this true dragon martial soul originate? Di Weiyang replied, I do not know either. His martial soul is merely beginning its evolution. The dragon aura within him has yet to fully manifest. When it does reveal its true potential, it may indeed astonish the world and could even challenge the Songlong martial soul's supremacy as the foremost dragon-type martial soul. Bai Yingwe's crimson lips parted in astonishment. She was well aware of her teacher's propensity for brevity, yet at this moment, he spoke with an unexpected abundance of words. This indicated that her senior brother's martial soul possessed far greater potential than she had previously imagined. Suddenly, Luo Fancheng erupted with a surge of vitality. His soul power, now more robust and solid than before, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Indeed, little senior brother, it appears your gains are considerable, Bai Yingwe remarked as she playfully twirled her graceful legs, bouncing over with youthful exuberance. Hey, why are you frowning when you should be rejoicing in your good fortune? Luo Fancheng hesitated. It's strange. My soul power and vitality have significantly increased compared to before, yet I see no signs of a breakthrough. How foolish. Bai Yingwe shot him a glare. I already told you that without attaching a soul ring, a breakthrough is impossible. This is precisely why our teacher emphasized the necessity of breaking through when the time is right. Otherwise, it could hinder your cultivation. The fastest age for soul masters to advance is between 16 and 25. If you linger too long at a level in hopes of obtaining a higher level soul ring, it would be unwise. I understand. Luo Fancheng listened attentively, his demeanor earnest, which made Bai Yingwe feel a bit bashful. Little senior brother, with your enhanced physique and expanded meridians, not only does this bode well for your future, but it also likely elevates your potential for acquiring a soul ring. Di Weiyang interjected, Fancheng, tonight you must diligently consolidate your cultivation. Tomorrow will be the right time to seek a suitable soul ring. Luo Fancheng clenched his fist, feeling the surging energy in his body, and confidently asserted, Teacher, I believe I can break the 400-year limit for the first soul ring. Given my current physical condition, attaching a soul ring of 500 years or more should be within reach. At this moment, Bai Yingyue realized that her little senior brother had unconsciously transcended the limits of an ordinary physique. Not just any physique, but that of a genius capable of attaching a first soul ring. As a saintess, she felt a wave of frustration rise within her. Was she not talented enough? No. It was that this guy was simply extraordinary. A martial soul capable of devouring vitality to evolve, another that absorbs source stones for growth. None of it seemed normal. Even the Holy Sun, Huang Yin, failed to instill such a sense of pressure in her. Di Weiyang continued, Fancheng, you are still being too conservative. Even with a 600-year record, you should attempt to surpass it. 600 years? Bai Yingyue's beautiful eyes widened. For ordinary factions, a 300-year first soul ring is considered genius. Only for top-tier factions is 400 years deemed exceptional. A 600-year first soul ring. Even she had not dared to imagine such a feat in her youth. Nor had the self-proclaimed prodigy, Holy Sun Huang Yin. Historically, only one had achieved such a rare opportunity. Now, her junior brother was casually contemplating breaking a historical record. Bai Yingyue felt a sense of unreality, pinching herself to verify. Luo Fancheng sighed, Teacher, I fear that my martial soul might cause some unforeseen trouble and absorb the soul ring, leaving me with nothing to attach. Di Weiyang's expression turned serious as she admonished. You must learn to control your martial soul. Do not allow it to recklessly absorb vitality and soul rings. As you have witnessed today, while rapid advancement is tempting, excess can lead to problems. Once a certain level of absorption is reached, you must pause to digest for a time. Do not let the growth of your martial soul exceed your control, or it will spiral out of hand. Everything must remain within your grasp. The level of your soul power is foundational. Luo Fancheng nodded, deeply resonating with her words. He had experienced the moment his martial soul threatened to explode, and it had terrified him. We will rest here for the night, Di Weiyang stated. Here, Luo Fancheng surveyed his surroundings, noticing the forest had succumbed to darkness. The rustling leaves accompanied by strange, eerie calls from afar. Bai Yingyue teased, What's wrong? Is having two stunning beauties, your teacher and me, not enough for you? Do you miss your hard bed back in the village? Luo Fancheng chuckled. Certainly my teacher is a great beauty, but as for you, he smirked. Do you believe that one punch from me could end your life? Bai Yingyue waved her delicate fist, scrunching her nose in indignation. I just think this place is rather rudimentary. Luo Fancheng mused that surely the holy maiden and the saintess should be accustomed to luxury. Understanding his implication, the saintess waved dismissively. My teacher and I are not so delicate. Wherever we cultivate is home. Even sleeping outdoors is fragrant and delightful. All right, Yingyue, Di Weiyang commanded. Go hunt some game for your senior brother to sample. Huh? Bai Yingyue pouted. In the past, I would go. Now that we have a senior brother, do I still need to bear the burden? Your senior brother needs to consolidate his cultivation, Di Weiyang reiterated. By the way, before hunting, start a campfire. Bai Yingyue felt struck by lightning, her annoyance bubbling over as she sensed a loss of favor. Teacher, you won't stop loving me, will you? With a new favorite. Have you forgotten your old disciple? After indulging in her internal monologue, she stamped her delicate white legs, her pert figure swaying as her beautiful eyes shot a fierce glance at Luo Fancheng. What use is this senior brother to me? Abandoning you all. Don't expect me to return. As night fell, the campfire crackled, its flames casting a warm glow amidst the encroaching darkness. The saintess provided a full-service experience. Perched with her alluring figure, tending to the skewers on the fire, brushing them with oil and sprinkling spices that were treasures from the storage of the Holy Maiden. The enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, making one's mouth water. The Holy Maiden intentionally exuded a few strands of her formidable aura, which deterred any lurking soul beasts from approaching. Luo Fancheng was taken aback. He had expected the saintess to be someone who never lifted a finger, yet she handled the preparations with the skill of a master chef. With the ability to prepare both savory and sweet dishes, she was remarkably resourceful. Just how many exceptional women like her existed in the soul martial continent? If he were to compare her to some of the fairies from his past life, he shook his head, realizing the grilled meat was not yet ready. He settled into a meditative posture, adhering to the holy maiden's advice to consolidate his cultivation. In the midst of his practice, he noticed Bai Yingwei subtly shifting her feet, as if trying not to disturb him, moving closer to the holy maiden to whisper. Despite their hushed tones, Luo Fancheng, with his extraordinary sensitivity, inadvertently caught snippets of their conversation. Chapter 24. The Evil Soul Master, the Saintess's Worry, the Holy Maiden's Composure Teacher. Will you kill little senior brother? Bai Yingwei whispered cautiously, glancing over at Luo Fancheng, who was seated by the campfire, focused on his cultivation. Oh, Di Weiyang's lips curled into a cold, elegant smile. Why do you ask such a thing? Isn't it? Luo Fancheng's heart raced. He had sensed the peculiar glances from the two women earlier in the day, and now he was certain something was amiss, something life-threatening. Bai Yingwei continued cautiously. Only evil soul masters possess the means to devour the vitality of living beings and use it to strengthen themselves. Given your aversion to wickedness, I fear you might, in a moment of righteous fury, eliminate him preemptively. Di Weiyang offered no response, her exquisite features remaining cold and commanding, concealing any trace of emotion as she countered. Yingwei, what do you think? Bai Yingwei faltered, lowering her gaze. The holy maiden was decisive and detested evil. She too harbored a deep-seated hatred for evil soul masters. Recalling her past, her small hands trembled. 15 years ago, her parents and grandparents were mercilessly drained of their vitality by an evil soul master, dying in agony. Her brother had sheltered her in a cellar, but they were discovered and nearly devoured alive until the holy maiden intervened, saving them from that fate. On the surface, she exuded youthfulness and vitality. However, beneath that radiant exterior lay an enduring pain and shadow that had haunted her for years. Bai Yingwei took a deep breath, raised her head again, her eyes already reddened. Teacher, this martial spirit of brother is indeed reminiscent of the methods used by evil spirit masters to absorb life force, perhaps even more tyrannical. Is it possible that I have become an evil spirit master? Luo Fancheng silently lamented, though he was not entirely sure what an evil spirit master entailed. He could infer from the name that it was certainly not a commendable designation. Hey, do not hastily label him. Such accusations can lead to dire consequences. Bai Yingwei's words seemed to seal his fate. Di Weiyang nodded. Indeed, Fancheng's martial spirit is even more sinister than that of an evil spirit master, as it preys on vitality, harming others for personal gain. A chill ran down Luo Fancheng's spine upon hearing this. The affirmation from the female pope was akin to a death sentence, not only placing the lid on his coffin, but also driving in the nails. He realized he needed to maintain composure. Struggling against the impulse to leap up and plead his case, he continued to listen, eager to discover how the two women intended to deal with him. Bai Yingwei hesitated for a moment, biting her lip as she spoke. Teacher, could you perhaps spare brother? Oh. Di Weiyang raised an eyebrow. Are you advocating for him? Bai Yingwei nodded, summoning her courage as she asserted. Brother's martial spirit methods may resemble those of an evil spirit master, yet I believe he is a good person. Please listen to me. Thank you. Luo Fancheng felt an overwhelming wave of emotion. For the first time in his life, he found it truly wonderful to receive a good person card from a girl. Di Weiyang replied coldly. Being a good person now does not guarantee future goodness. Most evil spirit masters do not begin their lives as villains. Since his martial spirit can absorb soul beasts, it can just as easily absorb humans. The life force acquired can elevate his martial spirit, allowing for rapid personal advancement. If one were to experience the thrill of such rapid progress, how many would still possess the patience to cultivate diligently? Are not those evil spirit masters merely lost souls, seduced by the pursuit of power, ultimately descending into madness? Luo Fancheng fell silent, acknowledging the truth in her words. After all, who is unaware of the dangers of smoking? Yet how many could truly quit? Moreover, in this context, the allure of absorbing life was far more enticing than smoking, posing no harm to one's own body, as long as one's conscience remained untroubled. Teacher, although our time together has been brief, I believe brother is different from those who have gone astray. Have you not often praised his steadfast nature and extraordinary character? Bai Yingwei shot a glance in Luo Fancheng's direction, feeling exasperated. Her foolish brother was on the verge of being condemned, yet he remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in his training. Di Weiyang responded, Yingwei, you must understand that with his talent, should he stray down a dark path and become an evil spirit master, it would spell disaster for the world. Luo Fancheng felt deeply moved by his younger sister's defense, but he dared not move, sensing that his beautiful teacher was resolute in her intent to condemn him. Step by step, Bai Yue's eyes widened as she saw Di Weiyang advancing toward Luo Fancheng. No way, is she really going to strike? She was acutely aware of her teacher's ruthless nature. She never hesitated to eliminate threats. Luo Fancheng's heart raced with trepidation. Good heavens, what cruelty! Just as I have become her disciple, my master intends to take my life? What should I do? I'm anxiously waiting for a solution, understanding the mindset of a queenly woman. Luo Fancheng thought Di Weiyang would not be so quick to condemn him. Please no. Stop. Bai Yingwei interjected, positioning herself between them, her delicate face displaying determination as she boldly asked, Teacher, should we not be targeting those evil spirit masters who commit heinous acts instead? If one has not yet committed evil, we cannot take their life based on subjective assumptions. It is better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than to let one escape. What difference does that make between us and those evil spirit masters? Di Weiyang halted, her phoenix-like gaze fixed on by Yingwei, who stood her ground, resolutely expressing her stance. While she had never defied her teacher, she believed her brother was a good person and deserved to live. The air fell silent, with only the crackling of the campfire echoing around them, both siblings' hearts pounding in their chests. The female pope finally spoke. She slowly nodded, her voice carrying a cool authority. Indeed, this is the demeanor befitting a saintess. One cannot simply laugh and play without discernment. Upon witnessing her teacher's approving gaze, Bai Yingwei found herself momentarily at a loss. Stammering, Teacher, you do not intend to kill brother? Di Weiyang's lips curved into a teasing smile, her beauty radiating an enchanting chill as she replied. When did I ever say I was going to kill your brother? Ah. Bai Yue's eyes widened in confusion. It seemed, indeed, she had never explicitly stated that. It was all her assumptions. But you have always been uncompromising in your judgments, Bai Yingwei thought. Di Weiyang shook her head, her tone commanding. He is my disciple, the brother you yourself call him, not a mere grain of sand. I possess the vision to encompass all beings. How could I not accept my own disciple? Bai Yingwei was taken aback. Are you not concerned about brother's martial spirit? Di Weiyang replied, Methods are not inherently good or evil. Their righteousness depends on the wielder. A knife is innocent. It is the one who wields it that determines its fate. Moreover, if a teacher does not instruct, it is the teacher's fault. I believe I will teach him well. Bai Yue's lips parted in admiration, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Luo Fancheng felt as though he were on a roller coaster, marveling at the stature of the female pope. Her magnanimity far beyond what many men could aspire to. The female pope continued, of course, the most crucial aspect is my belief in my disciple. Otherwise, why would I have taken him in? Right, Fancheng? Suddenly addressing him, Luo Fancheng was jolted, realizing she must have known he was awake all along, eavesdropping on their conversation. Crap, now that I've survived, I've socially died. As the teacher's discerning gaze fell upon him, Luo Fancheng opened his eyes and rose. Knowing that feigning ignorance was futile, he chose to acknowledge the truth. Di Weiyang's beautiful eyes sparkled with clarity as she playfully scolded him. Have you been listening for a long time? You certainly have shown remarkable patience. Are you implying brother has been eavesdropping the entire time? Bai Yingwei exclaimed in surprise. Huh, your brother is quite clever, Di Weiyang replied with a smile, not appearing upset. So, teacher, much of what you just said was meant for brother's ears. Bai Yingwei quickly grasped the implication. Di Weiyang nodded. It is a lesson for him as well as for you. As a saintess, you must not be frivolous. You must develop your own judgment and not be swayed by others. He, my disciple, is quite astute, Bai Yingwei replied with a sweet smile. I want to be fooled by anyone. As she spoke, Di Weiyang turned her gaze back to Luo Fancheng, Your martial spirit is grand and dignified, devoid of malevolence. However, should you recklessly absorb life force, you may easily tread the path to darkness. While it's permissible to use it in front of me and Ingwe, be wary of revealing its ability to devour living beings to outsiders. Many who claim to be just are often rigid in their interpretations, where they pursue justice solely for their personal gain. Her words were laced with a chilling tone, yet Luo Fancheng was no child. He discerned the care concealed within. He nodded. Teacher, rest assured I understand. While shortcuts may yield quick results, they often lead to a dead end. Arduous cultivation may be taxing, yet the most arduous paths are often those that lead us farther. Upon hearing this, Di Weiyang's expression shifted, her gaze toward Luo Fancheng growing increasingly enigmatic. Such words did not seem fitting for a mere 16-year-old. Each utterance sparked deep contemplation, far beyond the comprehension of a mere youth from the mountains. Di Weiyang realized that she could not view her disciple as simply a child. He exhibited a maturity surpassing that of many elders within the temple. By Ingwe, blushing profusely, had not considered the implications of her earlier defense of Luo Fancheng. Surely, he had overheard her fervent words. What a scoundrel! How dare he eavesdrop? She thought indignantly. Thank you for your chivalrous words just now, junior sister, Luo Fancheng remarked with a charming smile that deepened her embarrassment. Clenching her small fists, she feigned seriousness. Don't get the wrong idea. I only spoke up because you are my senior brother, not due to any affection. Of course. A distinguished saintess like you could never have feelings for a mere wildling like me, Luo Fancheng teased. Just as long as you understand, Bai Ingwe replied, tilting her chin defiantly. The meat is almost burnt. This saintess has no time for you right now. After she departed, Luo Fancheng couldn't help but inquire, Master, what exactly is an evil soul master? Di Weiyang explained, evil soul masters are typically impulsive individuals who revel in slaughter, with martial souls as diverse as they are. However, they share a common trait. Their martial souls can absorb life force and devour souls, thereby enhancing their own power. Generally, the more they kill, the more unstable their sanity becomes. Luo Fancheng mused, so they are merely a group of formidable lunatics? Quite terrifying indeed. If they discover their martial souls possess vampiric abilities, they might no longer see themselves as mere patients. He knew well that his own martial soul was that of the Chaos Ancestor Dragon. What evil soul masters? They should stay far away from me, lest they find themselves at the mercy of my abilities. Di Weiyang continued gravely. Once you leave to face the world, you must exercise caution. Ordinary evil soul masters are not particularly concerning, but you must be especially wary of those from the Blood Demon sect. The Blood Demon sect? Luo Fancheng exclaimed, astonished. Could it be that a group of lunatics have managed to organize themselves with discipline? Di Weiyang nodded, her expression grim. The foremost righteous faction in the Soul Martial continent is still a matter of debate, but the Blood Demon sect is undoubtedly the most notorious evil faction. Their 3 blood demon seeds possess strength and talent comparable to that of saints. The 7 Sin Knights, each at the pinnacle of level 8, are formidable. The legendary 10 Elders of the Round Table are all above level 9, their identities shrouded in mystery, each donning a black cloak and a blood-red mask. Goodness, how powerful! This might even surpass any righteous faction. Luo Fancheng was genuinely taken aback, frustration mounting within him. Are the righteous factions merely idle? How could they allow such madmen to flourish unless there are traitors among them? Suddenly, a chilling thought struck him as he observed Di Weiyang's unspoken concern. Surely, the masked 10 elders do not conceal a leader from the righteous factions among them. His palms turned clammy. The world was perilous. He needed to hasten his quest for strength, for safety was elusive. Thankfully, he still had strong allies to rely on. Time to eat. By Ingwe called, presenting golden, crispy roasted delicacies wrapped in fresh green leaves. She first offered them to Di Weiyang and then handed a piece to Luo Fancheng. By Ingwe blinked her lovely eyes. My teacher and I won't consume too much, so you must finish it all, senior brother. I absolutely detest wasting food. Sure, Luo Fancheng replied without hesitation, taking a hearty bite. The roasted meat was perfectly charred on the outside and tender within, the succulent juices exploding on his tongue, tantalizing his taste buds. Delicious. He gave a thumbs up, prompting a shy smile from Bai Yingwei as she delicately savored her share. The midnight forest, with its enchanting ambience, combined with the delightful meal, brought an unexpected sense of comfort to Luo Fancheng, reminding him of the many years spent alongside Sujio. He wondered about his little wife's recovery and how long it would take her to overcome her tribulation. Though he wished to assist her, his own strength was insufficient. After their meal, as Luo Fancheng rose to tidy up, Bai Yingwei pushed him back down. I'll handle it. You should focus on consolidating your cultivation. You must obtain an appropriate soul ring tomorrow, where you will remain trapped at the 10th level of Soul Master, unable to advance further. Luo Fancheng did not protest. He felt the urgency of enhancing his power. He had come to realize that in this world, without strength, one's dignity could be trampled at any moment, and the unfortunate could fall victim to evil soul masters. Without strength, no amount of charm would suffice. Even good looks could lead to being toyed with by powerful women. The truth lay solely within the realm of strength. As night deepened and the forest grew darker, only the campfire emitted a soft glow. Luo Fancheng sat cross-legged in meditation. Bai Yingwei reclined on a slender rope, while Di Weiyang leaned elegantly against a tree, her eyes closed in repose. Suddenly, a thunderous roar pierced the stillness, jolting both Di Weiyang and Bai Yingwei awake, their gazes locking onto Luo Fancheng, who was emanating a breakthrough aura. Is it a breakthrough? Di Weiyang exclaimed, astonished. How is that possible? Bai Yingwei gasped. Senior brother, you are a 10th level soul master. You have already achieved perfection with 10 soul power vortices. Without a soul ring, you cannot possibly advance further. As Luo Fancheng opened his eyes, he was startled to find two stunning faces mere inches from his own, both intently staring at him. Chapter 26. The Shock of the Holy Maiden and the Saintess, a Talent Beyond Limits. Master, junior sister, why are you so close? Luo Fancheng could even catch the faint fragrance emanating from the two women. Bai Yingwei, breathing rapidly, asked, what did you just do? I didn't do anything. Wasn't it you who asked me to consolidate my cultivation? Luo Fancheng replied, bewildered, failing to grasp the unusual response of the two women. Did your body undergo any special changes? Bai Yingwei pressed, convinced her teacher would not make baseless claims. Luo Fancheng shook his head, no changes. I simply noticed an additional soul power vortex forming in my dantian while consolidating. What did you say? Bai Yingwei's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had heard something utterly preposterous. That's impossible. Hearing her exclamation, Luo Fancheng replied in confusion, junior sister, the extra vortex is just like the previous 10. There's nothing extraordinary about it. Seeing Luo Fancheng's calm demeanor, Bai Yingwei nearly lost her composure, realizing he remained oblivious to the astonishing feat he had inadvertently accomplished. Junior sister? Don't call me that. Refer to me as trash, you monster. Bai Yingwei bit her lip, feeling mentally battered. Luo Fancheng turned his gaze to Di Weiyang, momentarily entranced. She was breathtakingly beautiful. The silvery moonlight streamed through the foliage, illuminating her exquisite features, making her appear even more enchanting. With her voluptuous curves and elongated legs exuding an irresistible allure, few could disregard the gravity of her presence and approach the esteemed holy maiden so closely. Master, junior sister, what is happening? Luo Fancheng realized he must clear his mind and regain composure. Bai Yingwei, with wide eyes, exclaimed, what is happening? Why do you ask? Clearly, it's you and this monster causing the shock. Fancheng, are you certain there are 11 soul power vortices in your dantian? Di Weiyang seemed unable to believe it. Yes, Luo Fancheng confirmed. Both my teacher and I are astonished, yet you remain so nonchalant. Bai Yingwei felt compelled to enlighten her bewildered senior brother. Senior brother, each soul power vortex represents a level. Luo Fancheng nodded, aware of this fact. Achieving 10 soul power vortices in the dantian indicated one had reached the 10th level of Soul Master, and attaining such perfection meant one could not advance to the 11th level without a soul ring. I understand now, Luo Fancheng smiled. So it's because I reached the 11th level without needing a soul ring that shocked you? You understand nothing. Bai Yingwei retorted. If that were the case, I would be this astonished. What then? Luo Fancheng inquired, puzzled. Bai Yingwei offered a wry smile, noting that a soul warrior could only cultivate up to 10 soul power vortexes, with the hallmark of reaching the 11th level being the liquefaction of one vortex. 2 liquefied vortexes signified the 12th level, while the complete liquefaction of all 10 vortexes indicated the 20th level. As for your kind of breakthrough, it is truly astonishing. Even I, as a saintess, have never heard of it. Di Weiyang's phoenix-like eyes shimmered with intrigue as she spoke. I never anticipated that I would take on a limit-breaking genius as my disciple. Limit-breaking genius? Both Luo Fancheng and Bai Yingwei exchanged curious glances. Di Weiyang nodded, explaining that those with exceptional fortunes could transcend the limits of mortals, achieving breakthroughs in certain fields that even extraordinary prodigies could not. Typically, one could only possess a single martial soul. Possessing 2 could indeed be considered a limit-breaking genius. Bai Yingwei agreed, acknowledging that among the millions in the soul martial continent, it was rare to find one with a twin martial soul. The fact that Fancheng could cultivate 11 vortexes clearly indicated that he was a limit-breaking genius within the realm of soul warriors. Furthermore, starting with an additional vortex gave him an inherent advantage when reaching the next level of vortex liquefaction. At this point, Di Weiyang was also moved, recalling that her decision to take on a disciple was largely due to her admiration for Luo Fancheng. She believed that while talent could be somewhat remedied, a poor disposition could not be salvaged by any amount of resources. What she had initially thought to be inadequate talent was, in fact, a treasure found in the depths of the mountains. Bai Yingwei remarked, senior brother's combat prowess is already evidently superior to his peers. Now that his soul power has transcended limits, isn't he invincible among his contemporaries? As she spoke, the young beauty cast a playful yet envious glance at Luo Fancheng, letting out an adorable dragon-like growl. Darn it, I told you to consolidate your cultivation, not to break through again. Luo Fancheng scratched his head. I feel like I might not have reached my limit yet. I can solidify my power a bit more. Bai Yingwei's cheeks puffed up in frustration. Listen to yourself. Are you even speaking rationally? Senior brother, you're being insufferable. You've already broken through once. Must you do it again? Dream on. Even Di Weiyang, of such high standing, found it difficult to maintain her composure. Bai Yingwei glanced at the handsome man who had resumed meditating, her beautiful eyes blinking in confusion. Teacher, senior brother is too calm. If it were that Huang Yin, he would be bragging uncontrollably. Di Weiyang praised. Yingwei, this is the composure a man should possess. I can see that he harbors ambition, which is a good thing. A golden-scaled dragon does not dwell in shallow waters. A lurking dragon must soar to the skies. The cool and elegant voice of the mature woman resonated softly. Bai Yingwei was taken aback to discover just how highly her teacher regarded her senior brother. She instinctively stole a glance at the focused figure, her cheeks flushing with an uncharacteristic warmth. Indeed, senior brother Fancheng was leagues above that annoying saint's son. Was teacher planning to take him to the divine hall to vie for the position of saint's son? No, I have my own plans, Di Weiyang replied, gazing thoughtfully in Luo Fancheng's direction. Bai Yingwei found her teacher's cryptic demeanor quite peculiar. By the way, teacher, doesn't senior brother's limit-breaking mean that the duration of the first soul ring can also be increased? Of course, Di Weiyang affirmed. They had previously broken the 400-year limit and challenged the record for a 600-year soul ring. Now, with this breakthrough, to what extent could they reach? Bai Yingwei felt a shiver at the thought. It was too monstrous. This person was indeed a monster disguised in human skin. Stealing another glance at Luo Fancheng, she muttered, Darn, this prodigious senior brother is undeniably handsome. I wonder how many girls he will captivate once he emerges from his training. The night passed without incident, and as dawn broke, dew coated the leaves, accompanied by the melodious calls of exotic birds from the distant forest. The trio remained tranquil, as the presence of the female pope radiated an aura that kept any soul beasts at bay. Luo Fancheng concluded his meditation, stretching luxuriously and inhaling the fresh morning air, remarking how much better it was than in his previous life. Time to eat, senior brother, by Ingwe chimed in, extracting steaming milky beast milk from the iron pot and pouring it into a crystal bowl. On a nearby square table lay delicately cut pieces of date cake arranged on clean green leaves. Luo Fancheng was taken aback by his junior sister's remarkable domesticity, as the two beautiful women had brought an astonishing amount of supplies. Savoring the soft and sweet date cake while drinking the fragrant beast milk, he felt a profound sense of tranquility with two stunning beauties before him. Junior sister, why do you keep staring at me? Is it wrong to look? Bai Ingyue pouted, placing her hand on her chest as she sighed. Thankfully, you only consolidated your cultivation this time and didn't break through again. Otherwise, it would have truly been terrifying. Huh? Luo Fancheng leisurely took a sip of milk, a charming smile gracing his lips. Who told you I didn't break through? Bai Ingyue spluttered, milk spraying forth. Fortunately, Luo Fancheng dodged just in time, or he would have been drenched. You really broke through again? Luo Fancheng slowly finished the last piece of date cake, nodding in acknowledgement. Yes, I now have 12 soul power vortexes in my dantian. Bai Ingyue's red lips were still smeared with milk, but she was too shocked to care, her heart racing with disbelief. This is too terrifying. For an ordinary person, breaking through once is immensely challenging, yet you managed to do it twice overnight? You can't possibly be the legendary 10,000-year soul beast transformed into a human. She immediately shook her head. No way. A soul beast that has just begun to take human form would surely be detectable by teacher. You are quite the individual. What kind of remark is that? Luo Fancheng replied, bemused. Junior sister, if you're going to talk, you might as well say more. Bah, Bai Ingyue retorted, aware that his teasing tone was meant to provoke her, especially since his fists were clenched tightly, as though ready to strike. Teacher, senior brother can't possibly keep breaking through like this, or the other soul warriors will be doomed, Bai Ingyue inquired. Before Di Weiyang could respond, Luo Fancheng furrowed his brow. I have a vague sense of my limits. I can manage one more breakthrough at most, but then I must ascend to the next realm. What? Bai Ingyue leapt to her feet, her long, fair legs straightening as her eyes widened in astonishment. Breaking through twice isn't enough? There's a third time? What with that regretful expression of yours? Explain yourself. Are you not satisfied with your current level of prodigiousness? Bai Ingyue felt profoundly challenged. As a genius, she had never before been so overshadowed. People had always been astonished and amazed by her talent. Di Weiyang gracefully dabbed her mouth with a napkin and spoke. All right, gather your things and prepare to set off. Where to? Luo Fancheng inquired. Di Weiyang replied, to find you a sparring partner. In the depths of the forest, a nearly 3-meter-tall black-furred ferocious ape beat its chest, revealing sharp fangs as drool dripped forth. Its blood-red eyes glimmered with a savage intensity, fixating on the young man before it. Little junior brother, this is no ordinary monkey. It's a 700-year soul beast, the mighty demon ape. If you cannot defeat it, just call for junior sister. I will come to your aid, Bai Ingyue teased playfully, winking at him. Boom! Luo Fancheng was facing this level of soul beast for the first time and dared not underestimate it. He immediately manifested his martial soul, the sound of cracking bones echoing as his vitality surged, his body enveloped in green scales that lent him an air of sinister nobility. He refrained from rushing into battle, instead observing the demon ape cautiously, searching for its weaknesses. Bai Ingyue analyzed, teacher, a soul beast of this caliber should be beyond the capabilities of a weak 16th or 17th level soul master. Even if the young master breaks his limits twice, it is still utterly impossible for him to easily defeat the mighty demon ape. He will undoubtedly have to endure a grueling battle. Di Weiyang, cold and composed, remained silent. The imposing demon ape, unable to restrain itself, let out a deafening roar and charged forward, trampling the ground with incredible speed. Its fists sliced through the air as they aimed at Luo Fancheng's head, targeting the feeble human who dared to strike back. The demon ape's blood-red eyes revealed disdain, while Luo Fancheng exerted every ounce of strength, unwilling to be careless for even a moment. Bai Ingyue observed the unfolding battle, ready to intervene at any moment. Bang! The moment their fists collided, the confidence on the demon ape's face vanished, replaced by astonishment as its massive body was sent flying. It crashed into a sturdy tree trunk behind, sending splinters flying and leaving the tree teetering precariously. How could this be possible? It was dispatched in an instant. Buying you gazed at Luo Fancheng in shock. To her surprise, he, too, looked stunned, his expression filled with questions. Junior sister, are you certain this beast is truly a 700-year-old soul beast? I barely made a move, and it was downed. Buying you was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Her mind racing with confusion. Roar! The mighty demon ape rose from the ground. If it were an ordinary soul beast, it would have fled in terror by now. However, the demon ape, infused with demonic blood, was driven into a frenzy, pounding its chest and charging once more. Get lost! Luo Fancheng advanced fiercely, delivering a devastating punch to the demon ape's jaw, sending it crashing to the ground. What a colorful pen! He exclaimed, lamenting his earlier cautiousness. Bang! 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 With another punch, he struck the demon ape's eyes shut, grabbing its neck and dragging it along, carving a trench as he approached the two lovely maidens. Junior sister? Could it be that I was mistaken? A 700-year-old soul beast, and yet it seems weaker than that golden barbarian bull? Bai Yingyu retorted. Is it possible that it is not the beast that is weak, but rather that you have suddenly become too strong? At that moment, a deep yellow soul ring emerged around the demon ape, significantly darker than the bright yellow ring of the barbarian bull. Luo Fancheng immediately ceased to doubt. Reflecting back, he recalled the benefits he gained from absorbing the essence and soul ring of the golden barbarian bull alongside his little eel. After breaking through his limits twice, it was understandable that his combat power had escalated to this level. With his martial spirit released, the 2-meter-long, imposing little eel was about to soar over to absorb the mighty demon ape's essence. Luo Fancheng swiftly restrained it. Still wanting to absorb? Can you even digest it? You must refrain from absorbing before breaking through to the next level. Otherwise, you might explode. Seeing Luo Fancheng effortlessly control his martial spirit and its hunger for blood. Diwei yang refelet a satisfiet expression. It seemed certain now that the young master would decisively break the record of 600 years for the first soul ring. Bai Yingyu couldn't help but click her tongue in astonishment. Many soul masters did not possess a second soul ring of 600 years, and even she had only added a 900-year ring. The fact that Luo Fancheng, despite not yet attaching a soul ring, was already nearing the level of other second rings was utterly outrageous. How many years would his soul ring possess when he reached the 20th level? Bai Yingyu found it hard to imagine, unable to suppress her forehead in frustration, wishing that he would emerge from seclusion soon. For the shock he would cause would be overwhelming, and she could no longer bear the weight of this burden alone. At this moment, as Luo Fancheng and Bai Yingyu turned to leave, Diwei Yang halted, letting out a soft gasp. Wait, what's wrong, teacher? Luo Fancheng inquired. Diwei Yang's eyes sparkled with surprise as her slender fingers ignited with a golden flame that sent chills down Luo Fancheng's spine. Just a small flame was enough to incinerate the mighty demon ape. From the ashes, a brilliant yellow light emerged, catching the attention of the three. No way. How could a 700-year-old soul beast produce such a thing? Bai Yingyu's mouth dropped open in disbelief, shaking her head vigorously, her purple ponytail swaying. Diwei Yang's phoenix eyes also revealed an unusual hue. Bai Yingyu hurried forward, her black boots clicking against the ground, her form alluring in hot pants, bending down to retrieve the yellow light from the ashes. Her dewy lips parted in astonishment. It truly is a soul bone. How on earth could a 700-year-old soul beast yield a soul bone? Though theoretically, a 100-year soul beast could produce one, it was merely a theory. No one had ever heard of such a phenomenon. Bai Yingyu turned her bewildered gaze toward the Pope, seeking a reasonable explanation, but even she shook her head. Clearly taken aback, Luo Fancheng examined the yellow light and discerned a miniature arm bone, entirely black and translucent, emanating waves of soul power. Junior sister, it seems we are quite fortunate. Bai Yingyu shook her head. No, it is not us. It is you. Your luck is not merely good. It is extraordinary. She couldn't contain her astonishment. The probability of a soul bone dropping from a 100-year soul beast is less than 1 in 10,000. What does that even mean? Occasionally experiencing a stroke of luck isn't anything special. Luo Fancheng waved dismissively, maintaining a low profile. He pondered this incident, which confirmed his earlier suspicions. Ever since Bai Yingyu had mentioned the low drop rate of soul bones, especially in soul beasts under 10,000 years, he had chuckled. As a fortunate individual, he was not akin to those who suffered from bad luck. Unless the drop rate was absolute zero, as long as there was a chance, it would favor him. Senior brother, why does your face suddenly look so dark? Bai Yingyu exclaimed in shock. Others are overjoyed to receive soul bones. Yet you seem like you want to cry. Luo Fancheng genuinely felt like crying, as he suddenly realized a troubling issue. Why had no soul bones dropped from the previous soul beasts? One reason could be their lower age, and the other might be that his little eel had consumed all the soul essence. How much had this prodigal child devoured from its father? A gluttonous beast, indeed. Bai Yingyu had been observing Luo Fancheng intently and discerned that he was not merely putting on an act. He actually seemed somewhat displeased. Hiss, I am impressed. This is quite infuriating. Senior brother, this is a soul bone, though it is merely the left arm bone of a 700-year-old demon ape. If sold, it would surely attract countless soul masters vying for it. Even I, as a saintess of the temple, cannot directly obtain a soul bone. I must complete tasks for the temple and contribute to exchange for one. Luo Fancheng wished to exhibit more excitement, yet he found it impossible. Setting aside the 2 exquisite soul bones hidden within the storage space of the white fox jade pendant, with this luck, acquiring higher quality soul bones in the future would likely not be difficult. However, he must restrain the insatiable hunger of the little eel. Otherwise, it would squander all the treasures. Noticing the saintess's infatuation with the soul bone, Luo Fancheng waved his hand and smiled lightly. If you desire it, junior sister, I shall gift it to you. Gift it to me? Bai Yingyu exclaimed in disbelief. Senior brother, do you truly not comprehend how precious this item is? Ha ha! Luo Fancheng laughed heartily. Wealth is easy to acquire, but genuine affection is rare. Junior sister, the teacher has treated me sincerely. This mere soul bone is insignificant. A bold smile spread across the youthful, handsome face, radiating charm and leaving Bai Yingyu momentarily entranced, her heart racing in an instant. A blush crept on her fair cheeks. Even the Pope beside them nodded subtly, casting a glance of admiration. Conflicts in the world often arise from the pursuit of fame and fortune. How many brothers and friends have turned against each other for personal gain? As she pondered, Dwei Young S. Sharp, e.g. Phoenix Guzes Softenet Sleekly. With a sweet smile, Bai Yingyu stepped forward, unhesitatingly placing the soul bone back into Luo Fancheng's hands. Senior brother is so magnanimous. It truly moves my heart. However, as a younger sister, how can I covet my elder brother's treasures? The things I desire, I shall strive to obtain myself. With that, she playfully stuck out her delicate tongue at Dwei Yang. Teacher, look, they indeed called you senior brother correctly. Fancheng has such masculine charm, she giggled. Dwei Yang nodded. Indeed, Fancheng is more mature than you. Oh, you wound me, Bai Yingyu said, clutching her ample chest, biting her lip in a pitiful manner. Luo Fancheng shook his head and chose not to elaborate as he stored away the soul bone. Through her previous actions, he discerned that his little junior sister, outwardly cheerful, was in fact a stubborn girl who disliked taking advantage of others and preferred to rely on her own efforts. Dwei Yang cautioned, Fancheng, while this soul bone is a treasure, given your talent, absorbing a 700-year-old soul bone would be a shame. Is there any particular reason? Luo Fancheng inquired. Dwei Yang glanced at Bai Yingyu, who understood and explained. Soul bones are categorized into 6 types: head bones, trunk bones, and limb bones. Among them, head bones and trunk bones are the most valuable. There are also exceptionally rare external soul bones, but I have yet to hear of anyone in this era acquiring one. It is likely just a rumor, best left unmentioned. Once a soul bone is absorbed, not only does it enhance combat power, but it cannot be replaced. Luo Fancheng comprehended. So, if I absorb this left arm bone of the demon ape, I won't be able to switch to a better left arm soul bone in the future? Correct. Bai Yingyu blinked her beautiful eyes. Unless you were to sever your left arm, this soul bone would become part of you, unremovable. However, it is customary for anyone who obtains a soul bone to absorb it immediately, as they are exceedingly rare. Many ninth-tier powerhouses struggle to gather even a complete set, with most possessing only 2 or 3 pieces. So, you understand the rarity of this item now, right? By the way, my earlier refusal was not due to the low age of the soul bone. I simply didn't want to take advantage of you, senior brother. If this soul bone were to be auctioned, it could easily be exchanged for precious materials. I understand, Luo Fancheng nodded, leaving aside other matters. He was perceptive in his judgments. He was not one to be kind to everyone. Those ungrateful souls deserved a firm reprimand. How many soul bones do you currently possess? Junior sister? Luo Fancheng asked with curiosity. Not a single one, Bai Ingwe exclaimed, her feet stomping in frustration. Hey, what's with that disdainful look? No way. How could a saintess have not managed to acquire a single soul bone? Luo Fancheng was quite surprised. Bai Ingwe explained, the higher the quality of the soul bone, the more difficult it is to absorb. My current cultivation as a 41st level soul master is insufficient. Diweyang interjected, Fankin. You may sell the left arm bone of the demon ape to acquire resources later. I happen to know of a superb dragon air left arm soul bone that is available. I will procure it for you as a token of your apprenticeship. Thank you. Teacher, Luo Fancheng felt no need for pretense. Who could resist such a beautiful and dignified ice queen of a teacher, generous in spirit? Teacher, the exquisite dragon air soul bone you mentioned. Surely it is not the one treasured by the Grand Offerer? Bai Ingwe exclaimed in astonishment. That old miser has been collaborating with the other 4 offers against you, she added. Di Weiyang's cold gaze flickered slightly. Do not speak out of turn. Bai Ingwe promptly covered her mouth, shocked internally. How much did the teacher value senior brother Fancheng to consider prying from the Grand Offerer? Luo Fancheng listened attentively, contemplating. It seemed the temple had 2 major factions, one led by the Pope and the other by the Offers. The Offerer faction was undoubtedly formidable. Otherwise, given the Pope's ruthless nature, she would have eradicated them long ago instead of allowing them to exist. Teacher, if the situation becomes untenable, let it be. Luo Fancheng thought to himself, aware of how challenging it would be for the Pope to obtain the soul bone from the Grand Offerer. No need for further discussion. Diweyang stated coldly. Luo Fancheng was left speechless, reflecting on how prideful the Pope truly was. As the sun rose and set, shadows danced in the forest. Time flowed on. Boom! Luo Fancheng stood up, his starry eyes sparkling. Have I broken through again? Bai Ingwe, who had been meditating beside him, was startled awake. Luo Fancheng sighed. I was a bit slow this time. It took me 2 days to generate the 13th vortex of soul power. Bai Ingwe remained silent for a moment before exclaiming, I have an urge to strangle you. Are you insane? 2 days is long. Swish! In an instant, the Pope appeared before him. Her exquisite features radiated an air of cold majesty, dissuading any thoughts of disrespect. Beneath her golden dress lay a figure of devilish perfection, her long legs wrapped tightly in golden boots, exuding sultry allure. Indeed, it is time for you to acquire your first soul ring, Di Weiyang remarked, her ruby lips curling into a satisfied smile. Luo Fancheng felt a jolt, as if electrified. She was stunning, breathtakingly so, having not encountered the Pope in his past life. All previous beauties paled in comparison. Those alluring figures from his past were unworthy of even carrying her shoes. He sighed inwardly, recalling the enchanting visage of his aunt Su Jiuer to quell the flames of desire within him. Now, lacking sufficient strength, he must prioritize obtaining the soul ring. All right, teacher. Chapter 29. The Two-Faced Pope, an unexpected encounter in the forest. Di Weiyang nodded, her cool, regal voice flowing like honey. Since you're prepared, then let us proceed. I, along with Ingwe, will await you here. Luo Fancheng initially nodded, but soon reacted, his eyes widening in surprise. You are not coming with me? Di Weiyang replied. You now possess the means to protect yourself, and we are at the forest's edge, devoid of high-level soul beasts. If you constantly require protection and do not embrace challenges, how can you grow into a formidable individual? Luo Fancheng felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He understood the principle, yet the forest was vast and intimidating. Bai Yingwe, growing anxious, interjected, "Teacher, is it too hasty to let senior brother go alone? He hasn't even learned the secret techniques yet." Secret technique? Luo Fancheng's interest peaked. What was the difference between these secret techniques and the soul skills accompanying the soul rings? Before he could inquire further, Di Weiyang shot Bai Yingwe a cold glance. Silence. Bai Yingwe bit her lip, looking aggrieved. Di Weiyang sternly advised, "Fancheng, your physique is extraordinary, having broken through thrice, granting you 3 additional soul power vortices. Such fortuitous talent is astonishing, even to me. It is evident that the 400-year limit for a first soul ring is easily within your grasp. Breaking the 600-year record is also entirely feasible. Previously, you could defeat a 700-year soul beast with just 2 breakthroughs. Now, with 3, defeating an 800-year beast should pose no challenge. I suggest you consider a soul ring between 800 and 1,000 years. 800 years is the safest. Absorbing it carries no life-threatening risks. Most people acquire their second soul ring at around 700 years, so you're already significantly ahead, with no need to take unnecessary risks. However, if you are ambitious, you may attempt to absorb a 900-year soul ring, though it is quite difficult and could even jeopardize your life." Bai Yingwe's mouth fell open, her heart racing at the terrifying prospect. A first soul ring of 800 years, an unprecedented achievement, was about to be born, likely shocking many upon its revelation. In truth, even Di Weiyang felt a twinge of anxiety as she spoke these words. This disciple was simply too monstrous. Yet, due to his limited interactions with other soul masters, he had yet to fully grasp the extent of his own exceptionalism. Luo Fancheng listened intently, noting how the Pope, despite her imposing demeanor, respected her disciple's autonomy. She never pressed him to follow a specific path, but rather laid out the pros and cons, allowing him to make his own choices. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Master, may I attempt to absorb a Millennium Soul Ring?" "Absolutely not," Di Weiyang asserted with certainty. A series of question marks appeared on Bai Yingwe's delicate face as she exclaimed, "Senior brother, is living not good enough? Are you out of your mind? Is there a problem?" Luo Fancheng asked, perplexed. Bai Yingwe explained, "The strength of soul beasts leaps qualitatively from a century to a millennium, much like how we humans break through our limitations. A millennium soul beast can easily overpower 5 or 6 soul beasts that are 999 years old. A somewhat lacking 30-level soul master might still have their 3rd soul ring stuck at yellow, while only a select few elite soul masters can break through the millennium barrier to absorb a purple soul ring of 1,002 or 300 years." Luo Fancheng observed Bai Yingwe's annoyed gaze, which seemed to convey the message that aspiring to break through a millennium with just the 1st soul ring was foolish and perilous. "What age is your 3rd soul ring? Junior sister?" he asked with curiosity. "It is 1,700 years, but I am a saintess, an exceptionally rare talent. It's normal for me to be special." Bai Yingwe said. In the past, when she spoke such words to others, she was confident, but now, facing her handsome senior brother, she felt somewhat deflated. Compared to this prodigy, she appeared quite ordinary. "It's truly unfair." "Go," Di Weiyang urged. "One last thing to remember is to acquire soul rings that match your martial soul, and that will depend on your judgment." "Understood." Luo Fancheng recognized the Pope's intention to use this opportunity to assess and challenge him, and embraced the challenge with enthusiasm. He swiftly turned and leaped into the depths of the forest. Bai Yingwe felt uneasy, but was deterred from following by the Pope's command, fearing to defy her. "Master, senior brother's clothes have become severely damaged in these past few days. I will hunt some fine bee skins to mend them." Di Weiyang's expression remained cold, and she did not respond, watching as Luo Fancheng's figure completely vanished into the woods. "Let us go," the Pope suddenly spoke, leaving Bai Yingwe somewhat astonished. "Huh? Where to? Are we not waiting for senior brother?" Di Weiyang cast her a dispassionate glance, lightly stepping forward, soaring to the treetops. "Wait for me." Bai Yingwe hurriedly followed. The rustling of emerald leaves created a subtle sound as Luo Fancheng cautiously navigated through the dense canopy, ever vigilant of his surroundings. Seeking suitable prey, In such a wild environment teeming with snakes, insects, and poisonous creatures, wandering carelessly would render one a living target. Get lost, you two. Don't stay so close to this princess. Go far away. A girl's voice scolded from afar, as clear and melodious as a yellow oriole, yet imbued with a boldness. Is someone there? Luo Fancheng, hearing the voice, immediately halted, crouching within the treetops to conceal himself among the lush green leaves, observing discreetly. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the yellow oriole lurking behind. He failed to notice that two stunning figures were observing him from a distance atop another tree. Not bad, quite astute. Diwei Yang nodded in approval. Bai Ingyu murmured, Master, did you not say to wait in place and not protect senior brother? Diwei Yang snorted coldly, retorting, Surely you do not believe I would permit him to venture out alone into danger? Bai Ingyu was taken aback, realizing the depth of the Pope's strategy. Your words make me seem foolish, she replied, feeling somewhat dim-witted. I have long considered taking on a secondary identity. Your senior brother provides the perfect opportunity. Bai Ingyu felt as though struck by lightning, her mind reeling. How can you be so heartless? It was evident that Diwei Yang, known for her austere demeanor, possessed a hidden, cunning side. Just as Bai Ingyu was about to voice her grievances, the Pope interrupted her mercilessly. Shoo! Someone approaches your senior brother. The Pope appeared to sense the impending presence before Luo Fancheng did, her alluring red lips curling into a smirk as if eager to watch a performance unfold. A team of 7, led by a 5th-level Soul King. That Soul King will undoubtedly notice your senior brother. Let us see how he handles it. Luo Fancheng remained oblivious to the Pope's covert watch as he carefully lay in wait among the treetops, anticipating the appearance of the approaching individuals. Soon, a group of 7 emerged, 1 elder and 6 young nobles, all adorned in luxurious garments. Among them were 2 young women, one largely ignored while the other was surrounded by 2 noble youths, one holding a jade vial and the other a square box. Princess Xiying, after such a long journey, you must be thirsty. This is a fine vintage treasured by my father, which I borrowed for you. Shall we sit and savor it? Yang Wei, we are here to hunt soul beasts. Do you want the princess to drink and cause a mishap? Princess, I heard you enjoy pastries. I had the chef prepare peach crisps specifically for you before departure. Luo Fancheng, hidden in the tree, listened to the sycophantic words of the 2 young men, a shiver running down his spine. Are these 2 not the quintessential bootlickers? He scrutinized them more closely. The 2 young men were striking and elegantly dressed, clearly not of ordinary lineage, while 3 others lingered behind, their eyes occasionally glancing toward the captivating figure ahead. What manner of woman could inspire such devotion? Just as Luo Fancheng pondered, the young woman being courted turned and scolded. Li Hongpeng, Yang Wei, you 2 hideous creatures, take your pathetic offerings and get lost. Your incessant pestering is unbearable. The 2 young nobles were left speechless, retreating in shame, while the others averted their gazes, startled into silence. These 2 fellows were not unattractive. Yet the princess's standards appeared exceedingly high. It seemed she was rather picky. Indeed, bootlickers rarely find a good end. Luo Fancheng could not help but scoff, seizing the opportunity to observe the enchanting figure more closely. Before him stood a striking young woman with long, straight black hair. Her alluring phoenix eyes, smoky makeup, and luscious red lips were complemented by silver tassel earrings. She wore a black spaghetti strap top that accentuated her voluptuous curves, a loose outer coat, and hot shorts that highlighted her long legs, encased in sheer black stockings that hinted at her fair skin beneath. Her black-stockinged ankles were adorned with short, heeled boots. No wonder these 2 fellows are acting like sycophants, Luo Fancheng mused, recognizing her as a quintessential nightclub queen who could draw the admiration of every male present. Is this truly the princess? Luo Fancheng was incredulous. He had envisioned a demure figure in a pale yellow gown, refined and poised, not someone so provocatively alluring. This continent of soul warriors is not at all what I imagined. Who here invented stockings and high heels? The fiery princess exclaimed, Uncle Tai. If these 2 continue to bother me, break their legs, should anything happen, I shall take full responsibility. The only elder in the group, with white hair and a hunch, appeared troubled, evidently aware of the noble status of the two young men. Does my princess's command no longer hold weight? The fiery-eyed princess glared with fierce intensity. I dare not, the elder replied. I will heed your every command. Luo Fancheng scrutinized the elder, noting his frail appearance. Yet he sensed that without this elder's protection, the 6 young nobles would likely lack the confidence to enter the soul beast oasis, indicating that his strength must be formidable. Suddenly, he keenly observed that the elder's hands, partially concealed within his sleeves, were pitch black, radiating a metallic gleam. Are those prosthetic hands, or does he possess some extraordinary skill? Luo Fancheng wished to avoid unnecessary complications, patiently waiting for the 7 passers-by to leave so he could seek a suitable soul ring. As for the so-called princess, her allure bore no significance to him. One could indulge in carnal desires, but only after satisfying one's hunger and ensuring one's strength. At present, his sole focus lay on acquiring a soul ring and mastering his skills to emerge from seclusion. As the 7 individuals passed by the massive tree he hid behind, Luo Fancheng held his breath, remaining motionless to avoid detection. The spirited princess and her youthful companions appeared utterly oblivious. Yet the old man with white hair and a hunched back suddenly sharpened his gaze, bellowing, "Who goes there? Step forth immediately." Strangely, none of the princess or her companions questioned the old man's command. They instinctively gathered together, warily scanning their surroundings. Clearly, they were well-trained and not mere ordinary soul masters. Luo Fancheng's heart raced. He had been holding his breath, yet this old man could still sense his presence. Was it possible he had detected someone else? Just as he contemplated this, the old man abruptly looked up. "Up there!" he exclaimed, striking the thick tree trunk with a swift palm, sending splinters flying. The ancient tree trembled, its leaves rustling violently, and Luo Fancheng could no longer maintain his concealed position, tumbling down from the branches. Gathering his breath, Luo Fancheng called out just before hitting the ground, "Do not attack. I'm merely passing through." With a thud, he landed safely as the old man, perceiving the youthful voice, withdrew his hand. However, the 7 had already encircled him, leaving him with no avenue for escape. The white-haired elder demanded, "Who are you? Why were you hiding in the tree? If I had not restrained myself, you would be dead by now." Unbeknownst to the old man, the priestess had also retracted her hand. Bai Ingyue scoffed, "Humph, fortunate for you that my senior brother was not harmed. Otherwise, you would have met your demise." She continued, "I see you possess a dignified demeanor, unlike those who strike without consideration." This lad was merely passing through in pursuit of a soul ring and concealed himself upon hearing your voice. He means no harm, and I hope you will allow him to leave. Luo Fancheng clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, remaining entirely composed. He had spent ample time among powerful figures such as the demon emperor and the priestess. The old man's imposing presence would not intimidate him. His eloquent response earned him the old man's regard, who nodded slightly. The other young nobles, clad in splendid attire, scrutinized Luo Fancheng with curiosity. Upon noticing his coarse, dusty clothing, tattered in several places, their vigilance dissolved, replaced by disdain and contempt. Yet, Luo Fancheng's ethereal beauty could not be overshadowed by his rough garments, igniting a flicker of jealousy among the youths. Though they hesitated to admit it, this man appeared far more handsome than any of them, the aristocrats. None noticed that the proud and haughty princess had initially cast only a cursory glance at Luo Fancheng. In an instant, her captivating gaze locked onto him, and she could not tear her eyes away. How unfortunate, she mused, to possess such a fine appearance yet be a mere rustic. Luo Fancheng turned to see Yongwei, the sycophantic youth who had previously offered wine, delivering his remark with palpable disdain. "Ah, you startled us. We thought you were a dangerous assassin. But it turns out you're just a rural peasant struggling to awaken a proper martial soul. What threat could you possibly pose?" The second sycophant, Li Hongpeng, chimed in. "The old man remains cautious, but tell me, boy, where are your family and teachers? Do you really venture out alone?" Luo Fancheng shook his head. "I have no family. My only guardian has departed. As for my teacher," Yang Wei waved dismissively, "Iron Elder, there's no need to inquire further. Just look at his pitiful state. Who would take him on as a student? He is clearly alone." A mere commoner was hardly worthy of consideration. Any one of them could easily overpower him. Even if he were to be granted a hand, he could not harm them. He directed his haughty gaze at Luo Fancheng. You may leave now. Do not worry. We nobles do not stoop to your level. Indeed, no need to fear. While we may look down on commoners, we will not bully you simply because you are weak. You may go, Li Hongpeng added. In the distance, Bai Yingwei glared, her teeth clenched in anger, fists balled. How infuriating. I wish to teach this bunch of rubbish a lesson. Do they not realize my senior brother's background and power? Can they truly afford to provoke him? Teacher, allow me to intervene, she implored. Di Weiyang shook her head. Yingwei, to become a grand tree, do not contend with the grass. A ruler wields a sword. It is not slay flies. You are a saintess and should embody the spirit of one. If mere words from others can disturb your mind, how will you achieve greatness? Observe how your senior brother handles this. Bai Yingwei redirected her attention. Luo Fancheng smiled. Having lived 2 lives, he would not resort to violence simply because someone had spoken harshly, nor would he stoop to sarcastically declare, "My teacher is the Pope." Such behavior would only render him as foolish as they. With a shake of his head, he turned to leave, casting not a glance at the haughty princess to avoid unnecessary trouble. Observing his retreating figure, the others murmured their thoughts. It seems this fellow possesses a touch of pride. Rather commendable. However, he likely remains unaware that a commoner's bloodline is inherently inferior, capping both martial souls and other talents, rendering them unable to compete with the nobility. He is clearly a pitiable soul, lacking talent, family, or influence, destined to struggle alone, without even a protective teacher. How tragic. Indeed, it is so. But cease your sympathy for the commoner. Our ancestors toiled for generations to establish our nobility. Why should they, through mere effort, hope to catch up to us? Such disparities are only natural. At that moment, a melodious yet assertive female voice rang out, "Hey, you there, stop." The crowd turned, perplexed, to the princess, unsure why she would halt that ragged youth. Rather than pausing, Luo Fancheng quickened his pace, eager to distance himself from this troublesome situation. The princess, vexed, stomped her long, alluring legs in frustration. "Hey, are you deaf? Do you not hear this princess speaking? Young Wei Lianed Crosser, princess seeing. That fellow clearly lacks any skill and is destined for a world apart from us. What merit is there in addressing him? Let him be on his way. Be quiet. You are the one who should leave." The princess shot back before dashing forward, leaving Yang Wei in stunned silence. Luo Fancheng was compelled to halt, facing the alluring figure blocking his path. Up close, she appeared even more enchanting, particularly her spirited phoenix eyes. He inwardly sighed. This woman wasted her charm on a haughty demeanor. Had she donned a horse-faced skirt and tied her hair into a high ponytail, she would undoubtedly look magnificent. This fleeting thought passed, and he inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss, my princess?" "This princess commands you to stop. Do you not hear?" the princess demanded, her eyes narrowing. "Alas, I have been hard of hearing since childhood," Luo Fancheng replied, fabricating an excuse, leaving the princess momentarily speechless, her reprimands caught in her throat. "Hey, you cannot leave." Luo Fancheng's gaze turned sharp. While a few exchanged words was one thing, he would not tolerate overt provocation. He sensed the priestess would not genuinely allow him to travel alone. This was likely a test. If these individuals were not overly arrogant, he did not wish to gamble his life on whether the priestess was indeed watching from the shadows. "My princess, first, there is no need for such informality. I have a name. Second, why can I not leave?" Luo Fancheng replied resolutely, his words resonating with conviction. Gasping, the young men behind him inhaled sharply, silently mourning for the oblivious commoner. Who does not know that Princess Xiang is the cherished jewel of the Lord of Qianlong City, accustomed to indulgence and lawlessness in childhood? The entire city strives to curry favor with her. Who would dare to defy her? Princess Xiang was astonished. The man before her possessed a pair of piercing, deep black eyes that did not flinch or evade her gaze. In all of Qianlong City, the only man who dared to meet her eyes was her father. "You scoundrel! Are you not afraid that I will have Lord Tai kill you?" Luo Fancheng nodded and replied candidly, "I am afraid." But does fear of death warrant kneeling and fawning over others? Such a response left Princess Xiang even more bewildered, and she scoffed. You certainly do not appear to be afraid of dying. Luo Fancheng smiled. After all, there are certain things in life that are more difficult to bear than death, such as being someone else's dog. Princess Xiang was taken aback. She had heard many flattering words, but this was something entirely different. Moreover, the speaker was exceedingly handsome. Strikingly so. How dare you speak to the princess in such a manner? It is a privilege if she regards you. Countless aspire to be her servant and have no opportunity. The young men behind her, fervent admirers of Princess Xiang, who held common disdain for commoners, were incensed and confronted Luo Fancheng. Princess Xiang turned her fierce gaze upon them. Yang Wei, Li Hongpeng, this princess is engaged in meaningful conversation with another. You have no place here. What? The two noble youths were left speechless, their expressions etched with confusion. Your Highness, we are speaking on your behalf. They stammered. Impatiently, Princess Xiang retorted, silence. Do not bark like dogs here. Go far away. You're bothersome. With that, she ignored the two, and the sultry girl in black stockings turned her attention to Luo Fancheng, uttering words that left everyone astounded. I will not make things difficult for you. You are quite handsome. Just my type. If you are sensible, join me from now on. What do you say? Chapter 31. Aesthetic Appreciation. Obsession. What manner of woman is this? Luo Fancheng was somewhat taken aback by her words. He had surmised many reasons for her wanting to keep him around. Humiliation, bullying, but never had he anticipated that she was merely lusting after him. When he had previously hidden in the tree, he sensed that this willful princess was infatuated, and his intuition proved accurate. Was this fiery girl merely obsessed with appearances? Unthinkable, Your Highness. Such a loss of dignity. A mere country bumpkin like me does not deserve your favor. Before he could finish, Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng, who had just been chastised, charged back in, their faces twisted with jealousy. With a swift motion, Princess Xiang brandished a whip, striking both noble youths without mercy. Your Highness, you actually struck us for him? Yang Wei winced in pain, their expressions a mixture of shock and sorrow. Goodness, your brotherly devotion is unparalleled, Luo Fancheng thought to himself, unable to suppress his disbelief at their excessive subservience. Were you too after? She is already ruthlessly punishing you, and you still dare to lament? Princess Xiang glared with fierce, resplendent eyes. This princess has conducted herself as she pleases. I require no input from you. Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng, battered and furious, turned their ire towards Luo Fancheng, their eyes ablaze with jealousy and hatred. The other youths also cast furtive glances at Luo Fancheng, their hostility palpable, though subtly veiled. Absurd. The one who harmed you is this woman. Direct your wrath at her, not me. Upon seeing Luo Fancheng's ethereal beauty, Princess Xiang's anger dissipated, her furrowed brow softening. Come with me. This princess will not treat you poorly. To be kept man? In your dreams. Luo Fancheng shook his head. Your Highness, I appreciate your goodwill, but I am rather wild at heart and find it difficult to submit to another. To refuse me? I find you appealing, and yet you reject me? Princess Xiang's eyes widened, her cheeks flushing with indignation. Luo Fancheng was speechless. This woman was clearly more than just spoiled and willful. Could she be a psychotic? He needed to extricate himself quickly, as such individuals often oscillate between affection and violence. He gestured towards Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng. Your Highness, I am but a commoner. These two gentlemen, with their esteemed backgrounds, will be far more fitting companions for you. Hearing the flattery, Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng assumed Luo Fancheng was expressing self-doubt, puffing out their chests in pride, awaiting the princess's acknowledgement. But what are their faces? They are hardly worthy of comparison. Princess Xiang scoffed, her gaze fixed on the captivating man before her, unwilling to spare a glance at the others. The two noble youths' pride crumbled, as if struck by lightning, their bodies freezing in disbelief, akin to being caught in a wintry storm. Seeing the princess unyielding, Luo Fancheng felt a mix of resignation and exasperation. Truly, the ancients do not deceive me. Being handsome is indeed a curse. Who could fathom the torment he endured? ensnared by this obsessive princess? Your Highness, please let me go. A fruit forcibly plucked is never sweet. Luo Fancheng forced a smile, attempting to reason with her. But I am parched. Princess Xieying's eyes sparkled with an unsettling excitement, making even Luo Fancheng, who had encountered many unusual personalities, feel uncomfortable. In this world, power and status matter. You possess nothing, yet I have everything. If you accompany me, everything I have can be yours. A true man rides high, not beneath another. Luo Fancheng resolutely shook his head. No, I am one who relishes the hard-earned, not the soft and easy. I pursue what I desire without needing gifts from others. By heavens! Yang Wei and the others stared, dumbfounded. They had not anticipated such a forthright rejection. Was he not afraid of the consequences? Did he not understand the benefits of aligning with a princess? For commoners, securing favor for nobility could mean ascending to great heights. Yet this fellow rejected the opportunity without a second thought. Truly, he was a bumpkin, utterly unaware of the allure of a princess's status. How ungrateful! Defying the princess will lead to dire consequences. They internally condemned Luo Fancheng. You, Princess Xieying ground her teeth, fury radiating from her beautiful eyes, her lips quivering. No one has ever dared to reject me. Not a soul. Do not presume that your beauty grants you license to act as you please. Princess Xieying raised her whip, poised to strike, her voice sharp. I give you one last chance. Will you follow me? Yang Wei and the others clenched their fists, anxious for Luo Fancheng to decline. Strike him now. Luo Fancheng's temper flared, recalling the traits of obsessive women from his previous life. You think this is amusing? Go ahead and kill me if you can, but do not expect my admiration. Just because you're a princess does not mean you can dictate my actions. I regard you as a princess, but if I choose not to, you are nothing. Come on, in me. I can hardly wait. Do not expect me to coddle you. Dream on. Luo Fancheng unleashed a torrent of words, leaving the headstrong princess momentarily speechless. She lowered her head, her expression obscured, but the air around her grew ominously tense. Do not speak of being scolded. Since her birth, she has been treated with gentle words, and no one dares to raise their voice at her. Yang Wei and the others stood agape, their bodies chilled. Has this fellow gone mad? Daring to insult the princess. It's over. Are they afraid of not dying thoroughly enough? Meanwhile, the ever-composed Iron Elder, with his white hair, was astonished, his beard trembling, staring in disbelief at Luo Fancheng. What young man? Are the youth of today so bold? To be honest, Luo Fancheng himself felt a twinge of regret after his outburst. What a disaster. He had acted on impulse. The key issue was that in both of his lifetimes, he had always been in control of women and had never been threatened by one. Now, he could only hope that his understanding of the twisted affection from his past life was accurate, or that the High Priestess was watching him from the shadows. If neither were true, perhaps he could still beg for mercy with his somewhat handsome face after a swift retreat. The air fell mysteriously silent, as if even the birds in the surrounding forest had ceased their songs. Suddenly, an unusual sound emanated from Princess Xieying, who had her head lowered. Chapter 32. This soft rice brother refuses to eat. You don't actually like him, do you? Next, they saw the spicy princess tremble from head to toe, her alluring legs clad in black silk, her short shorts hugging her pert backside, and her ample bosom shaking, all in an abnormal quiver. This terrified those behind her. What had provoked the princess to such a state? Drip. Several tears fell onto Princess Xieying's white boots. Including Iron Elder, everyone collectively gasped. Yang Wei was certain. It's over. This kid is ice cold. He made the princess cry. Even the king himself couldn't save you now. Fueled by anger, Yang Wei charged forth. Princess, watch me deal with this scoundrel for you. Beside him, Li Hongpeng wouldn't allow this rival to take the lead. You dare bully the princess? I'm coming for you. Luo Fancheng immediately assumed a defensive posture, ready to retaliate. He sensed that the aura from these two was not as strong, lacking the oppressive feeling he felt when facing Bai Yingwei. He should be able to handle them. Swish! A whip-like shadow lashed out, and Luo Fancheng instinctively tried to defend himself, only to realize it wasn't he aimed at him, but rather at the rear. Yang Wei and his companion rushed forward. eager to subdue Luo Fancheng first, unaware that there was a traitor among them. One of them was struck, recoiling in pain, gritting his teeth and clutching his swollen arm. Yang Wei and the others looked at the whip-wielding princess, Sea in confusion. The spicy princess raised her head, her eyes red but fierce, like a beast protecting its territory. "How dare you touch my people?" Li Hongpeng exclaimed in shock. "Princess, this scoundrel is completely ungrateful. Didn't you just cry because of him? Whether I cry or not is my business. What does it have to do with you?" Princess Xieying raised her chin, her face brimming with arrogance. Yang Wei and the others, who secretly adored her, were mentally crushed. They couldn't understand why their daily displays of concern were met with disdain. While this scoundrel could provoke the princess to tears and still receive her attention. What on earth was wrong? Luo Fancheng felt assured. It was highly probable that Princess Xieying had a hint of a twisted affection, yet her demeanor suggested she primarily leaned towards masochism. Since he had gambled correctly earlier, it would be much easier to treat her accordingly. Princess Xieying glared at the handsome man before her. Although he had enraged her to the point of gritting her teeth and wishing to strike him down, she couldn't bring herself to hate him. He appeared far more appealing than those around her who were merely sycophants. "Speak, how can you accompany me? I, the princess, desire wealth and power. You, an ordinary person, lack the qualifications and recognition. But if you can please me, I may spare no resources to elevate you." Yang Wei wanted to speak again, but the pain from the whip on his body was too intense, and he dared not utter another word. Li Hongpeng also feared that if he said too much, the princess's wild temperament would flare up, and Iron Elder would deal with him. Luo Fancheng smirked disdainfully. "You are utterly ridiculous. Do you truly believe that money is omnipotent? One day, when you find yourself devoid of wealth and influence, all those around you will abandon you. How pitiful, little girl. Everyone fears you, yet you lack a single genuine friend." The noble youths were rendered numb. Another girl in the group felt a flicker of admiration for this handsome man, believing he possessed a certain masculine charm that surpassed those around them. However, coming from a humble background, he surely lacked talent and influence. No matter how appealing she found him, she would never consider him over those with distinguished family lineages. Princess Xieying continued to tremble, her throat emitting a sharp, quivering voice. "Curse you! Dare to utter another word. Ha! I have nothing to say to a willful woman like you." Luo Fancheng shook his head, seemingly too disdainful to utter another word. Princess Xieying bit her plump, luscious lips, staring intently at the man. "I am Yi Xieying." "Oh," Luo Fancheng replied nonchalantly. "You scoundrel." Yi Xieying stomped her small white boots in frustration. "I'm trying to speak to you nicely, yet you ignore me? I apologize, but I simply cannot feel affection for someone who threatens me. However, it is no harm to tell you my name, Luo Fancheng." Yi Xieying huffed. "Since we now know each other's names, doesn't that make us friends? I wish for you to stay. You wouldn't refuse a friend's request, would you?" Luo Fancheng glared. "Is this what your family considers friendship?" He could hardly contain himself. What kind of enterprise-level misunderstanding was this? "Indeed," Yi Xieying nodded. "None of my friends would ever refuse my requests." Luo Fancheng retorted, "Are you foolish? If a relationship between friends involves coercion, then it is not friendship at all." Yi Xieying was furious but restrained her anger. "Then what do you define as friendship?" "It is the ability to say no without any psychological burden, preserving each other's sincere feelings. That is true friendship." Yi Xieying looked bewildered. Luo Fancheng chuckled. "I don't expect you to understand. After all, you have no friends. Are you implying that I am foolish?" Yi Xieying glared. "No, there is. I am not suggesting. I am stating." "Ah, how infuriating." Yi Xieying's beautiful legs tensed as she raised her whip, but then lowered it. Though he insulted her, she couldn't bring herself to strike him, feeling a bit masochistic. "Be my friend," Yi Xieying insisted. "No, wouldn't being my friend be a burden to you?" Luo Fancheng replied. "I need to acquire a soul ring now. I don't have time to waste with you, the pampered princess. It's dangerous for you to be alone. Join our team." "No, I feel it's more dangerous to be with you." Yi Xieying fumed. "Am I going to eat you?" Luo Fancheng nodded. "It's possible." Yi Xieying raised her beautiful eyes and commanded, "Iron Uncle, keep an eye on this fellow. Don't let him escape." Yes, princess. The white-haired elder stepped in front of Luo Fancheng. Yi Xiang gazed at Luo Fancheng, her full lips curling upward. Rest assured, once we help you hunt, she is unworthy. Teacher, please do not stop me. I wish to tear her apart. Wei Yang cast a sideways glance, her voice icy as she inquired. Such a strong reaction. Could it be that you have developed feelings for your senior brother after just a few days? Bai Yingyu's delicate form trembled, momentarily frozen. Chapter 33. A proposal? How amusing. Is this what you call strength? It pierces the heart. With a stiffened expression, she turned her lovely face. Teacher, what do you mean? She's a saintess? Unlike that superficial, infatuated, and willful princess. Wei Yang's phoenix eyes fixed upon her, and after a brief moment, she nodded, her crimson lips parting slightly. Very well. I shall find an opportunity to introduce a suitable match for your senior brother. You may assist me in selecting which noble lady from the great sex would be appropriate. Bai Yingyu's cherry lips parted in disbelief, stammering you. You intend to introduce a match for my senior brother? He is still young. It seems a bit premature. Let us go. Keep up, Wei Yang stated coldly, leading the way. Teacher, please clarify. The temperaments of those noble ladies from prestigious families are often quite peculiar. You cannot send my senior brother into a pitfall. Bai Yingyu hurriedly followed, her words tumbling forth, unaware of the slight upward curve of Wei Yang's lips. Roar! On the outskirts of the verdant oasis. A piercing roar echoed as a massive black panther, towering 2 meters high, collapsed. Its body was riddled with wounds, a fatal hole in its chest, blood oozing from it and staining the green grass and dark earth. Ha ha! To single-handedly slay a 350-year-old soul beast, the Wind Shadow Panther. Such an achievement at the 10th level Soul Master is surely unprecedented. Yang Wei stood triumphantly, brandishing a long spear that shimmered with dark golden light, his foot resting upon the fallen beast. Though his resplendent attire was tattered, his demeanor exuded pride, embodying the spirit of a conqueror. Yang Xiao is truly ruthless. With just 10th level strength, he can slay a 350-year soul beast. He is but 50 years away from rivaling the top talents of great powers. One word encapsulates it: ferocious. Indeed, it was remarkable. Several young men in the group swiftly gathered around, gazing at the soul beast beneath Yang Wei's feet with awe. Even the usually stern Iron Elder displayed a hint of a smile. Young Master Yang, as expected of a descendant of a Yang family. Your foundation is indeed solid. Iron Elder, you flatter me. Yang Wei waved his hand nonchalantly, dismissing the feat of slaying a mere 350-year-old soul beast as trivial, far beneath the level of a top-tier prodigy who could contend with 400-year beasts. Despite his words, he reveled in the praise, lifting his chin with satisfaction, his gaze drifting toward the fiery, willful princess. Yet, the goddess of his heart merely cast a fleeting glance his way before turning her luminous eyes to the handsome Luo Fancheng beside her. Damn it! Yang Wei gritted his teeth, his moment of joy swiftly evaporating. Why? Is he merely a pretty face? What good is good looks if one cannot fight? Naturally, Luo Fancheng noticed the murderous glare directed at him, but paid it no heed, for he was utterly perplexed and bewildered. What is this? It was just the slaying of a 350-year-old soul beast. Is such excitement really warranted? Listening to the accolades and boasts directed at Yang Wei, Luo Fancheng's confusion only deepened. He could tell that the admiration was genuine, not mere flattery. It was absurd. He had confidence that he could obliterate an 800-year-old soul beast with one hand. As he walked along, Luo Fancheng gathered some understanding of this group. They all hailed from the Subdragon City under the Songlong Empire. 6 were elite Soul Master students from the Royal City Academy, while Iron Elder served as their mentor. The others possessed strength not exceeding the 30th level, requiring soul rings, while Iron Elder was a 5th level master, a Soul King at level 54. Upon realizing Iron Elder's level, Luo Fancheng understood why he had been noticed so promptly. Throughout the journey, several young men, envious of his good looks, had intentionally flaunted their noble status, exuding an air of genius and elitism, attempting to instill a sense of inferiority in Luo Fancheng. Is this all? Indeed, He had yet to witness the full extent of others' abilities, but the overzealous Yang Wei had truly made him feel inferior. Hey, Chen Shun, you're not intimidated by this fellow's prowess, are you? Princess Xing burst into laughter, revealing a teasing smile. Luo Fancheng replied, bewildered me? Intimidated? Yi Xing remarked, although I do not like him, I must admit his talent is noteworthy. You also seek to attach your first soul ring. Would you dare to battle against a 350-year-old soul beast? Luo Fancheng was momentarily speechless, nearly bursting into laughter. Was this a jest? He could hardly be bothered to engage with this fiery princess, instead turning his attention to Yang Wei, who was absorbing the soul ring. It was indeed his first time witnessing someone absorb a soul ring. Seeing that Luo Fancheng remained silent, Yi Xing's beautiful eyes widened in irritation, ready to scold him. However, she bit her lip, holding back her words for the sake of appearances. Chen Shun, do not feel pressured. Yang Wei's level is already quite high in Sub-Dragon City. Only top talents from great powers can attach their first soul ring to 400-year beasts. You understand what I mean, right? Given your humble origins and the disadvantage of lacking innate bloodlines, if you can attach a 200-year soul ring, that would be remarkable. This princess guarantees that no one will mock you then. If anyone does, I shall deal with them. Luo Fancheng, 200 years? Who are you belittling? I wouldn't even bother with a 350-year beast. Yi Xing thought it was merely her first time comforting someone, imagining that if he were indeed an ordinary person, such consolation would surely sting. Seeing the handsome young man beside her silent, Yi Xing assumed he was feeling pressured by Yang Wei's performance. Just as she was about to speak again, Luo Fancheng interrupted. Princess, could we refrain from repeating ourselves? It is quite uncomfortable, akin to staring at the ocean. What do you mean by the ocean? Yi Xing was puzzled, feeling nauseous. You. Yi Xing gritted her teeth in frustration, her long, black stockings and curvaceous figure subtly trembling. Are you insulting me? Luo Fancheng, keenly perceptive, noticed the slight quiver of her form, a flush creeping onto his face. Surely. You jest. Why would I insult you? Stop being annoying. If you wish to leave, then do so. This princess will have you executed. Aside from Yang Wei, who was focused on absorbing his soul ring, the others were drawn to Princess Shi Ying's fierce declaration. She raised her exquisite wrist, gripping a whip tightly, her sharp eyes glaring at Luo Fancheng, exuding an air of defiance. However, Luo Fancheng gradually discerned her nature and was not swayed by her theatrics. The sycophant would meet a just end. Come on, give it your all. Today, you either defeat me or apologize. What is this chin nonsense? That sounds so effeminate. Yi Xing's previously subtle tremors escalated into visible shivers, prompting the other young men to step back in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Will you yield? Yield? To a headstrong girl like you? Without Iron Elder's assistance. Let us see if I 1T break your backside. Iron Elder, observing the exchange, was taken aback, his beard quivering. This little ancestor is notoriously difficult to appease. You dare to provoke her? Insane. Absolutely insane. Yi Xing's face flushed crimson with rage as she swung her whip, the sound of a sonic boom resonating. Crack! Luo Fancheng remained unscathed, but the ground beneath him erupted, revealing deep scars from the whip. From now on, you shall not be called Chen but Luo Fancheng. This scene left Iron Elder and the younger generation utterly dumbfounded, their minds racing in disbelief. How could this fellow behave so audaciously without facing dire consequences? Was the princess truly allowing such impertinence? Li Hongpeng, confused, pondered the peculiar situation. Could it be that good looks granted him the liberty to act without restraint? Suddenly, Yang Wei, who had remained silent until now, rose, revealing a dark golden ring encircling his spear. Wind Shadow Strike. He let out a low growl and suddenly thrust a shot towards the corpse of the Black Panther, a dark yellow soul ring shimmering into existence. The gun's muzzle emitted countless invisible blades of wind. Boom! The Black Panther's carcass erupted in an instant, shredded by the onslaught of wind blades. Luo Fancheng's eyes brightened. So this was the soul skill bestowed by the soul ring. Truly fascinating. Yang Wei's combat power had evidently increased. However, Despite this enhancement, Yang Wei still seemed a bit weak to him, as if he could be easily dispatched with a mere slap. Congratulations, young Master Yang, for absorbing the Soul Ring and officially becoming a level 11 Soul Master. The Soul skill was indeed formidable, with the wind blades being imperceptible and nearly impossible to defend against. Yang Wei basked in the praises of others, visibly pleased. Yet, it stung him deeply that his beloved goddess, the enchanting princess, paid him no heed, her attention fixated on that detestable man. He felt a tightness in his chest. Ultai spoke up. Let us move quickly. Before nightfall, everyone else must find suitable soul rings. We cannot linger here, as the uncertainty is too dangerous. Princess Xiang was entangled with Luo Fancheng, leading the way. Yang Wei and the other young men trailed behind, their fists clenched tightly under their sleeves, trembling with anticipation. Young brother Yang, don't rush. Just hold on a little longer, Li Hongpeng advised softly, patting his shoulder. When the princess sees that lad's pathetic soul ring, she'll understand the gap between us and appreciate our merits. Yang Wei expressed his concerns. What if that boy has some hidden talent? Wouldn't we lose our chance? He noted, that kid seems rather confident. Li Hongpeng chuckled softly. You're overthinking it. Don't let your worries cloud your judgment. I've heard of the most extraordinary common soul masters whose first soul rings were merely 300 years old. How can he even compare to us? Besides, did you not notice his expression when you defeated that 350-year-old soul beast? He was clearly frightened. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei's lips curled into a smirk as he retorted. Let us hope he doesn't disappoint the princess too much. He better not have a 100-year soul ring. That would be utterly embarrassing and lackluster. Our victory wouldn't feel worthwhile. Ha ha ha. Li Hongpeng shook his head. Perspective. Do you not understand? Look at that pathetic demeanor of yours. I would never compare myself to a worthless commoner. There is simply no basis for comparison. Suddenly, the princess's crisp, assertive voice rang out from ahead. Yang Wei, you two, come here. Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances that reflected their surprise and delight. Had the princess changed her mind? Had she grown weary of that boy and finally recognized their worth? Yi Xiang halted and coldly admonished. What are you two whispering about? Hurry up and come over. Coming. Both Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng rushed forward from the back of the group to stand before Yi Xiang. What can we do for you, your highness? Li Hongpeng inquired, casting a provocative glance at Luo Fancheng, as if to imply, hey, your moment of glory is fleeting. Luo Fancheng chose to ignore them. To him, these noble scions were simply sycophants. They had been clamoring for his attention moments ago, but now they were eager to please the princess. Did she possess some extraordinary quality that made her superior to ordinary people? He could hardly care less. However, he was curious about why Yi Xiang suddenly called them over. Yang Wei, where's the wine you promised me? Bring it out. Right here. Yang Wei exclaimed, his heart soaring with joy. The princess was finally willing to accept his gift. A delicate jade bottle appeared in his hand. Liang Bang, Inafruri, produced a square box tied with a bow. Your Highness, I also have the peach pastry snacks you requested. Yi Xiang extended her hand. Yes, I know. Bring them both over. Luo Fancheng thought, wow, both of these young masters possess storage treasures. I was told that such items are rare outside. It seems their backgrounds are more prestigious than I imagined. However, their abilities, they certainly do not appear impressive. Seeing Yi Xiang, who had repeatedly rejected their offerings, now willing to accept gifts from them, the two young men struggled to contain their excitement, nearly bursting into laughter. Yet, they found it odd that if the princess truly favored them, she would only accept one person's gift. Surely she could not have affection for both. Was she really that greedy? Just as their thoughts swirled, Yi Xiang unexpectedly thrust the wine bottle and snack box toward Luo Fancheng. Here, this is for you. Yang Wei, Liang Ben. Their joyful expressions vanished in an instant, hearts seemingly halting, wide-eyed in disbelief. No, thank you, Luo Fancheng declined, showing no interest. The high priestess and his junior sister might be watching from the shadows. Accepting gift from another woman could jeopardize his meals prepared by his sister. The culinary skills of the holy maiden were indeed unparalleled, leaving him craving more. Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng's eyes widened even further. What the hell? We painstakingly prepared gifts for the princess, only to be repeatedly rejected. Now she offers her gifts to someone else, and you dare to refuse? Yi Xieying's phoenix eyes glinted with fury as she shouted, "You ungrateful brat! I saw you risking your life hunting soul beasts in the jungle, likely exhausted and parched. Here I am, offering you something to eat, and you refuse my kindness? Risking my life alone? No storage treasure? Exhausted and thirsty?" Luo Fancheng wore a peculiar expression, thinking, "You can't possibly imagine how happy I am." He glanced at the furious duo, shaking his head. "This is someone else's goodwill. If you give it to me, they'll be hurt." Why does this reek of green tea? Luo Fancheng suddenly felt that his words might have come off wrong. Yi Xieying nodded. "Perfect. Let them be sad. Let's leave quickly. I've had enough of this. If it weren't for their fathers being old friends with my father, I would have dealt with them long ago. This is better for them too. They no longer have to hang around me." Crack, crack. The sound of two hearts shattering echoed in the air. Luo Fancheng noticed that the duo's eyes were now bloodshot, their expressions twisted in rage, fists clenched tightly. TSK, TSK. Are the sycophants finally ready to stand up for themselves? Chapter 34. Living off others. 800-year soul ring. Cherry dragon martial spirit Luo Fancheng crossed his arms, adopting a posture of one anticipating a spectacle. However, the pent-up anger of Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng was directed entirely at him. Yang Wei bellowed, "You little brat, don't overestimate yourself. The princess bestowing gifts upon you is a privilege. Accept it quickly, or don't blame us for being rude." Lium bem aqua ludli. You dare to refuse when a young master speaks to you? Where do you find the audacity? Come, let us settle this one-on-one. Yang Wei was seething with rage. Luo Fancheng merely shook his head, indifferent to their provocations. Childish. Slap, slap. At that moment, two resounding slaps landed on their faces, like a bucket of ice-cold water poured over them. Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng turned stiffly, bewildered. Had they lost their minds? Who dared threaten the princess? Yi Xieying was wiping her hands with a pink handkerchief, her brows furrowed, her face filled with disdain. The princess. Yang Wei covered his face, bitterness filling his mouth. Li Hongpeng felt even more distressed. Princess, you must not be deceived. This fellow, while possessing strength, talent, and influence, what does he truly have to offer aside from his looks? Yi Xieying scoffed. I possess strength, talent, and influence. As long as the person I choose has a handsome appearance, that is sufficient. Luo Fancheng stood quietly to the side, observing the spectacle, as Yi Xieying pointed towards him. What was wrong with him being weak? Should he blame himself for not working harder? They were indeed stronger, but the bloodline and resources they relied upon were inherited from their predecessors. Challenging a commoner one-on-one, wasn't he that shameless? Yi Xieying turned to the old Taoist with white hair and a hunched back. If they come within 3 paces of me, you are to take action. Whoosh! The old Taoist swiftly intervened, separating the heartbroken Yang Wei and his companions. Yi Xieying retrieved fine wine and pastries from her storage space, banishing the 2 eyesores. Hurry up and take this. Luo Fancheng shook his head. I have no interest. Keep it for yourself. Are you refusing my goodwill? Ye ving eklemit in ekaspiritan. What will it take for you to accept? My patience is limited. Luo Fancheng mused that this princess seemed rather obsessive. Was it unacceptable for him to decline? He had gradually discerned her nature. This pampered woman, accustomed to being doted upon, had a submissive streak. The more one indulged her, the worse it would turn out. He had to take a contrary approach, yet still adhere to some subtlety. May I not refuse your offer? Luo Fancheng inquired. Yes. Luo Fancheng replied, I could accept, but on certain conditions. Yi Xieying glared. You dare to make demands of me? Beg me. Luo Fancheng met her gaze without flinching. At his words, those who had been secretly observing the scene felt a shiver run through them. Was this young man out of his mind, testing the limits of his own recklessness? You're dreaming. Yi Xieying flatly rejected him, her delicate features flushing with anger. In this lifetime, only others seek me. I would rather starve than accept. With that, she turned, clutching a jade bottle and a box, taking small, dismissive steps away from Luo Fancheng. He remained unfazed, even smiling. This woman would inevitably return to seek him out. He just needed to remain patient. After all, with her fiery disposition, if she truly grew angry, she would wield a whip against him. As he looked ahead, the midday sun illuminated her alluring form, her cascading hair reflecting warm light, her voluptuous curves swaying enticingly, her long legs clad in black stockings, complemented by white boots. Luo Fancheng shook his head, acknowledging that, regardless of her temperament, she was undeniably beautiful and captivating. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated through the forest. Yi Xiang, clad in black stockings, was engaged in combat with a massive vine adorned with dark starlight patterns. The old Taoist defended her, while Luo Fancheng and 5 others observed the battle. Through their conversations, it was revealed that this was an 800-year-old plant-type soul beast. The Dark Star Vine. Yi Xiang, now at level 20, aimed to select the Dark Star Vine as her second soul ring. A dragon's roar emanated from within Yi Xiang, as a massive, white dragon phantom, several meters long, manifested. This dragon bore a texture akin to wood rather than flesh, surrounded by a ring of bright, yellow soul rings pulsating around its body. Martial spirit manifestation. Boom! Yi Xiang merged with the dragon phantom, her arms and cheeks adorned with white crystalline scales, her eyes transforming into slitted pupils. The 8th grade martial spirit of Princess Xiang, the ancient cherry dragon. Yang Wei and the others gazed with fervent admiration at Yi Xiang's powerful display, unable to tear their eyes away. The Dark Star Vine lashed out with its 9 tendrils, resembling a flurry of demons in chaos, striking towards Yi Xiang. With a stomp of her white boots, she danced and twisted, evading the onslaught with a series of challenging maneuvers. Dragon's Roar. As the yellow soul rings shimmered, Yi Xiang opened her crimson lips, unleashing a deafening shriek that momentarily halted the Dark Star Vine's movements. Bang! Seizing the moment, Yi Xiang struck the base of the Dark Star Vine, defeating it. A circle of deep yellow soul rings emerging. Exhaling deeply, Yi Xiang glanced at Luo Fancheng amidst the congratulatory cheers, proudly lifting her chin as if to say, "Have you witnessed my strength?" She then produced a mat, crossed her elegant legs, and closed her eyes to absorb the soul ring. Luo Fancheng was taken aback. He had not anticipated this willful and capricious princess to possess such formidable prowess. It was clear she had diligently practiced. With her 8th grade cherry dragon martial spirit, she was but a hair's breadth away from the 9th grade martial spirits of the saintly junior sister and that fiery dog prince. At that moment, Yang Wei, seeing the princess with her eyes closed, approached and taunted, "Boy, do you see this? This is the princess's talent and strength. You a mere waste. How dare you climb such lofty branches?" The disparity was vast. They were destined to inhabit different worlds. Luo Fancheng cast a sidelong glance at him. "Which blind eye of yours saw me climbing the princess's branches? Did you not see that she is the one clinging to me?" Yang Wei's expression faltered. Luo Fancheng continued, "Could you perhaps persuade her to cease bothering me? I wish to be free." "You." Yang Wei's blood boiled. "Do you believe I will not beat you? Come at me." Luo Fancheng smirked, beckoning with a finger. He was not afraid. He had no fear of Yang Wei, who could barely handle a 350-year-old soul beast. Yang Wei suddenly relaxed his fists, laughing, "Huh? Don't think you can trick me into acting. You just want the princess to come after me later, don't you? This young master is too clever to fall for your tricks." "Oh." Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow, sensing that Yang Wei was overthinking. The princess was merely momentarily entertained by him. Once he obtained his soul ring, everyone would see what sort of rubbish he truly was. Without the princess's support, he was nothing. Yang Wei's jealousy ignited fiercely, especially after witnessing Yi Xiang's graceful combat. "Ah, princess, you are awake?" Luo Fancheng remarked. Yang Wei jumped back in fright, hastily turning to explain, "Princess, don't misunderstand. I was just joking with this guy." However, upon realizing that Yi Xiang had yet to open her eyes, he quickly recognized he had been played. "Ah, how infuriating. Do you only know how to boast?" Luo Fancheng reminded him. "The princess is awake." "Nonsense. Do you take me for a fool? This young master would never fall for your tricks again," Yang Wei retorted angrily. "Yang Wei, what are you doing?" A sharp and fiery feminine voice called from behind, causing Yang Wei to tremble. Yi Xiang stood up, her white boots stomping as a new, deep yellow soul ring glimmered beneath her. Second soul skill, coiling dragon. Whoosh! Two slender dragon shadows, resembling vines, erupted from the ground, ensnaring Yang Wei and tossing him aside, causing him to hit the ground hard. Luo Fancheng could only shrug in resignation. Silly boy, I warned you. Ignoring his advice, alas. On the ground, Yang Wei heard the words, nearly spewing blood and fury. Soon, everyone gathered in the clear space of the forest to rest and eat their packed lunches and pastries. Naturally, Luo Fancheng had none, but he did not mind. He simply closed his eyes to adjust his cultivation state, preparing to absorb his soul ring. This area was abundant with 800-year-old soul beasts, deeper within. There should be suitable soul beasts for him. Hey, are you going to eat the snacks or not? Yi Xiang gently nudged Luo Fancheng, waking him. You interrupted my cultivation. Luo Fancheng replied, displeased. Humph. Yi Xiang rolled her eyes. If your bloodline is inadequate, practicing won't yield much benefit, but if you don't eat, you will go hungry. I want to eat. You really want to eat? Leave me be. Are you cursing me? Yi Xiang trembled with anger. Luo Fancheng nodded. Yes, you deserve to be scolded. Why bother with two lovesick fools when you keep interrupting me? It's quite bothersome. Yi Xiang's delicate figure quivered slightly as her enchanting gaze fixed upon him, sending a chill down his spine. In a soft voice, she implored, I beg you. May I implore you? Is that permissible? Queried Luo Fancheng. What did you say? I did not catch that, replied Yi Xiang, her eyes narrowing in indignation. Go ahead, find someone less unreasonable, she added, her frustration palpable. Luo Fancheng's handsome visage hardened into a frigid expression. Very well, I beg you, Yi Xiang exclaimed, her voice rising sharply, startling those nearby. Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng, who had been discreetly observing the exchange, felt a pang of heartache. Ouch, this is too painful. Yang clutched his chest, the delectable food in his mouth suddenly tasteless. What else do you expect from me? Yi Xiang brandished a whip, her demeanor suggesting she was ready to fight if provoked further. Sensing the tension had escalated, Luo Fancheng decided not to provoke her further. All right, hand it over then. With a pop, Luo Fancheng opened a jade bottle, a rich aroma of fine liquor wafting through the air, invigorating his senses. This is exquisite wine, perhaps even spirit wine, he mused, glancing at the exquisite pastries the princess had opened, their enticing scent filling the air. Leaning against a tree, he savored a bite of the soft, sweet pastry and took a swig from the jade bottle, reveling in the moment. Ye ving simirkit, lifting herchin in mokiri. Huh, you claim to refuse. Yet your body tells another story. Ignoring her taunt, Luo Fancheng leapt into a tree, inhaling the refreshing air of the forest and admiring the verdant scenery. Below, the irate princess stomped her feet in frustration. You scoundrel, I shall see you punished for this insolence. In the distance, Tai Lao and the others were utterly astonished by Luo Fancheng's audacity, unable to comprehend his boldness. Meanwhile, Yang Wei was on the verge of tears. Goodness, how can this guy be so brazen while living off others? Perhaps we should adopt his manner of speaking? It just might win over the princess, Li Hongpeng mused thoughtfully, his eyes gleaming with insight. White Ingwe, who had been observing from the shadows, felt a surge of anger, her delicate nose wrinkling as she tugged at a cluster of leaves. It's infuriating. I should be pleased that my senior brother is thriving, yet here I am, seething with rage. That spoiled princess has designs on him. Di Weiyang, equally astonished, remarked on Luo Fancheng's remarkable ability to thrive among adversaries, exuding confidence despite the circumstances. White Ingwe shot a disdainful glance towards Yang Wei. Those fools still think my brother is worthless, flaunting their noble lineage as if it grants them superiority. Just wait until he encounters the right soul ring. I shall relish their shock. Di Weiyang, intrigued, inquired, how many years do you think your brother will opt for in a soul ring? After a moment as contemplation, White Ingwe replied, 900 surely. He wouldn't settle for the bare minimum of 800. Di Weiyang countered, your brother may appear indifferent, yet he harbors great ambition. He is likely to choose a soul ring approaching 1,000 years. Astonished, Whitingway exclaimed, "Surely not. Many do not even possess 1,000-year third soul ring. That seems unrealistic. Just wait and see," Di Weiyang asserted confidently. After a brief respite, the group ventured further into the soul beast oasis. Throughout their journey, Yi Xiang persistently sought to provoke Luo Fancheng, but he remained unfazed, causing her to doubt her own allure. Countless suitors from Qianlong City had pursued her, all boasting noble backgrounds, beauty, and remarkable talent, especially now that she had secured an 800-year second soul ring, nearing the limits of 900. She felt a swell of pride, yet this man remained unperturbed. He probably has never attached a soul ring and has no idea of the challenges involved, she thought, her irritation mounting as she approached Luo Fancheng. The soul beasts here are nearly 1,000 years old. They are unsuitable for you at this stage. Once Li Hongpeng has secured his third soul ring, I shall lead you to a 100-year soul beast area to find a suitable one, she proposed. Luo Fancheng shook his head. I believe the 1,000-year ones are quite appropriate. Ye the foot, hey mei. I know you're just trying to amuse me with your bravado. I want to hold it against you. But honestly, trying to take on a 400-year soul beast would likely end in disaster for you. Luo Fancheng, disinterested in her provocations, scanned the surroundings. He sensed that he was on the verge of encountering his first soul ring and was eager to challenge the limit of 999 years, feeling a thrill of excitement. As he observed others eagerly claiming their soul rings, he felt a pang of envy. Suddenly, two peculiar roars echoed from ahead, instantly alerting the entire team. In the lush greenery of the oasis, two soul beasts were engaged in a fierce battle. A half-human-sized, gray-furred monkey with a tail and claws ablaze with brilliant red flames, leaping about, and a 3-meter-long crimson-scaled python, its scales glowing as if molten lava flowed beneath them, retaliating with powerful strikes of its tail. What has caused this conflict between the fire monkey and the burning scale python? Yi Xiang mused, surprised at the spectacle. Luo Fancheng had intended to discreetly inform Yi Xiang about her torn stockings revealing her fair thighs, but the fierce battle before them captured his attention instead. What man would choose to admire torn stockings when confronted with a fiery monkey and a fiercely scaled python? Tai Lao whispered to the group from their size. The fire monkey is likely around 1,100 years old, while the burning scale python possesses a much stronger cultivation. Turning to Li Hongpeng, he continued, Li, your second soul ring is 600 years. I believe this fire monkey would suffice for your third. But why can't I pursue the burning scale python? Liu Ben protesta. The python's strength and appearance were clearly superior to that of the fire monkey, and the quality of the soul ring it produced would undoubtedly be higher. Tai Lao chuckled. I base my suggestion on your combat capability. If you truly seek greatness, you could attempt to hunt the burning scale python. Li Hongpeng hesitated, torn between desire and doubt. He craved the python, but lacked confidence in his ability to defeat it. With so many eyes upon him, he could not afford to humiliate himself in front of the goddess. I'll take the fire monkey, he finally conceded. The group remained hidden nearby, and Luo Fancheng overheard their exchange, his expression one of incredulity. Brother, you're already level 30, yet you're afraid to hunt a 1,000-year soul beast? Is this truly your path? As he scrutinized the underbrush, he observed the shimmering red scales of the burning scale python, far more majestic than the fire monkey, stirring his thoughts. Perhaps I should choose it? Yet, his teacher had warned him against exceeding 1,000 years, citing potential life-threatening risks, causing him to hesitate. Look over there, Yang Wei suddenly exclaimed, prompting everyone to follow his gaze toward a small waterhole, less than half a meter in diameter, for which a verdant sapling extended, adorned with several enticing red fruits. Crimson fruits? Tai Lao's eyes sparkled with excitement. It appears these two beasts are fighting over the spirit fruit. Our luck is fortuitous. These beasts pose little threat. He turned to Li Hongpeng. I shall assist you in subduing the fire monkey. The rest is up to you. With that, Tai Lao led the group from the underbrush. The two battling beasts, having detected the humans, immediately ceased their conflict. The burning scale python, with its triangular eyes gleaming, swiftly retreated in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, The scorched fire monkey, agitated by the intrusion, let out a defiant roar as Li Hongpeng charged forward, a phantom bird taking shape behind him, embodying his martial spirit. His face sprouted feathers, his beak protruded like a bird's, and he radiated with the brilliance of lightning and fire, two yellow soul rings swirling beneath him. The blaze monkey leapt high into the air, its fiery claws slashing downward. First soul skill, Thunder Flash. With a swift motion, Li Hongpeng accelerated, appearing behind the blaze monkey, his arm slicing through the air as he struck it away. A triumphant grin spread across his face. Not only do you not flee, but you dare to taunt and retaliate? What gives you such confidence? Second soul skill, Heavenly Thunderstrike. As the blaze monkey, infuriated, lashed out with its claws, Li Hongpeng summoned crackling electricity in his hands, engaging in a fierce exchange, sparks flying amidst the clash. Hey, are you mesmerized? Yi Xiang waved her hand in front of Luo Fancheng's eyes. This fellow's martial soul is the Thunder Flame Rock, a 7th-tier martial soul, not as potent as Yang Wei's 8th-tier Dragon Scale Spear. You aren't frightened, are you? Frightened? Nonsense. Although this guy is at level 30, he is holding his own against the Millennium Blaze Monkey. I am not intimidated, Luo Fancheng thought, feeling a pang of regret for the fleeing Burning Scale Python, which had scurried away at the sight of them, leaving him unable to pursue. Not receiving a response, Yi Xiang's irritation grew. In fact, the black stockings on her thighs had been intentionally torn. While other men were enamored with her, this one seemed oblivious. She questioned her allure repeatedly and resorted to some tricks, yet this man still acted as if he were blind. What future does a talentless commoner have in cultivation? Wouldn't it be better to cling to me? Suddenly, Luo Fancheng spoke up. Something feels amiss. This blaze monkey may be problematic. What issue could there be? Yi Ling, having focused on him rather than the battle, shot him an annoyed glare. Meanwhile, Yang Wei and the others, interrupted, cast displeased looks in their direction. Luo Fancheng continued. We are a group of 8, and Elder Tai is not concealing his 5th-tier Soul King aura. Why isn't this monkey fleeing? Yang Wei retorted. It simply has a bad temper. Can you stop being so dramatic? Do you think you understand soul beasts better than us? Stop seeking attention. The other youths seized the opportunity to chime in, their annoyance with Luo Fancheng growing due to Yi Xiang's persistent attention towards him. Yi Ling snip, sidenje. Only I may chastise my servant. The others immediately fell silent, not daring to speak. Yang Wei glared at Luo Fancheng, thinking, let us see how long you can bask in arrogance. When the princess realizes your ineptitude, it will be your downfall. A talented commoner would never lack a mentor's favor. How could someone who ventured alone into the oasis to hunt for soul rings be formidable? At that moment, a piercing, mournful cry echoed. The blaze monkey's head exploded under Li Hongpeng's claw, its blood spraying as its headless body fell to the ground. Soon, a circle of pale purple soul rings appeared. Cursed! Although Li Hongpeng had slain the blaze monkey, his expression was grim. He had exerted all his strength and barely managed to kill this monkey after a prolonged battle, confirming Elder Tai's earlier assessment that absorbing this soul ring could lead to dire consequences. Despite being at 3 rings, his talent was evidently inferior to Yi Xiang and Yang Wei. It was only when his gaze fell upon the tattered Luo Fancheng that a smirk crept onto his face, lightening his mood considerably. He may fall short compared to true noble prodigies, yet he was leagues ahead of this fellow. Damn it, Li Hongpeng cursed inwardly, realizing how foolish he was to compare himself to this boy. No matter how degraded he felt, he must not forget his standing. He had to maintain perspective. His haughty gaze did not escape Luo Fancheng's keen observation, but he paid it no heed. To him, such a person was merely a jester raised in a greenhouse, unworthy of consideration. However, the green plants with red fruits in the puddle piqued his curiosity. Elder Tai was cautiously plucking the red fruit from the tree and placing it into a J-box. Sensing his intrigue, Yi Xiang remarked, "This is a Zhu Gua, a spiritual fruit that thrives in places rich in spiritual energy. Consuming it can neutralize toxins and enhance a soul master's cultivation level. It is a rare treasure." Luo Fancheng nodded, surprised to find that beyond her capriciousness, The princess possessed considerable knowledge, far surpassing his own. Do you desire it? Ye being gifted, hatching, beg me. And I may consider gifting you a few. Uncle Tai will heed my words. Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow. This must be quite valuable. Ye being similite salienti. To an ordinary soul master, the zhugua is worth its weight in gold, but no amount can buy a smile from me. Just ask, and I will give it to you. How disdainful of the avarice of the wealthy. Luo Fancheng chuckled. You should keep it for yourself. I have no need for it. No need? Yi Xiang glared, taken aback that this man, indifferent to her beauty, also dismissed such a valuable item. Impossible. You must be playing hard to get, right? Luo Fancheng shook his head, maintaining his composure. The unblemished celestial body bestowed by the system, though not overtly formidable, was naturally immune to toxins and did not require any antidotes. As for enhancing his cultivation, he had no need. He could simply have the little eel devour and absorb at will. His real concern was that his rapid advancement might compromise his foundation. Yi Xiang was astonished, unable to fathom his indifference. The surrounding noble youths were fixated on the jade box holding the zhugua, their eyes ablaze with desire. While this man displayed no reaction whatsoever, curiosity bubbled within her. She refused to believe it, insisting, I am a woman of my word. You need not worry about my promise. Then she noticed the impatience in his striking black eyes, the coldness in his voice cutting through the air. Princess, take your little tricks elsewhere. Frankly, my cultivation speed does not require such things. Yi Xiang was taken aback, her spirit shaken. For years, those around her had feigned affection, seeking to ingratiate themselves with her, indulging her whims, whether for her status, beauty, or martial talent. This was the first time someone had openly exhibited such disdain towards her, regarding both her and her treasures with utter contempt. Wait, she suddenly snapped back to reality. Your cultivation speed doesn't require this? What nonsense! Even I, with my 8th-tier martial soul, wouldn't dare to make such claims. Images of the burning scale python flashed through Luo Fancheng's mind, its crystalline red scales, seemingly ablaze with infernal fire, flowing like lava, captivated him completely. It would complement his little eel perfectly. Frustrated at missing out on the ideal soul beast, he turned his attention back to Yi Xiang, expressing his annoyance. Is an 8th-tier martial soul truly so formidable? What tone is that? Is an 8th-tier martial soul not strong? Yi Xiang initially narrowed her eyes, then seemed to have an epiphany, her anger dissipating, her beautiful eyes glimmering with pity and sympathy. I forgot. Someone of your background cannot possibly have a mentor. Certainly, no one has ever explained the distinction to you. When we take you out of here to attempt adding a century-old soul ring, you will understand the difficulty. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as Li Hongpeng rose with grace. His thunderflame rock martial soul swirling with 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Simultaneously, the surrounding grass rustled ominously. Hiss! Dozens of red-scaled serpents surged from the underbrush. Leading the charge was none other than the earlier fleeing burning scale python, returning with vengeance. The group heightened their vigilance, and Luo Fancheng chuckled. Oh my, is this an invitation? No, it seems they are here for a showdown. Yet, the strongest among them appeared to be the previously encountered burning scale python, exhibiting a hint of intelligence, albeit limited. Elder Tai shook his head. These creatures aren't particularly strong. You 6 should handle them. It's a perfect opportunity for training. Having just absorbed the soul ring, Li Hongpeng was eager to prove himself, charging at the burning scale python he had earlier doubted his ability to confront. Step aside. Let me handle this strongest one. Yi Xiang was eager to join, turning to Luo Fancheng. You cannot interfere in this level of combat. Stay put. The noble lady summoned the Sakura dragon spirit, rushing forward while shouting, Uncle Tai, protect this fellow. If he gets hurt, you'll be held accountable. Boom! 6 young nobles sprang into action against the encroaching crimson python. Uncle Tai, responding to the lady's command, moved in close to shield Luo Fancheng, calmly observing the battlefield. Luo Fancheng noted that the opponents were all at the 2nd and 1st rings, with only one, Li Hongpeng, possessing a 3rd ring. Presently, after absorbing the spirit ring, Li Hongpeng had broken through to a level 31 spirit master, yet he found himself evenly matched against the fiery scaled python. This demonstrated the formidable nature of the 1,000-year-old python's bloodline, far surpassing that of the blazing monkey. After assessing the combat strength of both sides and feeling no pressure, Luo Fancheng's feet began to stir with energy. Uncle Tai seemed to sense something and cautioned, "You brat, are you planning to intervene? Don't be reckless." Li Hongpeng unleashed his third spirit skill, Blazing Claw. Flames erupted from his claws as he aimed for the python's vulnerable spot. With a crack, the scales shattered and blood gushed forth. Yet, in a critical moment, the python evasively shifted its body, causing Li Hongpeng's grip to falter by half an inch. The python's triangular eyes gleamed menacingly. Its scales erupted in searing flames, and its tail coiled around Li Hongpeng's arm, scalding him severely. Li Hongpeng screamed in agony, realizing he had fallen for the creature's cunning trap, which had deliberately lured him into its grasp to launch a counterattack. Desperately, he struggled against the constricting serpent, but the python's head had already turned, spewing a toxic flame that struck his chest, sending him flying. In a panic, Li Hongpeng cried, "I'm done for. Uncle Tai, help me." Uncle Tai warned, "Don't run off. I'll be right back." Just as he was about to assist, the ground erupted beside him with a thunderous roar. "Let me handle this." Luo Fancheng dashed into the fray, and Uncle Tai, about to shout a warning, fell silent, astonished. What? How can this kid's speed surpass that of the lady? In a blur, Luo Fancheng positioned himself between the fierce python and the fleeing Li Hongpeng, summoning the mudfish spirit. The python opened its massive crimson jaws to bite down on him. The others engaged in battle noticed this unfolding scene. "What the hell?" Young Wei exclaimed, "Shoket! Is he out of his mind, rushing to his own death?" Others echoed their astonishment, incredulous at his reckless charge. Li Hongpeng was stunned, utterly dumbfounded. The commoner he had always looked down upon was risking his life to save him? What kind of twisted morality was this? If Luo Fancheng could hear his thoughts, he would only scoff, for his sole desire was simply to claim the spirit ring. "Get back, Luo Fancheng. That's a 1,000-year soul beast. Are you trying to die?" Yi Xiang shouted angrily. Uncle Tai urged, "Stop him." Ignoring the surrounding clamor, Luo Fancheng fused with his spirit, his body transforming. He stood firm, raising his hand to meet the 1,000-year-old python's gaping maw, and struck with tremendous force. Boom! The impact erupted, instantly piercing through the python's massive mouth, sending its scorching blood raining down, sizzling upon the grass. Yi Xiang's unfinished words caught in her throat, her face a mask of disbelief. "Liung Bem Gapat." Momentarily forgetting the searing pain, Yang Wei and the others stared wide-eyed, equally astonished. Uncle Tai stood in stunned silence. Chapter 36. Incredulity, an astonishing talent. The leader of the 1,000-year-old fiery-scaled python crashed to the ground, and upon witnessing their leader's demise, the smaller pythons scattered in panic. The forest fell into an eerie silence, with all eyes fixated on one direction, filled with disbelief. The ethereal youth stood there, his already handsome visage now adorned with shimmering crystalline scales, exuding an even more sinister elegance. The bloodied rags he wore could not diminish his extraordinary aura. Beneath him, the once vibrant scales of the python dimmed and extinguished. Had a 1,000-year-old fiery-scaled python been slain by him? Yang Wei's lips trembled, stammering, "One punch. Just one punch?" He could hardly comprehend that this seemingly harmless, albeit handsome commoner could unleash such terrifying power. How could this be possible? Li Hongpeng, now saved, was in utter shock. As a level 31 spirit master, he had nearly been killed by this uniquely bloodline python. Yet, this commoner had effortlessly dispatched it. Was this not a testament to the fact that the very commoner he had disdained possessed strength greater than his own? No, it couldn't be. He shook his head repeatedly, struggling to accept this reality, questioning whether he was hallucinating, but there stood Luo Fancheng, undeniably powerful. The other young nobles could not contain their astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief, "How? How did he do that? A single punch to kill the fiery-scaled python. Is this something a young commoner can achieve?" Yi Xiang, with her elegantly clad legs, stood rigid, her phoenix-like eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Her full lips parted slightly in shock. Suddenly, she realized that the already remarkably handsome Luo Fancheng exuded an even more potent masculinity. A hint of unhealthy crimson graced her cheeks as her breath quickened. This fellow, not only was he strikingly handsome, but he also possessed such power. Luo Fancheng, oblivious to the astonished gazes and exclamations directed at him, chose to ignore them. Finding their noise bothersome, he shrugged, hands raised, declaring, "I truly came to hunt the first spirit ring. Believe it or not, that's up to you." The onlookers clearly wore expressions of disbelief, their dissatisfaction evident. Did he think they were fools? Surely they understood the capabilities of a spirit master. A single punch had shattered a 1,000-year soul beast. Could he truly be just a spirit master? Indeed, this fellow is quite tiresome. Even at this juncture, he still conceals his true level from us, refusing to speak the truth. We merely hold disdain for the common folk and scold him a bit. We have no intention of taking action against him, yet he remains distrustful of us. How petty! Oomph. Another girl with golden short hair in the group rolled her lips in disdain. Yi Xiang cast a sideways glance at the chattering crowd and scoffed. "I perceive your jealousy towards this individual's prowess, as you vent your envy." "I'm not jealous," Yang Wei replied, his face darkened. Li Hongpeng shook his head. "Neither am I," although he felt gratitude for the life-saving intervention. Seeing Yi Xiang defend Luo Fancheng stirred feelings of discomfort and anger within him. A group of proud young nobles, endowed with remarkable talents, would hardly concede verbally, especially when they believed Luo Fancheng was concealing his level. At that moment, numerous purple dots on the surface of the burning scale's python converged, forming a purple soul ring, significantly deeper in quality than the previous fire monkey's soul ring. It was disappointing. The quality of this soul ring was undoubtedly superior to that of the fire monkey. Li Hongpeng lamented as he glanced down, his arms burned and raw, his chest scorched by the fiery poison. It was a pity that this exquisite soul ring would go to waste. Old Tai shook his head. There were no soul masters above level 30 remaining in the team. With elegant strides, Yi Xiang approached Luo Fancheng, her black silk-clad legs accentuated by her white boots swaying enticingly. "What are you waiting for? Let's depart." Luo Fancheng shook his head, gazing into the spirited phoenix-like eyes of the proud princess, and softly inquired, "Princess, can I trust you?" "Ah, finally come to your senses. Preparing to cling to my beautiful legs?" Yi Xiang raised her fair chin, speaking with haughty pride. Noticing Luo Fancheng's silence as he continued to gaze at her with deep black eyes, her expression faltered. "I confess, I have a weakness for handsome faces." "Yes, you. I mean you no harm. Speak, what is it you desire?" Luo Fancheng nodded, gesturing towards the exquisite Millennium Soul Ring. He clasped his hands and said, "I wish to absorb this soul ring and ask for your protection, princess." "Very well, I shall grant your request," Yi Xiang responded, surprised. "But are you certain you wish to absorb this soul ring? Are you at level 30 or 40? Naturally, others overheard their exchange. Yang Wei could not contain himself. "Luo Fancheng, you claim you haven't hidden your strength? A soul master cannot absorb a Millennium Soul Ring." Luo Fancheng merely dug at his ear, casting a nonchalant glance his way. "Ignorance. Just because you have not witnessed, it does not mean it does not exist. No one in this world can treat a Millennium Soul Beast as their first soul ring." Yang Wei was adamant, and the others nodded in agreement. It was not a matter of targeting Luo Fancheng. Rather, their education in Soul Master Academy forbade them from accepting such an evident falsehood. It was a blatant insult to their intelligence and knowledge. "Oh, you shall see now." Luo Fancheng spoke placidly, dispelling his martial soul. His body transformed, revealing a majestic 2-meter-long azure-scaled serpent, shimmering with 3 colors of light. He immediately suppressed the small eel's desire to consume the flesh of the burning scale's python for evolution. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes, preparing to draw the soul ring into his body. Gasps erupted. The short-haired girl in the group pointed at Luo Fancheng, her eyes wide with amazement. "Look, he truly has no soul ring on his martial soul. He is merely a soul scholar." Chapter 37. The High Priestess respecting a man's choice. In a critical moment at that moment, everyone else realized this truth, hearts racing with disbelief. Could it be that this fellow had not deceived them? Yang Wei's jaw dropped, feeling as though he had been soundly slapped. Liang Beng stared vacantly, murmuring in a frenzy. He is still a soul scholar? How can that be? It is impossible for a soul scholar to possess the capability to slay a millennium burning scales python. Yi Xiang was equally shocked. This man was neither at level 30 nor 40, but remained at level 10. One by one, the crowd held their heads, pondering in vain how Luo Fancheng had managed to defeat the burning scales python as a soul scholar. This was utterly contrary to the knowledge they had acquired at the Soul Master Academy. I have come to an understanding. Old Tai, with his eyes gleaming with wisdom, addressed the onlookers. It is well known that even the strongest soul scholar can only contend with a 400-year soul beast. A millennium beast is simply out of the question. Yi Xiang and the others nodded. Old Tai explained. He benefited from Li Hongpeng's earlier efforts. Li Hongpeng had exhausted all his strength against the burning scales python, leaving Luo Fancheng an opportunity to finish it off with a single blow. However, even so, Luo Fancheng's strength cannot be underestimated. Li Hongpeng let out a long sigh of relief. I thought as much. How could his combat power reach a millennium? That would be absurd. So he merely capitalized on an opportunity. Yang Wei, receiving this reasonable explanation, relaxed his furrowed brow, satisfaction washing over his face. A smile crept onto his lips. If we are both at the same ring level, I do not believe he can surpass my 350-year soul ring. Even if he is stronger, it would be limited, as the 400-year threshold is absolute. Wait. His body trembled as he recalled Luo Fancheng's intention to absorb the Millennium Soul Ring, redirecting his gaze. Just in time to witness that purple Millennium Soul Ring soaring towards Luo Fancheng, merging into his body. What the hell? Is he seeking death? He truly dares to absorb a Millennium Soul Ring as his first? Yang Wei was left in shock, his scalp tingling, his finger trembling as he pointed at Luo Fancheng. This was not bravery. It was pure folly. Quick, stop him. Absorbing a Millennium Soul Ring will surely lead to his demise. Liang Ben shouta urgently. Although he harbored jealousy and disdain for Luo Fancheng, he did not wish to see the person who had saved him come a harm. Yi Xiang realized the gravity of the situation and raised her hand to unleash her soul power to intervene, but Luo Fancheng was already enveloped in purple light. Her beautiful face paled in an instant. It's too late. Swish. Old Tai had already rushed forward, his expression grim. It cannot be stopped. Does this young friend not have a mentor to guide him? Is this a soul ring suitable for a mere level 10 to absorb? What should we do, Uncle Tai? You must save him. Yi Xiang bit her lip, her expression distressed, akin to a child who had just received a beloved toy, only to see it shatter in an instant. No, this felt even more alarming than the loss of a toy. The merging process could not be halted. It was beyond remedy. Old Tai shook his head repeatedly, sighing deeply. I can sense it. He is a rare talent amongst commoners. What a pity. Yang Wei clenched his fists, seething with anger. Is this not sheer foolishness? You, a level 10 soul scholar, attempting to absorb a Millennium Soul Ring? I had hoped to knock you down before the princess, not see you perish by such a foolish method. The group silently watched Luo Fancheng, seated beside the serpent's corpse. As if observing a corpse, Yi Xiang could no longer contain herself, her already headstrong demeanor cracking as she shouted, Bastard! Bastard! You are a big, foolish donkey. Wouldn't it be better to be my servant? I would not mistreat you. Why risk your life like this? Old Tai whispered, Princess, lower your voice. It may affect him. He is already on the brink of death. Now it is tenfold more dangerous. Let him die. It is none of your concern. Ye vink retorted. Yet her tone dropped to a whisper, barely audible. From the shadows of the jungle, Bai Yue's eyes were red, her delicate arms and white python-like legs thrashing helplessly. Teacher, why are you restraining me? Hurry and save senior brother. How could he possibly absorb the Millennium Soul Ring of the Burning Scales python? No, Di Weiyang spoke coldly. Clad in a stunning golden gown, her beauty both regal and merciless as her expression resembled ice. Are you not going to help senior brother? Di Weiyang's cool voice echoed. Ingyue, You must understand. All interests have been clarified with Fancheng. It is his own choice, and no one is qualified to intervene or obstruct. You and I are among his closest confidants, and should therefore respect him. However, Bai Yingyue was restless. She understood the reasoning. But she could not bear to watch her senior brother perish. Di Weiyang coldly stated, he is not an impulsive individual. Since this is his own decision, all we can do is trust him. Suddenly, Di Weiyang seemed to sense something, her icy phoenix eyes locking onto a distant direction. A group of monstrous creatures was approaching. The rustling sounds of the jungle grew louder, and the ancient trees nearby began to sway, startling flocks of birds into flight. This was not good. Something was coming. Tai Lao's eyes widened as he quickly positioned himself protectively beside Yi Xieying, while Li Hongpong and the others swiftly formed a tight formation, gathering together. From the lush, emerald canopies, towering dark shadows emerged. They were a formidable group of over 20 gray-furred monkeys, each possessing sharp fangs and a menacing presence. They surrounded the group, emitting discordant screeches. Fire monkeys? How could there be so many? Yang Wei instinctively cursed. Did we disturb a damn monkey's nest? Liungpen rabia, fortunately. Most of them are less than 1,000 years old. With Tai Lao here, we need not panic. Suddenly, two enormous monkey figures descended from the sky, their size towering over the 1,000-year-old fire monkeys by at least fivefold. Li Hongpeng's smile froze, his body trembling. This size? Is it an 8,000-year fire monkey? Or two? The two gigantic fire monkeys spotted the desiccated corpse of a monkey in the distance, the very one Li Hongpeng had absorbed. They pounded their chests, releasing a mournful roar that shook the forest, their brown eyes streaming with crimson tears filled with hatred and resentment. The colossal monkeys howled in fury, and in an instant, the 20-odd fire monkeys surrounding the group ignited their claws in scorching flames, creating a terrifying spectacle. The young men began to tremble, and Yang Wei stammered, "Princess, we should retreat. This is too frightening. It appears these two monkey kings are closely related to that dead monkey and are likely here to seek vengeance against us." Yi Xieying retorted fiercely, "Retreat? Would this princess fear a mere pack of monkeys?" A timid female voice from the ranks spoke up. "It seems you are trying to protect that young man." Yi Xieying shot back, "Nonsense. Whoever is afraid should leave immediately." Tai Lao kept a close watch on the monkeys, expressing his concern, "Princess, for the sake of your precious life, we should retreat. These two 8,000-year monkey kings possess strength rivaling that of 5th-level soul masters. I will be held back by them, and then you will be in danger of being surrounded by the monkey horde." "No retreat," Yi Xieying stated resolutely, her phoenix eyes radiating determination and defiance, casting a fleeting glance at Luo Fancheng behind her. Just then, Luo Fancheng let out a muffled groan, a violent purple light surging through his body, blood trickling from his nose and mouth. His physical form appeared on the brink of collapse. "Princess, this fellow is surely doomed. Protecting a dead man is meaningless." "Yes, Princess, we cannot sacrifice ourselves fighting these frenzied monkeys for one person. It would be futile," they urged. "It's not that we do not wish to save him, but he is beyond saving, Princess. Staying behind is useless. These monkeys are agile, and we won't be able to escape with him." Tai Lao could no longer hold back his persuasion. 1,000-year soul ring is indeed beyond the capacity of a 10th-level soul master to digest. It is a miracle that Luo has survived this long without exploding. We should retreat. If anything happens to you, I would have no way to explain it to the city lord. Yi Xieying gritted her teeth, her life endangered. The two 8,000-year monkey kings blocked their path, exuding murderous intent, while the surrounding monkeys eyed them hungrily, building their momentum. With Luo Fancheng's life hanging in the balance, his body trembling, blood continuously oozing from his skin, all her companions looked at her eagerly, awaiting her command to retreat. Yi Xieying's fingers trembled as she found herself in a genuine dilemma. Chapter 38. The Dominant and Daring Princess. The master and his servants, the fierce princess, bit her jade lips. Fear? Others may fear, but was Yi Xieying made of iron, unaware of fear? Growing up in luxury, she had never encountered such life-threatening peril. How could she not feel anxious? Roar! Flames erupted into the sky. The two giant monkey kings bellowed madly, their eyes filled with bloodthirsty hatred, shaking the leaves around them. The 20-odd fire monkeys surrounding the group let out a simultaneous screech, their presence overwhelming. The young men felt their eardrums throb, their mental defenses crumbling under the monkeys' intimidation, their expressions filled with dread as they urgently urged, "Princess, we must flee. These monkeys are clearly toying with us and will soon charge. Indeed, if we do not leave now, it will be too late. Your precious life cannot be compared to that dying man behind us. He is beyond saving. It is only natural for us to abandon him." As Yi listened to the frantic exhortations, her fear magnified. A voice echoed in her mind. Staying could truly lead to death. Yes, they were right. He was beyond saving, and remaining would only lead to unnecessary sacrifice. Was it worth risking everything for someone merely because he was handsome? Not at all. Her furrowed brows began to relax, her tightly clenched fingers gradually loosening. Taking a deep breath, she turned around and glanced at Luo Fancheng, bloodied and trembling, and shook her head. Tai Lao, Yang Wei, and the others saw that Yi Xing's turmoil had dissipated, and relief washed over them, their faces lighting up with joy. Has the princess come to her senses? Splendid. The princess is wise. Roar. The two monkey kings in the distance, having detected the group's intention to flee, lost all patience, their ferocity fully unleashed. They commanded the entire horde of fire monkeys to attack, a wave of fire-like shadows surging forth, ferocious in their charge towards the group. Boom! The cherry dragon martial spirit instantly enveloped Yi Xing. White crystalline scales adorned her face, her eyes, like those enhanced with pink eyeshadow, transformed into slitted pupils, exuding an even more captivating and heroic aura. 2 rings of yellow soul rings pulsated beneath her feet, as the group prepared to abandon Luo Fancheng and break free. They were astonished to see Yi Xing turning in the opposite direction, directly confronting the charging monkey kings and their horde. Yang Wei immediately shouted in alarm, "Princess, you're going the wrong way. We need to break through where the monkeys are weakest." Break through? Yi Xing sneered, her ruby lips curling into a proud smile. Fleeing? Those afraid of death should hurry and leave. Don't linger here as an eyesore. The group stared in shock, dumbfounded by Yi Xing's unexpected decision. Fleeing or not, it was a choice even a fool would make. First soul skill, Dragon's Roar. Yi Xing opened her lips, the sound of a white dragon's call erupting from her throat, reverberating towards the oncoming fire monkeys. There was no time for the group to contemplate. The monkeys had closed in, and everyone activated their martial spirits to defend themselves. Seeing the princess stand her ground, Tai Lao immediately positioned himself to confront the 2 8,000-year fire monkey kings, a shadow of a black iron-armored dragon manifesting behind him, adorned with 5 vibrant soul rings that radiated a stronger aura than that of a single monkey king. Bang! In a valiant display of strength, Tai Lao single-handedly faced the 2 formidable 8,000-year-old blaze monkeys without faltering, even managing to create openings to assist others. He bellowed, "Princess, there are too many of these beasts. If this battle continues, it will be challenging for me to protect you. You must consider carefully." Ye Xing, with a graceful flick of her delicate hand, summoned numerous tendrils resembling cherry blossoms from the earth, ensnaring the blaze monkeys. However, the creatures swiftly tore free with their fiery claws. At that moment, another blaze monkey charged at her from the side, aiming for her chest. With a swift motion, she deftly evaded, memories of a man serious. Profound black eyes flashing in her mind, along with his voice. "Princess, can I trust you?" "Oh, of course." A proud, cold smile graced Ye Xing's lips as her lithe form flipped in the air. Her long leg, clad in tattered black stockings, kicked the oncoming blaze monkey away. Simultaneously, a fierce shout erupted from her rosy lips. "Tai Lao, I guarantee this person's safety. I allow him to perish by his own hand. But he shall not die at our abandonment, not at the hands of these beasts." Upon hearing this, Tai Lao let out a hearty laugh. "Understood. I shall advance. You take care." His long sleeves exploded apart, revealing arms as dark as iron. As they clashed, a sound akin to striking metal resonated. Third soul skill, Iron Fist. His hunched form straightened and swelled, muscles bursting forth as he swung his iron fists fiercely at the two Monkey Kings. True vassals never question their master's decisions, even if it leads them to their demise. With a mighty roar, Tai Lao unleashed his power, causing the two savage Monkey Kings to struggle, their howls calling for reinforcements. 6 robust blaze monkeys rushed to their aid, alleviating some of the pressure on the others. Yet, the 6 youths still faced over a dozen blaze monkeys, barely holding their formation trained at the academy. As their soul power waned, fatigue began to set in, and their bodies bore the marks of scorching scratches. This is madness, Yang Wei thought, believing himself gifted, yet found himself the weakest link in the team. After sustaining a claw wound to his arm, his mentality crumbled. The princess's usual mischief was one thing, but now she seemed reckless to the point of endangering her life for an arrogant fool. A wretched soul who foolishly sought to augment his soul rings. Had that boy truly perished? Yang Wei glanced back at Luo Fancheng, whose flesh seemed on the verge of tearing, his breath shallow. Finally, he's about to die. We can retreat. Hearing the commotion, Yexing turned to see the frail Luo Fancheng. Her heart trembled, and her silver teeth clenched. You bastard! I've staked my life, and you still intend to die. Momentarily stunned, she was struck by a blaze monkey, her garments torn, leaving a burning claw mark on her delicate back. Princess! The others cried out while Tai Lao, furious, fought desperately, but remained entangled by the Monkey Kings and their minions. In pain, Yexing furrowed her brows tightly as the blood from her lips stained them a vivid crimson. Her soul power dwindled, her breath weakened. Suddenly, a phantom of a blue lotus appeared above Luo Fancheng, 10 petals unfurling, 6 of vibrant green, for tinged with red, releasing a fragrant essence that enveloped the surroundings. With dazzling brilliance, the blue lotus spun, sending a beam of light towards Luo Fancheng, instantly healing his wounds. As he absorbed the soul ring, the blue lotus emitted 7 green beams filled with vitality, which swiftly pierced through the air, entering the bodies of Yexing and the others. Chapter 39, Twin Spirits. Had it truly succeeded? The 7 had yet to react when the radiant light surged into them. What is this? Li Hongpong began, only to feel an overwhelming surge of life energy within him, rapidly mending his injuries and restoring his strength. His eyes widened in disbelief, echoed by exclamations from others. How is this possible? What a bizarre healing ability. My strength is returning? Yang Wei gasped, astonished as he gazed at his arm, marveling at how swiftly his wound had healed. Yexing's beautiful eyes reflected shock as the searing pain in her back vanished, replaced by a soothing coolness. Despite being utterly exhausted from facing the 1,000-year blaze monkeys, she began to recover rapidly. Tai Lao, fighting valiantly against the overwhelming monkey horde, felt a surge of power as the healing light infused him, his black gold iron hands striking out to force the Monkey King back. Turning to look for Luo Fancheng, his pupils constricted in disbelief. Twin spirits? He possesses twin spirits? As the battle raged, the others couldn't help but gaze toward him, witnessing the resplendent blue lotus swirling above Luo Fancheng. Their hearts raced with shock. How is this possible? He has another spirit? Yang Wei's face was a mask of astonishment. He is the one helping me? Yexing, too, was taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief. He harbors another spirit, and its healing power is so formidable, capable of alleviating my pain almost instantaneously while simultaneously healing 7 others? Remarkable. As the group marveled in astonishment, there was no time to celebrate. The relentless onslaught of the monkeys continued, offering little respite. The Monkey King roared in fury as the blaze monkey horde, driven by a primal instinct, launched a desperate attack, determined to devour the humans who threatened their progeny. The pressure escalated, with Tai Lao ensnared and distracted, leaving the 6 noble youths in increasing peril. Princess, be careful. Yexing struggled against the onslaught of 2,000-year blaze monkeys when one launched a surprise attack from the side. Li Hongpong, his eyes wild with desperation, charged forward to shield her from harm. The cost was heavy. His right arm hung limply, shredded by claws. Li Hongpeng. Ye Xiying turned just in time to see him take the hit for her. Do not worry, princess, it's merely a scratch. He laughed, defiantly raising his middle finger at the approaching monkeys. Damn it, have you all gone mad? A few thousand-year blaze monkeys, sensing the challenge, realized the significance of the woman among the youths. They temporarily abandoned their attacks on the others, converging to eliminate her. What have I done? Li Hongpeng's expression shifted to one of horror, regretting his earlier bravado. Don't come any closer. The blaze monkeys charged toward Li Hongpeng and Ye Xiying, their claws ablaze with scorching flames. Princess, Tai Lao shouted in despair, but the two monkey kings and their kin would not allow him to break free, relentlessly attacking. Yang Wei and the others pursued the monkeys, but their focus was singular, to capture the human woman. Get away! Ye Xiying gritted her teeth, channeling every ounce of soul power, desperately wielding her whip to fend off the encroaching horde. Yet, as despair loomed in her heart, she cried out in frustration. Cursed be this madness! For a wretched fool, I risk my life. What a loss! It's over. I can't hold him off. Liu Bem Tarifia muttered frantically before erupting into a maniacal laugh. If I must die, so be it. To perish alongside my goddess is not a loss, but a gain. In his final moments, he bared his long-held feelings. Princess, you have never looked at me kindly, but if you would smile at me even once, I would gladly be your dog. As despair etched itself on Tai Lao's face, he struggled to break free, while Yang Wei and the others were filled with helplessness. The blaze monkeys, sensing victory, revealed sadistic grins, their fury unabated. In the shadows, Di Wei Yang, who had been observing the battle intently, could no longer remain passive. She raised her flawless finger, directing it towards the battlefield. However, at the moment of the click, she suddenly halted, her gaze shifting sideways, her icy voice carrying a hint of astonishment. Had it succeeded? Boom! A deafening roar erupted, shattering the earth. A brilliant figure, akin to a meteor, surged into the battlefield, exuding an overwhelming aura, emerging from the very direction that Ye Xiying had steadfastly defended. Open for me, accompanied by the man's powerful voice. His fist sliced through the air with unparalleled violence. Bang! 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 A series of muffled thuds resounded as the ferocious fire monkeys assailing Ye Xiying were sent flying, tumbling into the underbrush or rolling across the ground. In an instant, all threats were dispelled. The infuriated Iron Elder froze. The attacking Monkey King and its kin momentarily paused, while Yang Wei and the others stared in disbelief. Li Hongpeng was left dumbfounded. Ye Xiying's beautiful eyes widened, her fiery countenance etched with incredulity. Everyone's astonishment turned towards the figure that had come to their rescue, while all the fire monkeys were equally eager to discern which wretched being had disrupted their plans. They beheld the strikingly handsome figure standing tall, as if a spear piercing the heavens, clad in ragged, blood-stained garments that failed to conceal his unique aura. His resolute features radiated an enchanting charm capable of mesmerizing the world, while his deep, black eyes sparkled with a brilliance that seemed to see through everything. What truly astonished everyone, however, was the pure purple soul ring encircling Luo Fancheng's feet. Possessing a first soul ring is hardly remarkable. In a realm teeming with formidable soul masters, it is but commonplace. A 1,000-year soul ring is not extraordinary either. Many soul masters possess them, rendering them rather trivial. Yet now, the first soul ring beneath Luo Fancheng's feet shimmered in purple, a hue that none could regard with indifference. Not a single soul could remain composed in the presence of that striking violet. Even the princess and the assembly of noble youths were left utterly astonished. And even by Ingwe, the hidden saintess, and the Empress Di Weiyang felt their hearts tremble. A thousand years. Yang Wei stuttered in disbelief. Li Hongpeng's eyes threatened to pop from their sockets. The first soul ring, 1,000 years? He truly accomplished it. Iron Elder swallowed hard. This is terrifying. How? How is this possible? This is beyond comprehension. A cascade of exclamations erupted from the crowd, their astonishment palpable, even momentarily overshadowing the threat posed by the surrounding fire monkeys. In the shadows, Bai Ingwe stood frozen, her face in disbelief, murmuring, "Master, you were right. Senior brother truly did it. He achieved what no predecessor could. A groundbreaking feat." Di Weiyang, with an icy demeanor that had never thawed, unveiled a fleeting smile of satisfaction. "Very well. Chirp, chirp." The fire monkeys in the jungle regained their senses, realizing that this was not an intimidating foe, despite the unusual entrance. He was nothing more than an ordinary soul master, akin to the weakest among them, merely possessing a soul ring. They were not to be feared. Once more, they brandished their fiery claws and charged forward. Yi Xiang appeared oblivious to her surroundings, lost in her unique emotions, swallowing hard as she gazed at Luo Fancheng as though he were a monster. "You truly succeeded." Luo Fancheng's lips curled into a charming arc as he chuckled softly, responding enigmatically, "Indeed, I can believe in the princess." The princess's heart stirred, momentarily rendering her spellbound. A sensation akin to an electric jolt coursed through her body. It seemed as though this rogue was the first to not cast a cold glance at her, instead revealing a smile. Bah! What is there to rejoice about over a mere smile? Oof! Suddenly, a 1,000-year fire monkey let out a fierce roar and charged at Luo Fancheng, who was conversing with the princess. With a frown, he dismissed the noise. Ignoring it entirely, he unleashed a powerful punch to the side. The ferocious attack from the fire monkey was abruptly shattered, its sharp claws disintegrating, its arms exploding into a mist of blood, and its body hurled away like a tattered sack. The crowd was left in stunned silence, their hearts racing anew. Chapter 40. Armor Fusion. The formidable and striking first soul skill, resounding slaps to the face, unrivaled potential. One strike incapacitated the fire monkey? How astonishing. Did he just send the fire monkey flying without even looking? Li Hongpeng and the others gasped, their faces etched with shock, for they knew all too well the combat prowess of these fire monkeys. If these beasts were truly weaklings, they would not have been pushed into such dire straits, facing life-threatening danger. Yet, with a mere casual punch, Luo Fancheng shattered the claws of a 1,000-year-old fire monkey. Yang Wei, who had just achieved a breakthrough, could only stand agape, his scalp prickling. Is this the power expected from a soul ring? I'm also at level 11. He felt as though Luo Fancheng could defeat him with a mere finger, prompting a profound existential crisis. Yi Xiang's beautiful phoenix eyes sparkled with astonishment, for she recognized the fire monkey that Luo Fancheng had just sent flying, the very one that had nearly led her to peril multiple times. She, a level 21 great soul master, had been unable to deal with that monkey even with 2 soul rings, yet Luo Fancheng had dispatched it in an instant. So impressive. As Yi Xiang opened her mouth to speak, she was abruptly interrupted by Luo Fancheng's lack of decorum. "Princess, this is not the time for idle chatter." He turned to face the horde of fire monkeys. Roar! The multitude of fire monkeys, momentarily taken aback, hesitated to advance. Yet upon witnessing the death of their fallen comrade, a circle of 1,000-year soul rings rising from the ground, and hearing the urgent roars of the 2 monkey kings engaged in battle with Iron Elder, their ferocity was ignited, and they charged forward with abandon. Fear washed over Yang Wei and the others as they were once again intimidated by the relentless charge of the fire monkeys. I can't keep this up. Even though Luo Fancheng had healed Yang Wei with the Green Lotus martial soul, his soul power had dwindled once more, and the others wore expressions of weary resignation. Despite Luo Fancheng's formidable presence, how could he single-handedly withstand such a frenzied assault from so many monkeys? It was impossible to protect everyone. Li Hongping's one arm hung limp, bleeding, while the other trembled, a mix of fear and exhaustion flooding his being. If it did not break through soon, they would not last much longer. Do these beasts not tire? Listening to the chorus of despair, Luo Fancheng spoke softly. "It matters not. I will take action." With a swift motion, the Green Lotus martial soul spun, emitting 6 beams of light that illuminated the astonished expressions of the 6 individuals, once again restoring their strength. Luo Fancheng burst forth from their defensive formation. charging directly into the gathering of the most numerous fire monkeys. Chirp, chirp, the crimson-eyed fire monkeys, witnessing the audacity of the human who had slain their comrade, dared to challenge him, abandoning their other targets to collectively charge forward. A smirk graced Luo Fancheng's lips. His objective had been achieved, drawing their fire to alleviate the pressure on his companions. Though the monkeys possessed some intellect, it was not substantial. He braved the peril, feeling a surge of power within him, an urgent need to unleash it. Despite the multitude of monkeys, the strongest among them was merely 1,000-year-old, making them the perfect test subjects for his newfound prowess. Swish! More than a dozen fire monkeys lunged at him simultaneously, their sharp claws surrounding Luo Fancheng from every angle, leaving no corner unguarded. The sight was enough to instill dread. Fall back. You'll die out there. 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Do not underestimate them. You cannot handle so many monkeys alone. Return to formation. Li Hongpong and the others shouted in unison, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Fearing Luo Fancheng might be blinded by his surging power, acting recklessly. They could no longer see Luo Fancheng, completely engulfed by the layers of fire monkeys. First soul skill, burning flame armor. Boom! Streams of purple light erupted from the gaps in the encircling monkeys, sending them careening away with a tremendous force. Revealing the figure within, Luo Fancheng, his soul and body fused, underwent a transformation, his skin adorned with azure crystalline scales, emanating an alluring and formidable beauty. The violet soul ring beneath his feet radiated brilliance, surging into Luo Fancheng's body. Boom! The azure crystalline scales enveloping Luo Fancheng's form began to metamorphose, transforming into crimson scales. It seemed as if magma flowed within, flames erupting forth. The fire spread upwards, blazing past his head. Whoosh! All the azure crystalline scales that the flames touched transmuted into fiery crimson scales, engulfing Luo Fancheng entirely in flames. Let the battle begin. Luo Fancheng leaped from the ground, charging forth to confront the blazing monkey head-on. Undeterred by the flames that posed a challenge to others, he remained fearless. He even restrained the absorbing power of the little eel, feeling that he could harness the opponent's fiery might for himself. Seizing the hind leg of a 900-year-old blazing monkey, he wielded it as a weapon, smashing through 2 advancing monkeys while deftly maneuvering in. His leg struck like a steel whip against the abdomen of a 1,000-year-old blazing monkey, sending it crashing into a distant tree trunk. Astonishing. The fusion of the crimson scales and armor? This soul skill is simply magnificent. Incredible. Is there a limit to how extraordinary this soul skill can be? It seems not only to enhance defense and power, but also to inflict fire damage, and it provides immunity to certain fire attacks. A truly exceptional soul skill. Could it be any more formidable? Amidst the continuous gasps of astonishment from the onlookers, Luo Fancheng grew bolder in battle, deftly countering the fiery assaults of the blazing monkeys. Li Hongpong watched in envy, while Yi Xiang was taken aback by the perfect synergy between the soul ring of the burning scale python and Luo Fancheng's martial spirit. Otherwise, such an effect would never have been achieved. Haha, what a remarkable lad, truly delightful. In the distance, Tai Lao, locked in fierce combat with the 8,000-year-old Monkey King, erupted into hearty laughter, dispelling the gloom from his heart and attacking with vigor. Bang, bang, bang. Several clouds of blood mist erupted in the forest, quickly evaporated by the flames. After Luo Fancheng obliterated 3,000-year-old blazing monkeys, the frenzied monkey horde, as if doused with cold water, began to calm down, finally grasping the primal terror of life. Roar! The 2 monkey kings, witnessing the monkey horde's futile assault and heavy casualties, found themselves exhausted after their last burst of energy, letting out reluctant, retreating roars. After pushing back Tai Lao, they fled with their kin, leaving behind their fallen brethren, escaping in haste. Victory! It has finally come to an end. The youthful crowd, realizing the monkeys were retreating, erupted into jubilant cheers, then collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Still haunted by the recent ordeal, everyone understood that Tai Lao bore the greatest responsibility for their success, But had Luo Fancheng not unleashed his explosive combat prowess, the monkey horde would have annihilated the youths before launching a suicide attack against Tai Lao, leaving them all to perish. As for blaming Luo Fancheng for their perilous situation, no one dared voice such sentiments. They were indeed proud in nature, but having been nurtured in a soul master academy, none were fools. The blazing monkeys were clearly after the one Li Hongpeng had previously absorbed. If blame were to be assigned, it would be directed at him. Moreover, even if they had abandoned Luo Fancheng to flee, escaping through the jungle would have been impossible against the relentless pursuit of the monkeys. Tai Lao lacked the ability to lead everyone to safety. They would eventually be caught, and only those who could run faster than their companions would escape death. Panting heavily, Luo Fancheng's chest heaved. Numerous crimson scales on his body were damaged, even oozing blood, yet his blood surged with exhilaration, having experienced the thrill of combat. What a rush! How exhilarating! He turned to face the crowd, meeting their complex gazes. Chapter 41. A two-tier reversal, a social death scene. The curiosity of the spicy princess, what? Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow. Could it be that they no longer recognized him after such a brief time? The crowd stood frozen, like wooden stakes, silent. They gazed at the handsome young man, now exuding a scent of blood, their expressions a mix of gratitude, astonishment, shock, jealousy, and, more prominently, shame. It was challenging to confront the reality that he was a top-tier genius. Remembering Luo Fancheng's extraordinary combat prowess, their past memories of mockery resurfaced. Yang Wei's arrogant and disdainful words echoed in his ears. Born of humble origins, a country bumpkin, lacking talent and strength, relying solely on women to assert dominance? Who truly lacks talent and strength? Yang Wei felt as though he might go mad. Even if Luo Fancheng had done nothing, the violet soul ring beneath his feet, the blood on his body, and the fallen monkeys surrounding him were all resounding slaps to his face, ringing loudly in his ears. Li Hongpeng recalled how, mere hours ago, he had boasted in front of Luo Fancheng. You and the princess are from different worlds, just a worthless snack. Without the princess backing you, you are nothing. The superficial essence of his additional soul ring had been laid bare. He thought he had a grand vision, that he shouldn't compare himself to someone like Luo Fancheng. But who truly lacked vision? Who was the true worthless snack? Li Hongpeng felt miserable, on the verge of tears. He never expected that the seemingly useless commoner, who appeared to have nothing but looks, would unleash such a shocking display of strength. What grand vision! From the beginning, he was the one who was worthless. The spicy princess, Yi Xiang, whose stockings were nearly torn to shreds, could not forget her previous words to Luo Fancheng. Don't bother trying, with a commoner's bloodline. You can only absorb a 200-year-old soul ring at most. The 800-year-old was far too formidable. We'll take you to the outskirts to find one. Yi Xiang now understood that her previous assertions were mistaken. An 8-rank martial spirit was truly insignificant. She had been so pleased with her second soul ring, which added 800 years, only for him to effortlessly add a 1,000-year-old first soul ring, all while maintaining an unassuming demeanor. Time seemed to rewind as everyone involuntarily recalled their earlier derision of Luo Fancheng. They remembered their brazen display of superiority as upper-class nobles, expressing disdain for those of common bloodlines. Yet that young man had always regarded them with indifference, never rebutting their remarks. They had assumed his silence stemmed from weakness, from being unable to confront these noble prodigies. Only now did they realize the true jest was on them. He was neither afraid nor timid. He stood atop a lofty perch, looking down upon them. He deemed it beneath him to respond, considering such exchanges a waste of emotion, unworthy of his time. Suddenly, a phrase echoed in Li Hongpeng's mind. True pride lies in indifference. True destitution is the one who, with wealth in his pocket, feels the need to flaunt his riches and boast of noble kinship at every turn. His face flushed crimson. The pain from his wounds pale in comparison to the overwhelming shame surging within him. The others felt equally humiliated, wishing they could find a crevice to hide within. Yang Wei felt as though his face was burning, lacking the courage to meet Luo Fancheng's brilliant gaze, feeling utterly unworthy. Yi Xiang was not much better off. Her beautiful face was flushed her white boots tightly clutching her delicate toes as if the stockings would tear. Overwhelmed with shame, she couldn't look Luo Fancheng in the eye. Yet her gaze would not help but sneak glances at him, curiosity bubbling within her. How could someone so handsome possess such formidable talent? Was it truly possible for one without noble lineage to possess such terrifying potential for growth? Initially, she had been attracted solely to Luo Fancheng's striking appearance, but now, an overwhelming curiosity and desire to explore this enigma stirred within her, enough to make her body tremble. Tai Lao, whose muscular form had once been robust, now appeared deflated. Hunched over with a pair of dark hands behind his back, he seemed steady as an old dog, yet his heart raced with anxiety, desperately recalling whether he had ever mocked this lad. At his age, if he were to be struck down, it would be a disgrace. Phew. Perhaps he hadn't said anything too outrageous. That would suffice. The elder instinctively withdrew his black hands, patting his chest, relieved to breathe a sigh of relief, only to find Luo Fancheng's gaze fixed upon him. The hand he had raised became awkward, unsure of where to place itself. Ahem, young Luo, one should never judge a book by its cover. You conceal such terrifying talent and strength within. As he spoke, Tai Lao discreetly returned his hand behind his back, pretending nothing had transpired. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiang and the other youths turned their gazes in unison, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and curiosity. Elder Tai, with his beard bristling and eyes wide, exclaimed, "What do you all stare at me for?" Li Hongpeng, scratching his head in embarrassment, replied, "Elder Tai, how can you say that when Brother Luo is so handsome? Is that not enough?" Elder Tai was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, this young man possessed an extraordinary appearance, but it was his previous ragged attire that had made him seem even more out of place. One must wonder which mighty force would allow such a prodigy to venture out alone. Surely, that was a reckless gamble. He glared at Li Hongpeng and scolded, "You have no shame. Just a moment ago, you called him a mere commoner, and now you're addressing him as Brother Luo?" Li Hongpeng's face twitched, and he feigned a plea for mercy. "My apologies. Please spare me some dignity. I still have to navigate this continent." As for his change in address, even a blind person could see Luo Fancheng's talent. With such terrifying potential, did it really matter if he was a commoner? If one did not flatter him while he was still burgeoning, by the time he fully blossomed, they would be queuing up for the chance to pay homage to him. Elder Tai scoffed internally. "Now you care about your reputation? What about when you were mocking me earlier?" And the best way to avoid social embarrassment is to drag others down with you. By the way, what were you yelling at the princess just now? Young Wei, feeling the pressure of social embarrassment with nowhere to vent, seized the opportunity to interject. "Would the princess even smile at you? Would you be willing to act like a dog for her?" Furious, Li Hongpeng raised his foot and delivered a swift kick, knocking the unsuspecting Yang Wei down, followed by a flurry of indiscriminate kicks. If he dared not confront Luo Fancheng or Elder Tai, why should he hold back against you? Luo Fancheng ignored the commotion, scanning the area for familiar faces. Not spotting anyone he recognized, he felt a twinge of unease. Had he misjudged? Was the female pope and his junior sister not following him after all? Could it be they had truly left him to fend for himself? Just then, Li Hongpeng, engrossed in kicking Yang Wei, heard footsteps and turned to see the strikingly beautiful Yi Xiang approaching him. The princess? Instantly, he halted, brushing off the dust from his clothes with one arm, his demeanor suddenly tense. Yi Xiang fixed her gaze upon him and said earnestly, "You saved me. I'm truly grateful." A smile crept onto Li Hongpeng's lips. Was his fortune finally turning? Had he touched the heart of his goddess, the princess? However, upon hearing the word "but," his heart sank. Yi Xiang shook her head. "I must admit, I feel nothing for you, not even a trace of affection. However, I cannot let your kindness go unacknowledged. I can ask my father to ensure your safety for life, and even help mend your arm. But I hope you will keep your distance from me." "Princess." Li Hongpeng's smile vanished, as if his heart had shattered. Yi Xiang pressed her lips together, fully aware of the pain her words would inflict, yet her bold nature would not falter. "Leave now. I fear Luo Fancheng may misunderstand." "No." Li Hongpeng's heart cried out in anguish. As Luo Fancheng approached him, He cast a bewildered glance at Yi Xiang, saying, "Hey, stop dragging me into everything. We have no relationship." Once again, Li Hongpeng felt as if he had been stabbed, his heart sinking at the thought of his goddess being reduced to a mere admirer of another. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably as the others looked on with sympathy. His drooping arm bore a tragic sight, likely to be beyond salvation by the time they returned to the royal city. At that moment, Luo Fancheng suddenly slammed his hand down on Li Hongpeng's broken arm, which was barely held together by skin. A scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, echoed in the air. Chapter 42, a shock to all. Bone reconstruction. Is this what you call an attack-type soul master? The horrified scream startled everyone. No one had anticipated Luo Fancheng would seize that moment to strike at Li Hongpeng. Yang Wei, just getting back to his feet, nearly toppled over again, his face a mask of terror. Were they really beginning to settle the score for previous taunts so swiftly? What are you doing? What is the meaning of this? The other youths cried out, their brows furrowed in concern as they defended Li Hongpeng, fearing they might be next in line for retribution. Luo Fancheng's strength instilled both awe and fear in them. Despite Elder Tai's presence, it was clear the princess favored Luo Fancheng at that moment, leaving them feeling vulnerable. Silence. Yi Xiang shouted, her gaze fixed firmly on Luo Fancheng. She believed he would not be as weak as others presumed. In an instant, the azure lotus martial soul manifested once more, swirling and emitting waves of healing light that flowed into Li Hongpeng's shattered shoulder. Luo Fancheng's expression remained icy, his hand firmly pressed against the injury. Li Hongpeng's screams abruptly ceased, his pallid face betraying a mix of confusion and astonishment. What was happening? He no longer felt the excruciating pain in his shoulder, but rather a tingling sensation, as if the bones were beginning to regenerate. The onlookers stood agape, their eyes wide with disbelief. They were not blind. They could see Li Hongpeng's previously sunken shoulder visibly swelling. Was his bone truly regenerating? How was this even possible? Incredibly, his martial soul possessed the ability to restore broken bones. The healing prowess of this martial soul was simply astonishing. Gasps of amazement filled the air. Even Elder Tai stared, eyes glued to the miraculous process unfolding before him. It was not that they were unacquainted with such phenomena, having received quality training. They understood the limits of healing martial souls. While they could staunch bleeding and mend superficial wounds, the ability to regenerate bones was the realm of only the most exceptional healing martial souls, rare as phoenix feathers on the soul martial continent. Such extraordinary martial souls were sought after by powerful factions and revered as esteemed guests. To achieve what Luo Fancheng was doing, reconstructing bones with a mere gesture, required a top-tier healing martial soul coupled with formidable cultivation. Yet, Luo Fancheng was only at the first ring, and his azure lotus martial soul had not even manifested its soul ring. This indicated that the quality of Luo Fancheng's azure lotus martial soul was beyond anything they had ever encountered. As the healing process neared completion and Li Hongpeng's arm began to return to its former state, the astonishment among the onlookers reached its zenith. This healing ability was beyond comparison. Having witnessed various degrees of talent, they had never encountered anything quite like this. Was he truly an auxiliary soul master, or a formidable attack-type soul master? The question hung in the air, and the noble elites exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. If one were to classify him as auxiliary, he had surpassed the strength of a third-ring Li Hongpeng with his first-ring cultivation, effortlessly shattering a millennium-old fire monkey with a single blow. If he were to be deemed an attack-type soul master, he had just single-handedly healed 7 individuals with ease and was now reviving broken bones, capable of both healing and combat. How could one be so extraordinarily gifted? Their mental fortitude crumbled as they realized their once proud, noble lineage and talents were being ruthlessly overshadowed, leaving their sense of superiority shattered. Where did this monster come from? In their minds, commoners were synonymous with inferior bloodlines and pathetic talents. How could he stand out so remarkably? Outside, the other soul masters likely remained oblivious to the existence of such a prodigious anomaly. A premonition stirred within them. This individual would undoubtedly astound countless onlookers in the future. Yang Wei drew in a sharp breath, reflecting on his earlier insolence towards Luo Fancheng, regretting it deeply. Elder Tai remained silent, yet he wholeheartedly agreed with the sentiments expressed by the surrounding youths, his emotions turbulent and unsettled. Moreover, a chilling thought took root in his mind. Was such a prodigy truly traveling alone? Was there really no expert secretly following to safeguard him? In an instant, he felt as though countless pairs of eyes were lurking in the shadows of the jungle, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Je vink, bit her Lucius pichocoloret lipstightly. She was taken aback and pleasantly surprised, yet an indescribable sense of frustration surged within her heart. This scoundrel's innate talent was so formidable that he was cherished wherever he went. How then could she possibly take him home and indulge him? Damn it! She clenched her delicate fist, her gaze filled with indignation as she glared at Luo Fancheng, muttering under her breath. Why must he be so extraordinary? He is already so handsome. Couldn't he just take it easy and not strive so hard? How infuriating. With a swift motion, Luo Fancheng retracted his martial spirit and released his grip on Li Hongpeng's shoulder. The surrounding discussions ceased immediately, and everyone turned their attention to him in silence. Li Hongpeng cautiously attempted to move his arm, gently shaking it, his face alight with indescribable joy. When he realized he could swing his arm around his body, tears of happiness streamed down his face, his smile stretching from ear to ear. I am healed. I am truly healed. Ha ha ha. No one present mocked Li Hongpeng's ecstatic reaction. In the brutal world of soul masters, losing an arm significantly diminished one's combat prowess. It meant forever having one less soul bone to augment one's capabilities. With the disappearance of armoridians, the upper limit of soul power cultivation would also be hindered. Yet, Luo Fancheng's miraculous healing ability had pulled him back from the brink of becoming a waste. How could he not be overwhelmed with excitement? Luo Fancheng's expression remained cold, starkly contrasting with the jubilant atmosphere around him. A sneer escaped his lips, causing all present to freeze momentarily. He turned to Yang Wei and the others, stating, "A bunch of fools, utterly lacking in common sense. If you do not completely break and realign the fractured bone, healing it will only result in a deformity." Yang Wei and the others, who had previously questioned him, suddenly felt their faces flush with embarrassment, feeling utterly ashamed. They could never have anticipated that Luo Fancheng truly possessed such terrifying healing capabilities, and having offended him earlier, they were genuinely fearful of retribution. Iron Boss, with a stern expression, admonished them. I have taught you repeatedly, but you refuse to listen. Each of you acts as though you are above others. Now you realize that there are greater powers beyond your understanding. Hurry up and apologize to young friend Fancheng. The group hastily turned to speak, only to be interrupted directly by Luo Fancheng. No need. He shook his head, dismissing them with a glance. This was merely a group of sheltered aristocrats, not worth his concern. Luo. Brother Luo, I spoke out of turn earlier. Why do you still choose to repay kindness with kindness and come to my aid? Li Hongpeng's face burned with shame, feeling uncomfortably hot. Reflecting on his own actions in contrast to Luo Fancheng's, he felt utterly humiliated. Repaying kindness with kindness? Luo Fancheng moved closer, locking eyes with him, his brow raised and a hint of playful amusement gracing his lips. He lifted his hand and, with a resounding slap, struck Li Hongpeng's face. The impact left Li Hongpeng's face contorted in pain, his head twisting as he was sent spiraling away. Chapter 43. Repaying Kindness with Kindness. How to return the favor. Dominant discourse, it was not until Li Hongpeng crashed into the grass, producing a muffled thud, that the others finally reacted. Bewilderment filled their expressions. They could not comprehend how Luo Fancheng, who had just been saving someone, could suddenly turn so harsh. The force of that slap was tremendous, leaving them wincing at the mere sight of it. Could it be that this fellow had a dual personality, or was he like the princess, unpredictable and somewhat mad? Li Hongpeng stumbled to his feet from the grass, stars dancing before his eyes as the world spun around him. His face swelled visibly, growing red and bruised, while blood streamed from his nose, painting a grim picture. Luo, Brother Luo, He was truly dazed by the sudden slap, tears of pain escaping his eyes, feeling as though his cheekbone had shattered. Luo Fancheng displayed no trace of sympathy, his lips slowly parting to pose a question. How do you repay kindness with kindness? This question rendered Li Hongpeng speechless, leaving the others deep in thought, their eyes clouded with confusion. Luo Fancheng continued, I saved you because I recognized you as a man, willing to shield the princess from harm, and the princess herself was in danger to protect me. I struck you because your tongue was impudent and deserved a reprimand. He, Luo Fancheng, believed in paying debts and avenging grievances. Repaying kindness with kindness? Impossible. It was a mere act of mercy that he had not taken the opportunity to deliver a more severe blow. The group stood in stunned silence, deepening their understanding of Luo Fancheng. Yi Xieying's beautiful eyes sparkled, her body trembling slightly, not with disdain, but with an unusual thrill in her heart. But why did you only strike me and not the others? Li Hongpeng whimpered, on the verge of tears. Although he acknowledged he deserved punishment, why was he always the target? Luo Fancheng shook his head, casting a sidelong glance at the frightened yet curious Yang Wei and the others, and slowly replied, because they do not deserve it. Upon hearing this, Li Hongpeng was left speechless, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Was this a compliment? It should be, perhaps. Uncertain, he looked back at Luo Fancheng, who suddenly smiled and remarked casually, you wouldn't get upset if a mad dog barked at you, but if it tried to bite, that would be a different matter. Hey, is he subtly insulting us? Yang Wei and the others widened their eyes, feeling offended. Yet, they dared not retaliate. Although Luo Fancheng appeared to be laughing, they sensed an inexplicable chill creeping down their spines. It seemed that this charming young man was not joking, but rather warning them. Should they fail to recognize his worth, he might take action against them. Iron Boss, observing everything from the sidelines, felt a chill of realization. This talent, this aura, this temperament, was it truly something a mere village youth could possess? Even a noble prodigy, trained by esteemed mentors, would likely pale in comparison. After speaking, Luo Fancheng settled into a meditative posture, seemingly oblivious to those around him, swiftly beginning to absorb spiritual energy to restore his soul power and consolidate his recent breakthrough to the 11th level. After a taxing battle with the fiery monkey horde, he had expended over half of his soul power. Assisting the others was manageable, but healing Li Hongpeng's fractured bone nearly drained him of energy. Even though the healing ability of the Qinglian martial spirit was extraordinary, it still required his soul power to sustain it. Fortunately, Li Hongpeng's injury was merely a reattachment of a broken bone. Otherwise, given his current soul power reserves, he might have truly run out. Within his dantian, 13 soul power vortices swirled, one of which had completely transformed from gaseous to liquid, signifying his official entry into the 11th level. According to his teacher, the High Priestess, an ordinary person needed all 10 vortices to liquefy to advance to the 20th level and acquire his second soul ring. However, due to his exceptional circumstances, having achieved breakthroughs 3 times, he possessed 13 vortices, making the path to advancement more challenging than for others. Yet the difficulty was proportional to the rewards. Without the additional 3 vortices, despite his unique martial spirit and extraordinary physique, he would typically only be able to absorb soul rings of 8 or 900 years. There was no conceivable way he could absorb a 1,000-year soul ring with a 10th level cultivation, creating an unprecedented miracle. It was widely accepted that the absorption limit for a soul master's first soul ring was 400 years, while that for the second was 900 years. Luo Fancheng had already reached the level of absorbing a 3rd soul ring. Curiosity and anticipation began to swell within him. If he were to liquefy all 13 soul power vortices, what age would his 2nd soul ring entail? And how much stronger would it be compared to other talented soul masters? Moreover, after achieving this breakthrough, he should no longer need to limit himself, allowing him to absorb and evolve further. As time gradually progressed, the blazing sun dipped toward the west, casting a dim light over the lush jungle. Even if Yi Xieying remained silent, Iron Boss and the others had no intention of leaving Luo Fancheng behind. The nobles possess a remarkable acumen for seizing opportunities. striving not to offend those with potential, all while climbing the ladder of power. The surroundings have been meticulously cleared by the ironclad elder and his companions, preventing any remnants of corpses and the scent of blood from attracting other soul beasts. The young men are either vigilant of their surroundings or meditating to recover their energy, while the enchanting beauty, Yi Xiang, squats nearby, her delicate arms resting on her knees, her jade-like hands supporting her cheeks as she gazes intently at Luo Fancheng's handsome face, which is adorned by closed eyes. A glimmer shines in her eyes, the thoughts concealed within a mystery. Draped over her figure is a scarlet cloak with golden patterns, concealing her tattered upper garment, rendering her even more captivating. Her white boots are stained with mud, and a pair of black stockings, now in tatters, barely cling to her fair, exquisite legs. This place is ill-suited for removing them, and thus, Yi Xiang endures, grateful that her shorts remain intact. As her gaze drifts downward, she notices Luo Fancheng clad in shabby, blood-stained rags and mutters disdainfully, "TSK. I've never seen anyone so destitute. How pitiful." Her words, laced with prideful disdain, accompany her as she sheds her expensive crimson cloak and drapes it over Luo Fancheng. In the distance, Yang Wei and the others, who appear to be cultivating, are actually covertly observing this scene, their hearts sinking. After all, this is the goddess they have pursued for years. Yi Xiang may be a little eccentric and wild, yet her beauty is undeniable, her talent formidable, and her lineage impeccable. Witnessing their goddess express concern for another stirs a deep ache within them. Suddenly, as Yi Xiang places her cloak over him, an extraordinary aura surges forth from within Luo Fancheng, startling everyone present. Faced with the collective gaze directed at him, Yi Xiang finds herself frozen in place, clutching the cloak mid-air, utterly bewildered. When the elder perceives the soul power emanating from Luo Fancheng, his eyes widen in disbelief. Level 12, this lad has broken through? A breakthrough? Surely this cannot be true. The crowd gasps in astonishment, their mouths agape, instinctively dismissing the elder's assertion. Chapter 44. The contradictory beautiful princess. Are you pretending? Oomph. The elder casts a sidelong glance at the astonished Yang Wei and the others, his brow furrowed in displeasure. I'm not yet so old as to misjudge, he asserts. Li Hongpeng quickly interjects with a grin, elder. How do we dare to doubt you? Brother Luo only broke through to level 11 this afternoon, and now. Has he broken through again? Indeed, elder. This rate of cultivation is simply unheard of, exceedingly illogical. Yang Wei and the other youths nod in agreement, their faces a portrait of incredulity. Their skepticism is not born of unwillingness to believe, but rather of an inability to reconcile such rapid progress. Yang Wei's expression reflects utter astonishment. Having just reached level 11 himself, he struggles to fathom how Luo Fancheng could achieve a new breakthrough so swiftly, even if there were a difference in talent. Such a disparity seems implausible. As the murmurs of disbelief circulate among the youths, even the elder begins to doubt his own perception. Has he truly aged to the point of misjudgment? Just then, Luo Fancheng rises from his meditation, his fatigue replaced by vibrant energy, only to find the others staring at him with wide eyes, leaving him perplexed by their strange expressions. Surely, they cannot be as captivated by his looks as the princess is. At that moment, a whiff of fragrance wafts past him. Turning, he sees the enchanting princess, clad in her black stockings, standing closely behind him. Princess, what brings you here? Yi Xiang's cheeks flush crimson, her delicate hands gripping the crimson cloak. Caught in indecision, she cannot outright say, I saw you, you ragged man, and wanted to lend you my cloak, for that would undermine her dignity. Standing tall, her slender waist accentuates her stunning figure. Do not misinterpret, I am not concerned for your comfort. Luo Fancheng, taken aback, replies, but, Princess, I haven't asked anything yet. Gazing into his bright, dark eyes, Yi Xiang grows increasingly flustered, her words tumbling out. I was merely contemplating how to knock you unconscious. You scoundrel, and take you back to the city as my servant. But you woke up. Consider yourself fortunate. Indeed, Luo Fancheng nods, I understand. Princess, how could you possibly be so kind as to offer me your cloak. You know nothing. Yi Xiang's initial shyness transforms into irritation, her cheeks flushed with anger, her striking features exuding an undeniable allure. Luo Fancheng cannot help but marvel at the exquisite princess before him, a true beauty, albeit with a somewhat aggressive demeanor. If only she could be tempered, she would be utterly perfect. The elder approaches with a friendly smile. Young Luo, you have just broken through to level 12, correct? At this, Luo Fancheng's lips twitch. How swiftly the titles have changed. First that lad, then young friend, and now young brother. Is this elder truly the legendary master of disguise? Yes, my second soul vortex has liquefied. Reaching level 12, he admits candidly. Gasps of astonishment ripple through the onlookers. He has indeed achieved level 12. How incomprehensibly swift. It is unfathomable. Even cheating could not yield such rapid progress. The elder, confirming his suspicions, chuckles ruefully. I must be blind. I fail to recognize such extraordinary talent in young Luo. Luo Fancheng, bemused by the astonished reactions, muses, so you all were not cultivating, but rather staring at me because of this? Is it not worth noting when one breaks through 2 realms in a single day? The elder retorts, I have always been this way. There is nothing to be astonished about. Luo Fancheng replies, perplexed. Always been this way? I say, do you even hear yourself? The others perceive Luo Fancheng's exasperation, sensing a hint of disdain directed toward them. Sighing, Luo Fancheng recalls his earlier meditation, letting out a deep breath that silences the group. A chorus of question marks seems to materialize above their heads. You sigh? For what reason? Someone remarks incredulously. Today, I acquired a millennium-old soul ring, effortlessly breaking the historical record for the first soul ring on the Soul Martial continent, and swiftly achieved a breakthrough. Yet I must sigh. To be honest, are you trying to drive us to despair? Li Hongpeng, distressed, rakes through his disheveled hair, his eyes bloodshot. Yang Wei, feeling a lump in his throat, nearly chokes on his frustration. This is simply infuriating. Yi Xiang, inherently proud and unable to tolerate rivals, finds her confidence shaken by Luo Fancheng's achievements. In the face of their collective astonishment, Luo Fancheng shakes his head earnestly. A true hero does not dwell on past glories. Now that the breakthrough is behind me, it holds no significance. Was that considered slow? Li Hongpeng's jaw drops, his entire being frozen in disbelief. Brother, we have seen pretentiousness, but never in such a serious manner. The elder cannot contain his curiosity. Young Luo, may I inquire about your previous rate of cultivation? Luo Fancheng shakes his head, unwilling to disclose. He has come to realize that the joys and sorrows of humanity are not universally understood. This group of individuals resembles mediocre students, content merely to pass exams. An 80 brings them joy, and a score of 90 sends them into euphoric rapture. They will never comprehend the anguish of the top achievers who fail to attain full marks. The current scenario resembles a gathering of these underachievers reveling in their mediocre exam results when suddenly a top student approaches, clutching a paper that is just 1 mark shy of perfection, visibly distressed and sighing heavily. Yi Xiang, filled with curiosity, notices Luo Fancheng's silence and pouts her lips in discontent. Why the silence? What's there to hide? We VE shared trials and tribulations together. We might as well stab you in the back first, she quips. Li Hongpeng thumped his chest and remarked, Brother Luo, are you worried about startling us? We VE been professionally trained and have strong psychological resilience. Luo Fancheng waved his hand dismissively, showing no interest in engaging. He scanned the surroundings, searching for the way back to find the High Priestess and his junior sister. Tai Lao speculated the cultivation at the Soul Master stage is indeed somewhat easier. With Luo's talent, achieving 4 levels in a day is certainly feasible. Li Hongpeng shook his head. I believe we can be even bolder. 5 or 6 levels in a day may also be possible. Are you exaggerating? 6 levels in a day? I've never heard of such a thing, Yang Wei protested, shaking his head vigorously. Yi Xiang, pouting her crimson lips, wondered why this man wouldn't even spare her a glance. Was the surrounding desolation more appealing than her? Irritated, She stomped her delicate foot and hurled her crimson cloak at Luo Fancheng, exclaiming, "Umph, such a miser, truly inconsiderate." Luo Fancheng caught the cloak with a resigned expression and replied, "If you insist on hearing it, I suppose I can share. Let us just say it's 9 levels in a day, chapter 45. 9 levels in a day? Joyful saintess, Yi Xiang, come home with me." Tai Lao resolved to maintain his composure and project the dignity of a 5th-tier powerhouse. Otherwise, being consistently astonished by a junior would diminish his prestige. Upon hearing Luo Fancheng speak, he instinctively nodded and casually remarked, "Oh, so it's 9 levels in a day. Quite impressive indeed." The others trembled, their heads snapping toward Tai Lao, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if to say, "Do you even realize what you just said? Would you care to repeat that?" They were baffled. What he just uttered. Tai Lao initially appeared dazed, but soon seemed to grasp the gravity of his words, muttering, "What did I just say? 9 levels in a day? Good heavens!" His mind ignited with exhilaration, nearly propelling him to leap in front of Luo Fancheng, breathing heavily. "Brother Luo, are you certain you're not jesting? Is it truly 9 levels in a day?" Luo Fancheng replied with exasperation, "Well, let us say it's roughly a day." "What does roughly mean?" Tai Lao felt a tumult of emotions, realizing that without clarifying this matter, he might lose sleep over it. "Yi Yink Gospit. If it's 9 levels in 2 days, that's terrifying." Luo Fancheng shook his head, recalling, "I trained rigorously that night. So saying it's a day isn't entirely accurate. It should be considered half a day." "Half a day?" Yi Xiang's expression paled, while Tai Lao and the others stood frozen, swallowing nervously. They were at a loss for words. In the warm summer night, a chill swept through the jungle as the 7 noble figures from the royal city felt an inexplicable shudder of dread. The more they learned about this shabby yet handsome commoner, the more they grasped the essence of an extraordinary and terrifying talent. Yet, this young man maintained an air of nonchalance, devoid of arrogance. Now, they understood why he sighed despite achieving 2 levels in a single day. The heights they aimed for were fundamentally different. What is perspective? This was the true meaning of perspective. Li Hongpeng's eyes gleamed with fervor, as if he had glimpsed the essence of life. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. "Brother Luo, are you certain you are human?" Luo Fancheng glared. "You may be astonished, but that has no reason to insult me." Realizing his faux pas, Li Hongpeng quickly clarified, "Brother Luo, it's just that your talent is so monstrous. I almost suspect you might be a 10,000-year soul, beast, reincarnated as a human. Otherwise, your abilities are incredibly difficult to explain." The others nodded in agreement, increasingly convinced that Luo Fancheng was less human and more akin to a mythical beast reborn. Unconsciously, they took a step back. In the shadows of the jungle, Bai Inghua laughed heartily, her melodious laughter resonating like silver bells, while her snow-white rabbit trembled adorably. Wiping the tears of mirth from her eyes, she exclaimed, "How amusing, teacher! Finally, I'm not the only one bearing the brunt of my junior brother's shocking revelations. Just look at their stunned expressions. I remain more composed than they are. Ha ha ha! They even think my junior brother is a soul beast. How absurd!" Di Weiyang's exquisite phoenix eyes glimmered coldly under the night sky, silent yet slightly curved at the corners, suggesting she was in good spirits. Luo Fancheng felt exasperated. Surely, not all nobles are this naive. Do they truly think I'm a soul beast? Am I supposed to shout, "I'm human, I'm human"? That would be utterly ridiculous. The epitome of a conundrum presented itself. How does one prove their humanity when others suspect they are not human? Luo Fancheng felt a wave of frustration. "Please, can you all act normally? Don't bring shame upon the nobility." Li Hongpeng took another step back. "Brother, it's not that we doubt you. It's just that your talent is unlike anything a mere human could possess." The others nodded in agreement. It was said that 10,000-year soul beasts that chose to reincarnate as humans, despite starting anew, would experience meteoric rises in strength, becoming overwhelmingly powerful. Enough of this nonsense. Tai Lao in de ao stili. 10,000-year soul beasts reincarnating as humans can only awaken their original martial spirits. It's impossible for them to possess dual martial spirits. The group fell silent, but upon recalling that Luo Fancheng indeed had dual martial spirits, their mouths twitched uncontrollably. This revelation was even more terrifying than the idea of a soul beast reincarnating as a human. In the entire soul martial continent, those with dual martial spirits were exceedingly rare, a mere handful among millions, standing atop the pinnacle of genius. Yet they had just encountered one. Seeing the doubts dissipate, Luo Fancheng sighed with relief, grateful that Tai Lao had stepped in. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to prove himself. However, through their brief exchanges, he gained further insight into the nature of 10,000-year soul beasts. His Aunt Jiao, with her enchanting charm, was a transformation into human form, which was not the same as reincarnation. Luo Fancheng mused quietly, wondering if he would ever encounter a soul beast that had transformed. He was curious and wished to study it. However, he quickly shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. The number of 10,000-year soul beasts was exceedingly small, and those that transformed were even fewer. He still had no clear understanding of the vastness of the soul martial continent. How could he expect to encounter one? The odds were far too slim. At that moment, Yi Xiang approached, gently patting his shoulder, her beautiful eyes serious as she asked, "Are you certain you are a commoner and not pulling our leg?" Having already spoken, belief was now up to them. Luo Fancheng shrugged, his expression nonchalant. After spending time with her, he found her not particularly peculiar. However, even with her mildly masochistic tendencies, he couldn't afford to show her too much kindness. She seemed to relish it. Yi Xiang shook her head, her dark hair swaying. "It's not that I don't trust you, but your martial spirit's strength rivals that of the core descendants awakened from the bloodlines of the 4 great empires, the 10 major sects, and various powerful factions. For instance, I, too, am of the Songlong Empire's royal bloodline, yet due to its lack of purity, I could only awaken an 8th grade Sakura dragon martial spirit. In contrast, the purest royal bloodlines can awaken the 9th grade supreme ancient Songlong martial spirit, one of the 4 strongest beast martial spirits in the soul martial continent. This was all thanks to the system's sporadic interventions. Luo Fancheng realized that each time the system resurfaced, it coincided with his completion of some extraordinary feat. Was this its way of encouraging him to become self-reliant? Thinking to himself, he casually remarked, "You nobles rely on your lineage, while we commoners can only depend on mutations. And fortunately, mine is quite satisfactory." The surrounding iron old and others fell silent, accustomed to enduring blows, their mindset having settled into a state of resignation. The jungle momentarily returned to tranquility. Luo Fancheng, draped in a crimson cloak, stood opposing the alluring Princess Xiang. After a prolonged silence, Luo Fancheng lifted his gaze. To his surprise, the beautiful princess mirrored his action with perfect timing, looking up and earnestly saying, "Come home with me." Chapter 46. The princess's declaration. What? Go home with you? Luo Fancheng's eyes widened in astonishment. "Why are you reacting so dramatically?" Yi Xiang retorted, quickly realizing that her words had indeed been ambiguous, making it sound as though they were returning to meet the parents. She raised her proud, enchanting visage, huffing, "Don't misunderstand. You mentioned you were an orphan, right? I've always been kind-hearted, and seeing you homeless, I thought I might generously take you in." "Kind-hearted? Generous?" Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow. "With your spoiled and willful temperament, it's a wonder you don't bully others into submission. So your family must have taken in many 18-year-old, tall, and handsome orphans, then? You're talking nonsense." Yi Xiang scolded. "Open your eyes and tell me, does this princess seem like someone so easily swayed?" Then, her expression softened as she gazed at Luo Fancheng earnestly. "If you come with me, you will be the first and only man I have taken in." Luo Fancheng recoiled slightly, snorting. "So there's no such thing as being kind-hearted. That's nonsense. You're not trying to take me in. I'm just too embarrassed to point it out. You're clearly just craving my body." Her secret thought being so mercilessly exposed in public left Yi Xiang blushing furiously, yet inexplicably filled with a peculiar exhilaration. The excitement coursed through her, causing her fair, smooth skin to flush with a sickly hue. She gritted her teeth and snapped, What are you babbling about? Stop being so narcissistic. This princess has numerous suitors and feels nothing for you. Ha! Luo Fancheng laughed nonchalantly. That is splendid. Since the princess feels nothing for me, then please let me go. I was just about to say my farewells. Beside them, Li Hongpeng was almost in tears from envy, wishing to rush over and grab Luo Fancheng by the collar, exclaiming, "Brother, my dear brother, I assent a good thing to be desired? It's a wonderful affair." He, too, wished to be yearned for, yet here he was being treated like trash for making the effort. Yang Wei's eyes gleamed with jealousy, his heart sour enough to transform into a century-old lemon. He had been overly attentive, only to be dismissed by the princess, while Luo Fancheng, who openly rejected her, found her eager to approach him instead. Iron Old, somewhat bewildered, had seen countless individuals throughout his life, rarely encountering someone he couldn't comprehend. Yet this handsome youth before him was genuinely inscrutable. The princess's intentions were so apparent. All he needed to do was feign reluctance to seize an opportunity to ascend ranks. Clinging to the princess's leg would lead to wealth and power. It wasn't shameful to live off a woman. One could stand before the world if they knelt behind her, with access to resources for cultivation, a powerful backing, and a beautiful wife arranged. Despite her temperamental nature, her beauty and allure made it worthwhile. Establishing a family and career would mean soaring to the pinnacle of life. Who wouldn't he find that enticing? To earn the princess's favor was a coveted chance, yet Luo Fancheng, without a second thought, outright rejected it. Did he truly harbor no interest? Not a single shred of temptation? In the realm of power struggles, Iron Old had witnessed many forsake wives and children for status, even turning against brothers and friends, yet he had never seen such a peculiar young man. He shook his head repeatedly, sighing inwardly, incomprehensible, unfathomable. Others shared Iron Old's sentiments, questioning whether there truly existed someone indifferent to wealth and status. Yi Xiang asked, "Are you determined to leave?" "Yes," Luo Fancheng nodded. The princess had previously promised to let me go after granting me a soul ring. Yi Xiang continued to gaze at Luo Fancheng, finding no hint of hesitation in his deep, dark eyes, only calmness. It seemed he held no desire for her beauty, figure, status, or anything else. Yet the more he rejected her, the more her heart raced, the more she yearned to keep him close, a powerful urge for possession swelling within her. Yi Xiang's expression darkened, her delicate fist clenching as she coldly stated, "What if I insist on not letting you go?" Luo Fancheng smiled. "Then we're no longer friends, but enemies." Yi Xiang extended her slender hand, a silver moonbeam cascading through the leaves to rest in her palm as she slowly interlaced her 5 delicate fingers. "Luo Fancheng, do you know, throughout my life, I have never failed to obtain what I desired. My father dotes on me. Whatever I wish for will inevitably appear before me. Sans signe dangereux, Luo Fancheng said. So, is the princess planning to have Iron Old take action to forcibly keep me here?" "Ha!" Yi Xiang suddenly chuckled coldly, her beautiful eyes glinting, her red lips curling into an expression of indescribable pride. "You are indeed formidable, but do you underestimate me too much? To spare you, I shall let you leave." Luo Fancheng was taken aback, and those familiar with Yi Xiang's headstrong nature, Iron Old, Li Hongpeng, and the others, were even more astonished. Seeing the look of surprise finally grace Luo Fancheng's face, Yi Xiang felt a surge of joy, her laughter ringing out melodiously. "You didn't expect this, did you?" Luo Fancheng openly admitted, "Indeed, I did not." Yi Xiang's gaze was complex. "Do you know? Although I've always gotten everything I wanted, I was not happy. I felt an emptiness that drove me to madness. I couldn't figure out what was wrong, even though many envied my life, until I saw you striving alone. I understood. What others give ultimately comes from their own gains. Only through personal effort can one truly savor happiness." This. Luo Fancheng was left speechless. "Please, I strive because I don't have a father like yours. What are you learning from that?" Ye Ving inhaled deeply, finally exhaling all her breath slowly along the edges of her moist lips. Her spirited, alluring eyes shot forth 2 defiant beams. "I have made up my mind this time. I will obtain what I desire without letting anyone interfere. I will claim you. Experience and savor this unique joy. I refuse. Luo Fancheng protested. Refusal is futile. Seeing the unusual excitement flickering in Yi Xieying's beautiful eyes, Luo Fancheng's mouth twitched. Heavens, I just thought the princess's temperament had returned to normal. But the familiar flavor is back so soon. If it were any other woman, he believed she might pursue him normally, but with the masochistic Yi Xieying. Well, that was another story. He couldn't predict what kind of trouble she might stir. She wouldn't drug me, would she? Luo Fancheng, you just said we are friends, right? Yi Xieying's beautiful eyes sparkled with mischief. Huh? Luo Fancheng scratched his head. Did I say that? You better not play dumb with me. Yi Xieying glared. Otherwise, I'll have Iron Old knock you out and take you away. Yes, we are friends. Is that all right? Luo Fancheng sighed in resignation. However, he remembered hearing her words when he absorbed the soul ring, and he fully acknowledged her true nature. Yi Xieying's bright eyes sparkled. Then, as a friend, I should give you a gift, right? She suddenly pulled out a package from her storage space and shoved it into Luo Fancheng's empty left hand. What is this? Luo Fancheng asked in confusion, while Iron Old recognized the package and turned pale, exclaiming in agony, Little ancestor, no. Chapter 47, A Gift. The lady's request before Luo Fancheng could unveil the contents of the package. Tai Lao rushed over, intent on reclaiming it. Swiftly, Yi Xieying moved her white boots to block Luo Fancheng, compelling Tai Lao to halt in his tracks. Concern etched on his face as he exclaimed, Your Highness, we cannot accept such gifts. At that moment, Li Hongpeng and the others also discerned the contents of the package, their bodies shivering as they collectively voiced their objections. This is unacceptable, Your Highness. How audacious. Yi Xieying's brows furrowed, her voice sharp as she retorted, Am I the princess, or are you? The forceful tone of her rebuke sent a shiver through the crowd, and they realized that since meeting Luo Fancheng, the princess had indeed softened considerably. Yet, the memory of past fears resurfaced. Of course, it is you, Your Highness. Tai Lao lowered his head, while the others remained silent, standing obediently. Luo Fancheng, having formed a suspicion, opened the package to reveal a collection of bright red fruits, exuding a refreshing fragrance that invigorated him, as if enhancing the flow of his soul power. There were 9 fruits in total, not a single one missing since the harvest, explaining the anxiousness displayed by Tai Lao and the others. Yi Xieying shielded Luo Fancheng, her beautiful eyes radiating a fierce intensity as she scanned the crowd, then pointed at the package, asking, Are you all planning to instruct this princess on how to conduct herself? I would dare to gift not only these fruits, but even my father's royal city. Gift the royal city? Tai Lao and the others trembled, their scalps tingling. If anyone else had uttered such words, they would have dismissed them as absurd, but Yi Xieying was different. If she dared to offer it, her father might indeed comply. Who could forget that the lord of Qianlong City, the heavenly martial king, was utterly devoted to his daughter, renowned for his ruthlessness in battle, yet excessively indulgent towards her, always granting her every wish. While the others held their breath, a male voice suddenly broke the tension. Your Highness, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Luo Fancheng tied the package securely and extended it back, aware of the fruit's value only through the reactions of Tai Lao and the others. Yi Xieying turned, her fierce demeanor dissipating, replaced by a proud smile. It would bring me joy if you accepted it, unless you look down upon me and do not consider me a friend. Luo Fancheng, unfaltering, replied, Very well, I shall accept it, but I cannot consume it all. I must leave some for you. Excellent. In the dim light of night, Yi Xieying's face blossomed with a smile, akin to a vibrant rose in full bloom. Her charm captivating as she playfully suggested then, You keep a few, and I shall crush a few. Tai Lao and the others could only smile wryly, realizing the princess's spirited nature had resurfaced. Luo Fancheng shook his head, reluctantly accepting the fruits. This is how it should be, Yi Xieying said with a pout, her voice sweetly imploring. How could you refuse someone's heartfelt gesture? Luo Fancheng felt a rush of unease, contemplating a swift escape, especially if the high priestess and his junior sister had not followed him. Fancheng, brother, Yi Xieying called softly as friends. It is natural for me to offer you a small gift. So, Luo Fancheng felt goosebumps rise. Speak normally. Who's older is still debatable. All right, brother, she replied, leaning closer, lowering her voluptuous figure to whisper in his ear then. As a friend, if I find myself in trouble, would you help? Luo Fancheng wanted to choke the girl and demand, what is wrong with you? Are you courting disaster? However, with the fruits and her alluring presence, he found himself unable to act. He could even catch a glimpse of her enchanting curves. Of course, I shall help, he relented, recalling how the princess had bravely defended him earlier. Yi Xieying's eyes sparkled with cunning satisfaction, drawing back with a teasing smile. Then, Brother Fancheng, you must come to Qianlong City in 3 months. I have an important matter that requires your assistance. Realizing she had been waiting for him all along, he remarked, you don't simply want to lure me there for a visit, do you? Yi Xieying shook her head vigorously, denying his accusation. No, there truly is something significant that requires your help. Fine, Luo Fancheng nodded. As long as it's not anything related to having children, I will assist you to the best of my abilities. Yi Xieying's eyes widened, her face flushed with embarrassment. What are you saying? Sometimes, a coerced fruit is not sweet, Luo Fancheng shrugged, but it can quench thirst. Yi Xieying stomped her foot in frustration. All right, you might as well tell me what it is. I doubt there's anything you can help me with. Luo Fancheng, self-aware of his limitations, knew he was merely slightly more handsome, fortunate, and talented than others, but his current strength was insufficient. Yi Xieying shook her head. Every year, in the 11th month, my father governs Qianlong City, and we hold a Soul Master tournament against 2 other neighboring royal cities. Participants are young Soul Masters under the age of 19, and the outcomes determine the allocation of mineral resources and other advantages. You possess exceptional talent, and I wish to invite you to aid us in the competition. The rewards are quite generous. Luo Fancheng paused, sensing something amiss. But why hold a tournament for something as straightforward as mineral rights? The strongest city could just seize them directly, Yi Xieying explained. Firstly, the Songlong Emperor forbids the 9 royal cities from warring against one another, and battles among the strong are difficult to control, often resulting in casualties, which no faction can afford. Selecting young soul masters for competition minimizes risk and ensures fairness, making it widely acceptable while also serving as practice. Practice? Luo Fancheng inquired, puzzled. Yi Xieying elaborated. Why is the age limit set at 19? Because the following year, there will be a continent-wide youth soul master tournament, where all 4 empires and various sects will participate with an age limit of 20. It is the most prestigious event on the continent. Even placing 100th is an unimaginable honor, earning you acclaim across the Soul Martial continent, where countless admirers will recognize you as a true prodigy. Yi Xieying's beautiful eyes shone with longing, while Li Hongpeng and the others exhibited fervor, excitement clear on their faces. Luo Fancheng scratched his head awkwardly, but I've never heard of such a tournament in my village. Yi Ying responded. That's why the imperial nobility and sect heirs look down on commoners. Their information is outdated and insular, as if living in 2 separate worlds. Luo Fancheng nodded in understanding. It was merely a reflection of a significant information barrier, with nobles monopolizing information and resources, making it difficult for commoners to rise. He decided to change the subject. As the continent-wide tournament was still far off, suddenly, Yi Xieying leaned closer to his ear, her voice barely above a whisper. What I mentioned earlier was merely the surface rationale for the tournament. There lies a greater secret beneath. What secret? Luo Fancheng asked, intrigued. I can't tell you now. Just a hint. You'll learn when you arrive in 3 months. It will certainly benefit you, she teased, producing a bronze token and placing it into the fruit-filled package. Here, this is my token. Upon your arrival in Qianlong City, simply mention my name, and it will be of use. Luo Fancheng was left speechless, realizing she was determined to ensure his attendance. Halfway through his words, he hesitated, realizing that bringing a child into this world was no trivial matter. Contemplating for a moment, he suppressed that thought. Luo Fancheng opened his crimson cloak, draping it back over Yi Xieying's delicate form, then turned and left with his bundle, swift and unhesitating. The rustling sound caught Yi Xieying's attention as she bit her lip, her gaze lingering on the figure in bloodied attire, disappearing into the shadows of the forest. Unable to contain herself, she called out, "Hey, stop!" Luo Fancheng turned back. Yi Xiang proposed, rather than wandering alone in despair, "Why not return home with me? I can arrange for a skilled teacher to instruct you." Luo Fancheng chuckled. "Silly girl, who told you I lack a teacher? You have a teacher?" Yi Xiang was momentarily taken aback, then gritted her teeth. "That must be a terribly incompetent teacher to allow you to venture out on such dangerous escapades. Isn't that leading you astray?" Luo Fancheng felt a jolt in his heart. "Oh, my little ancestor, such reckless words could lead to trouble. Thankfully, the High Priestess is not here, or else you'd be in deep trouble." As Yi Xiang grew increasingly agitated, her sympathy for Luo Fancheng's blood-stained attire intensified. "Come with me. I will find you a renowned mentor. If all else fails, my father can teach you personally. With your talent, you should not be tarnished by mediocre instruction." At that moment, Tai Lao also stepped forward, expressing his admiration. "Brother Luo, the princess speaks wisely. A responsible teacher would never allow you to venture out alone. It is too reckless. Aren't they concerned for your safety?" The more he listened, the more Luo Fancheng's heart raced, an unsettling chill creeping up his spine as if unseen eyes were upon him. "Enough, both of you. Honestly speaking, my teacher is quite formidable. She is likely lurking in the shadows right now. Speaking carelessly could bring misfortune upon you." "Formidable?" Yi Xiang scoffed, her chin raised defiantly. How formidable could she possibly be? Level 70? 80? However, she inquired further, "Tai Lao, are there any hidden figures nearby?" Tai Lao affirmed, "Princess, I assure you, I have thoroughly searched this area and deliberately dispersed all soul beasts. If there were anyone here, even an octogenarian, I would not have failed to notice." In the shadows of the forest, the purple-haired maiden with a ponytail and the regal, golden-clad high priestess stood together. "Teacher, someone is attempting to undermine your authority, and in such a blatant manner. It's quite amusing," Bai Ingwe chuckled, clutching her chest, her laughter causing her bosom to quiver. However, her laughter faltered when she noticed the high priestess's expression darkening. Tentatively, she whispered, "Teacher, you're not angry, are you?" The high priestess did not respond, her exquisite visage devoid of emotion, but the surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly frigid. "Oh no, this is bad. Someone is in deep trouble." Bai Ingwe shivered, forcing a smile to mask her anxiety. She cast a sympathetic glance toward the princess and Tai Lao, who were still trying to persuade Luo Fancheng, daring to challenge the high priestess. Such courage, truly admirable. In the moonlit forest, the princess and Tai Lao continued their earnest persuasion. Luo Fancheng's heart raced as he abruptly interrupted, "All right, no more. Let me be frank. My teacher is an unparalleled master above level 90. As for her identity, she has chosen not to disclose it, and thus I shall not either." The others were momentarily stunned, exchanging incredulous glances, doubt evident in their expressions. "Liung Bem Castunat. Brother Luo, are you certain your teacher is an extraordinary being above level 9? He quickly added, "Please don't misunderstand. We believe you, but we suspect you might have been deceived." Tai Lao chimed in. "There are millions of soul masters across the continent, yet those who reach level 7 are exceedingly rare. Level 8 title holders are typically formidable figures of authority, while level 9 beings are at the pinnacle of the soul martial realm, regarded as the ultimate force of various factions. It is exceedingly unlikely that such a powerful individual would be wandering among common folk, taking you as a disciple." Yi Xiang interjected, "Fancheng, you're likely being misled. Look, it's so late, and no one has come searching for you." Luo Fancheng shook his head. "Heed my advice. I'm not stopping you from speaking for your own good. Based on my intuition, my teacher is likely nearby, but prefers to remain hidden. If you continue to provoke her, I cannot guarantee your safety." "Don't try to intimidate me," Yi Xiang retorted, hands on her hips, chest pushed out defiantly. "If you have the ability, summon her to teach me a lesson. Whoever is afraid is a coward." She glanced at the other companions, asking, "Are you afraid?" With the princess backing them, they all shook their heads, grinning amiably. One, however, hesitated and remained silent. "Li Hongpeng, why are you so quiet?" "Princess, perhaps we should heed Brother Luo's advice?" Li Hongpeng, having been humiliated by Luo Fancheng too many times, felt genuine fear. Ye ving pautu, boarding. No one has dared to challenge me since I was born. Oh, is that so? A cold, regal voice resonated through the forest, echoing ominously, leaving everyone in stunned silence. At that moment, all present felt a shiver run through them. How could someone be hidden here? I had searched meticulously. Tai Lao's expression changed dramatically, and Yi Xieying's haughty demeanor abruptly stiffened. Li Hongpeng trembled. Oh no, is this really happening? He felt a wave of despair wash over him, lamenting how the princess had led them to this predicament. Luo Fancheng's eyes brightened. She truly was present. Initially, he had felt a hint of disappointment, but now he felt a warmth in his heart. She was evidently concerned for him. Yet, he sighed, realizing that the unruly princess was destined for misfortune today. Who? Who is lurking? Yi Xieying nervously scanned her surroundings, aware that if Tai Lao could not detect them, the hidden figure possessed extraordinary power. Tai Lao managed a wry smile. Bowing deeply, we spoke thoughtlessly, and I sincerely apologize. Please forgive us, esteemed one. No forgiveness. As the icy voice reverberated once more, a cacophony of tearing sounds erupted from all directions. The air rippled, and massive dark rifts tore open, resembling ancient beasts ready to devour, exuding an aura of danger and chaos. Watching the void that sealed off their escape routes, Tai Lao felt a chill run down his spine. Tearing through the void. A level 9. Extraordinary being? Thud. Those with weaker powers, like Yang Wei, could not bear the pressure and collapsed to their knees. They had encountered many formidable soul masters, but they had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. The very fabric of space was unraveling. Li Hongpeng quaked, lamenting his fate. The princess has truly led us to disaster. Yi Xieying felt a primal shiver run through her. Biting her lip, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. She never imagined that such a formidable power lurked behind Luo Fancheng. Tai Lao trembled. Princess, to be able to shatter the surrounding space so completely, this is no ordinary level 9 extraordinary being. He subtly reminded Yi Xieying, fearing that the princess might become obstinate at this moment, which would leave her with no recourse should her adversary take lethal action. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, a larger spatial portal tore open, and a tall woman, enveloped in radiant, blazing golden light, emerged. Her brilliance was almost blinding. Luo Fancheng was perplexed. He was certain this was the high priestess, yet it seemed his mentor wished to obscure her visage. Why was that? It should not be the case. With each step, the dazzling figure seemed to tread upon the hearts of the onlookers, while only Luo Fancheng remained unaffected by the palpable pressure. The others were engulfed by a sensation of drowning and suffocation. Faced with such a formidable presence for the first time, they were rendered speechless, left only with the primal instincts of trembling and fear. A cold chuckle echoed through the forest, silencing the crowd, who dared not lift their gazes. Not speaking now, she taunted. Did you not wish to meet the true self? Elder Tai was almost petrified with fear. In his lifetime, he had never experienced such an overwhelming sense of oppression. Not even from a 9th-tier martial king could he recall feeling this way. Who was this formidable figure? There were few peak female warriors across the continent, and could she be the legendary youthful empress of the Phoenix Empire, or perhaps the high priestess of the Light Temple? Regardless of her identity, she was an existence that could crush him with a mere glance. He felt paralyzed, truly terrified, his thoughts racing to Luo Fancheng, realizing he was utterly awed by him. Who could have imagined that the raggedly dressed, common-born Luo Fancheng had such a terrifying powerhouse behind him? True peak strength is not merely about possessing talent. One must also align with the preferences of the powerful. Elder Tai, at this moment, finally understood how foolish he and the others were. They had always believed Luo Fancheng lacked influence, only to discover that his background was far more terrifying than they could fathom. The emotions swirling within Yi Xieying, Li Hongpeng, and Yang Wei were indescribable. The true jesters were indeed themselves. They had thought their lineage could provide solace after a loss in talent, only to find their backgrounds were equally laughable. Most alarmingly, the radiant woman enveloped in golden light had evidently been lurking in the shadows all along. They felt fortunate that they had not acted against Luo Fancheng. for had they done so, they might have faced instant obliteration. The fear was compounded by the realization that everything they had said had likely been overheard. They had spoken at length about Luo Fancheng's origins, flaunting their perceived superiority. In the presence of such a formidable ally as Luo Fancheng, their attempts at boasting about their backgrounds felt akin to a beggar bragging about a few coins in front of an emperor. The high priestess's cold snort snapped them back to reality, instilling even greater fear. Rather than concern themselves with the absurdity of the situation, they now faced the grim reality of potentially losing their lives. Each of them turned pleading eyes toward Luo Fancheng, akin to drowning souls grasping at a final lifeline. As Elder Tai and the others cast their imploring gazes, Luo Fancheng merely shrugged, feigning helplessness. You disregarded my warnings, and now you face the consequences. At this moment, they realized how futile their hope was. Regret flooded them for not heeding his advice, for recklessly provoking disaster in front of such a powerful entity. Liu Mupeng bit, innocent in his involvement, merely caught up in the folly of others. Master, I didn't mention you, he stammered. The high priestess replied indifferently. Indeed, you did not. Li Hongping's face lit up with relief, but before he could savor the moment, she continued. Yet you did refer to my disciple. His countenance paled, heart racing as if it might burst. Heavens, she has been present all along, witnessing everything. This is a disaster. Yang Wei, overwhelmed, fainted, collapsing to the ground. What do you intend to do with us? Yi Xiang trembled under the oppressive aura, her delicate form quaking, yet her exquisite features retained a trace of defiance. The high priestess ignored her, raising her hand as an immense surge of soul power erupted, manifesting as golden threads that bound the limbs of the seven, lifting them into the air. Yi Xiang, in particular, was treated to a special form of restraint, tightly ensnared. Luo Fancheng's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Something felt amiss. Was this the legendary tortoise shell binding? It was just missing the red thread. Although he had once been a young king of the sea in his past life, he had never encountered such a predicament and was uncertain of how to interpret it. Release me. What are you doing? Ye dink se troublet fierci. But the more she resisted, the tighter the bindings became. Luo Fancheng watched with keen interest, unable to suppress a sigh. The masochistic princess was unlike any ordinary girl. Had it been someone else, they would have been begging for mercy by now. How am I lacking in sympathy? He mused for a moment before resuming his observation. He believed the high priestess, with her grand vision, would not harm them. What are you doing? The high priestess's lips curved into an icy smile, but the golden light obscured the beauty of the moment. With a swift motion, numerous strands of soul power coalesced into whips that lashed toward the bound Yi Xiang. The sound of the strikes echoed ominously, sending shivers down Elder Tai's spine. The princess had never before endured such punishment. Please, master, if you hold any grievance, do not strike the princess. Take me instead. I willingly offer myself. Elder Tai pleaded desperately. The high priestess snapped. Silence. Luo Fancheng could not help but chuckle at the scene, for 6 more whips materialized in the air, targeting not only the princess but Elder Tai as well. Could he be blamed for this? He had warned them countless times, yet they continued to provoke trouble. If they were foolish enough to insult her, they could expect no mercy. Suddenly, Luo Fancheng noticed something peculiar. While the others screamed in agony, Yi Xiang's face flushed crimson, her lips pursed, her striking eyes wide open. Not in fury, but seemingly on the verge of tears. Was she finding joy in this suffering? Yet her amusement was short-lived, as 3 more golden whips appeared, all aimed at her. Is there no reason in this? Why am I the only one being punished? What about the others? She protested, her pain spilling forth in a cry of indignation, prompting Elder Tai and the others to nearly weep in despair. How could this be happening? They lamented. The high priestess merely laughed coldly, intensifying her strikes. Do not speak, princess. The more you talk, the worse your situation becomes. Li Hongping cried out in despair. Oh, you dare instruct me? Yi Xiang retorted, but her defiance was cut short by another strike. Luo Fancheng facepalmed in exasperation. Sister, do you not recall your own words? Beckoning others to teach you a lesson, pleading for punishment and guidance? Well, it seems you have received what you sought. Initially, Yi Xiang remained defiant, but soon tears streamed down her cheeks, her dignity hanging by a thread as she fought to maintain composure. Luo Fancheng nodded in respect. She had spirit and resilience. I commend your bravery. No, your fortitude. As he observed the unfolding scene, he sensed the moment was ripe for intervention and took a few steps forward. Teacher, perhaps we could take a brief respite? The gaze of the female pope swept over, cool and penetrating. Am I really that old? Luo Fancheng felt a chill of hostility and was momentarily taken aback, soon realizing the reason behind it. He had seemingly referred to her as that old lady. How spiteful. Indeed, women detest being called old, and the ethereal female pope was no exception. Silently, Luo Fancheng retreated. A dead comrade is better than a living Taoist. May you all fare well. If I plead for you again, I might find myself in peril. Upon lifting his head, he noticed Yi Xiang's large, sparkling eyes fixed intently upon him, as if she wished to tear his clothes off and devour him whole. A string of question marks floated across Luo Fancheng's face. You crave torment, yet the one striking you is the female pope. Why glare at me? He pondered. If you keep staring, I might just strike you too. My whip is far mightier than that of the pope. The female pope fixed her gaze on the 7 individuals suspended in the air. So, how does it feel for me, an unworthy master, to be deemed competent now? Competent? In fact, there is no one more competent than you. The 7 nodded fervently, their eyes filled with fear and trepidation. Earlier, while they were being punished, she had also been healing their injuries, allowing for repeated chastisement. This was a devilish maneuver. The once headstrong and willful princess now cowered like a quail, terrified of this enigmatic woman. I'll say no more. I want to say another word. Fancheng, come with me. With a wave of her hand, the female pope tore apart the fabric of space, revealing a portal resembling a black hole. Luo Fancheng nodded and followed her into the portal. At the moment it closed, Yi Xiang called out urgently, "Don't forget our agreement. If you don't come, I want to be nice to you." Luo Fancheng was speechless. After all the punishment, she hadn't forgotten this trivial matter? Truly remarkable. Well, I'll see how I feel at that time. If I'm in a good mood, we'll talk. Farewell. He waved, inciting a furious shout from Yi Xiang. Suddenly, the scenery around him transformed, and the resplendent figure of the tall female pope stood beside him. On a treetop ahead, Bai Ingwe, clad in black boots and white silk, gazed at him intently. Senior brother, have you really decided to accompany the master so readily? I thought you would feel pity for that beautiful princess and plead for her. Junior sister, your words carry a hint of jealousy, don't they? Luo Fancheng chuckled and shook his head. I trust the master. They will surely be fine. Humph, Bai Ingwe scoffed, rolling her eyes dramatically, as if to say, at least you can articulate. The corners of Wei Yang's lips curled slightly, seemingly pleased. A little punishment serves as a warning. Fear not, with my presence. No soul beast would dare to cause trouble. The master has considered everything thoroughly. Luo Fancheng smiled and then voiced a lingering question that had been on his mind since earlier. Master, it seemed you were intentionally concealing your identity? Logically, their statuses shouldn't warrant such concern from her. Wei Yang said an ebro, slightly surprised. Indeed, your intuition is remarkably sharp. Chapter 50. Self-taught? The astonished female pope, and the saintess this action of mine is for your own good, Wei Yang stated. For my benefit? Luo Fancheng was taken aback. Wei Yang nodded, her crimson lips parting gently as she continued. If others were to discover you are my disciple, it would be a source of pride for you, yet also fraught with danger. Danger? Luo Fancheng inquired, perplexed. Given your unparalleled strength, who would be foolish enough to target your disciple? Puffed, Bai Ingwe chuckled softly. Senior brother, if you knew the monumental deeds the master has accomplished, you wouldn't say such things. Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow. With the master's power and status, surely no one would dare oppose her, regardless of past transgressions. No, Bai Ingwe shook her head, her eyes wide. Senior brother, you must be cautious. Being a disciple of the female pope is a high-risk profession. Luo Fancheng shrugged nonchalantly, joking that he was not easily intimidated, though curiosity flickered within him. What has the master done? Pray, enlighten me, junior sister. With a sweet smile, Bai Yingyue placed her delicate finger on her luscious lips. The master hasn't done much. She merely advocated for the common folk and initiated some minor reforms, which displeased the nobles of the temple, empire, and sections. Luo Fancheng listened, initially bewildered, but soon recognized the weighty keywords in her words. Commoners, nobles, reform? A jolt of realization struck him, sending shockwaves through his mind. Could it truly be as he suspected? If so, the female pope was indeed formidable. This was no mere act of self-destruction. Wait, Bai Yingyue said, noticing Luo Fancheng's tense expression. You can actually understand what I'm saying? Of course, he replied. I've traversed through numerous eras of upheaval. The so-called reforms you speak of have transpired countless times in my world. Upon noticing the astonished gaze of the female pope, he realized he had momentarily forgotten the implications of his background. For a traveler like him, such concepts were commonplace, yet for the inhabitants of the Seoul and Marshall continent, they were exceedingly rare. The continent bore a resemblance to a feudal society dominated by a noble class, making the notion of reform a high-end concept. Commoners had little exposure, and without prior knowledge, they could not grasp its profound meaning. Thus, when a mere commoner like him reacted with such shock to his junior sister's casual remarks, it was only natural that the female pope and the saintess would be surprised. How could he possibly explain this? Luo Fancheng found himself at a loss for words. Yet, with both beautiful women staring intently at him, he realized he needed to articulate his thoughts. Of course I understand. What is so difficult to comprehend? Bai Yingyue remained skeptical. Senior brother, are you certain you can truly understand? Surely you're not pretending to know what you don't, are you? It took me quite some time under the master's guidance to grasp even a fraction of this. Luo Fancheng shot the saintess a sidelong glance, smiling. What you meant was that the master seeks to advocate for the commoners, thereby opposing the nobles and the powerful. It's not that simple, Bai Yingyue countered, shaking her head. She believed that the concept of reform was too distant from Luo Fancheng's world. Without instruction and from a lower vantage point, how could he possibly understand its true essence? The female pope, intrigued by Luo Fancheng's confidence, prompted, Fancheng, elaborate on your thoughts. Luo Fancheng nodded and began. Junior sister mentioned commoners and nobles, which are two opposing sides, inherently fraught with conflict. Regardless of the side one stands on, this conflict cannot be overlooked. If the master stands with the commoners and initiates a reform, it must address this conflict. What is the conflict between commoners and nobles? It is the monopolization of abundant cultivation resources by the nobility. It is the subjugation of commoners by the aristocrats. It is the tightly controlled information regarding sole master cultivation held by the nobles. Initially, Bai Yingyue listened absent-mindedly, believing her senior brother's talent in cultivation was exceptional. Yet that knowledge required time to accumulate. Surely he wouldn't say anything of depth. However, as she listened, her astonishment grew, her mouth agape in shock. At first, Dewei Yang merely listened with a smile, but her expression gradually became more solemn, her delicate waist straightening with tension. Why have you stopped? Please continue. The rarely impatient high priestess urged Luo Fancheng. A sudden thrill coursed through Luo Fancheng. Could it be that he had ventured beyond the syllabus? Yet, witnessing the high priestess's insatiable eagerness, he steeled himself to proceed. Having clarified the nature of the conflict, a bold hypothesis began to form in his mind. The reform the high priestess aspired to was. Bai Yingyue widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment, while the high priestess's slender fingers clenched tightly. Luo Fancheng articulated each word with conviction. To dismantle the resource monopoly of the aristocracy, to shatter the shackles of information, and to liberate the commoners from their fated servitude. Upon hearing his declaration, the high priestess's fingers trembled within her grasp. Bai Yingyue gasped in disbelief, unable to contain her astonishment. How is this possible? Brother, you truly comprehend this. But how could you understand without guidance? Of course, in an era of information explosion, such knowledge is hardly extraordinary. You naive outsider, Luo Fancheng retorted with a roll of his eyes. I deduced it based on your own words. You were present for the reasoning process. However, Bai Yingyu was bewildered. Was this something one could simply deduce? A commoner teaching him would likely yield no comprehension. At that moment, Luo Fancheng turned to meet the high priestess's piercing gaze. A blend of cold authority and stunning beauty, and with a wry smile, he said, "Teacher, by advocating for the commoners and pursuing reform, you are inevitably challenging the interests of all the aristocrats. This is a perilous path, one that pits you against the entire noble class." With the high priestess's silence confirming his suspicions, Luo Fancheng realized the audacity of her resolve. He never imagined the high priestess could be so courageous. Frankly, he marveled at her survival thus far. It was nothing short of miraculous, indicating her formidable strength. So powerful was she that even the most vengeful nobles dared not lay a hand on her. Just imagining the difficulties of enacting reform in this world, he understood it was no mere matter of rhetoric or shedding a few drops of blood. The awakened bloodlines of the aristocracy endowed them with formidable martial prowess, placing them beyond defeat. He could not fathom that the high priestess was unaware of these formidable challenges. What bewildered him further was why, despite being the high priestess with unparalleled power and endless glory, she would risk her life to pursue such endeavors. Gazing at Diwei, he could not help but voice his innermost question, "Teacher, are you truly not afraid?" Chapter 51. The High Priestess's Magnanimity. Let us cease to be teacher and disciple. Afraid? Afraid of what? Afraid of losing status? Afraid of death? Diwei replied, calmly beneath the moonlight filtering through the forest. If I were afraid, I would never have become the High Priestess. There are fates far more terrifying than death in this world. Diwei raised her gaze towards the radiant moon in the dark sky, her beauty illuminated by the silvery light, exuding an even greater chill and authority. As the High Priestess, I preside over the Temple of Light. All that I see across the lands belongs to my people. How can there be distinctions of status? The malevolent sorcerers harm hundreds, thousands, yet the nobles, who view millions of commoners as mere ants and dogs, have inflicted untold suffering upon countless souls. I merely seek to reclaim that which rightfully belongs to the people. Yet they resist. Since they refuse, then we shall fight. Her voice, cold and commanding like that of a phoenix, resonated with an unyielding determination, devoid of proclamations or roars. Luo Fancheng felt a jolt of shock, yet could not suppress a sigh. The High Priestess's intention to reform for the commoners would likely provoke immediate opposition from the temple itself, let alone the other empires and sections. Even he, upon introspection, recognized his own selfishness. He would never relinquish resources or sacrifice himself for others, let alone the gluttonous aristocrats who had long since feasted to their fill. Luo Fancheng posed a pragmatic question. "Teacher, if you wish to fight, what if you cannot prevail?" Diwei lowered her head, her crystalline eyes fixed on him. Suddenly, she smiled, as though a millennia-old iceberg had begun to thaw. "Even if one day I find myself alone, facing countless enemies, so what? My will shall not be hindered. Even against 1,000,000 foes, I shall forge ahead." Diwei seemed unwilling to dwell further on such matters, and instead remarked, "Fancheng, I did not expect you to possess not only exceptional talent, but also such profound insight. It truly astonishes me. However, I will not lead you and Yingyu down this path." Bai Yingyu, perplexed, interjected, "Why not, teacher? You have been reluctant to explain this matter to me. I am eager to assist you. Are you concerned that I might encounter danger?" Diwei shook her head, offering no explanation. At that moment, a magnetic, resonant voice pierced through. Because what the teacher needs is not subordinates or helpers, but true companions who genuinely wish to walk this path together. Am I correct? Bai Yingyu remained bewildered. Diwei trembled slightly, abruptly turning to the source of the voice, her incredulous gaze settling upon the youthful, ethereal figure before her. Her frosty eyes brimmed with disbelief, as if a long-buried thought had been unearthed. Her throat quivered, tinged with caution. "Fancheng, what did you just say?" Noticing the High Priestess's unusual reaction, Luo Fancheng, adept at reading people's expressions, experienced an epiphany. He had previously understood only the cold facade of Diwei, not the compassionate High Priestess who desired to embrace the world. Now, He comprehended that speaking the right words at the right moment was the most effective means to touch a woman's heart. Luo Fancheng's gaze deepened as he looked tenderly at the high priestess. Instead of answering her inquiry, he countered, "Teacher, you must feel quite lonely, don't you?" Buying Yu's heart skipped a beat. Why was her brother suddenly so bold? This was not something a disciple should say. "Brother, the teacher has me and countless others from the temple by her side. How could she possibly be lonely?" Luo Fancheng shook his head, maintaining his unwavering gaze upon the high priestess. She regarded the young man, awaiting her response, her delicate frame trembling, the tranquil waters of her heart rippling as though a small stone had been cast into them, sending out waves that reached ever further. She had taught Bai Yu and others many concepts of reform, investing considerable effort, yet they had only grasped a fraction of the ideas. She was not content. For years, she had harbored an indescribable loneliness, as if trapped in an endless abyss, a solitary girl in darkness. No one had truly understood her or what she aspired to achieve. Yet before her stood this remarkably youthful disciple who seemed to comprehend her. Why could he understand? How could he possibly understand? The high priestess was perplexed, her thoughts in disarray. But she was not inclined to delve into those chaotic thoughts. She needed to ascertain whether he truly understood her. The high priestess spoke, her former cold authority still present, but now tinged with a fear she had not even recognized. A fear of not receiving the answer she desired, of being met with empty hopes. "Fancheng, why do you believe the teacher is lonely?" Luo Fancheng smiled, providing his answer, because what the teacher lacks is a true companion, or more accurately, a like-minded comrade. The high priestess's expression shifted, her fingertips trembling, her heart quaking, utterly disoriented. Luo Fancheng's words, akin to a warm ray of sunlight piercing through an endless darkness, illuminated the heart of that lonely little girl. Comrade? It was the first time she had encountered such a term, yet resonated with an indescribable power, unraveling the profound sense of absence and solitude within her. United in purpose and heart, they became true comrades. Indeed, what I've been lacking all along is a kindred spirit. She smiled enchanting at Luo Fancheng, a smile that melted the ice and snow, momentarily captivating him with her beauty. It was truly breathtaking. "Teacher, what do you mean?" Bai Yue, though somewhat aware, found it difficult to comprehend the situation. It was not due to her dullness, but rather her youth, which left her far from the depth and wisdom of the high priestess. Luo Fancheng, however, was different. "Yue, I shall no longer be lonely from now on." Wei Yang's and Xianyi's laughter was like a refreshing spring breeze, revealing a landscape that starkly contrasted with their usual cold demeanor. "Huh?" Bai Yue was bewildered. Wei Yang explained, "Because from now on, you will have your senior brother." Bai Yue's mouth fell agape in shock. "Hey, teacher, that's quite ambiguous, leading one to misunderstand." Luo Fancheng felt he might have gone too far. He had merely spoken whimsically based on his past life's understanding, unaware that it would evoke such emotions in the high priestess. It seemed he was just a step away from exclaiming, "I am not alone, besides you and me. Everyone else is mere cattle and horses." The high priestess gazed intently at Luo Fancheng, as if she were beholding a rare gem. "From this day forth, we shall no longer be teacher and student." Bai Yue was taken aback, her mind buzzing, her thoughts in a daze. Her teacher, usually so taciturn and frigid, had suddenly become quite different after just a few words from her senior brother. Luo Fancheng was equally astonished. No longer teacher and student? Could they be sworn brothers instead? This couldn't possibly be true. Chapter 52. A close confidant amongst all heroes. Only you and I Bai Yue could not contain herself any longer and timidly asked, "Teacher, are you serious about this?" "Yue, Fancheng is different from you. He is not suited to be a disciple of the teacher," Wei Yang replied, her cold and proud eyes never leaving Luo Fancheng. "Different from me?" Bai Yue was momentarily taken aback, then realized the implications. "Oh no, does that mean I'm not as good as my senior brother?" Wei Yang continued, "Fancheng, if we're no longer teacher and student, what relationship would you wish to establish with me? A sincere bond akin to that of Guanyu and Zhangfei?" Luo Fancheng felt a thrill of mischief. If he dared to voice that, The high priestess might very well teach him a lesson in humility. No, perhaps she would teach him about femininity. He had an inkling of her thoughts and knew it was not merely about the physical. It was about timing. He did not answer directly but countered. What I desire is not as important as what you wish for our relationship moving forward. Bai Yingwei was astonished. Her senior brother was the first to dare to question the high priestess. Di Weiyang's expression turned serious as she said, "Before we establish our relationship, you must first answer me a question." "Very well," Luo Fancheng nodded, maintaining his composure. He understood she was testing him, but as long as he could decipher her thoughts, he would not fear any inquiries. Di Weiyang asked, "If you had to summarize in a single sentence, what do you believe I have pursued throughout my life?" What has she pursued? Bai Yingwei fell into contemplation, unconsciously twirling her purple ponytail, her beautiful eyes suddenly lighting up. "I know the answer, teacher." The youthful exuberance burst forth as she answered, "To overthrow all aristocrats, support the commoners, and create a new world for the people." A shallow understanding, Luo Fancheng thought, shaking his head inwardly. If the issue were not fundamentally resolved, merely toppling the old aristocracy would result in new ones rising in their place. This could not be the outcome desired by the ambitious high priestess. Indeed, Di Weiyang's phoenix eyes narrowed, adopting a stern expression. "Yingwei, be silent. I'm asking Fancheng." Bai Yingwei immediately pouted, feeling wronged, not daring to provoke her. Clearly, having a senior brother meant she was forgotten after years of companionship. Her once esteemed position diminished. Observing Di Weiyang awaiting an answer, Luo Fancheng's handsome features radiated confidence as he slowly began to speak. "Why summarize it in a single sentence? In my view, for words suffice." Di Weiyang's eyes flickered with surprise. "For words?" Indeed, witnessing Luo Fancheng's unshakable confidence, Di Weiyang felt a mixture of anticipation and anxiety, likely fearing that with great hope came great disappointment. "What I seek in this life is simply 4 words, equality for all." Luo Fancheng spoke emphatically, each word resonating like a hammer against the long-closed doors of the high priestess's heart, perhaps doors that had never been opened before. Now, they trembled on the verge of breaking. Di Weiyang's expression softened, her phoenix eyes glimmering with a unique light. Was it recognition? Emotion? Joy? For a woman of her stature, whose heart was as hard as iron, such complex feelings had rarely, if ever, surfaced. She suppressed her emotions and shook her head in denial, saying, "From birth, people are unequal, be it talent, lineage, or physical condition. How can all beings be equal?" Luo Fancheng smiled, his words flowing freely. "Because what you seek is not the superficial absolute fairness perceived by the masses. People can differ in wealth and strength, but they must not lack freedom or the right to strive for upward mobility. No one should be exploited or bullied. One cannot work hard while others gorge themselves and then block the door, denying even the chance to try." As if he had revealed a profound truth. Di Weiyang's eyes sparkled brighter, a radiant light that seemed to melt him away. Bai Yingwei stood in awe, staring blankly, her lips unconsciously murmuring, "Senior brother. So impressive. How could someone who seemed younger than her possess such profound understanding? Truly remarkable." Bai Yingwei felt an unexplainable admiration, not only for Luo Fancheng's talent, but also for his astonishing insight into life. To rule the world, one must not only possess martial prowess, but also be well-versed in the arts. This was a quality her teacher had often criticized her for lacking. Well said. Di Weiyang was utterly satisfied with this response, a radiant smile gracing her lips, beautiful enough to captivate even Bai Yingwei. Suddenly, Bai Yingwei became aware of something. Since meeting her senior brother, the high priestess had smiled more times than in all the preceding years combined. Was her senior brother truly so enchanting? It seemed that while she had only noticed his good looks and strength, the teacher perceived something far deeper. With graceful strides, Di Weiyang approached Luo Fancheng, each step as elegant as a blooming lotus. Her alluring figure resembled a proud, cold plum blossom, and as her skirts swayed, her long, slender legs, encased in golden boots, peeked through. She stood close to him, so near that Luo Fancheng could catch the faint, unique fragrance that belonged solely to the high priestess. Her form, beauty, and aura seemed intoxicating, a lethal allure. While others might revere her without daring to entertain any thoughts of disrespect, Luo Fancheng felt audacious and captivated. Despite the admiration of figures like Tai Lao and Yi Xiang, or even the Holy Maiden, he understood his own flaws, significant flaws that all ordinary men possess. He had no interest in becoming a sage. He merely aspired to be a capable and normal man. Fancheng, Di Weiyang called softly, her voice both cold and gentle, evoking feelings akin to a clash of ice and fire. She continued, across the universe, there are countless strong individuals. Yet in my eyes, they are but a fleeting dust, inconsequential. In this world, the only one who can enter my heart is you. From this day forth, let us not refer to our teacher-student relationship. Fancheng, would you be willing to become my confidant? Most would be elated to receive such an invitation from the high priestess, likely soaring with joy. However, Luo Fancheng remained composed, unruffled and entirely unshaken. Everything was as he had anticipated. He was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow, for the depth of his connection was unlike any he had experienced before. Luo Fancheng questioned his own sanity, feeling that he was gravely ill. A normal person would likely regard the high priestess's grand ambitions with reverence, yet he found himself yearning to embrace her tenderly. He longed to hold her close, but dare not do so. As he gazed into the high priestess's expectant eyes, his expression bore a blend of seriousness and amusement, and he extended his hand towards her. Such is my wish, yet I dare not ask. The high priestess smiled, while Bai Ingwei appeared on the verge of tears. Chapter 53. Call me Wei Yang. Stirring emotions, Fancheng, what are you doing? The high priestess looked puzzled at the outstretched hand. It dawned on Luo Fancheng that in the Seoul martial continent, there was no custom of handshaking as in his past life. However, having extended his hand, he could not withdraw it without purpose. He spoke earnestly. In our village, we call this a handshake, a gesture shared with those we truly recognize. Each time we meet, we shake hands. I see, the high priestess replied, her brows arching with intrigue. Your village is quite interesting. There was no hint of youthful shyness in her demeanor. Instead, she confidently extended her delicate hand. Luo Fancheng slightly withdrew his arm, merely grasping her 5 slender fingers. The cool, silky sensation sent a shiver through him. Wasn't this supposed to be a handshake? Why was he only holding her fingers? The high priestess, noticing this small detail, inquired curiously. A fleeting hint of awkwardness flickered in her beautiful eyes. This was her first time willingly engaging in physical contact with a man. Luo Fancheng chuckled. In our village, when a man shakes hands with a woman, he does not grasp the entire hand, but rather half, as a sign of respect. Quite fascinating, Wei Yang remarked, her lips curling into a smile, finding the custom novel. The sensation of her hand was delightful, yet Luo Fancheng did not linger, quickly releasing his grip. A mature man may be flirtatious, but he knows not to overstep boundaries. When the moment is right, he will charge and head first, but when the timing is off, he must maintain a balance and leave a good impression in the other's heart. Beside them, Bai Ingwei was dumbfounded, her heart racing. The teacher is actually allowing the senior brother to hold hands? Isn't she's supposed to be averse to men? Ingwei, what is the matter with you? Wei Yang noticed her disciple's odd demeanor. Bai Ingwei gasped, teacher, isn't this a bit hasty? Shouldn't you reconsider? Wei Yang Gondret, shouldn't you be happy that I have gained a confidant? You have gained a confidant, but I have lost a senior brother. It hurts. It hurts too much. Bai Ingwei felt a pang in her chest, yet could find no way to refute this, only offering forced congratulations, her smile strained. I am very happy. Wei Yang questioned. Then why are you crying? Bai Ingwei, upon hearing this, struggled to maintain her composure, her eyes reddening as tears streamed down her cheeks. It's nothing, teacher. I'm just so happy for you. Suddenly, a laugh broke the tension as Luo Fancheng covered his mouth, trying to suppress his amusement. Bai Ingwei, teary-eyed, protested, senior brother, your sympathy is lacking. Look at how upset I am. And you have nothing comforting to say? You're crying out of happiness, so why should I comfort you? Luo Fancheng continued to stifle his laughter, infuriating Bai Ingwei to the point where she ceased crying, clenching her teeth in frustration. This arrogant man, this senior brother, did not understand a woman's heart at all. Wei Yang interjected with a serious tone. Ingwe, you should no longer refer to him as senior brother. He is my peer. You should call him uncle or uncle master. Uncle? Bai Ingwe felt as if struck by lightning, rendered speechless, feeling utterly defeated. Did the high priestess just deliver a final blow? Ha ha ha. This is too funny. Luo Fancheng was also taken aback by Wei Yang's unexpected quip. He had already noticed Bai Ingwe's expression, accurately guessing her feelings and understanding the reason behind her tears. Why are you still laughing? Bai Ingwe pouted, stomping her feet in frustration, her elegant legs clad in black boots swaying. I apologize, I am merely professional, unless I can no longer hold back. Under the radiant moonlight, Luo Fancheng approached, placing a hand on Bai Ingwe's shoulder. Junior sister, your little red lips are nearly stretching across this soul beast oasis, and you call this happiness? Stop deceiving yourself. Bai Ingwe's delicate face trembled, but she soon concealed it, vehemently denying, You're talking nonsense. I'm not deceiving myself. Luo Fancheng smirked, teasing, all right. Stop being stubborn. You probably can't bear to lose me as your easygoing senior brother. How shameless. Who cares about you? Bai Ingwe huffed internally, refusing to admit anything. Thinking to herself, whoever concedes is a dog. Oh, I see, Luo Fancheng chuckled. If you can bear to lose me, shouldn't you now address me as uncle? Dream on, Bai Ingwe retorted, trembling with anger. You see, Luo Fancheng remarked, I haven't even said anything yet, and you're already flustered. Bai Ingwe glared at her handsome senior brother, her teeth clenched. She raised her fist, aiming a playful strike at him. Attempting to murder your dear senior brother? Luo Fancheng sidestepped, continuing to tease, Junior sister, don't be sad. From now on, we'll each have our own titles. I'll call you junior sister, and you'll call me uncle. I will fight you. In the moonlit forest, the beautiful saintess lunged at him playfully. Ingwe, do not be disrespectful to your uncle. Wei Yang's cool voice rang out, halting Bai Ingwe in her tracks, deepening her distress. Luo Fancheng shook his head. Let us cease hostilities, junior sister. My relationship with the teacher will not affect ours. We shall each have our own roles. Who are you? I don't know you. Bai Ingwe crossed her arms, turning her nose up in defiance, yet her lips betrayed her with an involuntary smile. The anxiety of losing a treasured connection dissipated. Luo Fancheng smiled, choosing silence. He was adept at evoking emotions in women, creating fluctuations in their feelings to align with his rhythm. This was what women often referred to as having feelings for someone or not. The kind of relentless flattery exemplified by Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng could never evoke such special sensations in a woman. Having just held the high priestess's hand, he now turned to tease the saintess. Perhaps he could be deemed the first in the Soul Martial Continent to accomplish such a feat. Luo Fancheng glunted at Wei Yang, contemplating two matters he wished to inquire about. Just as he was about to speak, he hesitated, unsure of what new title to use. Wei Yang, perceptive and insightful, promptly stated, Fancheng, from now on, you may call me Wei Yang. Although we no longer bear the titles of teacher and student, we can still maintain that essence. You possess extraordinary talent, and I shall impart all my knowledge unto you. Chapter 54. Unraveling Mysteries, Secrets of Mastery, Hidden Experts Wei Yang. Yes, one dared to call, and the other readily accepted. Bai Ingwe was astonished, not expecting Luo Fancheng to transition to this new title so smoothly. She felt an inexplicable surge of anger. It could not pinpoint its source. Indeed, had it been anyone else, they would likely have been intimidated by the high priestess's grandeur, struggling to utter her name. But Luo Fancheng was undeterred. He was thick-skinned and unperturbed, directly voicing his first query. Wei Yang, you previously appeared at the princess's side. Even though the golden light was blinding, you did not conceal your voice or strength. Surely, they could guess your identity upon returning? Wei Yang raised her brows. And if they do guess? While there were not many formidable women in the Soul Martial Continent, some did exist, such as the young empress of the Divine Phoenix Empire. These powerful nobles were quite astute, as long as they lacked absolute certainty about the identity of the formidable figure behind you. They would never dare to risk offending an unknown powerhouse. Once you arrive in Qianlong City, they will undoubtedly treat you as an honored guest. Luo Fancheng understood, but from her words, he sensed another implication. Are you suggesting that you wish for me to go to Qianlong City? Di Wei Yang was taken aback. It seemed that the man had sensed some aspect of her demeanor without her uttering much. Indeed, the potential hidden within Qianlong City was worth noting. After this remark, she urged him to pose his second question. Potential? What potential? Luo Fancheng suppressed his confusion and quickly inquired. Previously, I heard my junior sister mention secret techniques. Now that I have broken through and obtained a soul ring and soul skill, I wonder what distinguishes secret techniques from soul skills, and how one might cultivate them. He consistently prioritized the enhancement of his strength, believing that without power, even the most sophisticated methods would be futile. Who would care? The essence of most goddesses' psychology is admiration for the strong. Love often begins with admiration and appreciation. Of course, there are exceptions, like the wicked women who are drawn to his handsome appearance. I mentioned it casually before. I didn't expect you to remember, senior brother. Bai Yingwei took the opportunity to call out a few more times. Yingwei, please explain to him. Certainly. Senior brother, soul skills stem from soul rings, primarily derived from the innate abilities of soul beasts during their lifetimes. In contrast, secret techniques are developed by soul masters based on the characteristics of their own martial souls, resulting in formidable combat skills. Fearing that Luo Fancheng might find the explanation too obscure, Bai Yingwei added, for instance, the premier gun martial soul sect, Shenxiao sect, possesses the 7 lightning-fast gun techniques. Similarly, the most powerful sword martial soul sect, Qishao sect, boasts 7 sword techniques that are said to cut through anything. Luo Fancheng asked, secret techniques must be quite rare, right? Indeed, Bai Yingwei nodded. Ordinary soul masters seldom have the opportunity to learn them. Even witnessing someone wield a secret technique is a rarity, as they are closely guarded secrets of every top-tier power. Luo Fancheng pressed on, which is stronger, secret techniques or soul skills? Bai Yingwei responded, the combat skills crafted by ordinary soul masters are feeble and rife with flaws, unworthy of being termed secret techniques, and naturally, their power is far inferior to that of soul skills, akin to a chicken rib, better left unlearned. Only the major powers, with martial souls that can be passed down through generations, can claim to have perfected secret techniques through the relentless efforts of countless talents. These techniques seamlessly align with their inherited martial souls, unleashing astonishing power that far surpasses soul skills. Of course, soul skills that have existed for over 100,000 years are equally formidable. Secret techniques are difficult to surpass, yet equally challenging to obtain. Luo Fancheng understood. No wonder the noble powers of the sect were unassailable. Besides their inherently powerful martial souls, they also possessed countless generations' worth of perfected secret techniques. Truly, it echoed the saying, the efforts of 3 generations cannot be surpassed by a single generation. From this, one could also discern the immense prowess of the female pope. With such strength, who would dare to challenge her? It was a chilling thought. He felt a sudden insight, keenly aware that the female pope must be concealing some unknown trump card. Otherwise, she would not dare to engage in such a perilous situation. Bai Yingwei playfully stuck out her soft little tongue. Senior brother, do you now understand? Within the same rank, soul masters possessing secret techniques inherently hold a significant advantage in strength. But where can someone like me, a grassroots individual, learn secret techniques? Luo Fancheng developed a profound interest in these secret techniques. With his exceptional comprehension, after gaining insight into them, he might someday create a few techniques of his own. Nowhere. Bai Yingwei shook her head, sighing, even here with the teacher, there are no secret techniques available for you to learn. How is that possible? Luo Fancheng was astonished. The most crucial aspect of secret techniques is that they must align with your martial soul. Even if I were to give you the 7 gun techniques of the Shenxiao sect, you cannot learn them without a gun, and you would be unable to unleash their power. Nonsense. Who says I don't have one? I have kept my skills hidden for years, waiting for the moment to strike. Believe it or not, if I were to unleash my gun, it would surely startle you. Bai Yingwei replied, the 2 combat techniques I have mastered. The moonlight dance of the ethereal mist were painstakingly created by my teacher based on the characteristics of my martial soul. As for the secret techniques of the radiant divine hall that my teacher possesses, they're only suitable for angelic martial souls. I covet them, but cannot learn them. That is why Saint Sun Huangyin is so arrogant. Not only does he possess a dual martial soul, but he has also mastered 7 top-tier secret techniques. Luo Fancheng queried, "From your description, it seems that all top-tier combat techniques consist of 7 forms?" "Yes, because only a soul master at the 3rd ring can begin to cultivate combat techniques. The first 2 rings are foundational periods, and learning secret techniques requires an exceptionally high level of body refinement. Furthermore, practicing combat techniques consumes time, and one cannot neglect their cultivation. Hence, one learns one technique every 10 levels. Too much is as bad as too little." Bai Yingyue continued, "With your current strength comparable to that of an ordinary 3rd ring soul master, you should be able to learn secret techniques of a higher rank. I believe the teacher is already considering creating a secret technique tailored for you." Diwei Yang interjected, "No, that is not the case. Not at all." Bai Yingyue was taken aback, feeling as though her face had been slapped. "Fine, if it is so, then so be it. Can a disciple really argue with the teacher?" Diwei Yang explained, "Fancheng, your martial soul belongs to the dragon category. In the future, its evolution is likely to rival that of the premier dragon martial soul, the ancient Songlong. If you were to learn a secret technique that I hastily created, your talent would likely be squandered. Yingyue has no choice, but you have better options. Although I do not have a suitable secret technique for you here, I know of a place where you can find one." "Where?" Luo Fancheng instinctively inquired, suddenly struck by a thought. "Could it be Qianlong City?" "You guessed it." Diwei Yang's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Several times, she had noticed that the man's reactions were remarkably swift, and his comprehension was extraordinary. "What I previously mentioned about a great opportunity for you there refers to secret techniques, the truly top-tier dragon martial soul secret techniques. You need to go there to find a person." Luo Fancheng expressed his astonishment. It wouldn't be to seek out the princess's father, would it? After all, only the royal bloodline of the Songlong Empire possesses dragon secret techniques. This time, he was mistaken. Diwei Yang slowly shook her head, her lips curving into a playful smile. "No, the person you need to find is a beggar." Chapter 55, Secrets. "You wouldn't want others to learn about your daughter and me, would you?" "A beggar?" Bai Yingyue beside them gasped, unable to contain her astonishment. How could a beggar possibly possess genuine dragon, soul, secret techniques? "Indeed, it is precisely as you imagine. A street beggar," Diwei Yang affirmed. However, upon noticing Luo Fancheng's calm demeanor, she was quite taken aback. "Senior brother, why are you not reacting?" Bai Yingyue asked in confusion. "Aren't you surprised at all?" Luo Fancheng chuckled. "Surprised? As a transmigrator, is this scenario really that peculiar? A roadside beggar sees your remarkable bone structure and gifts you the Rely Divine Palmer teaches you the 18 dragon-subduing palms along with the 36 dog-driving stick techniques, inviting you to inherit the position of the beggar sect leader. The beggar elders, with their charming and beautiful wives, are enamored by your handsome visage, welcoming you with open arms. In the dead of night, they wish to engage you in profound discussions, imparting knowledge and skills, but you, with your striking appearance, firmly refuse. The beautiful wife, humiliated, colludes with the sex members to accuse you of attempting to force yourself upon her, leading you to battle against numerous foes, unleashing the 18 dragon-subduing palms to astonish the world. Just look at this script. How familiar it is. Bai Yingyue gaped at Luo Fancheng, bewildered by his thoughts and the sinister smile that twisted his lips. Luo Fancheng continued, "It is said that high beings often indulge in the games of the world. I am certain that the beggar mentioned by Wei Yang is a hidden master of extraordinary prowess." "Extraordinary prowess?" Diwei Yang's expression tourned jurios. "When you arrive in Qianlong City and see an old beggar whose limbs have all been severed, living like a worm, that will be the person you seek." "Severed limbs?" Luo Fancheng's mind buzzed. Surely, such a hidden master wouldn't go so far as to mutilate themselves. If that were the case, then his 18 dragon-subduing palms, dog-driving stick techniques, and the alluring beggar wives would all be rendered moot. Was that person once very strong? Luo Fancheng understood that the cold and proud nature of the female pope would not permit her to jest with him. Thus, this was the only possibility. Yes, very strong. Di Weiyang nodded. Once a stunning genius who captivated an era, rendering his contemporaries unable to raise their heads. Those who once boasted of defeating him could only gaze at his retreating figure, forever unable to surpass him. Luo Fancheng's lips twitched. When the heavens rage, mortals face calamity. My friend, you are destined to face this tribulation. With your limbs rendered useless, the only way for others to surpass you would be to target your fifth limb. Aren't you his match? In response to Luo Fancheng's inquiry, Di Weiyang expressed regret. I am a rising star, but alas, I never had the opportunity to spar with him. Teacher, why have I never heard you speak of this person? Bai Yinghua questioned. Di Weiyang scoffed. He belongs to an older generation, and information regarding him is linked to a significant scandal in the Songlong Empire, which someone is deliberately trying to conceal, erasing this part of history. If it weren't for a twist of fate, I wouldn't have learned that he hides in Qianlong City. Time like a blade cuts down the proud. Yet, has it truly been so merciless? Curiosity surged within Luo Fancheng. Weiyang, what scandal could bring such a genius to this state? I had no intention of prying into the past, but it seems to involve a woman. Di Weiyang sighed, seemingly lamenting the fall of a prodigy. Luo Fancheng remained speechless. Can't you indulge in a bit of gossip to satisfy my curiosity? It's unbearable to be left hanging like this. Di Weiyang stated seriously. His downfall was indeed tied to a woman, yet I suspect the main reason was his extraordinary talent, which aroused envy from all sides. He possessed the 7 secret techniques of the Songlong Empire's royal family, which were never to be disclosed, and it is said that he later encountered a fateful opportunity, creating 2 ultimate techniques that could surpass 10,000 years of soul techniques, which ultimately led to his downfall. Luo Fancheng wore a peculiar expression. Gained opportunity, created combat techniques, subdued the prodigy, face targeting, besieged and crippled due to a woman. This fellow seems to fit the protagonist mold perfectly, just missing the moment of resurgence. However, with limbs in shambles, it appears hopeless. What is his name? Ye Alwotian. Luo Fancheng. Good heavens, confess. What is your relationship with Long Outyen? What's wrong, Fancheng? Di Weiyang noted the man's strange reaction. It's nothing. Luo Fancheng gave a thumbs up. Majestic and imposing, a splendid name. Indeed. Di Weiyang nodded, recognizing that the other did not grasp his underlying humor. You may venture to Qianlong City to attempt to engage with this individual. Should he be willing to impart his ultimate techniques to you, it would be an extraordinary opportunity. If circumstances do not permit, there is no need to force it. Simply come to the temple and seek me out. Di Weiyang sighed. This matter does not warrant excessive hope. After experiencing such great changes, this person's character may have become distorted, and considering that many powerful figures from the Songlong Empire could not pry his secrets from him, it would likely be difficult for you as well. Luo Fancheng nodded. Indeed, who would willingly share the secrets gleaned over a lifetime with someone they have no connection to, just because you are handsome or possess remarkable potential? Ridiculous. People seldom engage in actions that offer no benefit to themselves, and few possess the magnanimity of the high priestess. Much like that treacherous fourth offering, who would not only refuse assistance, but would also poison you behind your back. However, Luo Fancheng pondered, if Ye Outyen were indeed crippled because of a woman suffering from emotional wounds and lingering depression, then perhaps he might have a chance. He is a professional in matters of love. No, expert is becoming a derogatory term. Let us call him a master. Wait, master doesn't quite fit either. Alas, all the good titles have been squandered. Di Weiyang spoke again. Your primary purpose in going to Qianlong City is naturally to learn the secret techniques. However, the 3 major Royal City combat tournaments mentioned by that headstrong girl are also worth participating in. What is the significance? Luo Fancheng inquired. Di Weiyang frowned. While the tournament appears to be for the allocation of mineral resources and for training soldiers a year in advance for the entire continent, it conceals deeper mysteries. Oh, Luo Fancheng recalled Yi Xiang's earlier cryptic remarks. Di Weiyang continued. My elite scouts have uncovered that the Tianwu King of Qianlong City and the other 2 royal city princes have been guarding a secret. This competition is related to that secret. The victors of the combat tournament mysteriously disappear for a time, only to emerge with various extraordinary abilities. Extraordinary abilities? Luo Fancheng raised his eyebrows, astonished. Indeed. Di Weiyang nodded. Do you remember that iron elder who accompanied that girl? His dark iron hands were not a result of training. Luo Fancheng instantly recalled the pair of hands, as unyielding as iron. If one could freely choose which part to enhance, he had a bold idea. Unfortunately, my elite scouts did not gather sufficient information and inadvertently alarmed the Tianwu king, forcing a retreat. Di Weiyang cautioned, once you arrive, you must be wary of the Tianwu king, who, despite appearing ruthless and crude, possesses a profound mind that is inscrutable to outsiders. No, it is he who should be wary of me. If I cannot grasp him, I can certainly handle his daughter. Luo Fancheng mused humorously, Tianwu king, you wouldn't want your daughter to be a sycophant, with others discovering that she is enamored with me, would you? Chapter 56. Grasping the Holy Maiden and Junior Sister. If it were me, would I feel guilty? Oh, nearly forgot. Di Weiyang's lips curled upward. That Tianwu King's daughter holds a particular fondness for you. Thus, venturing there should pose no danger. Luo Fancheng caught a glimmer of teasing in her eyes. Indeed, while this high priestess may appear cold and dignified, she possesses a cunning heart with a hint of mischief. Uncertain, he decided to observe further. Teacher, is that what you call fondness? That little vixen clearly desires my brother's body. She is despicable. Bai Yingwei exclaimed, agitated. Di Weiyang responded with surprise. Isn't she interested in Fancheng? Why are you so anxious? I. Baiyin, as Luo Fancheng approached Bai Yingwei, he inhaled deeply, his nose delicately tracing the air. The fair-skinned saintess felt a flush creep on her cheeks, exclaiming in embarrassment, Senior brother, why are you suddenly so close? Luo Fancheng looked up, meeting her gaze with his captivating, deep-set eyes. Thump, thump, thump. Her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. I'm merely trying to discern the source of this overwhelming sourness. Bai Yingwei playfully retorted, who is sour about your relationship with the teacher? Do not speak nonsense. Luo Fancheng pointed to the black boots adorning her long, fair legs, saying nothing more than, I have heard that wearing black boots can cause one to sweat. Bai Yingwei, blushing, scolded, how disgusting. She protested. How could the delicate feet of a fairy possibly smell sour? Luo Fancheng shook his head, his tone serious. I do not believe you, unless you remove them and dare to sniff for yourself. The violet-haired saintess paused in surprise, her face turning crimson. She then struck out with her delicate fists, chasing after Luo Fancheng. He deftly dodged to the side, avoiding her blows while intentionally tripping over his own foot, falling toward a large stone. Senior brother, she cried out, her figure darting forward, catching him by the shoulder and pulling him into her embrace, steadying him. In the embrace of the saintess, Luo Fancheng widened his eyes in astonishment. Junior sister, how can you take advantage of senior brother like this? Bai Yingwei exclaimed in shock. I was saving you. Otherwise, you would have hit your head on the stone, and that would hurt. Luo Fancheng, with a piercing gaze, replied, could a soul master truly be tripped so easily? To be honest, are you harboring ulterior motives toward me? Bai Yingwei was taken aback. You claim you have no feelings for me, yet here you are, holding me as if you were the prince of Xiying. Luo Fancheng spoke with righteous indignation. Bai Yingwei immediately attempted to withdraw her arm, but he grasped it firmly, rendering her efforts futile. Senior brother, what are you doing? She asked, her face flushed. I must keep evidence of your bullying for when Wei Yang returns. Luo Fancheng thought to himself, little girl, let us see if you dare to feel jealous. When it comes to relationships with girls, if the timing is right, one must promptly advance from verbal exchanges to simple physical contact. If Bai Yingwei truly held no affection for him, she would have unleashed her four-ring power and sent him flying away. Did he truly believe that it was his arm binding the saintess? No, it was the fondness she harbored for him deep within her heart. Senior brother, please let go. Master is returning soon. Bai Yingwei's face was a vivid crimson, her body softening. The pure and pristine saintess had never encountered such brazen behavior. Even when the holy son, Huang Yin, coveted her, he dared not act so shamelessly, fearing not only her rejection, but also the wrath of the female pope. Luo Fancheng turned towards her exquisite visage, whispering, "Junior sister, you wouldn't want Wei Yang to return and see you in such a compromising position, would you?" Senior brother. Bai Yingwei trembled slightly, feeling her limbs weaken. Akin to a soft shrimp, her heart racing wildly. "Please let me go. I admit my mistake. I was merely worried about you, not trying to take advantage." To be honest, witnessing Bai Yingwei in such a state left Luo Fancheng astonished, for he suddenly realized something. The girls of the Seoul Martial continent generally possess a simpler mindset than the women of his previous life, though there were many scoundrels in his former world. The same could be said for cunning gold diggers. One could only say that, in an era rife with material desires and information overload, there were too many tricks. Senior brother the teacher could return at any moment. "Please let me go. I was wrong," Bai Yingwei pleaded, attempting to wriggle free. The sweet, pleading tone, the gentle brush against his back, and the lingering fragrance overwhelmed him. How could an honest man withstand such a temptation? Surely, he would relent and release her. However, if he let go now, he would lose everything he had accomplished. Luo Fancheng tightened his grip. "No, you cannot find an excuse to embrace me now. That would lead to future complications. I must ensure Wei Yang sees this." I truly didn't Bai Yingwei's gaze faltered, unable to meet Luo Fancheng's eyes. The vow stuck in her throat. In her heart, she knew she felt guilty. Chapter 57. The Saintess Pleads, Using Desire to Entice. Special Light Beam Yingwei. You claim you have no feelings for senior brother. Senior brother, what would it take for you to let me go? Bai Yingwei bit her cherry lips, pleading. If master sees us entangled in such a strange manner, he will be furious. Luo Fancheng replied, "Then you must first call me something sweet." Bai Yingwei shyly suggested. "Good senior brother, will you please let me go?" "That is not sweet enough." Luo Fancheng shook his head. "Still not good enough?" Bai Yingwei's cheeks burned, her voice dropping to a shy whisper. "All right, dear brother, please release your sister, will you?" Luo Fancheng's heart raced at her words. In the stillness of the night forest, with beauty embracing him from behind, the fragrance enveloping him, and the soft, pleading voice tickling his ears, who could withstand such an allure? Yet, letting go now would mean defeat. They were on the cusp of igniting a deeper connection. "You scoundrel!" Bai Yingwei trembled in indignation, her fury palpable. With a swift motion, she aimed to bite his neck. "Do bite hard! Leave your mark!" "Another piece of evidence for Wei Yang," Luo Fancheng exclaimed. The sight of the saintess biting him was utterly unbecoming. The embarrassed girl released her grip, staring at the mark and moisture left behind, her expression shifting to one of panic, akin to a frightened quail. "Senior brother, I acted rashly. Please do not tell the teacher." "Letting go is not out of the question," Luo Fancheng chuckled. "But since you took advantage of me, it is only fair that I return the favor." "All right," Bai Yingwei muddled through, nodding, only to quickly shake her head, pouting no. "I never intended to take advantage of you." Luo Fancheng said nothing, and the two remained in their intimate position, the air thick with tension. After a few moments of silence, Bai Yingwei finally cracked, murmuring, "Fine, do what you will, but only this once." Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow. "Is it a promise?" "Absolutely," Bai Yingwei nodded. "I trust you." Luo Fancheng released her delicate arm, turning away. Bai Yingwei exhaled as if granted a reprieve, yet the weight of Luo Fancheng's gaze lingered, causing her to feel anxious once more. "I'm coming, junior sister." Luo Fancheng wore a mischievous grin, extending his hand toward the gentle saintess. "Just once." Bai Yingwei pursed her lips, closing her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling nervously. In her heart, she scolded her senior brother for being too wicked, a true rascal. She was uncertain where his hands would venture. The chest, the face? She had never been touched by a man before, and the thought made her feel unclean. As darkness enveloped her, she pondered anxiously. However, as moments passed in silence, her tension grew. Could it be? Is senior brother really planning to kiss me? She waited and waited, but there was no movement. Growing impatient, she called out, "Senior brother, are you going to do something or not? Hurry up." The silence was deafening. "What?" Bai Yingwei slightly opened her eyes, peeking out to sea. Where is he? The space in front of her was empty, leaving her bewildered. What trick was senior brother playing? She opened her eyes fully, scanning the surroundings, only to find Luo Fancheng sitting cross-legged in the grass, calm and composed, eyes closed in meditation. Bai Yingwe bit her lip, utterly astonished. "You took advantage of me, and now you're meditating? Wasn't he senior brother, supposed to be a rascal? How could he pass up such a golden opportunity?" This unexpected turn of events left Bai Yingwe baffled, as it was entirely contrary to her expectations. She hurried over, pushing Luo Fancheng's shoulder, demanding, "Senior brother, what are you doing?" Luo Fancheng slowly opened his eyes, exuding an aura of tranquility akin to still waters. He was immersed in his cultivation when his junior sister's incessant chatter threatened to disrupt his focus. Bai Yingwe was taken aback. The man before her, resembling an old monk, was indeed the same mischievous senior brother from earlier. Didn't you just say you wanted to?" Luo Fancheng shook his head and sighed. "Junior sister, I fear you may harbor some misunderstandings about me. I can understand your playful teasing. After all, I am not unattractive, perhaps possessing a bit more allure than the average man. However, if I were to take advantage of you, it would be a grave misjudgment on my part. What I said earlier was merely a jest. Please do not take it to heart. Let us not revisit this matter." Bai Yingwe stared blankly at Luo Fancheng, who had once again closed his eyes to resume his cultivation. Her heart was tumultuous, struggling to find calm. Which side of him was his true self? Had she perhaps underestimated him? As she gently brushed her hand against his proud chest, she pondered the faint discomfort stirring within her. Luo Fancheng's mind was clear, and he mused that the final spark of intrigue had likely ignited within his junior sister. Women often preferred men to take the initiative, yet abhorred rudeness. Thus, maintaining a delicate balance was essential. A step forward when necessary, a step back when prudent. Had he truly crossed a boundary earlier, it might have drawn them physically closer, yet in truth, it would have widened the emotional chasm between them. The path of retreat leading to progress was indeed the way of wisdom. Moreover, one detail left Luo Fancheng in a state of uncertainty. The events had transpired with an uncanny smoothness. Could it be that Bai Yingwe was genuinely oblivious to the implications of his grip on her arm? Did she not sense the potential for mischief? Even if she had been caught off guard at the moment, surely she would have realized it afterward. Yet, she seemed oddly compliant, akin to a naive little sister, indulging in his teasing and allowing him to take liberties. A maiden of the Holy Light Temple, a direct disciple of the Pope, accustomed to the treachery of the world, could not possibly be so simple-minded. Anyone who mistook her for a naive girl would truly be the fool. So, who was the hunter and who was the prey? Luo Fancheng was unclear and deemed it unnecessary to ascertain, for he was no hunter. He merely wished to be a patient angler. By casting a long line, he might catch a mermaid, with willing hearts drawn to his bait. Meanwhile, Bai Yingwe observed Luo Fancheng's complete lack of response, his serene meditation seemingly unperturbed. She clenched her teeth in frustration. After all, she was a saintess. Was she truly devoid of allure for her senior brother? Was she even less captivating than that headstrong princess? Just then, whether by design or happenstance, Luo Fancheng opened his eyes, rummaged through his belongings, and retrieved a crimson fruit. Scrutinizing it in his palm, he nearly forgot about this gift from the princess. It seemed to possess the ability to enhance his cultivation. Luo Fancheng chuckled at himself. Here I am, neglecting a fine treasure and enduring hardship in my training. Am I not wasting it? Thud, thud. Junior sister, listen, it seems there are grinding noises nearby. Reminiscent of the rat-soul beasts, Luo Fancheng remarked, his gaze sharp with alertness. Bai Yingwe relaxed her clenched jaw, offering a gentle smile. There's nothing grinding, senior brother. You must be mistaken. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion echoed from afar, startling both siblings as they turned to gaze in the direction of the sound. What is that? In the core area of the Soul Beast Oasis, 5 brilliant beams of light shot up into the dark night sky, radiating gold, green, blue, red, and yellow. A dazzling spectacle. Luo Fancheng stood up, his gaze fixed on the distant scene, where he could feel the terrifying waves of energy emanating from those 5 pillars. It felt as if even a trace of the residual energy could obliterate a weak soul master. Boom! Another deafening roar erupted, as a blinding golden light surged forth, illuminating the dark jungle as if it were day. Luo Fancheng sensed the divine aura emanating from the golden radiance, something strangely familiar. Is that Wei Yang? With whom is she battling? Bai Yingwei seemed to sense something, her expression growing grave. How could my teacher be engaged in combat with the Qilin sovereign? The 5 beams of light were imbued with the quintessence of the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. This was the Qilin sovereign's innate soul technique. The 5-element mysterious light pillars. Luo Fancheng inquired, "Is the opponent a soul beast or a human?" "A soul beast," Bai Yingwei replied. Luo Fancheng was astonished. "A soul beast named Qilin sovereign?" Bai Yingwei nodded. "Indeed, its true form is that of an 800,000-year-old 5-element jade Qilin, the true ruler of this oasis. Its strength surpasses that of the other 7 soul beast emperors. The soul masters of the continent refer to it as the Qilin Emperor. Yet has repeatedly soared above the major empires to assert its divinity. Without harming a soul or destroying a city, it only seeks to correct its title. Each time it roars, it declares that Qilin Emperor is too vulgar. It prefers to be called the Qilin Sovereign." Luo Fancheng couldn't help but smirk. This is absurd. Such a formidable entity engages in such peculiar antics? For such trivial matters, it dares to venture into human territories. Does it not fear being besieged by powerful foes seeking to seize its essence? It does not fear, for it is determined to escape, and none can impede its resolve. Bai Yingwei answered, shaking her head. The Qilin sovereign also possesses a bizarre, innate soul technique, the 5-element escape technique. Moreover, what else? Luo Fancheng pressed. Bai Yingwei hesitated. "I have heard my teacher mention that there may lurk a soul beast within the soul beast forest far more terrifying than the Qilin sovereign. The powerful factions fear that hunting the Qilin sovereign might awaken that unknown terror, hence they tread carefully. As for soul masters hunting ordinary soul beasts, it is of little concern, for the law of the jungle prevails. The weak are devoured by the strong. And as long as there is no rampant slaughter by the powerful, the soul beast emperors will not intervene." "Ah, I see." Luo Fancheng realized he was privy to such a hidden secret. He worried aloud. Will Wei Yang not be beset by the other soul beast emperors during her confrontation with the Qilin sovereign? What if that unknown entity is roused? That unknown soul beast has never shown itself. "I even suspect it might be a mere fabrication," Bai Yingwei stated. "My teacher is not reckless. If she has chosen to confront it, she must possess sufficient confidence to return safely." Suddenly, Luo Fancheng recalled the Pope's mention of needing to borrow some blood before her departure. Could it be that she sought the Qilin sovereign for its blood? Such a commotion over a mere request seemed implausible. Perhaps he had misheard, and she intended to seize some blood instead? Could one truly speak of borrowing from the Pope? In the core region of the soul beast oasis, violent energies surged. The Pope, with her regal phoenix eyes, emanated an aura of authority. A colossal 12-winged angelic figure manifesting behind her, radiating resplendent holy light. Opposing her was a jade Qilin towering 100 meters high, its jade scales shimmering with the brilliance of the 5 elements, a sight both mystical and formidable. The jade Qilin roared, "Pope, do you intend to wage war against my soul beast oasis?" Empress Wei Yang coldly replied, "I require a drop of your essence, and I shall depart immediately. Should you dare to join forces and attack, I will return to the divine temple and summon powerful allies to retaliate." The jade Qilin trembled with fury, exclaiming, "Who is truly being shameless here? In the dead of night, you intrude to demand my essence without justification. You're the one who is being unreasonable," the Empress retorted, shaking her head. The jade Qilin, enraged, roared, "You are playing with fire, woman. Are you implying that I am less than human?" The Empress chose to ignore its taunts. The Qilin Emperor had always enjoyed mimicking human behavior, even adopting a title inspired by a human novel. Why did it not seek humanity earlier during its 10,000 years of potential rebirth? After 800,000 years, it decided to aspire to humanity. Far too late. "Do you think you can come and go as you please in my soul beast oasis?" "Die Wei Yang Furoet Herbrous." a surge of authority rising within her. I have no time for your ramblings. My time is limited, and others await my presence. Impudence, Yuchilin bellowed. As the female pope raised her delicate hand, her previously aggressive tone softened into a light laugh. Is it merely a matter of some blood essence? Let's negotiate. Let's negotiate. The world of martial arts is not solely about combat. I have but one request. Kindness. Diwei Yang nodded. State your conditions. Yuchilin replied solemnly. Assist us in Soul Beast Oasis to inquire about a certain individual or perhaps a treasured item. Oh, Diwei Yang raised an eyebrow. Recently, I sensed a potent and pure dragon aura emerging in the Soul martial continent. It is said that the female pope always fulfills her promises. So I wish to enlist your aid in tracing the source of this dragon aura. Should you succeed, not only will this blood essence be offered, but Soul Beast Oasis will also acknowledge you as a friend. Diwei Yang's heart stirred, though her expression remained indifferent. What connection does this dragon aura have with you? Yuchilin replied, that is not for you to concern yourself with. Agree to my request, and you may take the blood essence. If you refuse, we shall engage in battle. I am not to be trifled with. The female pope pretended to ponder, as if weighing her options. Very well, I shall investigate. But I cannot guarantee when I will have answers for you. Delightful. Yuchilin failed to perceive the flaw in her words. A drop of multicolored blood essence shot forth from his claw, glistening like vibrant amber. The female pope accepted it into her palm. With a tearing sound, the space shattered, and a rift appeared. Farewell. Before stepping into the dark rift, the female pope paused momentarily. Kirin Elder, I advise you not to mimic the speech of characters from human novels. Whoosh. Her graceful figure vanished, leaving Yuchilin bewildered as he gazed at the 6 massive beast shadows in the darkness. What did she mean by that last remark? I do not know. The 5 fierce beasts shook their heads in confusion. Only one, a giant bear adorned in brown with a tuft of golden fur atop its head, spoke. Boss, she meant your speech is too juvenile. She was mocking you. Yuchilin's gaze sharpened. Is it truly juvenile? Indeed, it must be juvenile. I have long wanted to criticize you for this. It is quite comical, you know, ha ha ha. The giant bear laughed uproariously, tumbling backward and crashing into a sturdy ancient tree, its hefty rear leaning against the tree's roots while its paw thumped against its belly in mirth. I have tolerated you for long enough. Today, I shall clear the way for my master. Yuchilin transformed into a beam of earthy yellow light, burrowing into the ground, reappearing above the giant bear in the blink of an eye, delivering a resounding slap. Boom! The giant bear flew away, crashing into countless trees, shielding its head with its paws, bewildered. Boss, why are you so agitated? A gentleman uses words, not fists. Yuchilin swung his massive claw and unleashed a flurry of slaps. I am no gentleman. I am a beast. Meanwhile, at the periphery of Soul Beast Oasis, the space tore apart as the female pope stepped through the portal, cradling the dragon's blood essence in her palm. A girl's voice echoed, just in time, leaving her momentarily stunned. Senior brother, just take off your clothes. Hurry up. Chapter 59, Secret Technique, Divine Body Refinement. The female pope urged quickly take them off. In a moonlit forest, the shadows of a man and woman entwined, Bai Yingwei persistently tugged at Luo Fancheng's clothing. Junior sister, that is not appropriate. Bai Yingwei replied breathlessly. What is inappropriate about it? You are like a brother to me. Helping you with a small task is only right. Luo Fancheng clutched his collar. No need. I can manage this myself. Listen, just take them off. Don't worry, my skills are quite good. Bai Yingwei pressed on, showing no signs of relenting. Luo Fancheng was speechless. Indeed, this holy maiden was merely a superficial white lotus, not as docile as she seemed. She quickly found an excuse to come and take revenge on him. What are you two doing? A cold, authoritative voice suddenly cut in from the side, causing both the handsome man and beautiful woman to flinch. Bai Yingwei quickly jumped back, hastily explaining to the female pope emerging from the rift. Teacher, please do not misunderstand. I merely saw senior brother's clothes were stained with blood and too dirty, so I wanted to help him clean them. The female pope's cold voice retorted, can he not clean them himself? The rips in senior brother's clothes are too numerous. I just wanted to help him mend them with needle and thread, Bai Yingwei replied seamlessly. The female pope remained silent, turning her gaze to the man. Fancheng, is that so? Under the watchful gaze of her cool, serene phoenix eyes, Luo Fancheng felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, even though he had done nothing wrong. The female pope was battling for him with Yu Qilin, while he and his junior sister were entangled in this situation, evoking the image of a husband desperately selling pancakes on the street while returning home to find his wife in deep conversation with another man. And he was like that other man. Luo Fancheng responded, "Junior sister indeed meant that. If I do not comply, she will tug at my clothes. And the subsequent events you have already witnessed." The female pope nodded, just as Luo Fancheng and Bai Yingwei breathed a sigh of relief. Her next words left them dumbfounded. "Yingwei, go, strip your senior brother of his clothes." "What?" Bai Yingwei gaped, her face filled with disbelief, questioning whether she had misheard. "What did you say?" "Forget it." The female pope shook her head, turning to Luo Fancheng. "Fancheng, you may as well take your clothes off yourself." "What?" Luo Fancheng was utterly bewildered, wondering what on earth was happening. Bai Yingwei's antics were one thing, but surely the female pope could not be joining in on the chaos. Was this not chaos, leaving them hanging in this situation? On the other side of the forest, Li Hongpeng, who was hung upside down, vented his frustration. Meanwhile, Yi Xiang and another girl were also suspended, their skirts billowing in the wind, though the torn black stockings left little to the imagination, revealing large swathes of fair skin. "Shut it. When that powerful figure was here, why didn't you say a word? Now you think you're tough?" Yi Xiang's sharp retort left Li Hongpeng speechless, her striking gaze fixed on the direction where the multicolored light had just surged. That commotion over there could be caused by Fancheng and his teacher? Yang Wei's complexion turned pale, uncertain whether it was from being hung upside down or from fear. "Princess, do you think we might be in danger? Are they trying to hang us to death? Are you foolish?" Yi Xiang scoffed. "They could easily kill us with a mere gesture. Not killing us implies they merely wish to teach us a lesson." Tai Lao chimed in agreement. "The princess is correct. The absence of soul beasts nearby indicates they have taken measures to protect us. The golden soul threads binding us are weakening, and we should soon regain our freedom." Yi Xiang raised her chin, her expression haughty and disdainful. "Yang Wei, with your intelligence, you are only fit for planting rice. Comparing you to my brother Fancheng is like comparing the heavens to the earth. There's no contest. In fact, placing you alongside him is a disgrace." Her voice was exceedingly harsh, and Yang Wei instinctively wanted to retort, yet found himself at a loss for words. Each aspect of Fancheng, his talent, strength, background, towered over him. Despite his reluctance to admit it, he had to acknowledge that the princess's words held truth. "Princess, are you certain you wish to invite little brother Luo to participate in the Three Cities combat tournament?" Tai Lao seemed to hesitate. "What, is there a problem?" "Yi Ding canted it." Tai Lao replied, uncertainly. "Little brother Luo's strength is undeniable. Yet he has only just broken through to the first ring and is still quite young. While he can defeat the relatively inexperienced Li Hongpeng, it does not mean he can contend with the true elite of the royal city who are competing at the age of 19. Surprisingly, Yi Xiang did not dispute this, stating instead, "Li Hongpeng is indeed lacking and cannot compare to the 19-year-olds from previous years, the royal city's geniuses above level 35. He wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow." "Oh no, have I become a unit of battle measurement?" Li Hongpeng felt a sense of offense. Yet he was also acutely aware of his own limitations. The third soul ring's additional limit was 1,700 years, while he had only added a 1,000-year soul ring. Among the competitors, the weakest had added soul rings of at least 1,400 years, and upon breaking through to level 35, their combat prowess had significantly increased, enabling them to defeat soul beasts of 2,500 years. He was far behind. Yi Xiang continued to address Tai Laodao, stating that given Fancheng's current cultivation, he would naturally be no match for those older prodigies. But there are still 3 months left. I believe Fancheng will make progress. Otherwise, why do you think I kept all 9 Zhu fruits that can accelerate cultivation? She added, "Moreover, it doesn't matter if he doesn't win the championship. That is of little importance. What truly matters is that he is here, as it gives me an opportunity Tai Lao was awakened to the realization that the seemingly reckless princess had already planned everything in her heart. He expressed his concerns, but Brother Fancheng has a mysterious female powerhouse behind him. If she is the Empress of the Divine Phoenix Empire, that would be acceptable. However, if she is the High Priestess, then our Canlong Empire has always been at odds with her. Would Lord Tianwu allow someone with such a unique background to participate in the Three Kingdoms battle tournament? After all, certain secrets regarding the competition cannot be known to those who cannot be controlled. Yi Xiang dismissed his worries, saying, "As long as you don't mention this to my father, everything will be fine." What? Everyone gasped in disbelief. Yi Xiang's gaze turned sharp. No one is allowed to mention that Brother Fancheng has a mysterious powerhouse behind him to my father. I detest those who report behind my back. If anyone dares to speak of it and ruin my relationship with Fancheng, it will be tantamount to seeking death. Moreover, speaking of it would bring you no benefit. Do you think, given my father's indulgence towards me, he would tolerate someone who betrays me? Tai Lao, understanding the gravity of the situation, replied, "Whatever the princess instructs, I shall convey. I am at your service." Li Hongpeng felt that neither the princess nor Luo Fancheng were individuals he could provoke. "What about you all?" Yi Xiang shot a cold glance at the others. The group shivered in fear. "Me too. I am the same." Tai Lao could not resist asking, "Princess, what if? What if Brother Luo doesn't come?" Yi Xiang was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, what if he doesn't come? There was no solution. Should I cry to my father? "What are you standing around for? Hurry up." The High Priestess frowned. "If you don't undress, how can I assist you in enhancing your strength?" "What?" Luo Fancheng was puzzled. What does undressing have to do with enhancing strength? The High Priestess replied coldly, "You have only awakened for a few days, and your current level 12 cultivation is insufficient for the Three Cities battle tournament. Furthermore, if you wish to learn secret techniques there, a certain physical foundation is essential. I am going to use the sacred methods of the Temple of Light, combined with the essence blood of the 5 elemental jade Qilin, to enhance your physical strength." Luo Fancheng felt a sense of urgency and removed his outer garment. The High Priestess frowned, undressed completely. Soon, Luo Fancheng stripped down to his inner garments, standing bare-chested before the High Priestess and the Saintess. "Ah!" Bai Yingwe gasped, covering her cheeks with her hands. The High Priestess scrutinized him, her gaze unwavering. And even Luo Fancheng, who was thick-skinned, felt somewhat overwhelmed by such scrutiny. Yet, there was no hint of lewdness in her eyes, only pure examination. Not bad. Chapter 60. The Qilin Pattern Forms. The Shocked Pope and Saintess. Bai Yingwe's small ears twitched as she secretly murmured that she could not let the Pope enjoy this alone. She discreetly parted her fingers, peeking through the gaps. She inhaled sharply, astonished at the man's well-developed physique. As Luo Fancheng felt increasingly uncomfortable under her gaze, the High Priestess nodded repeatedly. "Indeed, quite remarkable. Fancheng, your physique seems to be somewhat unique, entirely unlike the ordinary. It seems I was right to borrow this Qilin essence blood for you." Luo Fancheng, puzzled, could not help but inquire, "What method are you going to employ, Wei Yang?" "The 7 secret techniques of the angelic martial soul passed down through the generations of the temple are not suitable for you, but the body-refining secret technique can be utilized." The High Priestess explained as she retrieved several peculiar spiritual herbs, all hovering in the air. She parted her lips, exhaling a mouthful of golden flames imbued with a sacred aura, refining the herbs as impurities transformed into black smoke, leaving behind a transparent spiritual essence. The essence blood of the 5 elemental Qilin was mixed with the spiritual essence, instantly turning crimson and radiating with a 5-colored halo, embodying the energies of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, evoking an urge to consume it. Bai Yingwe, perplexed, asked, "Teacher, I have never seen you have me undress or perform any body-refining secret technique." The High Priestess glanced at her and shook her head. "This body-refining method is extremely young and robust, while your Tai Yueying is an extremely cold martial soul. The two are incompatible." "All right." Bai Yingwe felt a twinge of disappointment, but her cheerful nature quickly helped her forget her worries as she eagerly watched her senior brother. "Fancheng, sit cross-legged Focus your mind. This body refining process will undoubtedly be painful, akin to a blunt knife cutting flesh, but you must endure. The benefits will be immense. This is the secret technique of our temple, divine ink body refinement. This technique is among the top 3 body refining secret arts in the world. However, with this 80,000 Qilin essence blood as a catalyst, the enhancement effect should be comparable to the thunder refinement technique of the White Tiger Empire. Divine ink body refinement? The name sounded intriguing, and Luo Fancheng smiled, sitting cross-legged. Come on, it's just a bit of pain. Wei Yong, feel free to work on me. I can endure it. With a glare, Emperor Wei Yong summoned the winds, lifting Luo Fancheng's seated form into the air. The fiery spiritual essence flew towards him, coalescing at her fingertips. Endure the pain. In an instant, the High Priestess's fingertips ignited with blazing sacred flames, swiftly touching Luo Fancheng's broad back. Her fingers moved like dragons and snakes, quickly tracing fiery red lines. Bai Yingwe gasped in astonishment, realizing that the chaotic lines were subtly coalescing into the form of a mythical beast. She suddenly understood, murmuring, using the back as paper, blood as ink, fingers as brushes, and refining the body with the beast's essence. This is the divine ink body refinement? Such a unique method. Wait, didn't the teacher say body refining is very painful? Why hasn't my senior brother cried out? Indeed, why haven't I cried out? Luo Fancheng was now utterly bewildered. The high priestess had claimed it would be painful. Why did he feel no discomfort at all? It seemed somewhat pleasant, he thought, feeling a warm, smooth sensation as her fingertips glided over his skin. It felt as if he were receiving a luxurious massage. His heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys all tingled with an unusual itchiness, giving him an almost euphoric sensation. If the high priestess had not previously informed him that this was a serious body refining process, Luo Fancheng would have doubted whether this was merely a form of relaxation. It was incredibly stimulating. The high priestess was taken aback. The Qilin essence blood mixed with the spiritual essence was imprinted onto his skin by the sacred flames, forcefully clearing all meridian blockages and penetrating into his internal organs, refining them. Under normal circumstances, Luo Fancheng should have been in excruciating pain, yet he remained silent. How could he endure it so well? Stalwart. The high priestess felt a sense of admiration blossom within her. Fancheng, if you cannot endure, feel free to cry out. It is no trouble at all. Really? Luo Fancheng was struggling to hold back. It's all right. Bai Yingwe stumbled, nearly falling over. Is this what pain feels like? Who can endure such suffering? The high priestess's delicate eyelashes fluttered, her emotions becoming disjointed as her movements nearly faltered. What on earth? The individual seemed to experience no pain at all, rather a sense of exhilaration. Suddenly, a magnificent and fearsome beast materialized behind Luo Fancheng. The high priestess delicately applied the last drop of her precious blood essence to the beast's eye sockets. Success. Like the finishing touch to a grand painting. The majestic creature seemed to come to life, emanating a brilliant crimson glow. The high priestess withdrew, while the overwhelming sensation of pleasure accumulated within Luo Fancheng reached its zenith. Erupting in a fiery explosion, his entire body radiated a scorching red, and his organs glimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. His heart ignited with flames. His kidneys shimmered with watery light. His lungs pulsated with golden brilliance. His liver was enveloped in green hues, and his spleen glowed with a rich yellow. Standing upright, Luo Fancheng felt an intense and searing heat surging from his back, while waves of delightful sensations cascaded through his organs, as if they were collectively exerting their power, transforming his entire being. Veyang, what is happening to me? He inquired. Fear not. It's merely the effect of body tempering, the high priestess reassured, her enchanting eyes reflecting a myriad of colors. She had not anticipated that using the blood of the Qilin would yield such extraordinary results. She was certain that an ordinary person would never achieve such miraculous effects, even with the blood of a Qilin. Luo Fancheng's constitution was evidently unique, as he felt not the slightest hint of pain. This indicated that all 8 meridians were naturally open and unobstructed. Every drop of blood essence was consumed without waste. fully absorbed by his organs, leading to transformation. There could be no more perfect innate physique. Such terrifying physical talent. Had she not known him well, had her pride not held her back, the high priestess might have been tempted to eliminate him right then and there. Luo Fancheng, still yearning for more, wondered if the high priestess could provide another round. The sensation was simply too exhilarating, too intoxicating. What a pity it would be if such skills were not utilized in a massage parlor. He mused. Regardless of the cost, he would visit daily. Buying Wei, filled with curiosity, asked, "Teacher, what are those 5 radiant lights emanating from Senior Brother's body?" The high priestess explained. This divine body tempering technique employs special methods to infuse the blood essence of ferocious beasts into the human body, primarily refining the bones and organs. The 800,000-year-old 5-element jade qilin serves as the most perfect material for this tempering secret art. Unable to contain his curiosity, Luo Fancheng asked, "Why is that?" The high priestess elaborated. Each of the 5 organs in the human body corresponds to a specific attribute. The heart to fire, the kidneys to water, the lungs to metal, the liver to wood, and the spleen to earth. The qilin's elemental powers align perfectly with these attributes, activating the latent potential within the organs. The brighter the light from an organ, the greater its potential. Bai Yingyue quickly focused her gaze, and Luo Fancheng lowered his head to examine. It appeared that all organs shone brightly. Suddenly, a vibrant blue light burst forth, overshadowing the other 4 colors. Luo Fancheng's eyes widened with uncontainable joy, for this represented the potential of his kidneys, the color of dignity. "Senior Brother," Bai Yingyue exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. "What on earth are you hiding in your pocket?" Chapter 61. The High Priestess. "I will assist you." The embarrassed Saintess Luo Fancheng was taken aback. Without Bai Yingyue's reminder, he could not ignore that indescribable presence. The Kuanping transformed into a furious dragon, soaring into the sky. The sheer escalation of power was astonishing, leaving Luo Fancheng in disbelief. What of tempering the organs? Where had all this energy come from? It was not his fault. He was a paragon of virtue. Clearly, the secret method of the Radiant Temple was far too brazen. "Senior Brother, let me see this treasure you've been hiding. You haven't shown it off in days," Bai Yingyue urged. Luo Fancheng was startled. Was this something to be displayed? Bai Yingyue's eager hand reached out, her large, bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. He quickly recoiled, determined not to let her gain the upper hand. "Why won't you show it? How stingy?" Bai Yingyue pouted, stamping her foot, her long, elegant legs gleaming. "I've heard tales of soul masters concealing hidden weapons in their sleeves or shoes, but I never imagined you would hide yours in your pants." Luo Fancheng's face twitched. He was at a loss for words. How on earth was he supposed to explain this? Desperately, he coughed, "Sister, you truly are astute. How did you figure it out?" Bai Yingyue smiled brightly. "Of course. I am the holy maiden of the temple. After all, sharp-witted as ever. Please, just reveal it to me," she implored. "Absolutely not." He firmly rejected. "You just referred to it as a hidden weapon. There's no reason to showcase it. Such lethal instruments, once revealed, would surely bring bloodshed upon our foes." Fine. As Bai Yingyue finally relinquished her curiosity, Luo Fancheng sighed in relief. However, his gaze was drawn to the silent, striking figure standing nearby, and his heart sank once more. "Oh no, how could I forget about her?" Di Weiyang wore a stoic expression, her lips curling slightly, her captivating eyes glinting with amusement as she observed his earnest attempt to deceive the Na'vi girl. Luo Fancheng felt mortified. The holy maiden was oblivious. But surely the high priestess was not. His mind was overwhelmed with embarrassment. Just as he thought he was in the clear, Bai Yingyue approached him, poking his shoulder with frustration. "Senior Brother, you're deceiving me. I suspect you're misleading this innocent girl." Luo Fancheng was taken aback. Had she caught on? Bai Yingyue huffed. "Isn't a hidden weapon supposed to be something discreet, like a steel needle? Just look at what you have. It's far too conspicuous to be a hidden weapon. Clearly, you're trying to trick me." Luo Fancheng's head buzzed with confusion, unable to devise a counterargument, especially as the radiant lights from his organs continued to flicker, particularly the shimmering blue representing his kidneys, which had begun to boil with energy. He felt overwhelmed. The potential unleashed by his organs was too much. His muscles and flesh were nearing their limit. Luo Fancheng clenched his teeth, feeling the pain as he attempted to regulate his energy, but his training had been brief, leaving him unable to calm the surging power. "Sister," Bai Yingwei exclaimed, noticing his distress, her concern evident. "What is happening to him? How can we help?" "Fancheng, I will assist you," Di Weiyang said, having already perceived his discomfort. With an air of cool authority, she approached him. "Do not worry. You are merely overwhelmed by the surge of energy from your organs. Your body cannot handle the sudden influx of vitality. I will help you release this excess energy." With a swift motion, Di Weiyang grasped his hand, her demeanor calm and commanding. In an instant, she absorbed the excess energy from him, then gently released it back into his system. Luo Fancheng felt the coolness of her touch as it coursed through him, soothing the turbulent energy within. His muscles crackled as his vitality surged, his form becoming even more striking and robust. The moment Di Weiyang released him, all discomfort vanished, replaced by a profound sense of clarity and ease. As the excess energy dissipated, Luo Fancheng experienced a euphoric liberation. However, Bai Yue's sudden remark jolted him back to reality. "Wait, where did senior brother's hidden weapon go?" Luo Fancheng glanced down and sighed in relief. It had finally subsided. He shot a glare at Bai Yue. "You foolish girl. I was on the verge of exploding, and here you are prattling away." Thank goodness for the High Priestess. Her deft touch alleviated my suffering. Noticing di Weiyang se composite de minor. Luo Fancheng felt reassured. She was evidently unfazed by the situation. Moreover, it is not entirely his fault, is it? It is merely an unforeseen circumstance. One who stands upright has little to fear from shadows of wrongdoing. "How do you feel?" the High Priestess inquired coldly. Luo Fancheng attempted to clench his fist and chuckled softly, proclaiming, "I feel that there is no need to invoke my soul's spirit. With a single punch, I could easily shatter a third-tier Li Hongpeng." The corners of the High Priestess's lips curled upwards. Indeed, the ultimate effect of the divine coating body varies from person to person. Enhancing strength is secondary. The primary benefit lies in activating the elemental forces within your organs. Once you awaken the Qilin tattoo on your back, the elemental energy will flourish, nourishing your physical form and significantly enhancing your recovery capabilities while also providing a degree of resistance against elemental attacks. The Qilin Elder's markings. Applause for Luo Fancheng. Quite catchy. Luo Fancheng was elated, eager to find a large bronze mirror to admire his reflection, spinning around in delight. After all, prior to his transmigration, aside from being somewhat handsome and possessing a few remarkable skills, he was just an ordinary young man. The sudden appearance of a Qilin tattoo was undeniably novel and exhilarating. He was uninterested in what others sought from their journeys. All he desired was a life of joyous indulgence. Happiness and freedom were sufficient. To flirt with those he fancied, savor his favorite dishes, visit cherished places, and occasionally extend a helping hand to those in need. This was the essence of his true self. If it weren't for the rational voice within him reminding him that freedom requires strength, his enthusiasm for cultivation would not be as fervent as it was now. Thus, for the sake of freedom, I choose invincibility. Luo Fancheng pulled himself back from his myriad thoughts. Outside, only a few breaths had passed, and he fixed his gaze upon the purple-haired, ponytailed girl with large, innocent eyes squatting before him. "Junior sister, what on earth are you doing?" Bai Yue looked up at the man, her curled lashes fluttering as she earnestly replied, "I am investigating where you have concealed it. However, senior brother, your hiding place is not very discreet. There's a noticeable bulge here, unlike what I and the teacher possess." She swiftly pointed with her slender finger, causing Luo Fancheng to shudder and leap up in surprise. Chapter 62, a must-read for successive saintesses. The mysterious golden-masked woman. What does one do when a situation spirals beyond one's control? Luo Fancheng snatched the blood-stained garment off the ground and dashed away, not daring to look back as he sprinted toward the forest's edge. It was too filthy. He needed to find a pool to wash off. A teacher imparts wisdom and guidance, so if junior sister has any questions, she should consult with her teacher. Bai Yingwei was perplexed by Luo Fancheng's hasty departure and even more bewildered as she glanced at her finger. Shouldn't hidden weapons be hard? Why does it feel soft? Teacher, do you know what is happening? Bai Yingwei inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she looked toward the high priestess. Empress the Weiyang isse lips twitched slightly, and the veins at her temples throbbed. The cunning woman had been intrigued by the unfolding drama, but now this boy had abruptly fled, leaving her to clean up the mess? Scoundrel! He must be deliberately trying to rattle her composure. Empress Di Weiyang coldly commanded, "Go practice." Matters of adults are not for children to question. Bai Yingwei, both timid and courageous, puffed out her chest, declaring, "I am not a child. In just 2.5 months, I will be 18. Empress Di Weiyang shook her head. "The reason I won't tell you is to spare you from embarrassment. You, my dear, are ungrateful." Bai Yingwei playfully tugged at the high priestess's arm, gently swaying it as she coaxed. "Please tell me, master. My heart is wide open. There is nothing in this world that could embarrass me." With a resigned sigh, Empress Di Weiyang conjured a flicker of light in her hand. From her storage space, she retrieved a yellowed booklet, devoid of title or illustration, and tossed it into Bai Yingwei's hands. "What is this?" Empress Di Weiyang replied indifferently. "A must-read for every saintess upon reaching adulthood. It is about time I passed it on to you. Open it, and do not regret it." "I certainly will not regret it." Overwhelmed by curiosity, Bai Yingwei could hardly contain herself. With a racing heart and trembling hands, she eagerly opened the small yellow booklet, as if on the brink of entering a mysterious realm. Upon merely flipping to the first page and seeing the images of a man and a woman, accompanied by an array of small annotations, Bai Yingwei could not suppress a delicate cry, her lips quivering as she pointed at the booklet, exclaiming, "Teacher, how can they be so shameless? They are not wearing anything. This is indecent." Empress Di Weiyang replied coldly, "If you do not wish to see, then return it to me." Bai Yingwei bit her lip, lowering her gaze to continue her scrutiny of the indecent images, which seemed to possess an enchanting allure that captivated her. As she turned the pages, her body began to tremble, her cheeks flushed deeper with each revelation. By the time she closed the last page, her face was ablaze, and she dared not meet the high priestess's gaze, timidly returning the booklet. "Teacher, here you go. Keep it. Pass it on to the next generation of saintesses. The importance of this knowledge need not be emphasized by me, correct?" Bai Yingwei covered her blushing face, unable to contain a squeal of distress, tears welling in her eyes. "Teacher, what foolish things did I just do? I regret it. I should not have looked at this. How will I face senior brother in the future?" The high priestess maintained her impassive expression. "Now do you know where your senior brother concealed the hidden weapon?" Bai Yingwei's mind instantly replayed her earlier interaction with Luo Fancheng, causing her to cry even louder. I even boasted about my cleverness. What a fool I am. Teacher, I am utterly humiliated. What should I do?" The high priestess inquired with a cold tone. Was the texture pleasant? Texture? Bai Yingwei froze for a moment, recalling that she had indeed touched it. I cannot live with this embarrassment. Let me crash into a tree and return to my next life to repay your kindness and guidance." "Perhaps," Empress Di Weiyang mused, "your senior brother is unaware of the differences between men and women, just as you were before. Indeed, that would alleviate the embarrassment." Bai Yingwei's tears began to subside as her mood brightened. Empress Di Weiyang countered, "If he were unaware, would he have fled so hastily?" Bai Yingwei's cries intensified. "Are you attempting to comfort me, or are you simply teasing me?" With a pointed finger, Empress Di Weiyang silenced Bai Yingwei's sobs. The girl, now tense, glanced in the direction indicated, wondering if her senior brother had returned so soon. "No." Empress Di Weiyang shook her head. "I meant to say that tree is quite thick." The smile on one person's face vanished, only to reappear on another's, as a satisfied grin spread across Empress Di Weiyang's lips. The unparalleled beauty of the high priestess sighed softly within her heart. It seemed she had not felt so relaxed in ages. When did the pressure begin? Was it upon becoming a saintess? When inheriting the papacy? Or perhaps when initiating reforms amidst the disdain of the noble class? No, it began during her travels across the continent, witnessing countless acts of bullying and injustice, and the profound suffering of humanity. The state of the world is composed of elements she cannot change, some she can influence, and others she feels compelled to strive toward changing, even if the task seems insurmountable. Splash, splash. A refreshing bath to lift the spirits. A man remains youthful at heart until death. In the dim forest, the gentle moonlight cascaded over a clear stream as Luo Fancheng hummed a cheerful tune while bathing, feeling utterly content. He had originally intended to evade trouble, but serendipitously discovered the sound of water and found a small stream. Upon glancing at his reflection, he was relieved to see the Qilin tattoo still intact, nearly fearing it had washed away. He attempted to channel his soul energy through his internal organs, and vibrant colors surged forth, igniting fiery red patterns on his back, forming the likeness of a magnificent beast. It appeared that activation was necessary for manifestation, remarkable and sophisticated. The Qilin tattoo radiated an aura of formidable power, causing the water-based spirit beasts within the stream to scatter in fright, none daring to approach. Luo Fancheng quickly grasped why the high priestess felt comfortable allowing him to venture out alone. This tattoo carried the essence of the Qilin elder, the ruler of the local spirit beast oasis. What spirit beast would dare to provoke him? Not only did it bolster his combat strength, but it also served as a protective talisman. The temple's profound heritage indeed held incredible secrets. TSK. I wonder how Wei Yang explained that particular knowledge to the junior sister. Luo Fancheng mused, entirely oblivious to the miniature silver shadow, no larger than a toothpick, swiftly approaching him beneath the water. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through his leg while he was washing clothes, prompting him to leap up, his Kirin pattern glowing. He struck down with a fist, causing the stream to explode in a splash, creating a vacuum that revealed pebbles, only to be submerged once more. Was there nothing there? Luo Fancheng cautiously emerged from the water, casting a vigilant glance around. The stream was crystal clear, devoid of any trace of soul beasts. Upon inspecting his thigh, he noticed a slight wound. He circulated his soul power, finding no abnormalities in his body, nor any strange entities having entered him. Feeling a sense of unease, he promptly decided to leave. As he hurried away, adjusting his trousers, the surroundings returned to tranquility, with only the gentle sound of flowing water beside the moonlit stream. A tall, graceful figure materialized from thin air, without any visible spatial rift or fluctuations of soul power. She wore a golden mask that dripped with tears of blood, her expression a strange blend of laughter and sorrow, heavy and eerie. This peculiar woman had cascading silver hair that fell to her waist, enveloped in a flowing black veil dress that accentuated her flawless form. Every inch of her skin radiated a lustrous white sheen, her long legs bare, with delicate white feet suspended in the air. She extended her pale wrist, and a tiny silver shadow darted from the water, revealing itself as the ethereal image of a small silver dragon. The dragon faded in her palm, leaving behind a single drop of crimson blood. Chapter 63. The Golden Masked Woman. Father? Did I bully the junior sister and get caught? The mysterious woman gazed down at the blood droplet. Beneath the eerie golden mask, there were strikingly beautiful silver pupils. Yet, those exquisite eyes were hollow and devoid of spirit, exuding an aura of melancholy, heaviness, and desolation, as if she had long lost her direction in life and felt utterly disheartened, indifferent to the world around her. This droplet of blood, acquired from Luo Fancheng, seemed to be the only thing that piqued her interest. The pure dragon aura she sensed earlier. Could it belong to this individual? The woman extended her consciousness towards the blood droplet. Moments later, her lifeless silver eyes quivered, rippling with intense emotional turbulence. Father? How could there be a trace of father's essence within a human? The woman immediately parted her rose petal-like moist red lips, and the precious blood shot into her mouth. She sealed her lips tightly, her tongue pressing against the blood for further confirmation, her body tingling as if struck by lightning, overwhelmed with disbelief. No, this is not my father's essence. Although it carries a faint dragon aura, it surpasses the lineage of my father. This is impossible. The woman could hardly accept this reality, swiftly turning her head to gaze in the direction where Luo Fancheng had fled, bewildered. How could there exist a bloodline that surpasses her father's? Her father was the king of dragons, the sovereign of divine beasts, the dragon god. The bloodline of the dragon god from the higher realms is not something an ordinary mortal could withstand, let alone a lineage that transcends the dragon god. Where on earth did this individual come from? The silver-haired woman found him extraordinarily captivating, then sighed in regret. Alas, this supreme dragon bloodline is still too faint. Far from sufficient. If only it could be augmented further. But how could a mortal achieve that? Shaking her head, the silver-haired woman contemplated. Such a transcendent bloodline, difficult for the world to accommodate, is already an unimaginable miracle for a mortal to possess, leaving even her astonished. To seek further enhancement is utterly fanciful. It is simply impossible. She didn't even know how to elevate such a bloodline. Let us see again. After a brief moment of shock, her silver eyes returned to their lifeless melancholy. The delicate feet hidden beneath the black veil stepped forth, vanishing into the void ahead, the very direction Luo Fancheng had departed. Fancheng, with no one around, I have examined both your body and spirit, and there is nothing amiss. In the forest, the Grand Priestess withdrew her fingers from Luo Fancheng's wrist. Upon hearing her words, Luo Fancheng felt a sense of relief and touched the wound on his thigh, which had already scabbed over. Could it truly be that he was merely overly suspicious? But how could a wound suddenly appear without reason? To say it was caused by a sharp stone was too far-fetched. He felt unsettled, not knowing the cause. However, with the Grand Priestess assuring him there was no issue, he realized his contemplation was futile and decided to focus on enhancing his strength. Wei Yang, what has happened to the junior sister? Luo Fancheng glanced at the graceful saintess, who was crouched by the campfire, intently roasting meat. Normally, upon his return, this girl would exuberantly bounce over, chattering away. But this time, she sat there like a withdrawn child, silent and absorbed in her task. Could it be? The Grand Priestess cast a sidelong glance, saying, I just imparted some new knowledge to her. She is likely busy digesting it. Luo Fancheng's expression turned peculiar. Could it be that the Grand Priestess had indeed given this girl a thorough education in physiological matters so quickly? How did she manage that? He had assumed the Grand Priestess would only offer a few vague words. Yet here she was, explaining the differences between the angry dragon and the immortal nest. By the campfire, Bai Yingwei, with her back turned to the two, bit her cherry lips, her face flushed with embarrassment. Her toes clad in white silk fairy socks, curling restlessly within her black boots. She had been feigning calmness, straining to eavesdrop on their conversation while desperately wishing for the topic to change, feeling utterly humiliated. Junior sister, are you busy? Bai Yingwei was suddenly tapped on the shoulder. Oh, brother, you're back. The young maiden's hands fidgeted nervously, and her speech became disjointed. Luo Fancheng smiled, gazing at his adorable junior sister. It was hard for anyone not to feel an impulse to sit down and smother her affectionately. Could it be that you are still upset that your brother didn't let you see the hidden weapon? Goodness, why bring that up? Bai Yingwei nearly burst into tears, her anxious little toes having already torn holes in her fairy socks. No, no. Luo Fancheng laughed. Don't be upset. Just say the word, and I will gladly show you. No, no. Brother, just keep it hidden. Bai Yingwei's skin burned as if it were about to ignite, and she repeatedly waved her small hands. Observing her intense reaction, Luo Fancheng felt certain that the Grand Priestess had indeed provided Bai Yingwei with a comprehensive education on the subject, and quite adeptly at that. Junior sister, why have you changed your mind? You were so interested in it before. No, no, no. Such a divine weapon should not be shown so casually. Bai Yingwei exclaimed inwardly, wondering if her brother had gone mad. Is this something one can just pull out for anyone to see? Since brother dotes on you. Luo Fancheng reached into his pocket and pulled out a slender black object. Oh! Bai Yingwei let out a piercing scream, unable to bear to look, covering her eyes and running towards the Grand Priestess. Teacher, help! Brother is being a rogue. He actually pulled it out. What a ruckus! Turn around and look properly. The Grand Priestess pressed a hand on Bai Yingwei's shoulder, sighing in exasperation. Silly child, you've been played. Usually so shrewd. How is it that you're so easily fooled by Luo Fancheng? It's also her fault for not educating Bai Yingwe sufficiently about such matters. After all, no one in the temple would dare to tease the saintess. Huh? Bai Yingwe was stunned, turning her head to gaze intently, realizing that what Luo Fancheng had pulled out was merely a sharpened piece of brown wood. Just this? This was completely different from what she had imagined. Luo Fancheng shook the piece of wood in his hand, saying, "Junior sister, what were you shouting about earlier? Where did I act inappropriately?" Bai Yingwe was at a loss for words, her face burning, her feet shuffling on the ground, unsure of what to do. Luo Fancheng tossed aside the wood he had sharpened before returning, leaning closer to Bai Yingwe with a teasing smile. "Junior sister, your brother is an honest man. How could I be a rogue? Surely, you're not thinking of something inappropriate?" Bai Yingwe's restless body suddenly stilled as she spoke. "I understand." Luo Fancheng was taken aback. Bai Yingwe looked up, her sparkling eyes narrowing. "You're not just being a rogue. You think I'm naive and easy to bully. Junior, sister?" A sense of foreboding washed over Luo Fancheng. Boom! Bai Yingwe's aura surged, and a clear, radiant purple moon martial spirit emerged behind her, with 4 vibrant soul rings pulsing in yellow and purple. The campfire extinguished, and a layer of frost swiftly blanketed the surrounding flora. "Cool me. If you don't show me, I'll just have to dig it out myself." "What?" Luo Fancheng retreated behind the priestess, feeling slightly reassured. "Still playing dumb?" Bai Yingwe charged forward, while the priestess, with a smirk, stepped aside, allowing the astonished Luo Fancheng to be exposed. "Oops. This time I've really flipped the situation." Chapter 64. The bold saintess breaking through 11 realms. How many years for the second soul ring? "Brother, don't run. Don't try to trick me with a fake. If you have the ability, show me the real thing." Under the moonlight, a handsome duo raced through the woods. He fled, she pursued, and he felt as if he could not escape. The priestess followed leisurely behind, enjoying the chase between her confidant and her disciple. Luo Fancheng had no intention of fleeing. Earlier, when his martial spirit manifested, he had engaged in a brief clash with Bai Yingwe. The result made him realize the truth. Was he truly so arrogant, thinking he could pursue the saintess, whom the priestess had meticulously nurtured after only a few days of training? Bai Yingwe had trained for 2 years and possessed secret techniques along with 4 top-tier soul rings, making her a temple prodigy. No mere 30 Li Hongpangs could hope to match her. Most importantly, her Taiyin Yuying martial spirit gained significant strength under the moonlight. As the distance between them diminished, Luo Fancheng called out to the side, "Wei Yang, will you just stand by and watch your female disciple commit a crime?" Di Wei Yang shook her head. "Even I must tread carefully around an enraged Yingwe. Besides, debts must eventually be repaid. That cunning woman, what are you afraid of?" Luo Fancheng grumbled, realizing that she was simply enjoying the spectacle, almost as if she were snacking on sunflower seeds. He was now fully convinced that not only was the priestess cunning, but the saintess was certainly not the innocent flower she appeared to be. In truth, he had a way to subdue Bai Yingwe, but with the priestess present, he couldn't resort to unscrupulous measures. Secret technique, Yuying moonlight dance. Swish. As Bai Yingwe closed in on Luo Fancheng, 9 phantoms of her appeared simultaneously around him. Her graceful movements were mesmerizing, making it difficult to discern the real from the illusion. Bang! Despite his efforts to evade, Luo Fancheng was ultimately struck by 1 phantom and fell to the ground. Bai Yingwe, with her long white legs, straddled his chest, gliding softly over the grass due to the inertia of her charge, looking down at him with a victorious smile. Her red lips curled with pride. "Brother, I've caught you." Clearly, she had held back, and with the soft grass beneath them, Luo Fancheng felt no pain. However, he was slightly uncomfortable due to the ambiguous position. Did she think that just because she wasn't sitting on his lap, everything was fine? The seafood was practically served on a platter. "Sister, I'm not fond of seafood." Bai Yingwe lightly scolded. "Will you stop bullying me from now on? I'm not someone easy to provoke. To the victor belongs the spoils. How you act is your choice, but be careful of my future retribution." Luo Fancheng would not let his spirit wane. He was already contemplating how to deal with this girl once his cultivation caught up. A small twig would hardly suffice for punishment. Bai Yingwe huffed. "I'm not like Li Hongpeng. I will improve." so you'll have to wait years to catch up with me. Though she spoke boldly, she felt a flicker of apprehension. After all, her brother's talent was extraordinary. Yet, in this moment and position, certain images from the technique's manual inexplicably surfaced in her mind, particularly one involving a soul master seated in a lotus pose. Her face flushed, and she let out a shy gasp. Junior sister, are you trying to provoke me? Luo Fancheng was speechless. What are you making such a fuss about while pinning me down? No one is bullying you now, are they? If you don't apologize, I'll have to find some hidden weapons myself. Facing Bai Yue's threat, Luo Fancheng chuckled. He had no faith that his sister would dare to follow through. Go ahead. Let us see what you can do. You said it. Bai Yue shifted, positioning herself to sit atop him, reaching for his belt. Apologize or not? Luo Fancheng realized that Bai Yue wouldn't dare hit him, and she wouldn't strip him either. All his focus was on blocking out the soft sensations emanating from his chest. Bai Yue's hands trembled as she gripped the belt. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with determination. Gritting her teeth, she thought, "You're forcing me. Wait, are you really going to strip me?" Luo Fancheng sprang up in shock. The priestess, who had been watching with a bemused smile, suddenly fell silent. Bai Yue, momentarily dazed, knelt on the grass in an M shape, seemingly oblivious to the world around her. That year, before the second day of the second month, the Dragon King raised his head first. A fleeting glance left an indelible mark in Bai Yue's mind. In the following month and a half, the priestess, the saintess, and Luo Fancheng exchanged not a single word, an awkward tension filling the air. The priestess would occasionally leave the oasis, maintaining her cold, expressionless demeanor. The saintess, on the other hand, dared not make eye contact with Luo Fancheng, avoiding him at all costs. She would leave food for him to take, but truthfully, Luo Fancheng's mind was also buzzing. If it were a seductive woman engaging in such behavior, he wouldn't be surprised. Yet, it was his little sister, the White Lotus. The fact that the priestess had likely seen it too added to the psychological burden. Otherwise, she wouldn't have remained silent for 10 days. Indeed, women in this world were much more conservative than those back home. However, during this month and a half, he hadn't been idle. After consuming 3 vermilion fruits and relying on his meager talent and diligent effort, he successfully liquefied the 11 soul power spirals within his dantian. Thus, all 13 spirals were liquefied, reaching the pinnacle of a soul master at level 20. Luo Fancheng felt he should be considered level 23, as he had 3 liquefied spirals due to breaking through his limits thrice. But since he was unique, no one would assign him a separate rank. It was time to adapt to local customs. Most of the fruit's medicinal properties had integrated into his meridians, not yet fully absorbed. Luo Fancheng felt that his breakthrough speed had slowed considerably, but each time he displayed progress, the priestess and the saintess would reveal astonishment in their eyes. Rending the air, the priestess returned from an unknown location, and for the first time in a month and a half, Luo Fancheng spoke up. "Wei Yang, I wish to seek my second soul ring. How many years do you think would be appropriate?" The tall priestess stood silently, contemplating for a long while without providing an answer. The upper limit for a peerless genius's second soul ring was 900 years, while the third soul ring could extend to 1,700 years. Yet Luo Fancheng had already reached the limits of ordinary cultivation with just a bit of training. His first soul ring had reached a staggering 1,100 years, an unprecedented occurrence in the soul martial continent, making it impossible for others to estimate his second soul ring. Moreover, he had now gained the Kirin pattern from the special method of divine painting, activating the power of his organs and significantly increasing the duration he could endure for a soul ring. Bai Yue's eyes flickered with speculation. 2,000 years? No, 2,500? That seems too low. I'm underestimating him. Surely, he can't reach 3,000 years. That would be terrifying, comparable to the fourth soul ring's limit of elite soul masters. As for 4,000 years, Bai Yue deemed it impossible. That was already the limit for the fourth soul ring. Neither she, as a temple saintess, nor any other prodigy from the continent could surpass that. After a long pause, Wei Yang finally spoke in a cool tone. "Your situation is unique, making it difficult to estimate. You will need to push your limits through battle." "Understood." Luo Fancheng nodded. But before I obtain my soul ring, I must first have the little mudfish hunt for a moment, allowing it to complete its evolution. The 2-meter-long little loach had long been parched with thirst. It had stealthily followed the enigmatic silver-haired woman with a peculiar golden mask, and after seeing no results, it was on the verge of departing in boredom and disappointment. However, upon hearing Luo Fancheng's words, it paused. Martial Soul, Evolution? Chapter 65, Devour, Martial Soul, Evolution. Shocking, the mysterious woman. The lifeless silver eyes beneath the mask of the mysterious woman flickered slightly, but soon fell back into silence. What was mentioned was likely the evolution of martial souls, not the bloodline evolution she desired. While martial soul evolution was rare among the common folk of the soul martial continent, it was relatively common among top-tier forces. When the angelic martial souls of the temple initially awakened, they sprouted double wings. Upon reaching the 4th rank of Soul Master, they evolved into 4 wings. And with each subsequent elevation, an additional pair of wings would grow. Ultimately, upon becoming a 9th-tier transcendent, the martial soul would attain its ultimate form, the 12-winged angel. Throughout this process of martial soul evolution, the bloodline underwent no transformation. The potential remained that of the 12-winged angel. It was merely that the mortal form initially could not withstand the ultimate manifestation of the angelic martial soul, hence only the double wings were displayed. Bloodline evolution, however, was a different matter altogether. There existed no means of bloodline evolution within the soul martial continent. The evolution of a bloodline would shatter the shackles of the ultimate form of the martial soul, elevating its potential ceiling from the 12-winged angel to 14 or 16 wings. The reason why the great empires and sects endured through the ages was precisely because their bloodline potential was sufficiently robust while the bloodlines of commoners were weak. With no means to evolve the bloodline, the impoverished could only rely on mutations. Should one mutate into a powerful bloodline and subsequently bear many offspring to inherit that bloodline, they would qualify to ascend to nobility. The mysterious golden-masked woman gazed vacantly. Not only was it impossible for mortals to possess a method for bloodline evolution, but even gods could achieve it only on rare occasions. Even gods have limits. It is utterly impossible for them to create a bloodline more potent than that of the dragon god, let alone facilitate the evolution of such a status. Thus, upon first encountering this young human, she was shocked and surprised, though it was merely a fleeting surprise. The bloodline, while astonishingly noble, was far too sparse. The latent potential it contained might seem formidable to a mortal, yet in her view, it fell short, lacking in some aspects. Even a slight deficiency would make evolution a Herculean task. Recalling the young man's mention of martial soul evolution left her in disarray, her mind agitated. The mysterious woman shook her head and sighed, feeling her thoughts were too fanciful. What was unattainable for the gods, how could mortals achieve? Her stunning silver eyes beneath the golden mask dimmed further, concealing an indescribable sense of desolation and disappointment. She lifted her gaze, only to find Luo Fancheng and his companions had vanished into the shadows of the forest, hunting soul beasts. Was there any need to follow them further? Perhaps not. The mysterious woman in the golden mask swayed her black-veiled skirt, her exquisitely alluring figure dissipating into the void. In the verdant shade of the forest, Luo Fancheng looked down in bewilderment at the large black rat sprawled at his feet, measuring at least a meter in length. The rat lay belly up, its 4 paws and long tail twitching uncontrollably, unconscious. You're a bloodthirsty rat of 1,600 years, and I haven't even made a move yet you've already fallen? Luo Fancheng sighed in exasperation. Just moments ago, a large black rat had suddenly lunged at him, baring its sharp teeth, startling him. Reflexively, he activated the Qilin pattern to retaliate. However, as soon as the red light flared from his back, the bloodthirsty rat collapsed, convulsing violently. "Oh dear, teacher, look!" It started to foam at the mouth. Bai Ingwei exclaimed curiously, standing beside the high priestess. "Little brother rat, being timid is a disease. You can't go on like this. I must help you." Luo Fancheng sighed again and then picked up a large stone, bringing it down forcefully upon the rat's head. Bang! The ground shook as the bloodthirsty rat's legs kicked out violently, its body going completely rigid. Luo Fancheng shook his head, saying, "See? No soup, no medicine. Physical therapy works wonders. It won't be twitching anymore." The high priestess's lips twitched slightly. Bai Yingyue could no longer suppress her laughter, finding Luo Fancheng's antics amusing. However, she quickly recalled an incident from over a month ago and stifled her smile. Luo Fancheng, not glancing at the two women, sighed, "Little brother rat, I've cured your ailment. It would be a bit ungrateful not to stand up and thank me. You smashed its skull while treating a small ailment. And you expect gratitude?" Bai Yingyue's lips quivered, struggling to contain her laughter. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty rat fell silent, and a circle of pale purple soul rings floated up. Luo Fancheng's eyes widened in exaggerated surprise. "Little brother rat, why did your soul rings suddenly appear?" "Oh dear, treating your ailment is but a trivial matter. There's no need to offer your rings as thanks. I feel bad accepting them." With a swish, he pushed his hand away, and a 2-meter-long azure-scaled snake swiftly emerged, emanating a tricolored glow, akin to a bandit who hadn't seen a woman in 30 years. It opened its mouth wide, generating a tremendous suction that drew in the bloodthirsty rat's soul ring and vitality. With a plop, such shamelessness, speaking of refusal while acting contrary. Bai Yingyue could no longer hold back, covering her smooth, peach-like lips with her delicate hand, releasing a sweet, ethereal laugh. The bloodthirsty rat would likely curse him throughout its next reincarnation. The high priestess, recently displeased due to trivial matters at the light god temple, felt her icy demeanor soften considerably due to Luo Fancheng's humor. "It's all the little loach's doing. What does it have to do with me?" Luo Fancheng mused inwardly, feeling victorious in breaking the ice. No longer would they remain in a cold war. In his past life, he had little confidence in other matters. But in the art of flirtation, he had barely exhausted his skills. With a swish, the azure-scaled snake's aura intensified, its third glow deepening, and its 2-meter-long body expanded to 2 meters 1. Bai Yingyue couldn't help but exclaim, "Senior brother, it's now handsome and dashing, long and thick. Calling it a little loach would be disrespectful." Luo Fancheng jested, "How about calling it a great python?" The girl rolled her eyes, harboring deep skepticism regarding Luo Fancheng's naming abilities. "You might as well stick with little loach." "Wait, let me think again." The girl pouted, "Enough already. I have no expectations left regarding your naming prowess." Luo Fancheng chuckled. "What do you think of calling it the Chaos Ancestral Dragon?" "Hiss." Bai Yingyue inhaled sharply, sensing the disparity in grandeur between the previous and current names, heavenly and earthly. The earlier name was crude, now it was fearsome. Ancestral Dragon, progenitor of all dragons. Even the Azure Dragon Emperor wouldn't dare give such an ostentatious name to his martial soul. "Senior brother, you are quite bold. If other dragon-type soul masters hear you calling it Ancestral Dragon, won't they come together to slay you?" The high priestess maintained a stoic expression, having remained silent all along, but a glimmer of brilliance flickered in her phoenix eyes. She sensed that Luo Fancheng was not merely jesting. He genuinely intended to name it Ancestral Dragon. Was this arrogance or genuine confidence? Luo Fancheng shrugged. "So little loach is still cute and low-key." Bai Yingyue pointed at the majestic azure-scaled snake, puffing her cheeks. "Look at it. So long and sturdy. Does it have any cuteness?" Luo Fancheng sighed. "Let us find the next ailing soul beast. Devouring a bloodthirsty rat of 1,500 years has yielded too little evolution, and little loach has become picky." Just as the three were about to leave, the high priestess suddenly fixed her sharp gaze on a certain direction. "Who?" Chapter 66. Illusion? Soothing the high priestess. New technique. If it were an ordinary person, the first reaction would undoubtedly be to inquire what was amiss with the high priestess. However, both Bai Yingyue and Luo Fancheng exhibited utmost composure, instinctively rushing to stand behind the high priestess. If there were hidden enemies, this would be the safest place, without the risk of being taken hostage. Neither Luo Fancheng nor Bai Yingyue spoke, refraining from disturbing the high priestess's judgment. A terrifying wave of psychic energy surged forth from the high priestess, enveloping the surroundings in an overwhelming tide, saturating every inch of space. Is anyone there? The high priestess raised her delicate brows in surprise, a hint of disbelief in her voice. Was it merely an illusion? A vast reservoir of psychic power receded like a tide back in her lithe form, and she cast a glance over her shoulder at her concealed disciples. A mix of astonishment and amusement gracing her features. You two are quite the crafty ones. At this moment, Luo Fancheng finally spoke up. Wei Yang. Was there someone lurking in the shadows just now? The high priestess shook her head, her elegant fingers massaging her brow. I felt a momentary disturbance in that direction, but upon investigation, I found no one. Perhaps it was just my overactive imagination. If there were indeed someone, I would have sensed them. It could be that the recent turmoil caused by the blood demon sect's malevolent soul masters across the continent, along with the restlessness among the 9 esteemed guardians of the temple, had drained her focus, leading to this misplaced perception. Luo Fancheng refrained from pressing further. Troubles of such magnitude were beyond his current capacity to assist. It was better to remain silent and devote more time to his cultivation. He failed to notice the astonished gaze of Bai Yingwei, for the high priestess, known for her formidable and icy demeanor, had never before displayed such overt fatigue in public. This indicated that Luo Fancheng held a truly special significance in her heart. Such keen insight, a mysterious woman with an enigmatic golden mask remarked from the shadows. She had just witnessed Luo Fancheng's martial spirit evolve in an extraordinary manner, causing her emotions to waver, which did not go unnoticed. Though merely a fragment of her being, the fact that the high priestess could detect her presence was impressive. It seemed that the high priestess was even more formidable than the rumor suggested, far surpassing the capabilities of the little Qilin. This woman must be on the brink of a higher realm. After a moment of admiration, the mysterious woman redirected her focus onto Luo Fancheng, who was continuing his search for soul beasts. Although she had initially intended to depart, an inexplicable urge compelled her to stay, leading to her discovery of something remarkable. A single glance confirmed that this was no ordinary evolution. It was unlike the crude, devouring practiced by evil soul masters. It was a true and perfect assimilation, absorbing external soul, energy, and life force without a trace of waste. Even after retracting his martial spirit, he seemed to undergo a subtle transformation of his own bloodline. What sort of individual was this youth? Was this martial spirit something a mere mortal could possess? The golden-masked woman struggled to contain her astonishment while striving to regulate her emotions. Unsure of what to expect, she chose to observe further, wary of the risks that come with high hopes leading to disappointment. Hey, Brother Eagle, Brother Pig, why aren't you taking a midday nap? Are you fighting? A giant wild boar with 2 crimson tusks and an owl with a grotesque face turned to regard the unfamiliar youth who had interrupted their battle. Today, Luo Fancheng was less serious than usual, adopting a somewhat irreverent demeanor as he attempted to lighten the mood of his beloved companion, who had always been there to support him. Be careful, senior brother. That's a blood-toothed boar and a ghost-faced owl, judging by their size. They must possess the strength of over 300 years. Bai Yingwei, while laughing, reminded him. The high priestess and the saintess held high status, yet no one dared to act so casually in their presence, creating a refreshing atmosphere. Roar! The blood-toothed boar and the ghost-faced owl glared at the intruding human, revealing their hostility. The owl seemed to come alive, its beak producing waves of black sound waves, while the boar charged forward, its tusks gleaming with a menacing red light. Luo Fancheng activated his soul power in a unique manner, instantly awakening the Qilin patterns on his back, which radiated a fiery glow visible even through his clothing. Brother Owl, how welcoming of you to serenade me upon my arrival. Though the music is a tad understated, Luo Fancheng remarked, shaking his head to endure the black sound wave attack. His will was as steadfast as a rock, remaining entirely unaffected as he faced the charging blood-toothed boar. He stood his ground, channeling energy through his feet, and forcefully grasped the boar's sharp tusks, effectively neutralizing its ferocious charge and pinning it in place. Pig brother, you seem to be unwell. Your tusks are all crooked, which must be quite painful. Allow me to help you straighten them out. He tightened his grip on the tusks and, with a powerful kick to the boar's head, while pulling with all his might, yanked the two tusks from its mouth. With those rotten teeth gone, you must feel much better now, Luo Fancheng said, tossing the tusks like spears at the still-singing ghost-faced owl, which skillfully evaded the attack. How shameless! Bai Yingwei exclaimed, her eyes wide. That was not merely a tooth extraction. You've just removed its deadly weapons for survival. Moreover, what was happening now? He was able to overpower a 300-year-old soul beast without even summoning his martial spirit, relying solely on the enhancement of the Qilin patterns? Teacher, the ghost-faced owl's shriek directly affects the soul. Even a level 30 soul master would be rendered dizzy for several seconds. How is it that senior brother shows no reaction at all? The high priestess smirked, her lips curling. This indicates that Fancheng's strength lies not just in his physical prowess, but also in his soul. Bai Yingwei was taken aback. But isn't soul power something that can only be cultivated after reaching the 7th ring? Weren't we all on the same level prior to that? What do you think? The high priestess countered, her gaze unwavering from Luo Fancheng, aware of the unspoken thoughts swirling in her heart. Could it be that her senior brother was naturally endowed with a soul strength superior to others? Bai Yingwei's mouth fell agape in shock. Did this fellow have no shortcomings in his cultivation? Don't run away, brother owl. With the blood-tooth boar now lying in a pool of its own blood. The ghost-faced owl, sensing the dire situation, immediately flapped its wings to flee. Senior brother, don't chase after it. We cannot ascend to the air before reaching the 6th ring. We are unable to contend with flying soul beasts, Bai Yingwei cautioned. Luo Fancheng smiled at her. Sister, allow me to showcase a new technique I've been developing. He leapt into the air, his martial spirit manifesting instantly. His form resembling that of a dragon, as azure crystalline scales enveloped him, drawing nearer to the ghost-faced owl. However, he ultimately fell short of the required distance, causing the owl to emit a mocking cry, its pupils gleaming with derision. Now is the time. Luo Fancheng raised his palm, and an azure dragon illusion spiraled within it, resembling a miniature version of the little loach. A swirling vortex of azure energy emerged, exerting a terrifying pull on the ghost-faced owl. Chapter 67. A disturbing skill. Soul-devouring hand. The excited silver-haired beauty. Upon sensing the gravitational pull below, the ghost-faced owl flapped its wings, attempting to ascend. Hey owl, don't leave just yet. Let us play a bit longer. Luo Fancheng exerted pressure from his palm, amplifying the suction force of the swirling azure vortex. He landed back on the ground, drawing the airborne ghost-faced owl closer. The owl emitted a sharp and urgent cry, all its previous arrogance and mockery replaced by an indescribable fear. It had not anticipated that this human, who could not fly, could pose such a significant threat. Desperately flapping its wings, it struggled against the overwhelming pull, its blood and soul power becoming disordered, threatening to burst from its body. Come here. Luo Fancheng grasped the owl in his hand, seizing its fate by the throat. The ghost-faced owl could not emit a cry, its eyes filled with terror as it flailed helplessly. Fear not, my friend. This is for your own good. You seem quite unhealthy, so let me draw a bit of blood for a checkup. The ghost-faced cat, eagle, struggled more fiercely, and I am well aware of my own health. With a swift motion, Luo Fancheng increased the suction power of the azure vortex in his right hand. The eagle's blood essence and soul power surged forth from its body, all pouring into the vortex. The azure vortex absorbed this new strength, gradually transforming into a blood-red whirlpool, its momentum continuously escalating. The beast's eyes flashed with despair and malice. How stingy, unable to even spare a drop of blood. Then allow me to return the favor. Luo Fancheng sighed, and then the vortex unleashed all the accumulated potential energy in a tumultuous eruption. Boom! The blood essence exploded, dazzlingly bright. The ghost-faced cat, eagle, didn't even have time to scream before it was sent flying, crashing into the thicket, lifeless. Brother Eagle, how can you not withstand your own blood? Luo Fancheng shook his head. After the vortex released its might, it reverted back to azure, slowing down and dissipating. Senior brother. You. Bai Yingwei stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished. She never imagined that Luo Fancheng having just completed a month and a half of cultivation, could effortlessly annihilate a soul beast over 2,000 years old. After all, he had only just reached the 20th level, excluding those exceptional talents like Li Hongpeng. Even those who had just entered the 30th level would not be capable of such feats. Especially that move, the aerial capture of the eagle, was extraordinarily fierce. The female pope, with her phoenix-like gaze, was still reminiscing about the technique Luo Fancheng had just demonstrated, which left her utterly impressed. Luo Fancheng brushed off the black feather stuck to his palm and turned with a smile. "Junior sister, what do you think of my newly developed technique?" Bai Yingyue swallowed hard. "Senior brother, are you certain that this monstrous move was created by you? What else could it be?" Luo Fancheng shrugged. "I haven't been alone with Wei Yang these days, nor could she possibly have secretly taught me such skills behind her back." "No way," Bai Yingyue responded, somewhat incredulous. Turning to the female pope for confirmation. "Teacher, if I am not mistaken, that technique of senior brothers can already rival secret skills, right?" The female pope fixed her gaze on Luo Fancheng and spoke. "This move of his condenses soul power into a vortex in his palm, generating a sucking force capable of devouring the enemy's soul power and blood essence. Simultaneously, the potential energy from the rotating soul power and the absorbed blood essence accumulates in his palm, ready to erupt at any moment. This seemingly simple and rough technique lacks the finesse of secret skills, yet it possesses both control and explosive power, far more domineering than most secret techniques. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, as Fancheng's martial soul evolves, this sucking power will likely become even more formidable, both control and output, and it can continuously strengthen." "This is quite monstrous," Bai Yingyue remarked, her lips parting in surprise. "Senior brother, if your martial soul evolves further, won't this move be considered a divine skill?" The female pope nodded gently, not denying it. Luo Fancheng released his martial soul, and a majestic azure-scaled serpent floated through the air, devouring the blood-toothed pig and the ghost-faced cat eagle's remains, along with their soul rings. Upon glancing back, he chuckled. "Junior sister, what are you doing?" Bai Yingyue lowered her head, her fair palm continuously attempting to channel soul power into a vortex. But to no avail. Not only did it lack suction, but also dissipated in less than a second. Frustrated, her white rabbit-like figure quivered, her lovely legs fidgeted, and her black boots stomped in vexation, concluding her attempts with disappointment. This is simply impossible to replicate." The female pope shook her head. "Give up, Yingyue." Bai Yingyue bit her lip. "Teacher, I followed your analysis step by step. Why is it still ineffective? Have you not realized? Your senior brother possesses not only a unique martial soul, but also soul power with devouring attributes. This ability to devour is the key to mastering that technique." Years ago, Bai Yingyue had been proclaimed a saintess, effortlessly dominating countless divine hall prodigies, unaware of what it truly meant to have a rival. However, after encountering Luo Fancheng, she profoundly experienced the suffocating sensation that those she had once overwhelmed must have felt. With a sigh in her heart, Bai Yingyue thought, "Let destruction come. Living alongside such a monster is exhausting." Raising her beautiful eyes, she caught sight of the young man's upright figure and his handsome profile. Her heart raced as if it skipped a beat, momentarily dazed. "Oh, I seem to no longer feel tired." Bai Yingyue bit her lip, deciding to let it go. What was the point of competing with such a monster? Accepting her limitations, she resolved to integrate rather than resist. Boom! The azure-scaled serpent's aura surged. Its 2-meter-long body expanded to 2.5 meters, its appearance growing more majestic. The azure, crystalline scales sparkled, radiating a tricolored glow, with subtle changes beginning to manifest in its abdomen, head, and tail. Luo Fancheng felt overjoyed, filled with a sense of accomplishment. It was no small feat, after all. He had nurtured it from infancy. Perhaps I misspoke, but regardless, he had been the one to feed it. Bai Yingyue sighed repeatedly. Who would have thought that the tiny black mud loach, merely the size of a palm, could grow to this extent in less than 2 months? It's simply miraculous. I wonder how the 4 offerings and Huang Yin will react upon witnessing this. The female pope replied calmly. They will likely wish to eliminate him. Bai Bai Yue's smile froze. Indeed, given the tyrannical nature of the four offerings, they would undoubtedly spare no effort to eradicate any threats. In contrast, Huang Yin would likely boast, "A large ant is still just an ant. If you dare, come challenge me. Even with one hand behind my back, I can suppress you with ease." The female Pope's cold gaze remained silent. "It matters not. If necessary, I shall intervene. Let's proceed." Luo Fancheng beckoned the two exquisite beauties to delve deeper into the forest. His little loach still had room for evolution and growth, yet to reach its limits. "I sense that your second soul ring will be no less than 3,500 years old," Bai Yue remarked in disbelief. "A second soul ring of 3,500 years is outrageous. Many elite soul masters do not even have a fourth soul ring that reaches 3,000 years. Luo Fancheng blinked and patted her shoulder. "Sister, be a bit bolder. For 1,000 years is not out of the question." Bai Yue's cheeks flushed at the term sister. "By the way, senior brother, does that move you just perform have a name?" Luo Fancheng replied, "Dragon sucks water." "Umph. How unremarkable and lacking in dominance," Bai Yue retorted disdainfully, rolling her eyes. "Now I understand why you always call it a little loach. You are terrible at naming." "Then name it for me," Luo Fancheng grinned. "Let me think," Bai Yue murmured, her cherry lips pursing thoughtfully, a hand concealing the swimming dragon, swallowing blood essence. "Devouring soul power, swimming dragon devours soul hand sounds fitting." The female pope nodded. "Well done." Luo Fancheng laughed. "Yet I still feel that dragon sucks water holds a certain charm." "What a stubborn fool you are." Bai Yue shot him a fierce glance. "Even your martial soul is referred to as the Azure Dragon. Calling it a little loach is truly a disservice." Luo Fancheng smirked, deliberately teasing her. As for the name-swimming dragon devours soul, it was primarily based on his cultivation of the ancestral dragon devouring heaven technique. It was this technique that granted the little loach its unique sucking power, allowing for such rapid advancement. He sensed that as his own soul power increased and the little loach continued to evolve, even more monstrous techniques could be developed. Unbeknownst to the trio wandering through the forest, a mysterious silver-haired woman, adorned with an enigmatic golden mask and bare lotus feet, was becoming increasingly impatient. Raising her delicate wrist, she released a small silver dragon. Chapter 68. The terrifying speed of advancement. This man must not be let go. "Wow, this is utterly monstrous." Bai Yue gaped in disbelief, watching ahead as even a soul beast of this caliber could be effortlessly subdued by her senior brother. The female Pope's eyes shimmered with astonishment. The setting sun cast its fading light over the dense forest. A massive, venomous scorpion, several meters long, crashed to the ground. Its tough blue-gray shell shattered, oozing dark purple blood. The scorpion's tail, with its venomous stinger, seemed to have been wrenched off by brute force, discarded far away, corroding a patch of green shrubbery. The battle was concluded. Luo Fancheng felt the mythical Qilin pattern on his back fade away, his crystalline scales dissipating, while the azure vortex in his palm transformed into countless particles of light that vanished into thin air. The azure-scaled serpent spirit emerged from his body. After hunting down the bloodfang boar and the ghost-faced cat eagle, Luo Fancheng spent half a day helping it absorb several soul beasts. The most formidable being a six-armed, mountain-moving ape aged 3,400 years. Its size had now grown to over 3 meters. Calling it merely a snake seemed inadequate, as Azure Python was far more fitting. After consuming the 4,000-year blue poison evil tail scorpion, the little mudfish should be satiated, requiring some time to digest. The mystical Azure Python opened its mouth, inhaling the scorpion's blood essence and soul rings, when Bai Yue, with her lively purple ponytail bouncing, came bounding over. "Big pervert, I'm here." Luo Fancheng twitched the corner of his mouth. "Junior sister, if you can't speak properly, it would be wise to say less." "Umph," Bai Yue pouted. "You're the pervert, a big one at that, defeating a 4,000-year soul beast at just level 20. Are you trying to make it impossible for others to survive?" Luo Fancheng corrected her. "Strictly speaking, I should be considered level 23. It makes no difference." Bai Yue replied, exasperated. even at level 30. Look at Li Hongpong struggling against a 1,000-year soul beast. Why compare me to that sycophant? Oomph. Bai Yingyue placed her hands on her hips. Well, the soul ring I absorbed 2.5 months ago was also 4,000 years old, and I am a saintess. Do I have no dignity? I do not compete with women. Luo Fancheng shook his head. Bai Yingyue puffed out her cheeks. So you look down on women, huh? Be careful, or I might just unleash my girl power and smash your head. Luo Fancheng's gaze casually drifted to the shapely figure of the girl in a short skirt. Junior sister, times have changed. There will be no more chances for you to ride on my back. If you keep acting up, I might just spank you. Hey, you rogue. Bai Yingyue's cheeks flushed red, trying to maintain her composure, but her heart fluttered uncontrollably. This guy was progressing at an alarming rate, far too fast. By the time he added his second soul ring, his strength might surpass her, the saintess. She had been cultivating for nearly 2 years, while Luo Fancheng had barely spent 2 months. How terrifying. The azure python, now 3 meters long, inflated its massive body, its breath agitated, its scales shimmering erratically, clearly suffering from indigestion. Luo Fancheng remained calm, observing the situation, which aligned with his expectations. Boom! The python spirit finally completed the absorption, expanding to 3 meters and 3 centimeters. Its scales became more distinct, the patterns more exquisite, radiating a tricolored brilliance that reached its peak intensity. Luo Fancheng nodded in satisfaction, realizing he also needed to seek out source stones to evolve the Qinglian spirit. He couldn't favor one over the other. He felt that if the Qinglian spirit evolved into 12 petals, the surprise it would bring would be no less than that of the little mudfish. Turning to the stunning beauty in a golden dress, he spoke. Wei Yang, could you assist me in finding a 5,000-year fire attribute soul beast? I wish to give it a try. 5,000 years? Brother, are you trying to shock us to death? Bai Yingyue exclaimed, her mind flooded with questions. The female pope remained composed, her cold phoenix eyes fixed on him. Have you made your decision? Luo Fancheng nodded. Indeed. All right. The female pope closed her eyes, an immense wave of spiritual energy radiating outward. Luo Fancheng chuckled. Indeed, behind every successful man stands a powerful woman. Earlier, the random encounters with soul beasts were due to the little mudfish's non-discriminatory nature, but now he was too picky about the appropriate soul rings. Fortunately, with the female pope by his side, the search was both efficient and effortless. If it were anyone else, even a princess, they would not have such luxurious conditions. A powerhouse like the female pope would not easily serve as a radar scanner for others. The female pope opened her eyes, her phoenix gaze sparkling. Fancheng, you are fortunate. I have discovered a superb 5,000-year soul beast with an exquisite bloodline. It is well suited for you, but this creature will undoubtedly surpass other soul masters of the same level. It all depends on whether you can defeat it. Luo Fancheng's interest was piqued. As the three of them moved a few steps forward, a sharp pain shot through Luo Fancheng's neck, as if something had bitten him. Upon touching it, he felt blood seeping from a small puncture. Frustration bubbled within him. Damn, not again. The female pope immediately scanned the surroundings, shaking her delicate brows. I did not sense anyone nearby. Brother, did you accidentally scratch yourself somewhere? Bai Yingyue inquired, puzzled. If there were a powerful presence that even the teacher couldn't detect, it wouldn't be biting you like a mosquito. Luo Fancheng was certain. This was no accident. Something was definitely biting him, yet he lacked evidence. I can't shake the feeling that a pair of lecherous eyes is watching me from the shadows. The female pope, unfazed, declared, let us pursue that rare soul beast suitable for you first. If it escapes, finding a second one will be challenging. In the place the trio had just vanished, a pair of immaculate lotus-like feet stepped out of the void, followed by the enchanting silhouette of a woman in a black dress. The golden-faced woman, with her cold silver eyes, locked onto the direction Luo Fancheng had taken, her ethereal voice echoing. Oh, lecherous eyes? She looked down, the tiny silver dragon in her palm dissipating, revealing a drop of fresh blood from Luo Fancheng, which she eagerly placed between her moist red lips. The drop of blood entered her mouth. Her alluring body trembled violently, as if electrified, and a peculiar, chilling voice escaped her throat. The once lifeless silver eyes came alive, radiating brilliant light. The thin bloodline became rich and viscous. I did not misjudge. His bloodline. His bloodline is indeed evolving. How is it possible? How can a mere mortal defy the heavens to such an extent? The light in the woman's silver eyes shifted. Despair faded, replaced by hope. This man must not be let go. Chapter 69. Exceptional Soul Beast. A devious drama. Pure love warriors will prevail. As the sun set and the moonlight flowed like water, cascading over the darkened sky onto the soul beast oasis, the night grew silent. A lone man and two women traversed the jungle of the oasis. The female pope led the way, her devilishly enchanting figure wrapped in palace attire gliding effortlessly, while Bai Ingwe, with her long, fair legs, nimbly navigated the branches like a nocturnal sprite. Luo Fancheng swore he truly could not match the speed of the two women. He had no choice but to sprint to keep up. His heart was not on the beauties before him. He was solely focused on finding a soul beast. However, the sight of the girls ahead, their soft waists, curvaceous figures, and long legs, was all too distracting, making his head spin. Sighing, he shook his head, wishing to ignore it. But it was a struggle. Just a couple hundred more meters to the left. The female pope turned back, her throat vibrating, her slightly parted lips producing an icy, commanding tone. Ah, the navigation from my past life has returned, just missing Wei Yang to serve you. Luo Fancheng mused. Suddenly, a strange roar echoed from ahead. Wow, what's going on up ahead? Are they fighting? Luo Fancheng inquired. The female pope remained silent, her expression somewhat off. Confused, Luo Fancheng wondered what could render her speechless, especially given the peculiar sound of the beast's roar. As they reached the source of the roar, the trio stealthily perched among the treetops. Luo Fancheng parted the foliage to witness an astonishing scene. What the hell? Is this really happening? Before them stood a creature with the head of a dragon and the body of a lion, its golden fur gleaming, its claws pinning down a massive white wolf. The white wolf struggled and whimpered, while the dragon lion, far from being enraged, grew increasingly excited, its roars rising in intensity. Luo Fancheng's understanding of the animal kingdom was completely challenged. Cats had their ways, dogs had theirs. But what on earth did it mean for a lion to dominate a wolf? With a swift motion, a massive white wolf emerged from the side, clutching a bloodied gray rabbit in its jaws. Upon witnessing the scene before it, the wolf dropped its prey in shock, its green eyes ablaze with fury. How dare they? A wave of sympathy washed over Luo Fancheng as he imagined the virtuous wolf wife resting at home, while the nefarious dragon lion took advantage of her absence. The diligent wolf husband, upon returning from a hunt, discovered his home violated, his wife subjected to unspeakable torment. The white wolf roared in indignation, a tempest of wrath surging forth as it lunged at the moving dragon lion with bared fangs. The dragon lion remained unperturbed, continuing its path. Luo Fancheng was astonished. Was this a tragic yet romantic demise? Boom! The white wolf howled in agony as it was sent flying. Luo Fancheng and the female pope stood stunned, utterly unprepared for the revelation that the one retaliating was the oppressed female wolf, suddenly turning to deliver a fierce blow to the male wolf. Oh! The male wolf looked down at its scorched belly, its emerald eyes reflecting a mix of confusion, disbelief, and profound sorrow. The female wolf, now a fearsome sight, ignored him completely, and the dragon lion, by chance, turned its head, revealing a sinister grin. What a spectacle! Luo Fancheng was shaken, realizing the female wolf had been attempting to resist all along. The male wolf, unwilling to concede, charged valiantly against two foes, yet was repeatedly repelled, its body accumulating numerous wounds, its white fur stained crimson. With another fierce charge, the dragon lion's hooves ignited with dark red flames, effortlessly swatting the wolf aside. Thud! The white wolf crashed against a tree, trembling as it struggled to rise. It emitted a mournful howl, clinging to the last vestige of hope. Come back, my beloved. Whatever troubles we face, we shall confront them together. But despair met it instead, as the dragon lion and female wolf reveled in their triumph. They were inseparable. lost in each other's embrace. The white wolf, in utter devastation, turned to flee, but after a few frantic steps, resolutely spun back, launching a desperate suicidal charge. The formidable dragon lion, growing impatient, swiped a paw, unleashing a torrent of dark red flames upon the male wolf. The wolf could not withstand it, engulfed in searing fire. It trembled in pain, yet remained steadfast, refusing to yield or cry out, its gaze fixed on the dragon lion and female wolf. The two continued their relentless pursuit. How infuriating! Up in the treetops, Luo Fancheng trembled with indignation. When would the pure-hearted warrior rise? Now, a blinding light, akin to a falling star, streaked into the forest, striking the dragon lion as it attempted to flee. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed, and the dragon lion was thrown back, crashing to the ground, its belly exposed, blood gushing forth as it let out a pained howl. It glared at the intruder, a human cloaked in azure crystalline scales, its fury reaching a boiling point. The female wolf, a tempest of rage, bared its fangs and roared. Luo Fancheng, undaunted by the threat, turned his penetrating gaze to the white wolf, still ablaze, yet silent. Today, you shall not perish. With a swift motion, he summoned a swirling azure dragon from his palm, harnessing a terrifying force that drew in all the dark red flames. The battered white wolf, determined, remained propped up on its legs, its eyes filled with confusion over the human's actions. Luo Fancheng shifted his focus back to the two towering soul beasts before him. You must perish, brother. That's a 5,000-year-old infernal flame dragon lion and a 2,000-year-old snowy domain ice wolf. Be careful. White Ingwe warned from the treetops. No matter. Luo Fancheng shook his head, uncertain if he could be called a pure-hearted warrior, but he understood the consensus among true men. The bull-headed must die. With a firm stomp, a violet ring glimmered. Soul skill, burning flame armor. In an instant, dazzling azure scales enveloped him, transforming from feet to head into a vibrant crimson. The armor encased him, and within the crimson scales, it felt as if magma coursed through him, flames licking at his skin. The divine pattern of a qilin flowed across his back. The infernal flame dragon lion and snowy domain ice wolf, infused with the scent of blood, charged at him. Luo Fancheng, embodying the ferocity of a beast, propelled himself forward, shattering the ground beneath him like a cannonball. Chapter 70. An unusual combat style. The ice wolf kneels, the female pope's astonishment. Get lost. Luo Fancheng's fist struck out with unparalleled violence. The front limbs of the snowy domain ice wolf shattered into a mist of blood, flesh and bones scattering in all directions as it was sent flying with a yelp. The dragon lion was upon him, its hooves ablaze with dark red flames. Descending from above, Luo Fancheng opened his hand, striking upward. Boom! The sound of the explosion reverberated as their forces clashed. Compared to the dragon lion's massive paw, Luo Fancheng's hand seemed diminutive on entirely different levels. The dragon lion's vertical pupils glimmered with disdain. This mere human dared to be so audacious, to directly confront its hellfire, and would soon be reduced to ashes. Azure Dragon, Soul Devour. With a swift motion, Luo Fancheng's palm, cloaked in flame armor, spiraled with the Azure Dragon, drawing in the torrents of hellfire. The dragon lion's eyes widened in shock as its disdain evaporated, replaced by sheer terror. Its hellfire could be siphoned by a human. Simultaneously, the chaotic energy within it began to stir. Boom! The infernal flame dragon lion's aura surged violently, and Luo Fancheng was thrust backward, astonished at what lay before him. The dragon lion's limbs transformed entirely into searing dark red flames, roaring skyward like a lioness roar or a dragon's chant. The grudge of a slain brother would not be forgotten. It charged back, and Luo Fancheng realized that the creature's limbs had become entirely flame-formed, rendering physical damage ineffective as it passed right through him, while its flames could still scorch him. Elemental transformation? Immunity to physical damage? This ability was truly monstrous. Luo Fancheng licked his lips, his eyes ablaze with insatiable greed. Finally understanding why the female pope deemed this soul beast of a superior bloodline. White Ingwe's voice cut through. Brother, this is its innate soul skill, flame transformation, which can last for 15 minutes. Understood. Luo Fancheng summoned all his strength to engage the infernal flame dragon lion. His azure lotus martial spirit emerging to unleash waves of healing green light. The most formidable aspect of the azure dragon, Soul Devourer, lay in its effect on flesh and soul power. With the opponent's flesh engulfed in flames, its resistance to the siphoning increased tremendously. Yet Luo Fancheng continued to draw forth the flames, while simultaneously absorbing energy from its other parts. With each touch, he drained its vitality, replenished by the azure lotus. And though his armor was battered and he bore numerous injuries, his vitality surged with every strike. The infernal flame dragon lion, filled with dread, felt its spine chill. Terrifying. Too terrifying. This human was unlike any it had torn apart before. Even though it initially held an advantage, its aura waned, its golden fur losing its luster, and the flames on its limbs flickered ominously. It let out a fearful roar, summoning the female wolf, whose front limb had been shattered, for assistance. The female wolf charged in, undaunted, while the dragon lion seized the opportunity to flee, unwilling to confront this bizarre human any longer, even at the cost of losing its companion. Get lost. Luo Fancheng kicked the female wolf aside. This 1,000-year-old soul beast was no match for him. He aimed at the escaping dragon lion. At that moment, his palm swerved by Ingwe leaped down from the treetops, exclaiming with delight, Senior brother, you are truly formidable. Even the 5,000-year-old infernal flame dragon lion has been defeated by you. I was just about to step in to assist you. Luo Fancheng chuckled. I've suddenly realized that any enemy who cannot defeat me in an instant will eventually be worn down by me. Bai Ingwe pouted, though she didn't want to admit it. He indeed had a point. With both offensive and restorative capabilities, his fighting style was utterly bizarre. Who could withstand it? It is no exaggeration to say that those sinister soul masters who rely on blood-sucking techniques would weep uncontrollably upon encountering your dragon's soul-devouring hand. I feel you're even more diabolical and domineering than they are. Ingwe, don't speak indiscriminately, the high priestess admonished coldly. Fancheng's technique is grand and majestic. It bears no resemblance to the ominous and malevolent aura of Soul Master. They are incomparable. Bai Ingwe playfully stuck out her tongue. Is it not permissible for me to make a jest? You are too protective of this insufferable fellow. The high priestess cast a sidelong glance, causing Bai Ingwe to quickly press her lips together, adopting a demure demeanor. What is senior brother planning? Luo Fancheng did not immediately absorb the soul ring, which puzzled the two lovely ladies as he dragged the hind legs of the mother wolf along the ground, bringing it before the white male wolf and tossed it over. This beast is not my concern. I leave it to you to deal with. The male wolf, with its weak green eyes, was incredulous that Luo Fancheng cared about its feelings as it staggered towards the mother wolf, extending its sharp claws towards her throat. At the last moment, it hesitated, its gaze filled with conflict. Turning around, the fiercely proud Snow Domain Ice Wolf surprisingly knelt before Luo Fancheng. You're not begging me to spare her, are you? The white wolf nodded, lowering itself even further, utterly humble. Goodness, what shall we do about the mother wolf's infidelity? The male wolf pondered. Of course, one must forgive her. Luo Fancheng was taken aback. Could such a thing truly be forgiven? I respect you for being a true wolf. But to be honest, your situation is not without reason. You deserve it, you pitiful creature. Luo Fancheng nodded as the male wolf bowed its head, emitting a mournful howl, its final breath slowly fading away. Meanwhile, the mother wolf, as if granted amnesty, desperately dragged her 3 remaining legs, fleeing from this demon. Heh, Luo Fancheng sneered, vanishing in a flash, reappearing above the mother wolf, and with a single kick, shattered her spine. Crack! The mother wolf cried out in agony before succumbing to death. The male wolf stared wide-eyed at the scene, and Luo Fancheng shook his head. I apologize. While you may forgive her, my temper cannot. With a wave of his hand, He summoned the green lotus martial spirit, and beams of green healing light shot forth, suspending the male wolf's last breath. Its vitality gradually restored, and its burned flesh began to heal, shimmering white for sprouting anew. The male wolf's green eyes brimmed with disbelief. If she had not abandoned you to flee alone, I might have spared her. You fool! If you are foolish enough to seek revenge on my behalf for such a wretched creature, I will spare you today. But I will surely kill you tomorrow. Oh, the snow domain ice wolf shook its head repeatedly, its kneeling limbs moving on the ground, humbly bowing before Luo Fancheng. Refusing to rise, Bai Yingwei was utterly astounded, having never witnessed such a scene before. It was simply unfathomable. The high priestess also did not expect Luo Fancheng's charisma to extend to beasts. Hidden in the shadows, the exquisite woman with a golden mask reflected the scene of the ice wolf kneeling, her silver eyes shimmering with an extraordinary light. Begone, watching the sycophant, no? This licking wolf is quite bothersome. Luo Fancheng waved his hand and approached the deep purple soul ring, sitting down to begin his absorption. His heart filled with anticipation for the soul skill he was about to acquire. HM? The high priestess suddenly gasped, appearing before the infernal flame dragon lion with a flicker, her phoenix eyes revealing surprise. Chapter 71. The special luck of the emperor, Di Weiyong. Marry him, and you will no longer feel sour. Bai Yingwei focused intently on Luo Fancheng, her beautiful eyes brimming with worry. Throughout history, the maximum limit for a second soul ring was 900 years. Even in exceptional cases, it could never exceed 5 times that. The thought of attempting to add a 5,000-year soul ring was terrifying, even chilling. No, when compared to absorbing the soul ring, it was even more astonishing that senior brother, with his level 20 strength, could slay the 5,000-year infernal flame dragon lion. At this moment, she noticed the high priestess's unusual reaction and quietly inquired, "What is it, teacher?" The high priestess fixed her gaze on the dragon lion's corpse. "Yingwei, come here." Bai Yingwei's heart stirred with curiosity. Could it be a soul bone? As she approached and looked down, she saw a dark red glow near the dragon lion's abdomen. It seemed to conceal something. No way. It truly is a soul bone. Bai Yingwei's eyes widened in shock, her delicate face filled with disbelief. How could a 5,000-year soul beast possibly yield a soul bone? The high priestess slowly shook her head. It is possible, though the probability is exceedingly low. Bai Yingwei struggled to contain her astonishment. A 1 in 1,000 chance. And we happen upon it? No, the high priestess corrected. It was not mere chance. It is all your senior brother's fortune. Bai Yingwei's body trembled. Indeed, what did it have to do with her? Before meeting Luo Fancheng, her fortunes had been dire. When hunting soul beasts, let alone yielding soul bones. Even finding mere fragments of bones was a challenge. "Teacher, what soul bones have you obtained from hunting soul beasts?" "Heh," the high priestess scoffed, seemingly self-deprecating. "Aside from soul beasts over 10,000 years old, of all the 10,000-year soul beasts I have slain, not a single one has ever yielded a soul bone." Bai Yingwei's expression suddenly brightened. Was it merely bad luck for her and the high priestess? Surely not. They were both ordinary individuals, and in terms of talent and opportunity, they could be considered chosen by fate. Clearly, it was Luo Fancheng who was extraordinarily unusual. At this moment, Bai Yingwei remembered that the last time, the 700-year-old mighty magic ape, slain by Luo Fancheng, had also yielded a left-arm soul bone. Compared to that rare occurrence, this 1 in 1,000 chance seemed less surprising, almost like a common occurrence. Holding her head in her hands, Bai Yingwei felt an overwhelming shock that words could not convey. Heavens! This is utterly insane. What unprecedented luck does senior brother possess? The high priestess had already recognized the issue earlier. Once might be a coincidence. But could 2 such improbable events still be deemed coincidence? When 2 nearly impossible occurrences collide, it transcends coincidence and reveals the truth. The high priestess calmly concluded, "Yingwei, your senior brother likely harbors unimaginable fortune. Teacher, you know me. I have never envied anyone in my life, truly." Bai Yingwei gazed at Luo Fancheng with a sour expression, tears almost welling in her eyes. Since childhood, her life had been fraught with calamity. Her parents had perished at the hands of soul masters, and she had joined the High Priestess's palace due to her unique yin-yang martial spirit, repeatedly targeted by the favored son of the palace. Thankfully, she had the High Priestess's backing, so she was not afraid of him. Comparing her experiences and fortunes with Luo Fancheng's was like comparing the heavens to the earth. The disparity was too great. Frustratingly, it seemed the man had only been training for less than 2 months. Yet the soul ring he had acquired was already stronger than her fourth soul ring, were it not for her secret techniques and advantages in soul power levels, as well as her significant boosts under the moonlight. Luo Fancheng might have already been able to overpower her. But how long could these advantages last? Given his terrifying rate of soul power enhancement and martial spirit evolution, it wouldn't be long before she would be left helpless, clutching her head in defeat. The confidence of the saintess was severely undermined, and jealousy ignited within her. She felt both joy and envy. With her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Bai Ingwe lamented, "Teacher, this guy is just too perfect. Does he have no flaws at all?" The high priestess replied, "I have not discovered any. If you find one, do be sure to inform me." As Luo Fancheng absorbed the soul ring, he could still hear the conversations from the outside world. Were there flaws? Certainly. Every person has their shortcomings. He had a fondness for women, particularly those with alluring figures, ample bosoms, curvaceous hips, and long, elegant legs. He sighed inwardly. Was it his fault? He merely shared the same interests as most men, albeit they often concealed their desires for various reasons. He, however, dared to confront his true feelings. If he liked someone, he would pursue them. Hesitation was for the defeated. In his previous life, he had acted on this principle, and now, with newfound abilities at his disposal, he felt even less need to hold back. Alas, he lamented the plight of the fortunate, who found healing in their childhoods, while the unfortunate spent a lifetime mending their past wounds. He was merely a man who had endured solitude from a young age, striving to heal his loveless upbringing throughout his life. Having experienced hardship himself, he yearned to provide shelter for the world's lonely women. Yet, with limited energy, he prioritized rescuing the beautiful sisters, for they were more susceptible to deceit and harm. It was not mere lust. He felt a moral obligation to protect them. As for the remaining men and women, he hoped that others of kind heart would lend a hand. Bai Ingwe let out an adorable exclamation. "So sour, it's unbearable." "Rest assured, you are neither the first nor the last to feel this way," the priestess consoled with a stoic expression. "If you marry him, you won't feel sour anymore." "What?" Bai Ingwe froze momentarily, then stamped her foot in playful indignation. "What are you saying? I refuse to marry this filthy guy. Even rabbits don't eat near their burrows." The priestess merely observed her in silence. Bai Ingwe, feeling the weight of the gaze, lowered her flushed face to glance at her ample bosom, her toes lightly tapping the ground in nervousness, her voice barely a whisper. Not to mention that was terrifying. According to the descriptions in the tome, it was asymmetrical. Something was bound to go wrong. Suddenly, blood spilled from Luo Fancheng's mouth, his body enveloped in a chaotic purple aura, his breath unstable. "Senior brother," Bai Ingwe exclaimed anxiously. "Teacher, what is wrong with him?" The priestess replied, "Your senior brother possesses an innate strength of spirit. It's likely he heard our conversation while absorbing the soul ring." "What?" Bai Zinguet skin taiten. Remembering her earlier words, she felt utterly mortified, her snow-white toes digging into the ground. However, her stockings had already been torn last time, leaving her with no choice but to claw at the shoe sole. "Don't worry, you'll be fine." Before the priestess could finish, the azure lotus spirit emerged, radiating a healing light as Luo Fancheng neared the end of his absorption. Bai Ingwe bit her lip. Her concerns were no longer for his safety. How utterly embarrassing. He had heard everything. "Teacher, let me see which part of the soul bone this is." Bai Ingwe shifted the topic, crouching down to inspect the dark red glow emanating from the belly of the Hellfire Dragon Lion. "Oh, how? How can it look like this?" Bai Ingwe jumped back in shock, pointing at the unusually shaped soul bone, her red lips moving but unable to form words. The priestess glanced over, her pupils contracting in surprise, hesitating to reach for it. Chapter 72. The peculiar external soul bone, the flower girl, gains a divine technique. Boom! Luo Fancheng erupted with energy, opening his eyes as he rose. He had officially broken through to the 21st level, becoming a second-tier Great Soul Master. 2 circles of shimmering purple soul rings danced beneath him, one light, one dark. His expression was somewhat hesitant, lost in thought. Bai Yingwei fidgeted, unable to meet his gaze. The priestess inquired, "Fancheng, what are you pondering?" Luo Fancheng responded, "In that brief moment, I felt something unusual. It seemed the little loach could devour and digest the soul rings I had just attached. Not only can it absorb soul beast rings, but can also consume its masteress." Bai Yingwei, with her inherently curious nature, could hardly contain her excitement and leaned closer, her cheeks flushed. Fascinating. The priestess smiled slightly. It was her first encounter with something so extraordinary. Luo Fancheng shook his head, dismissing further contemplation. The soul rings he had painstakingly attached were not something he would allow the little loach to consume, especially as it could not possibly eat anymore at this moment. Bai Yingwei gazed at the 2 purple soul rings beneath Luo Fancheng, mumbling, "What a freak. Another record has been broken. The second soul ring lasted 5,000 years, unprecedented, and likely unmatched in the future. How many will be shocked when this spreads?" "Hey, what's that?" Luo Fancheng noticed the peculiar red light flickering from the belly of the Hellfire Dragon Lion. "Thanks to your blessings, another soul bone has emerged," Bai Yingwei replied. Luo Fancheng inquired, "Then why didn't you take it out?" It's better if you retrieve it, senior brother." Bai Yingwei's face twitched, and the priestess's expression also grew somewhat awkward. Luo Fancheng sensed the strange atmosphere. Covering his palm with soul power, he reached into the dragon lion's belly. With a plop, a translucent dark red miniature bone was extracted, completely untainted by blood. However, the shape of this soul bone caused Luo Fancheng to shudder. The shape was rather distinctive. Holding it, he asked in astonishment, "What kind of bone is this?" Bai Yingwei stammered, "It doesn't belong to the normal limbs, torso, or skull. It should be the legendary external soul bone." "External soul bones look like this?" Luo Fancheng's mind buzzed. The shape of this soul bone was unmistakably that of an oversized golden needle mushroom. Bai Yingwei felt too embarrassed to continue, while the priestess stated coolly, "External soul bones are incredibly varied. They come in all shapes and sizes. Normal soul bones merge into the limbs, torso, and skull, while external soul bones manifest externally each time they are activated. In the White Tiger Empire, there was a renowned, extraordinary being, the Wind and Thunder Sovereign, who possessed a pair of winged, external soul bones. These bones could manipulate the powers of wind and thunder, significantly enhancing flight speed. More astonishingly, those external soul bones could absorb wind and thunder power for continuous evolution, something ordinary soul bones could never rival. Luo Fancheng grasped the extraordinary nature of external soul bones and looked down at the peculiar one he held. He nearly tossed it away in embarrassment. While others had wind and thunder wings, he was left with this ridiculous artifact, a sculpted bone, a golden needle bone, a giant mushroom bone. He finally understood why the 2 beautiful women hesitated to pick up this strange relic. "Senior brother, this external soul bone is a top-tier treasure of the continent. Why not try attaching it and see what powers it possesses?" Bai Yingwei's face lit up with mischief. She had figured it out, so long as she remained unembarrassed. The one in an awkward position would be her senior brother. Luo Fancheng's mouth twitched. "Attaching this thing anywhere will feel wrong. If it could meld into my bones, I might consider it, but having it manifest externally each time? What use is that? My second brother is unparalleled in the world. I don't need a third." Seeing Luo Fancheng's face shift between colors, unable to decide whether to throw it away or attach it, Bai Yingwei couldn't help but chuckle. "Senior brother, I can't tell if your luck is good or bad. You've uncovered a legendary external soul bone, yet it's rather abnormal." Luo Fancheng offered the soul bone. "Junior sister, you haven't attached a soul bone yet. How about I let you try?" Bai Yingwei's expression changed, as if she suddenly envisioned a massive carved cute girl, sending shivers down her spine, her smooth skin tightening. She repeatedly stepped back, shaking her hand. No, please don't. Don't be polite with your senior brother, Luo Fancheng teased, smirking. You're still too inexperienced to play tricks on me. Luo Fancheng shook his head. Enough, this is a precious treasure. Your senior brother wouldn't part with it. Bai Ingwe exclaimed in shock. Senior brother, don't be impulsive. Please don't act rashly for the sake of a treasure. Don't really fuse with it. The thought of her senior brother transforming into a two-headed dragon monster frightened her. She couldn't bear to lose her idol. Luo Fancheng tapped his fingers on her head. Speechless. What are you imagining, girl? This item has its own unique uses. Bai Ingwe curled her lips. What use can this broken soul bone have? Only a depraved dragon lion would produce such a vile soul bone. Luo Fancheng chuckled silently. To a normal man, this item would naturally be worthless. But for a man lacking something, its value could be considered the most precious treasure in the world. Since this world has empires, it must not lack eunuchs. TSK. Luo Fancheng commented. This soul bone isn't impressive, but I am quite satisfied with the soul skill it grants me. Bai Ingwe's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. What soul skill? Show me. Luo Fancheng couldn't help but smile, for he had actually acquired the coveted faith skill he had long dreamed of in his previous life. He had once stood on a park bench at night, fervently shouting and excitedly gesturing with his fists. Later, he discovered an old man sitting in the shadows, observing everything, which left Luo Fancheng feeling utterly embarrassed. He stood stiffly on the bench, at a loss, his toes nearly digging into the ground. To his surprise, the old man did not mock him, but sighed longingly. Youth is truly wonderful. I too was once passionate in my youth. However, the old man's beliefs were not aligned with that character. What is that? Little Fancheng couldn't help but ask, and the old man abruptly tossed aside his cane. Standing up with a serious expression, Young man, do you believe in light? Just as Luo Fancheng was about to suppress his smile and demonstrate the faith skill for Bai Ingwe, sounds of rustling from the nearby forest caught their attention, followed by the eager voice of a man. Gaga. Flower girls. 2 exquisite flower girls at that. Brothers, we are in for a treat today. The men will drain their vitality while the 2 beauties serve us. Kikik. Chapter 73. Eccentric Soul Master. Brother, I'm so scared. Enchantress. I will capture him. Bang. The ground shook as Luo Fancheng and the other saw a burly man with a bare upper body emerge from the bushes. His muscles were terrifyingly exaggerated. A ghastly pale color, an uncontrollable excitement was evident on his face, blood dripping from his exposed teeth. TSK, 2 flower girls and a young chick. Today is your unlucky day to encounter this grandmaster out hunting. Unlucky? Luo Fancheng's lips twitched. Did this muscle-bound man know who he was teasing? The burly man licked his bloody flesh and sneered. It seems you haven't realized the seriousness of your situation after encountering me. Black chicken, old corpse. Why are you still hiding? What are you waiting for? Are you going to wait for me to finish my leftovers? Swish. A man with a black face and sharp beak, as thin as a stick, darted out, covered in fine black hair. Gaga, who dares to charge forward like you? I prefer lurking in the shadows and striking from ambush. The burly man glared. Shut your beak, you black chicken. Gah. The black-faced man cursed. Big muscle bully. Say that again. My martial soul is the dark crow, not a chicken. If you want to fight, let's go. The burly man nodded. All right, little black chicken. You. Big muscle bully, little black chicken? What a peculiar combination. Luo Fancheng thought to himself. You can rob wealth or beauty, but can't you be more professional? Why are you fighting among yourselves first? A melodious and enchanting woman's laughter suddenly rang out. Black chicken, calm down. You know that all those muscles sacrifice intelligence, right? The muscle bully turned to berate. Old corpse. Do you believe I will twist off your 2 big lumps and kick them like balls? Boom. The grass beneath the muscle bully exploded as he activated his martial soul. For soul rings spinning around him, yellow and purple. Say that again. I dare you. Fight. Fight. Luo Fancheng heard a playful voice and caught a glimpse of Bai Ingwe waving her delicate fists as if eager for the spectacle. The sharp-beaked, black-faced man attempted to mediate. All right, big muscle. You were indeed too reckless this time. It's dangerous to recklessly reveal yourself without understanding the opponent's strength. I spit. You two are truly the shame of the evil soul masters. If you are scared, go home and play in the mud. Having reason doesn't mean you can call yourselves evil soul masters. Luo Fancheng was astonished. This guy actually had a point. The muscle bully pointed at them. A couple of kids and 2 women can scare you? What is there to be afraid of? Who do you think they are? I'm not afraid at all. If you have guts, charge at me. I really don't have guts, the youthful, voluptuous woman in the red dress shrugged. I don't have time for your nonsense. The pretty boy is for you, and that delicate beauty is for little black chicken. As for this mature and cold beauty. The muscle bully let out a cruel grin. No one should interfere. Let me handle this. I enjoy conquering this icy beauty. Muscle bully, calm down. I feel something is off. The black-faced man retreated a step, cautiously advising. Look at those 2 women and 1 man. They aren't scared of us at all. They aren't even running away. If they lack confidence, would they behave like this? You don't understand a thing. The muscle bully grinned. They are terrified by my imposing aura, frozen in place and waiting for death. Evil soul masters are evil, not foolish, you idiot. The black-faced man cursed inwardly, deciding to consult someone reliable. Old corpse, what do you think? There was no response. Strange. Why is there no sound? The black-faced man turned to find the red-dressed enchantress completely ignoring him. Her smoky eyes fixated on a single direction, Luo Fancheng's position. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Handsome. So handsome. Gulp. As the enchantress spoke, her throat moved, the sound of swallowing audible. The black chicken's face darkened, veins popping at his temples. I asked what you think, not whether he is handsome. Han Zomamun. It's over. Another one is down, the black chicken fumed. Can't you be a bit more ambitious? Haven't you seen a man before? The enchantress's smoky eyes ignited with fierce flames. I've seen men, but I've never seen one this handsome. He is absolutely exquisite. He is the man of my dreams. I must have him. I will possess him and toy with him ruthlessly. Oh no. The enchantress tossed her head, her hair swaying. I can't bear to drain such a gem. I want to maintain a sustainable relationship. The black chicken was left dumbfounded. It was normal for the muscle bully to forget his brain. But why was this usually rational woman acting so strangely? She's gone mad, completely gone mad. There is something wrong. Can't we be cautious? We only have one life. The muscle bully cursed. Stop whining. What are you afraid of? If they were powerful, they would have already come over to kill us. The enchanting woman's beautiful eyes glinted with malice. Today, should you dare to obstruct my path to my handsome younger brother, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. However, the ominous air cast by the 2 women and 1 man who remained motionless caught the attention of Wu Ji. Noticing their gaze, Buying Yue's tears streamed down her delicate lashes, and in a panic, she cried out, "Brother, run away, quickly." Luo Fancheng was utterly bewildered. His younger sister's actions left him in shock. What was she doing? Yue, feeling weak and feeble, pushed him urgently. "Brother, flee. The enemy is a terrifying evil soul master. Do not worry about me. My legs have gone numb. I cannot move. Are you putting on an act? Is this a performance?" Luo Fancheng pondered, looking toward the usually reliable high priestess, who coldly commanded, "Hurry. If we do not leave now, we shall all perish here." Wu Ji, filled with unease, remarked, "What a twisted sense of humor you two have. Even a high priestess would engage in such antics. Are we being baited?" It was evident that the 3 peculiar evil soul masters would meet their demise here if they did not depart. Yet, the meaning of her words clearly eluded them. Chapter 74. The Celestial descends, exploding the enchantress. The wild laughter of Ghost Muscle rang out, as he disdainfully glanced at Wu Ji. "See? I told you. Before I even lifted a finger, they crumbled in place." Nevertheless, Wu Ji felt a lingering doubt. The aura emanating from the 2 women was feeble, around the 3rd ring. The 2 young individuals were decent enough, but was it not a bit underwhelming for the icy lady of the same age? Something felt amiss. The woman in the red dress urged, "What nonsense! Look how terrified they are. Wu Ji, do not forget that the 7th-tier blood saint is right behind us. With him backing us, we need not fear anyone. If we do not seize this tender morsel now, the blood saint will swallow him whole." Veuillez composure shattered. These 2 were nothing but hindrances, One lusted for women, and the other for men. Both were losing their wits. The enchantress declared, "Ghost muscle, ignore this cowardly Wu Ji. Help me deal with that handsome brother. Why bother? A mere second-ring soul master doesn't warrant my attention." The enchantress fixated intensely on Luo Fancheng's visage, licking her lips and murmuring, "Capturing him is easy, but to do so without harming a single hair is a challenge. If you do not assist me, I will eliminate those two lovely ladies over there." "Very well. Let's end this swiftly." Luo Fancheng, at a loss for words, realized that being handsome was indeed a curse. He was the prime target for their aggression. Yet, did they truly not notice the 5,000-year-old hellfire lion and she-wolf he had just slain? Turning his head, he noticed nothing. Not even a trace of blood remained. It had to be the scheming high priestess's doing. He cast a suspicious glance her way. She urged, "Hurry, do not make unnecessary sacrifices." So it was all an act? Although Luo Fancheng yearned to test his newly acquired divine abilities, he knew he could not allow the two women to have their way. A man must be the master of his emotions, surprising women at opportune moments to evoke feelings within them. And now that time had come. Luo Fancheng, feigning terror, exclaimed, "Brave warriors, spare my brother. If there is any conflict, direct it towards them." Ghost Muscle roared with laughter, clapping Wu Ji on the shoulder. "Ha! Did you see that?" he asked, frightened. The enchantress scoffed, shaking her head. "I have no interest in timid men. However, for the sake of this ethereal appearance, I shall tolerate it." The high priestess and Bai Ingwe trembled slightly, astonished at Luo Fancheng. They had expected him to charge forward bravely. Instead, he had resorted to this unexpected maneuver. "Brother, how could you do this?" Bai Ingwe cried, tears brimming in her eyes as she attempted to strike him, only to find her leg entangled. She stumbled and fell onto the grass. "Sister, Oscar owes you a golden statuette." "I'm unwell," Luo Fancheng protested. The youthful enchantress grew even more animated. "No worries. I have a penchant for delicate young men. I am ill with a romantic affliction. Do not approach me." The high priestess, unable to maintain her cold demeanor, trembled, her red lips quivering, while Bai Ingwe's beautiful eyes shone with confusion. Was the performance so earnest? Had he no regard for his dignity? Luo Fancheng then displayed an even more audacious maneuver, abandoning the two beautiful women and fleeing. Reverse roles? You wish to escape? An ominous shadow of an old woman appeared behind the enchantress, her blood corpse spirit, with 4 soul rings of yellow and purple. She swiftly blocked Luo Fancheng's path. Under the menacing gaze of the woman, even the muscular man had no choice but to assist. "You seek conflict with me, do you?" Luo Fancheng halted, having stirred the emotions of the two women sufficiently. It was time for practical training, with 3 excellent sparring partners at hand. Ghost Muscle impatiently urged, "Yield now, or shall I give you a taste of pain?" Luo Fancheng's voice resonated, unleashing an explosive fury that left only a crater in his wake. Ghost Muscle's pupils widened as he instinctively attempted to defend himself, but it was too late. Bang! His rugged face contorted as a fist struck him, blood gushing forth, and he was sent crashing into a tree, which creaked under the impact. The audacity of this action stunned the 3 evil soul masters. The fiery enchantress was flabbergasted. One moment he had been timid, and then he unleashed a powerful attack. "You have no sense of martial ethics." With Ghost Muscle's spirit activated, he expanded to a towering 3 meters, resembling a pale beast, a true muscle titan, radiating immense vitality as he charged forward, while the woman manipulated her old woman's spirit to attack in concert. Boom! 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 Ghost Muscle and the enchantress grew increasingly alarmed. How could this young man contend with them at the 4th ring without even unleashing his spirit? Ghost Muscle bellowed, "Is this lad truly a second ring? What is that eerie red glow emanating from him? Calm down. Can anything be more bizarre than us evil soul masters?" The enchantress reassured confidently. "Good stamina signifies good fortune. Indeed, unless they can eliminate us soul masters in an instant, they must either flee or be drained of their essence." As Ghost Muscle unleashed his might, his back muscles undulated like a devil's maw, generating a force that sought to siphon Luo Fancheng's vitality. The seductive enchantress also maneuvered her spirit for a combined assault, her fingertips shimmering as a blood-red vortex appeared. Third spirit skill, bloodthirst. Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow, sensing the sensation of being drained of essence. Was this it? The force was insufficient, far weaker than a mere mudfish. As the young man appeared to falter, Wu Ji's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and desire. Should he stay or flee? He cast a sidelong glance at Bai Ingwe, who was indeed captivating and enchanting. When a man finds a woman to his liking, regardless of her deceitful nature, he will concoct justifications for himself. Wu Ji felt tempted. If the adversaries were indeed formidable, it would be too late to retreat now. Perhaps they were not as competent as they appeared. After a lifetime of caution, perhaps it was time to act impulsively for once. Boom! With his fourth ring dark raven spirit activated, his arms transformed into black feathered wings, and his lips morphed into an ebony beak. I made up my mind. You shall not feast alone. Huh! With a heart racing and trembling hands, Wu Ji, now enlightened, transformed into a striking shadow in the night sky, charging toward Luo Fancheng. In the instant he entered the dark battlefield, Wu Ji's black eyes reflected a dazzling, colossal fiery fist erupting from the center of the battlefield, flames surging toward him. He desperately attempted to halt his advance, crossing his arms to shield himself, but still, the golden-red fire fist struck him squarely. Don't! Boom! With a scream, Wu Ji was launched like a meteor, his eyes bulging in disbelief. The seductive enchantress and the ghastly figure were both sent flying, their attire singed in multiple places. Notably, the enchanting woman, with her alluring figure partially revealed, radiated an even more terrifying aura. Bai Ingwe could not help but exclaim, "Senior brother, did you just eliminate 3 4-ring evil spirit masters with a single strike?" Although their soul powers were disordered and their foundations weak, such brutality was astonishing. The new soul skill. The female pope, as cold gaze fixed on the center of the battlefield. The young man had already manifested his martial soul, exuding an air of majesty akin to a descending war god. After unleashing the blazing armor, his entire form appeared clad in crimson armor, with a radiant Qilin pattern shimmering on his back and 2 circles of purple soul rings encircling his feet. Most remarkably, his right arm had completely transformed into flame, with an outer blaze of red and an inner flame of dark gold. He diverted his gaze from the flames, slowly raising his head to confront the 3 formidable evil spirit masters who were clutching their chests from the impact. His inner fire burned intensely, yet his eyes remained eerily calm as he declared, "Second soul skill, Fire Fist." Chapter 75, Continuous Shock, more sinister than evil spirit masters? The enchantress wept in terror. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The alluring enchantress exclaimed incredulously, "How can a 2-ring great soul master possibly contend against the 3 of us? All 4-ring soul masters? Look at the soul rings beneath his feet," came the urgent voice of Wu Ji, filled with disbelief. As Gu Ji and the enchantress caught sight of Luo Fancheng's soul rings, their pupils constricted in utter astonishment. Purple, a 1,000-year soul ring? And the first 2 soul rings are also 1,000 years? This is inconceivable. The enchantress doubted her own senses, questioning whether she was dreaming. The pain in her chest from the impact was all too real. Guiji gasped, "Damn, this kid is too bizarre. Is this something a human can achieve?" The enchantress licked her crimson lips and chuckled. "I never expected this man to possess not only extraordinary looks, but also unprecedented talent. I certainly desire him even more now." Wu Ji retorted angrily, "You shameless woman. Are you so weak in the knees at the sight of a man? I'm out of here, not sticking around for this." Gu Ji spat blood, his tiger-like eyes filled with a murderous glint. "Little Wu Ji, what are you so afraid of? He has already used his second soul skill. He has no trump cards left. Shouldn't Tiwi seize the moment to take him down? What the hell? Do you think they're not escaping because they're so calm? There is definitely something fishy going on." Wu Ji turned to flee, unwilling to explain to his 2 lust-driven teammates. In the face of danger, one need only run faster than their companions. "Want to leave?" Luo Fancheng scoffed, bursting forth to block Wu Ji's path. Wu Ji's expression soured, a heightened sense of dread enveloping him. For his dark-feathered, crow martial soul granted him a sixth sense for impending doom. With a mournful face, he pleaded, "There's a reason for everything, my friend. Please, let me go. If there's a problem, take it up with those two." Seeing the four-ring evil spirit master capitulating, Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow, finding the situation quite amusing. It's not the strength of the villain that's worrisome, but the cunning of the villain. You're so clever. That's all the more reason not to let you go. Luo Fancheng swung his fiery fist forward. Wu Ji felt a chill sweep over him as the flames approached. Fourth soul skill, Dark Raven Assault. He transformed, his arms becoming black feathered wings, soaring into the air to evade the fire fist. His glinting claws tearing through the air toward Luo Fancheng. Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow. Is this the legendary crow flying? He bent his arm and swung, his fist morphing into a massive flame of extreme temperature, striking diagonally upward as a fiery shadow sword. Boom! Damn! How can you still use your second soul skill? Wu Ji's claws shattered as he let out a wail, being hurled away once more by the explosive force of the fire fist. Luo Fancheng smirked. His second soul skill was not a one-time attack. Once activated, it could sustain for approximately 15 minutes. Suddenly, he heard the sound of air being sliced as the enchanting woman and Gue Ji seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, simultaneously deploying their fourth soul skills. Soul Demon Dance. Bloodfiend Fist. The enchantress moved like a specter, creating several phantoms in midair, while Gue Ji's gigantic fist exuded a pungent, bloody odor. Boom! Luo Fancheng unleashed his fire fist, engulfing the phantoms in scorching flames, resulting in their anguished cries. Meanwhile, he raised his left hand to meet Gue Ji's fist. "You dare to take my Bloodfiend Fist head-on? You're courting death." Gue Ji sneered, anticipating the explosion of his opponent's left arm upon impact. But the expected scene did not unfold. Instead, a swirling blue dragon materialized in Luo Fancheng's palm, swiftly spinning and neutralizing all of Gue Ji's force. Gue Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Not only had the opponent effortlessly absorbed his most powerful soul skill, but he had also siphoned away the blood fiend energy imbued in his punch. Impossible? Luo Fancheng's lips curled into a smile, returning the favor by releasing the absorbed energy and blood fiend power in one explosive burst. Boom! Gue Ji's robust arm could not withstand the terrifying force and shattered instantly, flesh and bone scattering in all directions. My arm! Gue Ji cried out in agony, stumbling backward, his once fierce demeanor replaced by sheer terror as he gazed at Luo Fancheng. "My apologies, I miscalculated the force." Luo Fancheng observed Gue Ji's suffering with a hint of guilt. "Had I struck you down earlier, you wouldn't have to endure such pain. A devil! You're a devil!" Gue Ji howled even louder, his face pale as he sat on the ground, frantically kicking backward to distance himself from Luo Fancheng. "You! Don't come any closer." Luo Fancheng regarded Gue Ji's bloodied stump, shaking his head. "It must hurt quite a bit. Let me assist you. Death will spare you from the pain. Don't come near me." Gue Ji was engulfed by terror. Never having felt such fear in his elder man's body unexpectedly exhibited a terrifyingly powerful, rendering her proud, mere child's play in comparison, utterly inconsequential. The seductive enchantress emitted a piercing shriek, her entire body trembling. "How is this possible? What kind of sorcery is this? Are you also an evil soul master?" Chapter 76. Seduction. Slaying the sister to attain enlightenment. Devouring martial souls, spirit rings, speculation. Luo Fancheng shook his head. Certainly not. How could one possess such blood-sucking abilities without being an evil soul master? The enchantress struggled desperately, yet there was no escape. The situation had dramatically shifted. Her blood-sucking techniques were thoroughly suppressed. "Let me go, release me at once." Luo Fancheng inquired with a smile. "Is this entertaining?" The enchantress pleaded with a beguiling voice. "Little tormentor, please release me. I am willing to serve you as a maid." Luo Fancheng nodded, a rather appealing proposition. The enchantress suddenly beamed with joy. Luo Fancheng shook his head. Unfortunately, a woman of her dubious character is unworthy even to be my dog. The surged dramatically, and the enchantress wailed in despair, utterly losing control of her body, her vitality and soul power being incessantly siphoned away. More horrifically, her martial soul's embodiment was undone, and her martial soul and spirit rings were also being drawn into Luo Fancheng's body. Impossible. Your methods are even more sinister than those of our evil soul masters. The enchantress had never encountered such a bizarre technique. Consuming others was one thing, but to devour martial souls and spirit rings as well. The beneath Luo Fancheng was rendered immobile, witnessing this scene, petrified, his lips trembling. A devil! He regretted provoking such a terrifying being. Beside him, Bai Ingwe stared in shock. The evil soul master can't contend with my senior brother? This devouring ability of his is simply overwhelming. If one were to claim my brother is not an evil soul master, no one would believe it. Whoosh! The fiery enchantress's martial soul and spirit rings were absorbed by Luo Fancheng, ultimately falling powerless to the ground, her limbs limp, her lovely face devoid of color. She was weakened to the utmost. My martial soul, with her martial soul forcefully taken and her soul power drained. Her current state was even inferior to that of an ordinary person. Luo Fancheng's body, covered in azure crystal scales, began to swell, emanating waves of corpse energy. After absorbing the other party's martial soul and spirit rings, he felt a tumultuous force surging within him, his eyes filled with a frenzied bloodlust. This is troublesome, Luo Fancheng silently lamented. The little loach was now satiated, and all he had absorbed could only be resisted by his own flesh. He was struggling to cope. He gazed at the fiery enchantress with bloodshot eyes. Spare me. The enchantress bit her luscious lips, even leaning forward, deliberately accentuating her voluptuous figure. I am quite adept at serving. You will realize this if you give me a chance. I was merely momentarily confused. Please spare me. Luo Fancheng nodded. With his palm directed at the enchantress, all the martial souls, spirit rings, and blood energy he had just absorbed gushed forth. They transformed into a black beam of energy, infused with violent force, directly exploding towards the enchantress. The blast resonated, clouds of dust billowing. Soon, as the dust cleared, a deep pit appeared on the ground where the fiery enchantress had been, now reduced to ash, not a bone remaining. Incredible. Heartless. The muscular was terrified, his eyes nearly bulging out. He never expected that such a beautiful and fiery woman could be exterminated by this person without a moment's hesitation. Did he have any hope of survival? Apologies for the fright. I shall send you to join her. Luo Fancheng said kindly, his fists igniting in flames.